Red. Tianxian continent. Donghuazhou, the largest family Su family. Father, mother, I want to take the saint of the immortal sword sect as my concubine. I hope you can help me. A young man in his 20s stood in front of a middle-aged couple, pleading, with burning eyes. That Chu Yenran is at least 30 years older than you, are you sure? Su Hao and his wife stared at their only son Su Chun in astonishment. Son, sure. Su Chun nodded firmly. Rebellious son. Hearing this, Su Hao narrowed his eyes. If you really marry the saint of the immortal sword sect, how will you deal with this generation in the future? He always felt that Su Chun was a rebellious son, who was idle and not doing his job every day, and was only thinking about having a good time in the red light district. Now, this kid actually wants to take a woman 30 years older than himself as his concubine, marrying a younger wife instead of an older one. This makes his Su family lose face. It's fine if you play around normally. I turned a blind eye and didn't care, but now you're really doing it. Father. Su Chun was stunned. Hasn't this cheap father of his always been very indulgent to him? Is he angry today? Su Hao snorted coldly. Don't call me father. If you really dare to marry the saint of the fairy sword sect, I will break your third leg. Hearing this, Su Chen's face changed slightly, and he looked at his mother Shinran, for help. He knew that his cheap father was a henpecked husband, with the man in charge of the outside and the woman in charge of the inside, and all the internal affairs of the family were handled by Shinran. Sure enough, when Shinran saw his son's eyes asking for help, he immediately patted Su Hao and said with a straight face, Master, why are you yelling at Chener? Chener is so old now, it's time to find someone to help him start a family and open his mind. It is said that older women are caring. What's wrong with that? Listening to his wife's words, Su Hao rolled his eyes, but he could do nothing about it because his wife is the boss of the family. Forget it. I don't care. Su Hao left. Chener, I support you as your mother. Just wait to be the groom. Shinran gently touched Su Chen's forehead, and Su Chen was secretly happy. He came from the Blue Star Soul and he traveled to a fantasy novel called Invincible Martial Soul. But sadly, the owner of his body turned out to be a big villain. He was the stepping stone for one of the male protagonists in the book Yi Fan to improve his cultivation, and was repeatedly slapped in the face by the other party. In the end, he was nailed to death by Yi Fan on the wall of the main city of Donghuazhou. How can this be? Since he traveled through time, he must reverse the wheel of fate. Fuck you, Yi Zhai Fanshin. So what if he is the protagonist? I am the protagonist. Hey, Yi Fan. I am here. Let's have some fun. Su Chen's eyes flashed with madness, as if he had seen the picture of himself dominating the whole world. Chu Yenran is an extremely important woman in Yi Fan's rise. As Yi Fan's master, Chu Yenran guided him on the path of cultivation and accepted him as his last disciple. In the end, the two fell in love with each other and became Taoist companions. Chu Yenran's heavenly fragrance body quickly improved Yi Fan's cultivation in the future. A year later, the old leader of the Xianjian sect abdicated and passed the position of leader to Chu Yenran. After that, Chu Yenran used the resources of the sect to train Yi Fan with all her strength, allowing him to make rapid progress in a short period of time and become the leader of the younger generation in Donghuazhou. This is also the real reason why Su Chun asked his parents to force Chu Yenran to marry him. In the original work, the dog author described Chu Yenran's appearance as a fairy who was absolutely beautiful and beautiful. I don't know how it is in reality. Su Chun licked his lips unconsciously. Chener, what are you thinking about? Shinran saw his son's eyes wandering away and couldn't help asking. Nothing, nothing. Su Chun hurriedly retracted his thoughts and smiled at Shinran. Mom now. The most urgent task is to promote this marriage. It's for Mom's sake. Look at how anxious my son is. Qin Shinran thought that his son wanted to get married and start a family. He smiled softly, patted Su Chen's shoulder, and turned to walk towards the study. Seeing his mother's back leaving, Su Chen looked towards the Xianjian sect. With a wicked smile on his face. His Su family is the largest sword cultivation family in Donghuazhou. The family has a rich family background and many masters. There is naturally no resistance to taking a saint from a small sect as a concubine. On the contrary, the marriage between Xianjian sect and the Su family will only be more beneficial to Xianjian sect, and it can even enhance the status of Xianjian sect in Donghuazhou. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared in the void above the entire Xianjian sect. Then Qin Shinran's voice resounded in this airspace. My son Su Chen will come over to marry the saint of Xianjian sect as a concubine. Please prepare for Xianjian sect. As soon as these words came out, the entire Xianjian sect was boiling. Ah, it's the Su family. The Su family of Donghuazhou is still as domineering as ever. Damn it! How can that rubbish Su Chen be worthy of the holy saint of our Xianjian sect? That's right, a mortal dared to touch our saint. It's simply a toad eating swan meat. Hush! 2 senior brothers. Keep your voice down. That's our Su family of Donghuazhou, the top force in Tianshan continent. It's not something our small Xianjian sect can contend with. All the disciples in the Xianjian sect had extremely gloomy faces, and were extremely depressed. Rumble. Just then, a loud noise came from the sky. Above the void of the immortal sword sect, a dazzling golden vortex appeared. A golden beam of light shot out from the vortex, covering the sky. When the disciples of the immortal sword sect saw this scene, they showed horror on their faces. Some of those with low cultivation bases went weak and knelt down directly. When the golden light disappeared, what fell into everyone's eyes were 12 flying boats in the void. The leading flying boat was pulled by 9 black dragons. The dragons were hundreds of feet long, with dark scales all over their bodies, and their heads were triangular, majestic, and each dragon had the strength of a saint king. In front of the flying boat stood a young man in a black robe with an imposing manner, and behind him stood an old man with a fairy bone. The old man whispered beside the young man, "Young master, the immortal sword sect has arrived." Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, glanced down, and said lightly, "Third uncle, let's go down." With such a big commotion, the deacons and elders of the immortal sword sect discovered Su Chen and his party at the first time. They flew into the void and welcomed Su Chen and his party down. When Su Chen stepped into the immortal sword sect, he felt countless angry eyes, but he was not afraid at all, just smiled coldly. In the eyes of his Su family, these disciples of the immortal sword sect are just some scum, and he would not take them seriously. In the meeting hall of the immortal sword sect, a woman shouted, "Master, I don't want to marry the young master of the Su family as a concubine." The source of this voice was the heroine Chu Yanran. At this moment, her pretty and beautiful face was full of anger, and her eyes were full of tears. At this moment, she was staring at Su Chen next to the main seat with cold eyes, as if she wanted to cut him into pieces. Chu Yanran is already a Taoist cultivator, and she has a 9th grade martial spirit in her body. She is proud and holy, so she naturally looks down on Su Chen, a mortal. In her eyes, Su Chen is just a waste. How can a waste be qualified to be her Taoist partner? Feeling Chu Yanran's murderous eyes, Su Chen just curled his lips, revealing a faint evil smile. Chu Yanran is indeed as described in the original book, stunningly beautiful. He has regarded Chu Yanran as a woman he must get. Spring is here, and it is time to sow seeds for his old Su family. Yanran, this is the sect's order. You must obey it. The woman sitting at the head slowly opened her eyes with cold eyes. She is Jiang Yunqi, the leader of the immortal sword sect. No, I don't agree. Chu Yanran shook her head and cried, with unwillingness in her eyes. Sect. Master, you don't know that although Su Chen is nominally the only son of the head of the Su family, he is actually an out-and-out dandy and a waste. When he heard Chu Yenran say that she was waste, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and tapped the handle of the chair a few times with his right index finger. Boom tilde boom tilde boom. In the extremely silent meeting hall, this voice was like a drumstick beating on the heart, making everyone look frightened. They were not afraid of Su Chen, but the old man standing behind him with his eyes slightly closed. Shut up! A look of displeasure flashed between Jiang Yunqi's brows. Yenran, the matter has been decided, so don't waste any more time talking. But Chu Yenran was still unwilling. Bang! The door of the Immortal Sword Sect's meeting hall was suddenly kicked open. From the outside, a young man with fluttering white clothes and extraordinary temperament rushed in with a sinister look on his face and a sword in hand. This person is none other than Chu Yenran's personal disciple. Yi Fan, is it you, a loser, who is bullying my master? When Yi Fan saw the undried tears in the corners of Chu Yenran's eyes, he felt a surge of anger in his heart, and his eyes were like daggers shot at Su Chen, who was sitting next to the front seat. The moment he saw Yi Fan appear, Su Chen's lips curved with an indifferent arc. This person was the eternal enemy who nailed him to the city wall in the original novel. Even if he turned into ashes, he knew him. You traitor! Seeing the killing intent in Yi Fan's eyes, Jiang Yunqi's face instantly turned cold. She gave a sharp scolding, appeared next to Yi Fan in a flash, raised her palm and slapped Yi Fan on the face. Bah! There was a crisp sound. Mark's cheeks swelled instantly, and a stream of blood flowed from his mouth. This slap made his eyes flash with stars and his head became dizzy. Zong zong zong. Yi Fan covered his red and swollen face and looked at Jiang Yunqi in disbelief. Sect Master, you actually hit me? You must know that although he is not Jiang Yunqi's disciple, he is a leader among the younger generation of the Immortal Sword Sect. Jiang Yunqi also loves him very much and never beats or scolds him. Now he was beaten for an outsider. How could Yi Fan endure this? Presumptuous! Hearing Yi Fan's words, Jiang Yunqi became furious. Evil fellow, get out of here. After finishing speaking, she turned to look at Su Chen and said, apologetically, young Master Su made me laugh. This villain doesn't understand etiquette. Please forgive me. She was protecting Yi Fan and didn't want Su Chen to vent his anger on Yi Fan. Otherwise, with Su Chen's playboy mentality, the master next to him might kill Yi Fan instantly. Rather than letting Su Chen's people take action, it would be better to take action to settle the matter himself, so that Su Chen would not be able to take action against Yi Fan again. It doesn't matter. Su Chen smiled slightly with a gentle expression, but his tone was extremely cold. After he glanced at Yi Fan lightly, he withdrew his gaze and stopped looking at him. His target this time is Chu Yenran, and he can't kill Yi Fan directly yet. After all, Yi Fan still has many opportunities, and he has to seize them all, step by step. Seeing that Su Chen didn't pursue the matter, Jiang Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to the two elders on the side. Immediately, the two elders walked to Mark and were about to take him out. Yi Fan was filled with dissatisfaction when he saw that his sect master apologized humbly to Su Chen, a loser, and even asked him to go out. Could it be that the direct genius of his immortal sword sect could not compare to this loser like Su Chen? Let me go! Yi Fan struggled hard, but his cultivation was not as good as the two elders, so he couldn't break free. Seeing that he couldn't break free, Yi Fan stared at Su Chen angrily. You trash! If it weren't for the Su family, you would be nothing. Oh! Hearing this, Su Chen raised his eyes with cold eyes and slowly walked down from the seat above. However, he did not walk towards Yi Fan, but towards Chu Yenran, who was standing aside. He stared at Chu Yenran with his deep and blurred eyes, exuding the aura of a superior person, shrouding Chu Yanran in it. You just said you didn't want to marry me? Feeling this pressure, Chu Yanran's pretty face suddenly turned pale, and fragrant sweat flowed from her forehead. Me. Chu Yanran suddenly stuttered and said with trembling red lips. She didn't understand why Su Chen, who was obviously just a man with no cultivation, had such a great aura. Su Chen slowly reached out and pinched Chu Yanran's delicate chin. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said in a solemn tone, "Little beauty, you said that I am a playboy. The young master, will show you that I am a playboy today." After saying that, he turned around and looked at the old man behind him. "Third uncle will destroy the immortal sword sect." "Yes, young master." Boom! The old man's powerful aura suddenly surged, like Mount Tai collapsing, and the terrifying pressure spread to all directions. A master at the pinnacle of the great saint realm. Jiang Yunqi and everyone else looked at the three-round golden sun shadow behind the old man in astonishment, their hearts beating violently. Only in the great sage realm will a sun be solidified. A big sun will appear. In the early, middle, and late stages, the darker the color, the stronger the strength of the great sage realm. The golden sun represents that the old man in front of you has reached the terrifying level, the pinnacle of the great saint realm. It is only one step away from the legendary quasi-emperor realm. Jiang Yunqi and the others were shocked and immediately injected spiritual power into their martial souls to awaken their martial souls to resist the pressure released by the old man. The elder with low cultivation level had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The powerful pressure directly made Yi Fan breathless, and his legs were pressed to the ground, looking very embarrassed. Chu Yanran's face turned even paler. She looked at the old man in disbelief, her eyes full of fear and panic. Such a master is the strongest combat force in any force. Once he is dispatched, the entire Tianshan continent will be shaken. But the Su family actually sent such a peerless master to protect Su Chen, an ordinary person with no cultivation, which shows how high Su Chen's status in the Su family is. If he doesn't agree to Su Chen, all the people in the Xianjian sect will be killed because of her. Chu Yanran raised her beautiful eyes, looked at Su Chen with tears in her eyes and begged, "Master Su, I am willing to marry you as a concubine, please. Let other innocent people go." "What? Have you figured it out?" Hearing this, Su Chen curled his lips, revealing a wicked smile, and stared at Chu Yanran with his eyes teasingly. He had no pity for Chu Yanran at all, because in this world of cultivation, where the weak are the prey of the strong, he was the young master of the Su family, which made all the people of the Xianjian sect and Chu Yanran surrender, and dared not have the slightest resistance. Seeing that Su Chen did not continue to let the old man behind him take action, Chu Yanran's hanging heart was slightly relieved. She looked at Su Chen and nodded, saying, "Well, I am willing to serve the young master." "Master, don't agree to him." A thunderous roar came from the corner to everyone's ears. P.S. Division of Cultivation Realms, Qi Training Realm, Foundation Building. Realm will see Divine Bridge, Other Shore, Dao Palace Realm, Supernatural. Power Realm, Lesser Saint Realm, Greater Saint Realm, Quasi-Emperor, Great Emperor. Below the Great Emperor, each realm has 9 levels. 1 to 3 levels are the early stage, 4 to 6 levels are the middle stage, 7 to 9 levels are the late stage, and 9 levels are the peak. Martial souls from low to high are divided into first grade, second grade, 9th grade, noble grade, emperor grade, and divine grade. When Yi Fan heard that Chu Yanran agreed to marry Su Chen, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and struggled to stand up. Seeing this, the old man behind Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and the pressure on Mark became a little heavier. Phew! Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of blood again, crawling on the ground like a bereaved dog, lingering for breath, but his eyes were still glaring at Su Chen fiercely. At this moment, the hatred for Su Chen in his heart reached the extreme, and He wanted to strangle Su Chen to death. Seeing Yi Fan's miserable look, Chu Yanran's pretty face turned pale. Instantly, tears welling up in her eyes. Yi Fan, please stop talking. Su Chen glanced at Chu Yanran. His eyes flickered with amusement, and then moved his gaze to Mark and said indifferently, My young master, do you have any objections to marrying your master? Bah, you scumbag. Yi Fan spit out a mouthful of blood, gritted his teeth and cursed. If it weren't for the support of the Su family behind you, you would be nothing. Ha ha ha. After hearing Yi Fan's words, Su Chen suddenly raised his head and laughed. Why are you laughing? Hearing the laughter, Yi Fan had a bad feeling in his heart, but he did not flinch, but instead plucked up the courage to roar. I laughed at you for being an idiot. Su Chen sneered and said, I was born into the Su family. It was arranged by God. After all, this is also part of strength. Jealousy shows that you are ashamed of your humble birth. Hearing this, Yi Fan's face instantly darkened. His fists were clenched, a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, and his Taoist heart was clearly showing signs of collapse. Su Chen's words were like a magic spell, ringing in his ears over and over again. This is the impact that strength brings to him. This is the pressure that strength brings to him. Compared with Su Chen, who was born noble, he was born much humbler. His parents were just a pair of ordinary people. He was the only person in the village who had awakened the martial spirit in 100 years. He was praised by everyone in the village. In order to get the immortal sword sect to accept him as a disciple, he tried his best to express himself on the day when the immortal sword sect opened its doors to accept disciples, just to attract the attention of the immortal sword sect and successfully become a member of the immortal sword sect. Become a disciple. Due to his outstanding performance, he was lucky enough to be accepted as a direct disciple by the Saint Chu Yanran, and he entered the ranks of the core disciples of the immortal sword sect in one fell swoop. However, his efforts did not earn him the respect of the other disciples of the immortal sword sect. Instead, he was ostracized and bullied by the other disciples because of his humble background. But every time he thought of Chu Yanran's love for him, Yi Fan seemed to be stimulated, and he devoted himself to training and eventually became the leader of the younger generation of the immortal sword sect. But today, facing Su Chen, who was born with a golden spoon, his pride and self-esteem were greatly trampled on, and he felt insignificant. He will always be far inferior to Su Chen. He can never be compared with Su Chen. In front of Su Chen, he was just an ant. No, he is not even an ant. Yi Fan's eyes dimmed, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, the sarcasm on Su Chen's face became even worse, which made the protagonist's heart collapse. It was a more accomplished thing than directly killing his physical body. No, that's not the case. Yi Fan suddenly shouted loudly, raised his head, his eyes were full of madness. I am the son of destiny. You waste. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Bang. A crisp sound resounded throughout the hall. You are so presumptuous that you can insult me, young master? At this time, an elder of the immortal sword sect next to him stared at Yi Fan with cold eyes and slowly retracted his right hand. The person who took action was Shen Ming, the law enforcement elder of the immortal sword sect. After he learned about Su Chen's status in the Su family, he felt like fawning over her. Just now, seeing Yi Fan humiliating Su Chen in public, he knew that the time had come for him to show off. Yi Fan, you have repeatedly humiliated and provoked the young master today. You have ulterior motives. You want to drive a wedge between the Su family and our fairy sword sect. Young master, I will take him to the dungeon to wait for disposal. Before Shen Ming could finish speaking, another elder stood up and yelled loudly, he is also a human spirit. Seeing Shen Ming's attitude towards Su Chen, he immediately understood what was going on, so he took the opportunity to express his loyalty to Su Chen. Su Chen took the holy girl of their immortal sword sect as his concubine, and, by doing so, the immortal sword sect became attached to the Su family's thighs, as thick as giant arms. Yes, the sect leader might as well take this opportunity to abolish Yifan's cultivation and expel him from the sect. Just in time to make amends to the young master. The other elders were all human beings. They immediately stood up and spoke, righteously, loudly scolding Mark for his disrespect and offense. Hearing the rebuke from the elders, Yifan's face turned extremely pale in an instant. There was even more turmoil in my heart. He realized that today's situation was extremely unfavorable to him. Almost everyone present was trying to please Su Chen, even his master Chu Yanran and sect leader Jiang Yunqi were silent at this moment. What happened? Why are so many elders unanimously on Su Chen's side? He is the peerless genius of the immortal sword sect. How can they help Su Chen, an outsider? At this moment, the ring on the index finger of Yifan's right hand once again emitted a faint golden light, and Yifan, who was about to collapse, suddenly became quiet. That golden light flashed by. If you hadn't been paying attention, you wouldn't have noticed it at all. However, Su Chen, who had read the original work, knew how powerful the ring on Yifan's hand was. He kept paying attention to the ring on Yifan's index finger with his peripheral vision. TSK, TSK, TSK. Luoshin, I didn't expect you to take action anyway. Yes, you heard it right. Inside the ring on Yifan's index finger is the ancient powerful goddess Luo, who is also one of the top 10 heroines in the original invincible spirit of martial arts. But at this moment she is just a ray of remnant soul. According to legend, Luoshin died during the ancient war between all races. At the last moment, she sealed a remnant of her soul in a ring. She stayed there for tens of millions of years and was finally dug out of the soil by Yifan unintentionally, so that her remaining soul could see the light of day again. In order to repay Yifan, Luoshin has been carefully guiding Yifan on the way of cultivation so that Yifan can avoid many detours on the way of cultivation. The relationship between the two gradually became closer. Yifan always calls Luoshin Aunt Luo. In the original work, in the subsequent plot of Yifan, Luoshin solidified her body and took possession of her fiercely. In the final analysis, these are Yifan's opportunities. However, as a person who has traveled through time, Su Chen will not let these heroines follow the original plot. As long as it is the protagonist's opportunity, he will snatch it away. Chu Yanran is one of them, and of course Luoshin cannot escape his clutches. Thinking of this, an evil smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. Feeling Su Chen's eyes on his face, Yifan's inner anger was ignited again. He roared and roared. Su Chen, I challenge you to a life and death battle. Hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Su Chen. In the world of immortal cultivation in Tianshan continent, there is a rule that if there is a conflict between monks, it can be resolved through a life and death battle. Once Su Chen agrees, no one can participate in the fight between the two, otherwise they will be punished by all the monks in Tianshan continent. Joint strangulation. Ha ha ha. Hearing Yifan's provocation, Su Chen couldn't stop laughing. Boy, a low-born ant like you is not worthy of being my opponent. In a word, I, my young master, will not be so stupid as to accompany you to play this kind of one-on-one game. Su Chen shook his head lightly and withdrew his gaze, not wanting to look at Mark again. I can't help but sigh in my heart. Why is it that the protagonist in every immortal novel is so average and loves to show off? My mission in time travel is to torture the protagonist. No, it's dog abuse. Always tortured. Always happy. Su Chen turned around, put his arms around Chu Yanran's waist, and said with a kind face, Holy girl, this young master asks you for the last time, are you willing to marry me? If you are not willing, I will leave right now. I will never force it on you. Phew. As soon as these words came out, even the old man beside him couldn't stand it anymore. He rolled his eyes upwards and said in his heart, "This boy don't be too shameless, but I like it. He has the same demeanor as I did back then." All the elders of the immortal sword sect focused their attention on Chu Yanran, fearing that she would be unhappy and refuse the engagement with Su Chen in person. Su Chen's words sounded so nice, and there was no threat on the surface. However, these words contained an extremely terrifying threat. Once Chu Yanran refused, the next second the entire immortal sword sect would be permanently removed from Tianxian continent, disappear. Therefore, the wealth and lives of everyone in the immortal sword sect were all in Chu Yanran's hands, and cold sweat continued to break out on their backs. Feeling the attention of everyone, Chu Yanran secretly glanced at Su Chen with her beautiful eyes. Seeing his deep gaze and indifferent expression, her face suddenly turned red, but she quickly returned to her normal color. She bit her red lips lightly and said, "Young master, I am naturally willing to serve you." When everyone heard Chu Yanran's answer, they all secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and even the timid ones secretly wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. "Very good. In that case, you can go back to Su's house with me now. I want to see in advance how well you can serve others." Hearing this, Chu Yanran visibly trembled and said tremblingly, "It all depends on the young master." Of course she knew what Su Chen meant, but she couldn't say no. Compared to the lives of thousands of people in the sect, her innocence was nothing. Feeling the trembling of Chu Yanran's body, Su Chen curled his lips and said, "Very good. Let's set off now. The twisted melon is not sweet, but it quenches your thirst." "No!" An angry shout suddenly erupted in the hall. Seeing Su Chen's dirty hands on Chu Yanran's delicate body, Yi Fan could no longer restrain the anger in his heart. He suddenly raised his head and shouted angrily, "Su Chen, let go of my master!" Yi Fan stared at Su Chen with blood-red eyes, as if he was about to pounce at any moment and cut Su Chen into pieces.
Boom tilde.
The aura on Mark's body suddenly became much stronger than before. "Tisk tsk, you are worthy of being the protagonist." Under such pressure, he actually broke through against the odds. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was astonished in his heart, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, but he held it back in the end. Yi Fan is one of the male protagonists in the original work. If he is killed directly, many opportunities will be obtained by other unknown people who are destined to meet him, making it more difficult for him to obtain these opportunities. "Forget it. Just keep a dog." Su Chen narrowed his eyes. "But dog, you must be interrupted first." Presumptuous. Just when Su Chen was about to let the old man take action, Chu Yanran took action. With a strong gust of wind, Chu Yanran appeared in front of Mark. She raised her hand and slapped Mark.
Bah!
A crisp sound resounded throughout the hall, echoing for a long time. Everyone looked at Chu Yanran in astonishment. You must know that Chu Yanran is a well-known protector and loves the disciples under her very much. Unexpectedly, today she would actually attack a disciple with her own hands for Su Chen. "Master, master!" Yi Fan was obviously stunned by this sudden slap, and looked at the beautiful master in front of him with a blank expression. "What's going on? Master has always been kind and caring to me, so why did he look different today?" He was filled with doubts. But Chu Yanran didn't pay attention to him, and the aura on her body suddenly increased. Click! The sound of broken bones lingered in the hall, and everyone felt a chill in their scalps. Yi Fan's legs were stepped on by Chu Yanran at the same time. This, the most ruthless animal in the world, is a woman. Even Su Chen felt a little unreal in this scene. No wonder she is the first of the top 10 heroines. She is indeed skillful and smart. He knew that Chu Yanran's purpose was to save Mark's life. "Master, why is this?" Looking at the expressionless Chu Yanran in front of him, Mark was frightened, with endless fear deep in his eyes. Chu Yanran ignored him, but turned to look at Su Chen. "Young master, are you satisfied with what I did?" "Ah." Su Chen smiled and nodded. He stepped forward, put his arms around Chu Yanran's waist and raised his eyebrows slightly. "I am very satisfied, but I just wonder how well you serve others." Hearing the teasing tone in Su Chen's words, Chu Yanran blushed, her body trembled, and she didn't know how to answer. "Come here. Throw Yi Fan into the sex prison." Jiang Yunqi glanced at Yi Fan, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and said in a deep voice, "Yes, sect master." The two elders beside Yi Fan were waiting for Jiang Yunqi's words. They lifted Yi Fan up from left to right and dragged him out of the hall. Yi Fan kept his head down the whole time, unable to see clearly the expression on his face, and let the two drag him like a dead dog. Now that the play was over, Su Chen had no need to stay in the immortal sword sect, so he said to Chu Yanran, "Let's go." "Kindness." Chu Yanran nodded slightly and followed Su Chen out of the hall. Wait for Su Chen and others to walk out of the hall. The old man behind him took out several golden flags from his arms and threw them into the space in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden flag fell to the ground, making a sound of metal collision. The next moment, the stone floor lit up with a dazzling golden light, and fine runes appeared on the ground, and a thin barrier slowly condensed. After half a stick of incense, a teleportation formation appeared out of thin air outside the hall. "Young master, please." The old man saluted Su Chen respectfully and said, "Kindness." Su Chen nodded, then walked into the teleportation array with Chu Yanran and others and disappeared. Chu Yanran felt dizzy and her eyes went dark. When she opened her eyes again, she appeared in front of the gate of Su Mansion. What he saw before him was a magnificent mansion covering an area of 100,000 acres. The plaque above the door with the two characters, Su Mansion, engraved on it, seemed to have some kind of power, emitting a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. The inside of the mansion was so blurry that people outside could not see what was going on inside. A quick glance revealed that the Su Mansion had deployed advanced formations to prevent Xiao Xiao, who was waiting for an opportunity to spy on the Su family. Moreover, standing at the gate of the Su Mansion, one can feel the extremely rich aura, which made Chu Yanran secretly sigh that the Su family has such a rich foundation. With such rich spiritual energy, one day of training in the Su Mansion would be enough to be worth more than 10 days of training in the immortal sword sect. "What's wrong?" Seeing Chu Yanran's surprised expression, Su Chen asked lightly. "Nothing." Chu Yanran knew that she had lost her composure and quickly smiled and shook her head. "Young master." When the two monks guarding the door saw Su Chen and his party, they hurriedly came over to greet them, with respectful expressions in their eyes. Su Chen nodded lightly and walked into the Su Mansion with Chu Yanran, completely unaware of Chu Yanran's pretty face of astonishment. A strong man in the supernatural realm. When she passed by the two guards just now, Chu Yanran felt the aura of a powerful person in the supernatural realm. The two guards of the Su family are so powerful, not to mention the strength of the guards hiding in the dark. How much foundation does the Su family have? Chu Yanran didn't dare to imagine it. She looked around and found that there was nothing special, so she put away her surprised expression and followed Su Chen silently. She no longer had any resistance to Su Chen in her heart. It was her blessing that Su Chen liked her. A second-generation ancestor with such a family background should have some taste and would not just find a woman casually. Chu Yanran thought, and her thoughts drifted farther and farther. "Go in." Su Chen's voice came from her ears. It turned out that they had arrived at the destination of this trip, Su Chen's room. "Yes." Seeing this, Chu Yanran nodded shyly. She knew that she was completely trapped in the tiger's mouth, and it was too late to escape. Just as she was thinking about it, she suddenly felt her body lighten. Turned out that Su Chen hugged her like a princess. Suddenly, She felt a pain in her buttocks. Su Chen threw her roughly onto a luxurious bed. "Young master, you?" Seeing Su Chen's rough action, Chu Yanran's pretty face flushed, bit her red lips, and looked at Su Chen with some grievance. Hee. Looking at Chu Yanran, whose clothes were a little messy, Su Chen smiled evilly. "Young master, what are you going to do?" Chu Yanran saw Su Chen approaching her step by step, and she was so scared that her body trembled, her hands protecting her chest, and staring at Su Chen nervously. It seemed that she had forgotten that she was a master of the Dao Palace realm and Su Chen was just an ordinary person. "What do you want to do?" Su Chen curled his lips, reached out and grabbed Chu Yanran's wrist, pulled it hard, and stared at her with burning eyes. "A moment of spring is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. What do you think, young master?" When Chu Yanran heard this, her beautiful eyes suddenly panicked. She quickly took out her hand, shrank back, her delicate body trembled and said, "But I am not ready yet." "It doesn't matter. I'm here, young master, so you don't need to make any preparations." Su Chen grabbed Chu Yanran's weak and boneless arm and pressed her other hand on her back, suppressing her entire body on the bed. "Young master." Chu Yanran's pretty face turned red, her heart was beating hard, and her eyes flashed with struggle and shyness. She really wasn't ready. Because this was her first intimate contact with a man, this feeling was very strange and nervous. She lowered her head shyly again, her eyes full of charm and shyness, and whispered as softly as a gnat, "Yanran is still a virgin. I hope you will take pity on me." She accidentally rubbed Su Chen's leg with her jade feet. Su Chen is not a good guy. He has been immune to female sex for 2 generations. Didn't expect. We do what we should do to continue the incense of our Su family. This is what I should do. Call me brother. Elder brother. Is this the body of Tianxiang? It is indeed a top-notch furnace. I burned my body to death. An hour later. Quite sensible. Su Chen glanced at Chu Yanran, who was pretending to be asleep, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. The dog author really did not deceive himself. As the first of Yifan's top 10 heroines, Chu Yanran is indeed the best, and her service skills are top-notch. This opportunity that originally belonged to Yifan was snatched away by him. Yeah. Just when Su Chen was feeling proud, his expression suddenly changed. I felt a powerful force gathering into my body, and I felt like I was about to burst. Boom tilde. With Su Chen as the center, shocking changes occurred in the world within 1,000,000 miles. Lines of purple lightning spiraled out like dragons and spread around. Boom tilde boom. Mountains collapsed one after another, and the ground cracked and there were tsunamis. What's going on? The monks within 1,000,000 miles around raised their heads and looked at the vision in the sky, their minds filled with questions. Those powerful powers flew towards the center of the vision one after another. They want to know who caused such a terrifying vision. At this moment, the Su family, a huge vortex formed in the void above Su Chen's head. Endless spiritual energy continuously gathered into Su Chen. The speed was so fast that countless small whirlpools were formed around Su Chen. Naturally, so many experts from the Su family noticed such a big movement immediately. However, since this was Su Chen's room, no one dared to ask. They just surrounded Su Chen's room on 3 floors inside and 3 outside. They heard that Su Chen brought the saint of the immortal sword sect into his room 2 hours ago. Thinking that both of them were in the room at the moment, it was even more difficult for them to go in and check. After a few breaths, a beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Su Chen's mother Qin Xinran. She was wearing an elegant blue dress, with exquisite appearance and skin as white as snow, just like a fairy from the moon palace descending into the world. Everyone made way for her. "I've met the mistress." Everyone saluted Qin Xinran in unison. Their attitude was extremely humble. Kindness. Qin Xinran glanced at the people present, with a hint of majesty in his Eyebrows. Where's Chener? Tell the mistress, the young master and the saint of the immortal sword sect are both in the room. An older man replied respectfully. Okay, you all should step back first. After hearing this, Qin Shinran waved her hand to signal everyone to leave. She just used her spiritual sense to explore the room, and there were two auras inside. One was Su Chen's aura, and the other should be Chu Yenran. Everyone retreated, leaving Qin Shinran standing alone. A smile appeared on her lips. She slowly stepped out, raised her hand and knocked on the door. Boom tilde boom tilde boom. A crunch. The door was opened from inside. What caught her eyes was a young woman. The woman's appearance is stunning. Her skin is as good as snow, and she has a pair of big, watery eyes, full of spirituality. She is like a blooming lotus, pure and beautiful. She was wearing a light yellow gauze dress, with a slender waist that was not too bulky, a tall and full chest, a straight and round buttocks and two long legs that were straight and slender, as noble and elegant as a white swan. But the crimson on her pretty face already showed that she had just experienced a human incident not long ago. Lady. When Chu Yenran saw the beautiful woman in front of her, she felt a little nervous, but her expression remained calm and her voice was soft. Just now, she felt dozens of powerful auras outside the room, and knew that those were the Su family's heritage. The beautiful woman in front of her is the mistress of the Su family. Su Chen's mother and her mother-in-law. Kindness. Qin Shinran nodded and walked in. When she saw Su Chen sitting on the bed, sitting cross-legged with his legs in a cross-legged position, his hands forming a seal, countless auras of heaven and earth around him were injected crazily into Su Chen's body. Her pupils shrank slightly, and she was shocked. What happened to Chener? Hearing this, Chu Yenran bowed and replied, Madam, don't be anxious. Young master, the reason for this is because after what you did to me you awakened the inherited bloodline martial spirit that had been hidden in your body for many years. Currently, the cultivation level is growing rapidly. As soon as these words came out, Qin Shinran immediately released his spiritual consciousness and swept towards Su Chen. I saw that the muscles all over Su Chen's body swelled. His veins popped out, and he exuded an extremely terrifying aura. That momentum seemed to break through the sky. The early stage of Luan Hai, the middle stage of Luan Hai, the late stage of Luan Hai, the middle stage of Luan Hai and the late stage of Luan Hai. Chen. Seeing such a strange scene, a look of worry flashed deep in Qin Shinran's eyes. After all, such rapid growth in cultivation has never happened in the history of Tianxian continent. However, Su Chen's face looked as usual, and Qin Shinran knew that there should be no danger for the time being. Moreover, he didn't know what grade the martial soul in Su Chen's body was, but he thought it wouldn't be too bad. After all, the martial souls in her and Su Hao's bodies were both high grade, and they were only one step away from the legendary imperial grade martial soul. Far away. Sure enough, the boy must be released. Thinking, she looked at Chu Yenran. The woman in front of him was the one his son insisted on marrying. She was indeed destined to be her son, and she gave him a big surprise as soon as she got there. Mom, Feeling Qin Shinran's gaze, Chu Yenran looked like a little girl who had done something wrong. Her pretty face turned red, her heart beat faster, and her hands with nowhere to rest twisted the corners of her clothes. Yenran, don't be nervous. You are a great contributor to my Su family. Seeing Chu Yenran looking nervous as a young daughter-in-law, Qin Shinran covered her lips and smiled softly, a smile appearing on her beautiful face. The Chu Yenran in front of her was very outstanding in terms of appearance, strength and temperament, and she was comparable to the ladies of those aristocratic families. No wonder Su Chen wanted to forcefully marry someone by name. My son's eyes are so vicious. He even chose such a beautiful woman as a concubine. She nodded secretly in her mind, agreeing with her son's choice. Mom, e. Hearing her mother-in-law's praise, Chu Yanran's face became more rosy and her delicate body trembled slightly. Looking at Chu Yanran, who was extremely shy, Qin Shinran felt a little proud in her heart, but she did not continue to tease him and said with a smile, Yanran, since you are already Chun'er's woman, you are also a member of my Su family. I will provide you with the resources for future cultivation. The Su family has everything covered. Qin Shinran also sent people to investigate Chu Yanran's life experience. She found that her life experience was innocent and Shou Gongsha was still there, so she was considered a good match for Su Chen. And he just opened Su Chen's body and awakened his inherited bloodline. It is a great contribution to her Su family. Thank you, madam. Seeing that Qin Shinran was quite satisfied with herself, Chu Yanran's worries finally dropped. What she didn't expect was that she wouldn't have to worry about her future cultivation resources. You must know that these immortal cultivators from small sects are most worried about insufficient cultivation resources, and they usually fight for a few cultivation resources. Is this the heritage of a wealthy family? This is simply an unexpected surprise. I feel lucky that I chose to surrender to Su Chen's crotch before. Su Chen is handsome, the young master of the Su family, and the next head of the Su family, with the entire huge Su family standing behind him. Now that he has awakened his inherited bloodline, his cultivation level is rising rapidly. Such an outstanding man with a young age and a lot of money is the best partner that every woman dreams of. As long as I follow him wholeheartedly, there will definitely be no shortage of cultivation resources. One day I will definitely become one of the people who stand at the top of Tianxian continent. As she thought about it, her eyes couldn't help but reveal a touch of brilliance, and she had already left the immortal sword sect and Yifan behind. Qin Shinran frowned slightly and pretended to be angry. You still call me madam? Hearing this, a blush appeared on Chu Yanran's pretty face. She didn't dare to raise her head and said weakly, Mother, kindness. Qin Shinran smiled and nodded. Yanran, as a person who has been through this before, I want to remind you of some things. Since you are Chun'er's first woman, why not have a child as soon as possible? In this way, your weight in Chun'er's heart will only be heavier in the future. Qin Shinran became more and more enthusiastic as he talked. In vain, Chu Yanran had seen a lot of the world, and she couldn't bear it. She wanted to find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Mother, Yanran knows. Speaking of this, Chu Yanran, who kept her head down, couldn't continue. No matter how fertile her land is, it still needs seeds. You have to work harder. I think with your charm, Chun'er has no reason to refuse. With a faint smile on her lips, Qin Shinran patted Chu Yanran's shoulder and said earnestly, Serve Chun'er well and renew the incense of my Su family as soon as possible. Mother, I believe you will not let me down. Kindness. Chu Yanran's pretty face was already burning, but she still suppressed the shyness deep in her heart and nodded. Just when Qin Shinran wanted to take advantage of the victory and pursue him, something strange suddenly appeared in the room. Su Chen's body was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling golden light. A golden dragon phantom rushed out of Su Chen's body and coiled above Su Chen's head. The shadow of the golden dragon is mighty and majestic. Its scales are shining with golden light, and its eyes are like two suns, scorching its glory and looking down at the 8 wastelands. An unparalleled pressure swept all around, making it difficult to breathe. Ouch! The golden dragon looks up to the sky and roars. The sound shakes the sky. The eardrums of Qin Shinran and Chu Yanran were buzzing. After a period of dizziness, both women were so frightened by the golden dragon's momentum that they became weak and collapsed on the floor. At this moment, Su Chen, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light burst out. Alas! The 7th level of Dao Palace Realm is still too weak. after feeling that his cultivation was fixed at the 7th level of the Dao Palace realm. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. Hearing this, Qin Xinran and Chu Yanran's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law looked at each other, and they both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Just one shot, Su Chen jumped from an ordinary person with no cultivation to a master in the late Tao Palace realm. Looking at the entire Tianxian continent, what a terrifying existence it is. It is no exaggeration to say that those so-called geniuses of the sect are like a bunch of scum in front of Su Chen. Chu Yanran was completely impressed by Su Chen's talent. This man who was 30 years younger than herself was actually so strong. In this era where the great emperor does not emerge and the quasi-emperor dominates, as long as Su Chen does not perish on the way, he is very likely to become the first strong man to step into the realm of the great emperor in millions of years. Chu Yanran was very excited when she thought about spending her life with such powerful man. No woman in this world wants her man to be a waste. Qin Xinran, who was on the side, was already happy, because she found that the golden dragon shadow hovering above Su Chen's head just now was the legendary divine martial soul, the dragon martial soul. God bless the Su family. God bless the human race. She seemed to have seen the scene of Su Chen leading the Su family to dominate the entire Tianxian continent. Resisting the excitement in her heart, she said with a very solemn tone, "Chen Yanran, don't tell anyone what happened in the room just now. Understand?" "Well, mother, please rest assured." Chu Yanran naturally did not recognize the dragon martial soul. After all, the emperor martial soul did not exist in this era, let alone the divine martial soul. She thought Qin Xinran was talking about Su Chen's awakening of the inherited bloodline and his rapid progress in cultivation. "Child, I must remember my mother's instructions and will not reveal a word." Su Chen also responded solemnly. "A man is innocent but guilty of holding a treasure. The ancient dragon martial soul makes countless powerful people afraid. Once the news of his awakening of the dragon spirit spreads, those powerful people will unite and strangle him for the sake of status and family interests. Although he has the protection of the Su family behind him, facing the siege of the strong men of the whole continent, the Su family can't save him. I have to be the 6th child, plunder the opportunities of all the protagonists in the original work, and improve my own strength." Suddenly, boom! A thunderbolt began to breed from the void. The momentum was as terrifying as the end of the world. At this moment, the whole void became dim, and a black cloud appeared above the sky, as if the night between heaven and earth was ruled, making people breathless. Immediately afterwards, under the dark cloud, a dazzling golden round bead emerged, emitting rays of light like a burning flame. "Eye of the sky!" Xiaolingyun, the leader of Dongzhou Tiannu sect, who was in retreat, suddenly opened his eyes, staring into the void with his beautiful eyes, and whispered softly, "The eyes of the sky, the manifestation of heaven, this is something that has not happened in Tianxian continent for millions of years. Could it be that a son of destiny is born?" Xiaolingyun raised her eyebrows lightly, and a deep joy appeared in her beautiful eyes. The son of destiny is the darling of heaven. In the history of Tianxian continent, every million years or so, a son of destiny would come to the world and become the new master of Tianxian continent. The way of heaven is immortal, and the mystery of heaven is immortal. Opportunity. What a great opportunity, because the birth of the son of destiny heralds the upcoming reshuffle of all forces in Tianxian continent. If the Tian sect takes the opportunity to get close to the chosen son who has not yet grown up and becomes a minister of the dragon, then the Tian sect will stand at the top of the Tianxian continent in the future. Bei Wangzhou, in the main hall of the heavenly demon sect, a scantily clad and voluptuous woman lay on a large, exquisite, and luxurious bed. There were several ferocious bloodstains on her face, but they still could not hide her stunning beauty. At this moment she was lying quietly like this, as if she was asleep, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, with a hint of evil charm. The eyes of the sky are opened, and the great struggle begins. The woman suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, stared at the eyes of the sky, above the void, and murmured, "The son of destiny, the Taoist companion of this sect master, you have finally appeared in this world." After saying that, she slowly sat up, straightened her clothes, took out a brand new set of clothes from the storage ring, put them on, then turned and left. Her name is Mu Yuqing, and she is the current sect leader of the heavenly demon sect. On a deserted mountain peak in Dongzhou, two gray-haired old men were sitting at a stone table playing chess. Clang! One of the old men in white put down the white flag in his hand, touched his beard, and looked at the eye of heaven in the void with a surprised look on his face, frowning slightly. Seeing this, the old man in black across from him asked puzzledly, "Tianji, what did you figure out?" The old man in white waved his hand, and a giant sky screen appeared in front of him. What appeared on the sky curtain was the scene in Su Chen's room. The old man in white stared at Su Chen on the sky, and murmured to himself, "This is the birth of someone who defies heaven. The world will be in chaos. Is this era going to end again?" Hearing this, the old man in black across from him raised his eyebrows and asked, "Tianji, do you mean that this guy will break the shackles of heaven and step into the realm of the great emperor?" "Yes." The old man in white nodded heavily. "Hee. I like this little guy very much." The old man in black smoothed his gray beard and said with a smile, "In that case, I will help him." After that, he waved his hand, and a golden light shot from the sky into Su Chen's body. Su Chen, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly felt something strange in his body. He secretly checked but could not find any trace. Moreover, he felt that there was a special kind of spiritual power in his body. This spiritual power was swimming in his body like a fish. His heart trembled, and he quickly circulated the spiritual energy in his body, trying to refine the spiritual power, but it was useless. Tried several times but failed. "What's going on?" Su Chen frowned. "Demon, you actually gave your inheritance to this kid?" Seeing this, the old man in white couldn't help being shocked. "You must know that this old man in black is an ancient demon god. He is very powerful and has never found a person to inherit it. Today he easily passed on his life to Su Chen. It is simply unbelievable. Hee. I just find this kid more pleasing to my eye. He has the same demeanor as I did back then." The devil grinned, looking very comforted. The old man in white shook his head. "Demon god, you have violated a taboo. If you violate the oath of heaven, you will be punished." "I'm not afraid." "All right." The old man in white sighed helplessly. He could see that the demon was very satisfied with Su Chen and did not stop him. The Tianxian continent is going to change. Su Mansion. The way of heaven manifests itself. My son has the appearance of a great emperor. Su Hao looked at the golden wheel eye in the void and couldn't help but look up to the sky and scream, "Ha ha ha!" At the same time, when they saw the eye of heaven above the void, the faces of everyone in the Su family changed wildly, and their hearts were filled with excitement. The way of heaven has manifested itself. The young master has made a breakthrough and caused the way of heaven to manifest in the world. This is a great blessing for our Su family. Our Su family is finally expected to ascend to the throne of the first family in the human race. The senior executives of the Su family present were all extremely excited, trembling all over as they looked at the eye of heaven. Compared with the excited expressions of the senior executives of the Su family, Su Chen's expression was completely opposite. He raised his head, looked up into the void, narrowed his eyes and cursed heaven 10,000 times in his heart. "Tiandao, your mother needs to eat enough to hold on. You are a fool of God. Are you kidding me? I finally traveled through time. Can't you, darling, have a good time? Su Chen's face was stern. He was self-aware and knew that he was not the chosen one among everyone, because he is the main villain of the original work and a man who defies heaven. It is strange that heaven favors him. At this moment, thousands of miles away from the Su family, countless melon-eating experts gathered around. They stretched their necks one by one, looking in the direction of the Su family, and took in the entire process of the manifestation of the Eye of Heaven. TSK. It's really wonderful. The Eye of Heaven. The Su family has a son of destiny. Alas, the Tianxian continent is expected to be in chaos. Everyone was talking about it with different looks. Some were envious, some were jealous, some were afraid, some were worried, and some were gloating. Su family, in the young master's room, after seeing the Eye of Heaven. Chu Yanran was completely subdued by Su Chun, and her beautiful eyes looked at the man in front of her in a daze. Fortunately, she did not protect Yifan the traitor before, otherwise she would have missed such a powerful husband like Su Chun. At this moment, she rubbed one of Su Chen's legs with her jade feet. Yanran, brother, I'll teach you a new way to water the flowers. Hearing this, Chu Yanran's delicate body trembled, and she lowered her eyebrows and said, Brother, be gentle, it hurts. Seeing the beauty in his arms, that frightened look, Su Chen's mouth curled up. Hee. Soon, they started the plan to make a baby again. Chu Yanran remembered what Qin Shinran had said before, and saw Su Chen's face, showing a strange color, knowing that he was about to collapse, so she made up her mind and said with a weak breath, Brother, give it to me, I will give you a child. These words were like stimulants, and Su Chun satisfied Chu Yanran's request. With a proud look on his face, Su Chun wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled lightly. Yanran, brother, let me show you something good. What is it? Hearing this, Chu Yanran raised her eyebrows slightly and immediately became interested. The thing of the young master of the Su family is very big. As a victim, she has a deep understanding of it. As the saying goes, it is very easy to get a woman's body, but it is quite difficult to get a woman's heart. As a time traveler, Su Chen deeply agrees with this. He didn't want Chu Yanran to kill him one day while he was sleeping. Therefore, Chu Yanran and Yifan, master and disciple, must turn against each other. He took out a piece of photo jade from his arms and handed it to Chu Yanran. What's in here? Taking the photo jade from Su Chen's hand, Chu Yanran asked curiously. You'll know just by looking at it. Say it. Su Chun closed his eyes and fell asleep. Oh! Chu Yanran nodded and slowly injected spiritual power into the shadow jade in her hand. After a while, a clear light curtain appeared in the room. The environment where the light screen was played was the dark and humid.
Immortal Sword Sect Qianlao.
Yifan was lying on the ground casually. His eyes were empty and his expression was dull. His cultivation level was sealed, his legs were still broken, and a section of the bones inside was still exposed. It was obvious that he had not recovered from the humiliation he suffered in the meeting hall today. No matter what situation he encountered in the past, he would easily resolve it with the help of luck and the remnant soul of Luoxin in the ring. He has always been the one who slaps others in the face. How has he ever been humiliated in every possible way by others like he is today? Seeing Mark's terrible appearance, as Mark's master, Chu Yanran's heart suddenly felt ripples. But because she was afraid that Su Chun would notice her expression, she turned around cautiously, took a peek at Su Chun, and found that his eyes were closed, so she relaxed and continued to watch the light screen. At this moment, a change occurred on the light curtain. I saw the ring on Yifan's index finger suddenly lit up, and a spiritual energy came out and condensed into a figure in front of Yifan. The human figure is the remnant soul of Luoxin. Luoxin is extremely beautiful. She is dressed in white and looks like snow. Her Her skin looks like it is carved from ice and snow, exuding a radiant glow. A pair of seductive eyes that seem to be able to take away a man's soul. The tear mole in the corner of the right eye adds a bit of enchantment. Even Su Chun couldn't help but secretly opened his eyes from his sleep, and quietly looked at Luoshin in the light curtain. Tisk tsk. I'm afraid even a man would not let go of this level of beauty. Su Chun now knows why Yi Fan took possession of Luoshin immediately after, helping her solidify her body. The state of the remnant soul is so beautiful. If it were a living person, then he didn't dare to use any words to describe it. The light curtain scene continues. Luoshin looked at Yi Fan with a gentle look. Xiao Fan, don't be impatient. Your Taoist heart is already extremely unstable. That bitch Chu Yen actually stepped on my legs and broke them off in front of that good-for-nothing Su Chun. How can I not be angry? Yi Fan is like a powder keg, exploding at the drop of a hat. I shouldn't have listened to you in the first place. I should have used Wanking San earlier to get that bitch Chu Yen into the big bed. Now it's better. That bitch's Yuan Yin was in vain to gain advantage over that good-for-nothing Su Chun. Ah, that bitch Chu Yen and that loser Su Chun. Just wait for me, I won't let you go. Yi Fan's voice was full of resentment and unwillingness. Hearing these words of Mark, Chu Yenran's delicate body trembled with anger. It turned out that the direct disciple she had accepted was a heinous traitor. I have been thinking about this beautiful master like her. If it weren't for Su Chun, she wouldn't have known that she had a white-eyed wolf by her side. In the light curtain, Xiao Fan, seeing Yi Fan's out-of-control expression, Luoshin sighed and said, You are still young, and you will have many opportunities in the future. Aunt Luo, why didn't you respond to me when I called you out before? Yi Fan asked angrily. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Luoshin was speechless. Aunt Luo, that bitch Chu Yen betrayed me. Do you want to be like him? Yi Fan asked, but tears were pouring out. Normally, as long as he cries, Luoshin will surrender. However, Su Chun and Chu Yen noticed a sneer on Mark's lips. Oh shit! Shameless! Pretending! Su Chun cursed in his heart. In the light curtain, sure enough, seeing Yi Fan crying, Luoshin felt distressed and regretful. Xiao Fan, I was wrong. There was an extremely powerful pressure in the hall at that time, so I didn't take action. After all, she is just a remnant soul now, and her strength cannot be compared with that in her heyday. She cannot guarantee victory against the masters at the peak of the great saint realm. Yi Fan calmed down a lot after hearing the explanation. He frowned slightly. I didn't expect that the Su family would have such a foundation to send a master at the peak of the great saint realm to protect that good-for-nothing Su Chun. Facing the behemoth of the Su family, he was a little helpless and at a loss. Do we really want to give up on Chu Yen and let that good-for-nothing Su Chun bully her? The thought of Chu Yen having sex under Su Chun made Yi Fan so angry that he wanted to bite Su Chun to death. Seeing that Yi Fan couldn't let go, Luoshin said softly and seductively, Xiao Fan, you have to remember that in this world, big fists are the last word. Women are like clothes. As long as the fists are big enough, no matter what kind of woman can't find it. Auntie, I know you are reluctant to let go of that Chu Yen, so when you are strong enough, why don't you go to the Su family to snatch her back? Hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes glowed with a faint wolf light, but after a few breaths, it dimmed instantly. But even if I snatch her back, she will be the old slut that Su Chun played with. It's not hard to hear that Yi Fan still hasn't stepped over the hurdle in his heart. Hee. Xiao Fan, you are still a virgin, you don't understand. What does Aunt Luo mean? Yi Fan looked at Luoshin ignorantly like a primary school student. Luoshin looked at Yi Fan, who was like a goose, and smiled. Virginity is good, but it is like a green apple, sour and astringent. Experienced women are the best. Just like ripe peaches, not only juicy, but also thirst-quenching. So, the faster you improve your strength, the tighter women will be. Listening to Luo Shun's persuasive words, Yi Fan's eyes lit up and felt that. It made a lot of sense. The reason why Su Chun could force Chu Yanran to be his concubine, and the entire Xianjian sect dared not say a word, was because they were afraid of the Su family's power behind Su Chun. As long as he quickly improves his strength, one day he will trample the entire Su family under his feet. By then, wouldn't all the women in the Tianxian continent be at his mercy? Thinking of this, Yi Fan's heart suddenly ignited with a raging fighting spirit. He curled his lips and said with determination, Chu Yanran, you bitch, wait for me. One day, I will make you surrender to my giant thing. Seeing this, Luo Shun's beautiful eyes lit up, and she finally saw that Yi Fan had regained his confidence. This is also thanks to Su Chun. As a person who has experienced it, she naturally knows that this kind of thing is a poison for men. As long as you take a bite, you will only get deeper and deeper. A cunning flashed in Luo Shun's beautiful eyes, and a teasing arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. After all, whether she can reshape her body, she still needs Yi Fan's help. Moreover, she really wants to see if Yi Fan's personality will change after experiencing this incident. How does it feel? Chu Yanran, who was concentrating on watching the light curtain, was startled by Su Chen's voice. She turned around, rolled her eyes at Su Chun, and said angrily, Young master, when you scare people, can you notify me first? Hee. How do you feel about your disciple? Su Chun did not forget to take advantage of this time, and climbed up the pair of towering breasts with both hands. Alas! Hearing this, Chu Yanran sighed lightly. I didn't expect him to hide so many secrets. He has been coveting my body, and he also wants to use medicine to forcibly occupy me. I am his master, how can he? As she said, Chu Yanran's eyes turned red, and a layer of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes. She has always believed in Yi Fan so much, carefully cultivated him, and generously gave him various cultivation resources. But she didn't expect that she had misjudged Yi Fan's character. After spending countless efforts, she finally cultivated an ungrateful wolf. Chu Yanran kept shaking her head, feeling painful in her heart. Compared with Yi Fan's despicable character, although Su Chun is overbearing, he acts openly and honestly, and will not think of using such despicable means as wanking sand to get himself. Young master, I was wrong, and I will never have anything to do with that. Traitor again. Chu Yanran raised her head and looked at Su Chun with a calm face. She had secretly vowed in her heart to follow Su Chun for the rest of her life. Looking at the tender body in his arms, Su Chen's eyes stagnated. His heart throbbed. His Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed his saliva. Don't worry. Follow this young master, and I will definitely let you stand on the top of Tianxian continent. A big stick, plus a sweet date. It is definitely a happy thing for Su Chun to be able to separate the master, an apprentice, and capture Chu Yanran's heart. Before, when he took Chu Yanran away from Xianjian sect, he asked his third uncle to hide his body and stay in Xianjian sect so that he could use the image jade in the dark to record what happened to Yi Fan in Tianlao. Su Chun knew Yi Fan's character very well in the original book. He was a revengeful person. He would definitely not be able to bear being slapped in the face by himself. Look, the effect of this plan of alienation far exceeded expectations. Thank you, young master. Chu Yanran buried her little head in Su Chen's arms and rubbed her little head in his arms for a few times. I will always follow you, young master, and go through fire and water without hesitation. Go through fire and water? Hearing this, Su Chun shook his head, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, saying, Young master, I don't need you to charge into battle, I just need you to do what a woman should do. You understand what I mean, young master? Yes, I understand. Chu Yanran slowly moved her head down. The next day, Su Chen got up at noon and put on his clothes with the help of Chu Yanran. As a newlywed, Chu Yanran had to visit her father-in-law and mother-in-law, Su Chen's parents, in the morning. Although Chu Yanran is a concubine, she still has to follow the proper etiquette. Su family hall. Father, please have some tea. Mother, please have some tea. Chu Yanran took 2 cups of tea from the maid next to her and handed them to Su Hao and Qin Xinran, who were sitting on the chairs. Yes. Su Hao took the tea from Chu Yanran expressionlessly, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. He had always been concerned about the age of his daughter-in-law, but since his son liked her, he had no choice. Chu Yanran was just a concubine, not a principal wife, otherwise it would have a lot of impact on the reputation of his Su family. Hee. Qin Xinran smiled gently, took the teacup and joked. Yanran, mother has only one request, which is that you can continue the incense for my Su family as soon as possible. As a mother, she had long hoped to hold her grandson. Although the woman in front of him was older than his son, her appearance, figure and qualifications were beyond reproach. Glancing at Chu Yanran's huge buttocks, Qin Xinran's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and he was amazed and said, "It's big enough she should be able to give birth to a son." Hearing her mother-in-law's words, Chu Yanran's pretty face flushed. She bit her teeth lightly, lowered her beautiful eyes, and whispered, "Mother, I know." At this moment, among the people of the Su family's collateral branch on both sides of the hall, there was a pair of wretched eyes, secretly looking at Chu Yanran's appearance and figure, unconsciously holding up his chin and being amazed. His eyes fell on Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and endless murderous intent rose in his heart. Since he has awakened his bloodline, he must settle all the old and new grudges with this enemy. This person is Su Yong, Su Chen's cousin, a collateral branch of the Su family.
Su Onges father, Su Jian, I Su Chen's uncle.
In the previous generation's battle for the position of the head of the family, the old man of the Su family was going to pass the position of the head of the family to Su Jian, but in the end Su Jian unexpectedly died in a foreign battlefield, and almost all the forces behind Su Jian were destroyed in that battle. Yes, there is the shadow of the Qin family behind this. However, Su Jian died, and the old man of the Su family could only pass the position of the head of the family to his only son, Su Hao. There is no big family that has not experienced blood and rain, and the Su family is no exception. As the orphan of the loser, Su Yong has long been resentful of Su Hao's family. When he was a child, Su Yong bullied Su Chen many times when no one was around, causing Su Chen to suffer a lot. Later, he learned that Su Chen could not practice, which made him even more happy. He secretly said, "The way of heaven is reincarnation, and retribution is not good." He believed that Su Chen's team was completely useless. In his heart, he began to feel anxious about the position of head of the Su family. But today, seeing the good-for-nothing Su Chen take such a beautiful woman as his concubine, he felt unbalanced again. The good-for-nothings are all married to beautiful women. Even the martial arts genius of the Su family is not so lucky. Sure enough, the biological ones are different. When he thought of this, Su Yong felt a surge of anger with nowhere to vent. However, in front of Su Hao and Qin Xinran, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous, but his eyes kept rolling, thinking about how to defeat this bad couple in front of him. Yeah. Suddenly, he thought of a vicious plan. Since you want your grandson so much, and your good-for-nothing son seems useless at first sight, let me, my brother, do it for you. When he thought of this, he smiled evilly at Chu Yanran. Tsk. This appearance and figure are indeed good, but these are all at a disadvantage to me. Su Chen had already noticed the wretched expression on Su Yong's face. In the original work, in order to retaliate against the Su Chen family, Su Yong secretly contacted Yi Fan in private and teamed up with his henchmen to Destroy the Su family's family-protecting formation at the critical moment. This finally allowed Yi Fan to break into the Su family without any trouble, and finally killed all Su Chen's family and supporters. Su Yong finally became the head of the Su family with Yi Fan's support. However, Su Chen, who has traveled through time, will not let the plot follow the original version. He wants to become the master of this era, seize the opportunity of all the protagonists and dominate all the heroines. After thinking about it, a playful smile formed on the corner of Su Chen's mouth, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He looked at Su Yong as if he were looking at a dead person. Has it been discovered? Su Yong noticed that Su Chen was staring at him with playful eyes, and he felt a hair in his heart with an ominous premonition. However, he quickly calmed down. Although Su Chen is the young master of the Su family, he is unable to practice and is a complete loser. No matter what, he is no match for him. Thinking about this, Su Yong became a little timid. He glared back at Su Chen and said to himself, "Humph, trash is trash. No matter how much you show off, you will end up being a trash for the rest of your life, me." However, before he finished whipping his abdomen, Su Chen strode over. Bah! A sudden crisp sound resounded in the hall. Immediately afterwards, Su Yong felt burning pain on the left side of his face, and 5 bright red fingerprints appeared on his cheek. "Su Chen, how dare you hit me?" Su Yong covered the burning left side of his face and looked at Su Chen with wide eyes as if he had seen a ghost. Everything happened so fast that Su Yong was a little overwhelmed for a while. Su Chen had always avoided him before, and didn't even dare to say a harsh word to him, but today he actually hit someone. It was simply outrageous. Su Chen didn't care, and said indifferently, "I'm hitting you." When everyone in the Su family saw this scene, they were all shocked, and even a little gloating. Many people knew that Su Chen and Su Yong had always been at odds and wanted to see how this matter would end today. After seeing Su Chen's performance, Qin Shinran's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a gratified smile. "My son finally grew up." In the past, every time Su Chen was bullied by Su Yong, he either chose to endure it silently or choose to escape, but this time Su Chen stood up and slapped Su Yong in public. Such a move made her feel deeply gratified. No matter what, Su Chen is the only heir of the Su family, the young master of the Su family, with a respected status and position, and great power within the family. It was unreasonable not to resist when Su Yong bullied him before. When Qin Shinran thought of his son's change, he unconsciously set his eyes on Chu Yanran. Last night, his baby son had a shot on this woman and he got it. It seems that this woman has the destiny of bringing good luck to her husband. He looked at Chu Yanran with more and more satisfaction. Here, Su Yong, who had recovered, roared angrily, "You are looking for death." After that, he stretched out his right hand and was about to swing it towards Su Chen's face. He was bound to get back the place. Otherwise, those who secretly supported him behind the scenes would slowly choose to stay away from him. However, he did not see the slightest fear on Su Chen's face. Just as his right hand was about to fall on Su Chen's left face, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. Ah! Then a huge force came and the whole body seemed to fall apart and flew backwards several meters away. Su Yong stared at the beautiful woman next to Su Chen in disbelief. "How dare you hurt me?" "That's right. The one who did it was Chu Yanran, the concubine that Su Chen married yesterday." "Humph!" Hearing this, Chu Yanran snorted with disdain. "If you want to hurt my husband, ask me if I agree first." "You." Seeing Chu Yanran's attitude, Su Yong trembled all over. Yesterday, he heard that Chu Yanran was forced to marry Su Chen and thought that Chu Yanran would hate Su Chen. After all, how could a person who cultivated immortals be willing to marry a waste who couldn't cultivate immortals? To his surprise, Su Chen completely conquered the beautiful woman in front of him after one night. This world is really crazy. Even mice can be bridesmaids for chickens. The woman who was robbed just one night later protected the man who robbed her. Seeing this, Su Yong could only point the spearhead at Su Chen again. Su Chen, even if you are the young master of the Su family, you can't hit people at will, not to mention, I am your brother. You are simply disrespectful to your elders by doing this. You are not worthy of being the young master of the Su family. Su Yong said word by word with a ferocious look on his face. As soon as these words came out, some of the Su family's side branches, standing aside, echoed. Yes, the young master can't hit people for no reason. Not to mention the young master, even the head of the family can't do this. We must give us an explanation for this matter. Of course, these people are all those who secretly support Su Yong behind the scenes. Of course, they don't want Su Yong to be beaten like this. After all, Su Chen is just a waste who can't cultivate immortals. If he becomes the next head of the Su family, it will be a disaster for the entire Su family. How far can an ordinary person who can't cultivate immortals lead them? Just use your toes to think about what the ending will be. In this world, whoever has the bigger fist has always been right. The weak are the prey of the strong, and the fittest survive. Hearing these doubtful voices, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and the murderous aura on his body suddenly overflowed. His eyes swept across the faces of these people who were betraying their own family. Seeing Su Chen's icy eyes, those people were immediately silent. Su Chen seemed to have completely changed. The kingly and domineering aura on his body made these immortal masters shudder involuntarily. Hee. Su Chen looked at Su Yong, pointed at these people with his fingers, and sneered. Is this what you rely on? Su Yong saw this and couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He naively thought that these people who supported him had a deterrent effect on Su Chen. So he stiffened his neck and said, I don't have any support. I just can't stand your unreasonable behavior. Su Yong was of course not stupid. He would not admit that he had power in the Su family, otherwise he would definitely be caught by Su Hao and Qin Shinran. He knew very well that he would not allow others to snore beside his bed. Seeing that Su Yong was not fooled, Su Chen curled his lips and said, indifferently, Su Yong, don't think that I don't know what you did. The bad things you did are enough to drive you out of the Su family.
Boom tilde.
Su Chen's words were like a heavy bomb dropped into the crowd, immediately causing an uproar. Everyone looked at Su Yong in shock. Even those Su family branches who originally secretly supported Su Yong stared at Su Yong in astonishment. From the attitude of Su Chen's words, it was obvious that he knew that Su Yong had done something that was detrimental to the Su family behind everyone's back. Although they secretly support Su Yong because they see Su Chen as a waste, they will not harm the interests of the Su family. This is their bottom line. You are so bloody mouthful. Facing Su Chen's questioning, Su Yong couldn't help but feel a little panicked and thought to himself, did he really find out? Shouldn't be he did it so flawlessly. Of course Su Yong knew exactly what he had done, but no one in the Su family should know. However, Su Yong knew that this was not the time for him to think about this issue. Isn't it? Su Chen sneered, then turned around and cupped his fists and said to Su Hao, Father, please send someone to Su Yong's residence to check and find out what he has done. Su Yong, as a branch of the Su family, serves as the deacon and elder in a small sect that is dependent on the Su family. In order to quickly improve his cultivation level, Su Yong naturally acquired a lot of spiritual stones. At this time, Su Yong's residence contained a lot of evidence that he was greedy for black ink spiritual stones. Su Hong, take someone to search Su Yong's residence. Seeing that Su Chen was so sure, Su Hao nodded and ordered people to search Su Yong's residence. Yes, master. Su Hong took the order and walked outside with a dozen internal guards. Looking at Su Hongyuan's retreating figure, Su Yong's face became embarrassed. His body trembled involuntarily, and large beads of sweat flowed down his forehead. He stared at Su Chen in confusion. What he did was so secretive. Was he really discovered? The more Su Yong thought about it, the more frightened he felt. He looked at Su Chun in front of him with a surprised face. He suddenly felt like he was naked in front of Su Chun, and his secrets were seen clearly by him. The fear in his heart became stronger, and he swallowed his saliva involuntarily and said with a guilty conscience, "How could you know?" Su Chun ignored him when he heard it, but just glanced at him with disdain. Soon Su Hong came back, holding a few Chenkuan bags in his hand and handed them.
To Su Hao.
Su Hao took the bag, took a look, and found that it was full of spirit stones. There were quite a few spirit stones, as many as several million. Although the Su family was rich and powerful, they naturally looked down on these millions of spirit stones, but under Qin Shinran's strong suppression, Su Yong was able to get so many spirit stones. It was obvious where he got them from. Thinking of this, Su Hao narrowed his eyes. "Su Yong, do you have anything to say?" Su Hao's tone made Su Yong shudder. He didn't dare to look Su Hao in the face, and lowered his head and said, "Reporting to the master, nephew is not sure what happened, but nephew has never done anything to let down the Su family." "Ha ha! You have never done anything to let down the Su family?" Su Hao sneered at this, pointed at several Chenkuan bags in his hand, and sneered at Su Yong. "There are millions of spirit stones in it. Where did you get them from?" "Master, nephew knows I was wrong." Su Yong became even more flustered when he heard Su Hao's words. He hurriedly begged for mercy, hoping that Su Hao would let him go for the sake of his dead father. Seeing that he was submissive, Su Hao retracted his momentum and waved his hand and said, "Forget it. It won't happen again next time." It's not that he didn't want to deal with Su Yong, but he felt that the time was not right. In his opinion, although Su Yong made a mistake, he was not guilty of death. If he was kicked out of the Su family now, it would definitely chill the hearts of some people. "Thank you, Patriarch." Hearing this, Su Yong stood up from the ground as if he had been pardoned, and turned and ran away. Looking at his embarrassed escape, Su Chun showed a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth. His purpose was achieved, which was to disgust Su Yong and let him see who was the king in the Su family. After coming out of the Su family hall, Su Chun took Chu Yenran away from the Su family and came to the largest prosperous street in the capital of Donghuazhou. This is the most prosperous and lively place in the entire Donghuazhou. Not only are there all kinds of vendors, restaurants, and inns, but there are also various shops, casinos, and even brothels. Su Chun held Chu Yenran's jade hand, and while walking, he introduced her to the surrounding delicacies and special gadgets. Looking at Chu Yenran's excited and cheerful appearance, Su Chun couldn't help but chuckle. "Yenran, I didn't expect that you, as the saint of the Xianjian sect, have such a lovely side." Hearing this, Chu Yenran's pretty face blushed slightly. Compared with the capital of Donghuazhou, Xianjian sect is too small, and she is very interested in many things here. Looking at her delicate and flawless pretty face, Su Chun suddenly reached out and touched her cheek. "Young master, you?" Seeing this, Chu Yenran couldn't help blushing and pushed his chest in a reproachful manner. "Yenner, do you know that you are also beautiful when you are angry?" "Ah." Unexpectedly, Su Chun would say this. Chu Yenran was stunned and didn't react for a while. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Looking at her silly expression, Su Chun laughed. Seeing this, Chu Yenran realized that she was fooled again. Her body trembled slightly, and her pretty face was red. Seeing her like that, Su Chun couldn't help but stretch out his big palm, again wanting to pinch her round and straight nose. However, Chu Yenran seemed to have been prepared and quickly dodged away, and her pretty face was even more blushing. Just as the two were flirting, a voice suddenly came from their ears. Where did this vixen come from? The two looked in the direction of the voice and found a young but very beautiful girl blocking their way. She had a fair and delicate face with a pair of big almond-shaped eyes, which looked watery and lovable. She had a petite figure with curves in all the right places. She was wearing a pink luo skirt, which made her look very lively and cute, especially her plump chest, which instantly attracted many passers-by to stop and watch. There was also a little maidservant beside the girl. The master and the servant were staring at Chu Yanran with angry eyes. Seeing this scene, Chu Yanran couldn't help but frown. The girl was obviously targeting her, but she didn't seem to know the girl. Su Chen on the side frowned slightly and said, "Qingxue, what are you doing?" The woman in the red skirt who blocked his way was Su Chen's fiancée, the legitimate daughter of the Xia family, Xia Qingxue. In the original novel, Su Chen and Xia Qingxue met by chance on the streets of the state capital. Since then, Su Chen has been secretly in love with the daughter of this declining family, and it is out of control. Recalling this bloody plot, Su Chen couldn't help cursing in his heart. With such a big background, there are so many things that can't be done, but you just like to be a licker and wear a green hat. The next plot in the original novel is that Xia Qingxue was rescued by the protagonist Yifan when she was out for training. So far, she fell deeply in love with Yifan and used the power behind Su Chen to help him improve his strength, and offered her own sunflower water body for free, helping Yifan to increase his strength in a short period of time. During one of their affairs, Su Chen caught them in bed. In order to survive, they teamed up to nail Su Chen to death on the wall of the state capital and put the blame on another family. What's even more ridiculous is that Xia Qingxue later won the trust and love of Su Chen's mother, Qin Xinran, with her Oscar-like acting skills, obtained a lot of training resources from the Su family, and secretly helped Yifan improve his strength. Xia Qingxue was simply a bitch, tea and stand. Later, Su Chen's father Su Hao discovered all this. After investigating the truth, Su Hao led people to prepare to avenge his son. But the news was revealed to Yifan by Su Yong. At this time, Yifan had grown up and became the top combat force in Donghuazhou. So Su Yong secretly untied the Su family's family protection formation and let Yifan break in. Under Yifan's killing, the Su family was wiped out overnight. Later, Xia Qingxue also became one of Yifan's harem, one of the heroines in the original work, and loved Yifan to death. From the perspective of the male protagonist Yifan, this is simply a very cool article. As the villain in the original novel, Su Chen, it is no surprise that he has won the title of Best Doglicker, given by all readers. Best Doglicker? Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but shake his head in self-mockery. Before he traveled through time, he was the top second-generation rich man in Blue Star. He passed through thousands of flowers without getting a single leaf on his body. There were all kinds of women around him. A typical ruthless playboy who pulled out the roots and became the lowest doglicker. What a irony! I have always been the one who cuckolded others, who dares to cuckold me. Since I have traveled through time to this world and become the young master of the Su family, all this will never happen again. What dog protagonist, what son of destiny, green tea bitch, all die, I want to swipe all your opportunities, women, and power. You bastard author, just watch how I, the young master, will kill all the protagonists and children of destiny in your works in this world, and make them tremble under me. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but get excited. His fighting spirit was high, and he was filled with an invincible aura. He looked at Xia Qingxue with a bit of coldness in his eyes. Hee, since you are so tea, then this young master will certainly not let you go. Don't disappoint good girls, and of course don't let bad girls go. Xia Qingxue shuddered when she saw Su Chen's sinister eyes. However, when she thought of how Su Chen had always obeyed her, Xia Qingxue felt confident. She stared back without showing any weakness, sneering, "Su Chen, how can you take this vixen into your room without my permission? You should know that she is Su Chen's fiancée, the future mistress of the Su family." Before she got married, the vixen who came out of nowhere climbed onto Su Chen's bed. Yesterday, When she heard that Su Chen had forcibly married the saint of the immortal sword sect, she felt a huge crisis. So, when she learned that Su Chen appeared on the street with Chu Yenran, she came angrily with her maid, wanting to ask Su Chen for an explanation. When she saw Chu Yenran's stunning appearance, Xia Qingxue became even more jealous. She is the eldest daughter of the Xia family in Donghuazhou. She has been pampered since she was a child, and her appearance is unparalleled in the world. But the woman in front of her was even more beautiful and charming than herself. How could she swallow this breath in this situation? She had to drive Chu Yenran away, otherwise when she married into the Su family in the future, where would the dignity of the mistress be? Humph, my woman, why can't I marry her? Su Chen sneered at the words. He put his arms around Chu Yenran's slender waist, took her into his arms, and lowered his head to kiss her tender lips. Ah, this sudden scene made the surrounding onlookers look dazed. The concubine that the young master of the Su family forced to marry yesterday was not inferior to Xia Qingxue in temperament and appearance. In terms of temptation, the concubine in Su Chen's arms was more mature and charming, and she didn't know how many streets ahead of the somewhat immature Xia Qingxue. But didn't the young master Su always lick Xia Qingxue? In order to win the heart of Xia Qingxue over the years, he rejected the active pursuit of many ladies and courtesans from aristocratic families. But today, in front of everyone, he made such a move. What was the purpose? Could it be that the eldest son of the Su family doesn't like Xia Qingxue? Many people who eat melons thought to themselves. They looked at each other and guessed Su Chen's true intention. Su Chen, you? Xia Qingxue's face was pale. Her hands were clenched into fists, and her beautiful eyes showed deep resentment. In these years, except for her father Xia Jintian, she has never encountered such humiliation. Su Chen is slapping her in the face. She stared at Chu Yenran fiercely, and a strong murderous intent burst out of her beautiful eyes. She must kill Chu Yenran, this bitch, to save her face. She walked in front of Chu Yenran and said coldly, "Little slut." After that, she raised her hand and was about to slap Chu Yenran hard. Bah! But before her hand fell, Su Chen's big hand slapped her pretty face directly, making a crisp and loud slapping sound. Ah! Xia Qingxue cried out in pain, covering her swollen face, looking at Su Chen in disbelief. Su Chen actually dared to hit her. In Xia Qingxue's mind, as long as she hooked her finger, countless men would come to her on their own initiative, but now she was slapped in the face by Su Chen in public, which was simply a great shame. The people present were also stunned with shock, wondering if they were dreaming or if it was an illusion in front of them. The young master of the Su family actually slapped Xia Qingxue in the face. If this is not an illusion, what is it? The young master of the Su family was famous for being good to Xia Qingxue. He held her in his hands for fear of dropping her, and held her in his mouth for fear of melting. He was a model dog. I remember that a young man from a small family fell in love with Xia Qingxue, and secretly drugged her while Xia Qingxue was not prepared, wanting to force her. Fortunately, Su Chen brought people to arrive in time so that Xia Qingxue could keep her innocent. That night, this small family disappeared without a trace from Tianxian continent. This incident shocked the entire Donghua continent at the time. Xia Qingxue became a taboo for all the sons of noble families. So far, the originally declining Xia family has risen and become a medium-sized family in Donghua continent. Now, the contrast between the past and the present has made it difficult for everyone to react for a while. Su Chen, you dare to hit me. After Xia Qingxue was slapped by Su Chen, 2 tears instantly welled up in her beautiful eyes. The interweaving of grievance and humiliation almost made her collapse. She couldn't accept this reality. Why didn't the licking dog lick her today? Hearing this, Su Chen stepped forward and protected Chu Yenran behind him. The aura of a superior burst out from his body, making Xia Qingxue's face turn pale instantly. Miss Xia, don't forget your identity. Are you worthy of shouting in front of this young master? As Su Chen spoke, he stretched out his hand and pinched Xia Qingshua's fair and delicate neck and said coldly, "This young master tells you that if you dare to hit my woman, your Xia family is not far from destruction." The cold and ruthless words and the icy eyes made Xia Qingxue feel as if she was struck by thunder in her mind, and she was completely stunned. Her Xia family was just a declining family. If it weren't for the marriage contract with Su Chen in recent years, let alone rising, I'm afraid it would have been driven out of the state capital long ago. In front of the giant Su family, the Xia family is nothing. It was her Xia family that had been under the protection of the Su family that survived to this day. Because Su Chen's love for her before was extremely crazy, she was a little too proud and forgot her identity. At this moment, she finally realized what a stupid mistake she had made. Ahem! Xia Qingxue felt that she was about to suffocate. Her pretty face turned red, and she quickly begged for mercy. "Su Chen, I was wrong. Haha! It's too late." Seeing this, Su Chen sneered twice, then let go of his hand. He looked at Xia Qingxue, frowned and said, "Xia Qingxue, you are not worthy of being my young master's woman. I will personally come to your door tomorrow to terminate the engagement and declare to the entire Donghua continent that I, Su Chen, no longer have any relationship with you, Xia Qingxue, and the entire Xia family." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Once the news spreads that Mr. Su's master plans to break off his engagement with Miss Xia, the entire Donghua continent will be shaken. Although Su Chen is now married to a concubine, the position of the head wife is vacant, which will make countless young ladies from aristocratic families and wealthy daughters in Donghua continent pursue her crazily. Back then, when many ladies from aristocratic families and wealthy daughters were pursuing Su Chen crazily, Xia Qingxue suddenly appeared and stole the favor of the young master of the Su family, but broke the hearts of countless girls. As the young master of the Su family, Su Chen will become the head of the Su family in the future. That is a sure thing. His head wife will be the mistress of the Su family in the future. Whoever gets the title of head wife can be said to become a phoenix from a branch. Everyone present was petrified. When Xia Qingxue heard that Su Chen was going to break off the engagement, she was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. She hugged Su Chen's thigh and prayed, "Su Chen, are you kidding me?" Based on Su Chen's love for her, this was probably what he said out of anger, and it's not like this has never happened before. Before, every time she rejected Su Chen and wanted to communicate with her. Further, Su Chen would say this angrily. But every time, as long as she acted coquettishly, Su Chen would instantly turn into a licking dog, apologize to her, and lick her vigorously. "Idiot!" Su Chen said these two words and strode away with Chu Yanran. The crowd around him consciously made way for Su Chen and the others. "It's all my fault for being a jealous woman. Su Chen must be angry that I shouldn't stop her from taking a concubine, and she took the opportunity to finalize me. Tomorrow everything will be back to normal." Looking at Su Chen's back, Xia Qingxue murmured to herself. Then she fell to the ground like a deflated ball. Miss. Seeing this, the maid next to her hurried over and helped Xia Qingxue up. At this moment, Xia Qingxue's face was pale, and beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. She was obviously scared. The crowd around him showed regret, and the Xia family was afraid that it was over. In this wolf-like state, if you want to survive without the protection of the Su family, the fate of the Xia family can be imagined. Donghuazhou is going to undergo a huge change. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. Why did the plot suddenly change today? The young master of the Su family actually broke up with Xia Qingxue. No, I'll go and inform the clan leader immediately so that my family can prepare as soon as possible. I'll pass this big news back to the sect. After a brief silence, the whole scene became lively. The sound of people whispering was endless. Not long after, the Donghuazhou prefecture, which was as calm as a pool of dead water, once again set off a huge uproar after a lapse of 10 years. Chen publicly said that he wanted to cancel his engagement with Xia Qingxue and cut off all contact with the Xia family. This news exploded throughout the prefecture. That afternoon, after the news spread, the Xia family was visited by many top and middle-class families. The main hall of the Xia family was crowded with people. Seeing this, Xia Jintian, the head of the Xia family, turned extremely pale, and many of the other members of the Xia family beside him trembled and could not stand steadily. Master Xia, my Lin family came here today to sever cooperation with your Xia family in the auction house. In addition, we need to sit down and discuss the compensation. Master Xia, in order to climb up the big tree of the Su family, my Sun family gave up 3/10 of shares in the mining of the Spirit Stone mine. Now how do you think this matter should be resolved? My Lu family is the same, and my Wang family, and me, looking at the heads of a large number of major families in the room, talking about it. Xia Jintian's head was about to explode. He regretted it in his heart. If he had known that this matter would cause such a big turmoil, he would never let his daughter break off the engagement with the young master of the Su family. But when the time comes, what is the use of regret? Ah, Su Chen, you are so cruel. Xia Jintian couldn't help but roar out his anger when he heard those people's words, which were more and more unpleasant than the last. You are going to put my Xia family to death.
Su mansión.
When the servants passed the scene of the Xia family back to Su Chen's ears, his expression was still indifferent. Why? Do you feel sorry for that little girl? Chu Yanran handed a cup of red dates and wolfberry tea to Su Chen. She knew that Su Chen's body had consumed a lot in the past 2 days and needed these things to replenish it. Only when Su Chen was strong, she would have the opportunity to complete the task assigned to her by her mother-in-law. Qin Shinran. Su Chen took the teacup and drank it all. His body felt warm and comfortable. I am not interested in that girl. He put down the teacup and shook his head to deny it. Since Xia Qingxue dared to go against his will, she must have considered that there would be such a result. This time he really would not let her down. Tomorrow he will personally come to break off the engagement, which is the main event. Some people need some blows to wake them up, otherwise they always think they are princesses who are high above them. Su Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, which made Chu Yanran, who was standing beside him, suddenly feel a little nervous. She certainly knew what Su Chen meant by this. When Su Chen forced her to be his concubine, she was also arrogant like Xia Qingxue. She thought that Su Chen was just a mortal who could not cultivate immortality, and was not worthy of her who was high above her. But in the end, Su Chen used practical actions to tell her what absolute strength was. The so-called resistance was just a futile struggle in the end. Okay, let's not talk about that girl, Yanran. You have worked hard these days. You are weak. Come, drink some tonic too. Su Chen smiled, stretched out his right hand and hugged her into his arms. At this moment, Chu Yanran felt a strange feeling in her heart, as sweet as eating honey. She looked up at Su Chen and saw that he was staring at her deeply. At that moment, Chu Yanran's heartbeat stopped and her cheeks turned red. Her heart was pounding, but she didn't push him away. She felt relieved that Su Chen liked her. The Su family was rich and powerful, and Su Chen had awakened the blood of the family inheritance, so his cultivation speed was amazing. Chu Yanran believed that it would not be long before Su Chen would successfully enter the realm of supernatural powers. By then, even among the younger generation of the entire Tianshan continent, Su Chen would be a top demon. By then, she would be able to get greater help when practicing with Su Chen. So, Chu Yanran did not resist Su Chen, and even enjoyed Su Chen's gentle caress. Yeah, Su Chen responded, tightened his arms a little, and hugged Chu Yanran tighter. He lowered his head and kissed Chu Yanran's lips. The kiss between the two became more and more lingering, and neither of them was willing to let go. An electric current quickly spread throughout the body, and Chu Yanran's body softened, collapsed in Su Chen's arms, and let Su Chen kiss her wantonly. Su Chen's kiss gradually changed from gentle to wild, with domineering and roughness, as if he wanted to devour the little beauty in his arms. Chu Yanran's body became hotter and hotter, and her hands involuntarily wrapped around Su Chen's neck. The two entangled passionately, as if they wanted to crush each other into their bodies. I don't know how long it took. Chu Yanran was almost suffocated by the kiss. She whimpered, pushed Su Chen away and panted, "Young master, you are so bad, you almost suffocated me to death." Yanran, "I miss you so much." Su Chen pulled Chu Yanran up and kissed her tender lips again. His breathing was rapid, as if he was trying to suppress something. At this time, the door was suddenly pushed open. A pretty figure rushed in. Su Chen raised his head and looked at the familiar little face. His heart suddenly beat violently. The woman was wearing a fiery red long dress, and her black and beautiful hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her face was delicate and beautiful, and her every frown and smile was charming and charming. This girl is Su Meyer, the maid Qin Xinran carefully trained for Su Chen. She was previously kept to help her son open his mind, and now she is very satisfied with the effect of Chu Yanran opening Su Chen's mind. Qin Xinran wanted to take advantage of the victory and continue to open Su Chen's mind. Perhaps there would be an unexpected surprise. Su Meyer is born with a natural beauty, an extremely powerful furnace.
Physique.
Qin Xinran seemed to know that his son liked this, and the Su Meyer he chose was 8 years older than Su Chen. Su Meyer's strength is that of a master in the late stage of the Great Saint realm, and there are few opponents in Donghuazhou. It is perfect for Su Chen to be his personal bodyguard. In addition, she was instilled with various ideas of loyalty to the Su family. Since she was a child, so she is absolutely loyal to Su Chen. Today, she came to the room to serve Su Chen on Qin Xinran's orders. But she never thought that her arrival would disturb the intimacy between Su Chen and Chu Yanran. Her pretty face suddenly showed embarrassment, but she quickly concealed it. "Young master, Madam asked me to serve you." When she said the last 3 words, the blush on Su Meyer's face became even more intense. She secretly glanced at Su Chen, and seeing that he was staring at her with burning eyes, she quickly lowered her head. Ahem! Seeing Su Meyer coming in, Su Chen quickly coughed twice to hide the embarrassment in his heart. She looked at Su Meyer, who was standing at a loss at the door. "Meyer, help me massage my shoulders. How could I let go of the meat that was delivered to my door?" Su Meyer closed the door, blushed, walked over in small steps, and massaged Su Chen's shoulders. "This guy is so bad. How could he do this?" Chu Yanran, who was sitting in Su Chen's arms, had already blushed and lowered her head. She had guessed what Su Chen wanted to do, and secretly arranged him. In her heart, Su Meyer's 5 fingers were extremely nimble, wandering and kneading on Su Chen's shoulders. The movements were very delicate and comfortable. Su Chen closed his eyes, enjoying this rare warmth, with a satisfied smile on his lips. With a personal maid in the late stage of the Great Saint realm, those damn sons of destiny and protagonists with halos had to stand aside. Su Meyer's figure was very hot, with convex places and curvy places, and her breasts were big and round, which was simply a top-notch. In addition, her own body of Tianmei added a bit of charm to her. Su Chen couldn't help but reach out and touch her cheek. Feeling the other party's palm, Su Meyer trembled all over. She felt what Su Chen wanted to do. She couldn't help but get scared. If it was normal, whoever dared to do this to her, she would definitely kill him without hesitation. But now she didn't dare. Because the other party was Su Chen, her master. She didn't dare to disobey his order, not to mention that the other party's mother had done her a great favor, making her willing to submit. Even if she died, she would die willingly. "Mayor Yanran, let's go practice." Su Chen rubbed his hands excitedly, and it was obvious that he couldn't wait any longer. After that, he walked towards the big bed. Seeing this, Su Meier and Chu Yanran could only follow Su Chen obediently, because they knew they couldn't escape. 2 hours later. The body of Tian Mei is really strong. Su Chen felt the abundant spiritual power in his body, and his mouth corners slightly raised. Yes, his cultivation level has broken through from the 7th level of Dao Palace Realm to the great perfection of Dao Palace Realm, and he is only one step away from the supernatural power realm. Looking at Chu Yanran and Su Meier, with their flushed cheeks, delicate red lips, and panting appearance, you can know how hard they practiced just now. There are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are plowed to death. This saying is completely opposite when applied to Su Chen. However, the two of them also got a lot of benefits. Su Chen turned out to be a Yangyan body, which surprised Chu Yanran very much. After all, when she opened Su Chen's mind the day before, Su Chen's physique was just an ordinary physique. Could it be that Su Meier's Tianmei body awakened the Yangyan body in Su Chen's body? Chu Yanran guessed in her heart. However, she guessed wrong. All this is related to the inheritance of the demon god. Young master, I will go down first. After Su Meier helped Su Chen clean up, she retreated respectfully. Looking at the graceful back, Su Chen's mouth outlined a smug smile. It's great to be born in a top family. You can do whatever you want. Su Meier, such a top-notch beauty, all surrendered to him obediently. The dog author of the original novel, in order to make the readers happy, forced him to be a dog licker and made Yifan pretend to be tough and slapped in the face in front of him many times and finally killed him. It is simply unreasonable. What he is doing now is to tell those readers that the villain can abuse the protagonist like a dog. Bah! Dog author. The next day, Xia's house. Since being helped back by the maid yesterday, Xia Qingxue has been locking herself in the boudoir. What should I do? She sat in front of the dressing mirror, holding her delicate chin with both hands, and her heart was in infinite entanglement and panic. The scenes that happened in the street market yesterday came to her mind and could not be shaken off. For a woman, Su Chen slapped her in public and threatened to go to her house to cancel the engagement today, which made her lose face and become a laughing stock in the capital. She really hated why Su Chen suddenly stopped licking her. Did he dislike her for being ugly? But I am obviously the most beautiful. Looking at the exquisite and absolutely pretty face in the mirror, Xia Qingxue felt more and more wronged. She gritted her teeth and cursed. Su Chen, you bastard. How can this girl not be worthy of you? How dare you leave me? Her voice was mixed with a strong crying tone, making her look very embarrassed, like a young wife who had lost her love. Just then, the door of the room was pushed open. She looked up and saw the maid Xiaohuan running in a panic. Mississippi, Xiaohuan panted and said. The master asked the maid to come here and ask the young lady to go to the flower hall. What happened? Seeing this, Xia Qingxue asked hurriedly. It's the young master of the Su family who brought people here. It's Su Chen. Hearing this, Xia Qingxue's eyes flashed with light. I knew he wouldn't leave me alone. It was like this every time. She would make Su Chen angry the day before, and the next day Su Chen would come to her in person and kneel down to beg her to forgive him. Although Su Chen's behavior made her despise him and look down on him, she still felt happy every time she saw him groveling like a dog. Moreover, this also meant that Su Chen cared about her, otherwise he would not have begged her so servilely. She enjoyed this method of controlling men. Xiaohuan, go change a beautiful dress for me and comb my hair into a beautiful bun. Xia Qingxue stood up and told Xiaohuan. She sat back beside the mirror and carefully looked at her beautiful face. Yes, she was very confident in her appearance. She thought she was better than any rich lady in the capital. Mississippi. Xiaohuan hesitated. Seeing Xiaohuan's hesitant expression, Xia Qingxue frowned in confusion. I want to say the young master of the Su family, him. Xiaohuan hesitated for a long time, but couldn't finish what he said. His face turned as red as a red apple. Su Chen, what is he? Seeing her hesitating, Xia Qingxue couldn't help asking eagerly. Although she had no feelings for Su Chen at this moment, she was a little nervous, worried that Su Chen would look down on her. Sir, he said that the young master of the Su family came to break off the engagement. Seeing that his lady did not realize the seriousness of the matter, Xiaohuan simply closed her eyes and said, "What did you say? Break off the engagement?" Xia Qingxue was stunned for a moment. Then her expression changed, and she stared at Xiaohuan in horror. She thought Su Chen was joking yesterday. After all, Su Chen didn't seem like a person who would do stupid things. But I didn't expect that the young master of the Su family really came to break off the engagement. Her head buzzed and went blank, and there was a fire in her heart, and she felt a burning pain. Su Chen actually wants to break off the engagement. Is this an insult to her feelings? She was the daughter of the Xia family, the most beautiful woman in East China, and an unparalleled genius. When did she end up having her engagement broken off? Xia Qingxue's heart was filled with anger and sorrow. She wanted to rush out of the room immediately and argue with Su Chen. Humph, Su Chen, just wait for me. Thinking of Su Chen, her heart was filled with deep hatred. It's all that woman's fault. If it weren't for that vixen, the young master of the Su family wouldn't have broken off the engagement. The vixen must have used some kind of flattering trick to make Su Chen behave like this. Xia Qingxue bit her silver teeth, hatred growing in her eyes. She stood up suddenly, walked to the bed, picked up the clothes on it, threw them over her shoulders and walked out the door. Xiaohuan, let's go. Yes. Soon, Xia Qingxue and his servant arrived at the Xia family flower hall. As soon as he stepped in, he heard a cold voice. My young master, I have come here today to cancel my engagement with Xia Qingxue and to inform you that from now on the Su family and the Xia family will have nothing to do with each other. I saw Su Chen sitting on the main seat with a beautiful woman standing behind him. Xia Qingxue's father, Xia Zhentian, knelt at his feet with a pale face and a haggard look. There was a large amount of blood in the hall, and it was obvious that something terrible had happened before. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Xia Qingxue's face suddenly turned pale. Her legs softened, and she collapsed to the ground. Her whole body was as cold as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She looked up at Su Chen tremblingly, her eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Su Chen, are you kidding me? She tried her best to smile and looked at Su Chen. What do you think? Su Chen glanced at her lightly, with a cruel and sarcastic smile on his lips. Xia Qingxue, do you think you are more beautiful, so this young master will definitely marry you? Having said this, he paused, narrowed his eyes, and continued. It's a pity that you overestimate yourself. As long as I wave my hand, there are countless women who are willing to throw themselves into my arms, so you should just be obedient. You're Miss Xia. Hearing this, Xia Qingxue's body shook violently, and she almost fainted. No, this is impossible. How could you not like me? Su Chen, haven't you always been thinking about my body? I can give it to you. Xia Qingxue cried and asked. Her heart was full of unwillingness, and she didn't believe that Su Chen would abandon her so ruthlessly. In the past few years, Xia Qingxue has firmly controlled Su Chen in her hands. How could she give up so easily? Isn't it because he covets his body of sunflower water? Just give it to Su Chen. She didn't believe that Su Chen would reject her. Enough! Seeing this, Xia Zhentian finally couldn't help but speak. Qingxue, you don't think it's embarrassing? Do you want my Xia family to be embarrassed with you? After hearing this reprimand, Xia Qingxue's body stiffened suddenly, and her crying stopped abruptly. Her eyes were full of pain and disappointment. Tears welled up in her eyes like a torrent, and she stared blankly at Xia Zhentian. Her father, who had always regarded her as the apple of his eye, actually scolded her. Xia Qingxue takes care of herself, Mayor. Let's go. Su Chen glanced at Xia Qingxue with disgust, then stood up and left Xia's house with Su Meyer. He came here to inform the Xia family, not to ask for their consent, but to convey to the outside world the Su family's attitude towards the Xia family. Starting today, the Su family and the Xia family will sever all ties. Whatever happens to the Xia family in the future, the Su family will not intervene. Rebellious girl, you have caused misery to my Xia family.
Bah!
Seeing that Su Chen was gone, Xia Zhentian finally couldn't suppress the anger. Deep in his heart, with a wave of his hand, he slapped Xia Qingxue hard and sent her flying dozens of meters away. The aura of the first-level cultivation of the Great Saint Realm spread out in him instantly, originally because of the engagement with the Su family under the guidance of the strong men of the Su family. He broke through from the late stage of the Lesser Saint Realm to the first level of the Great Saint Realm. Now he has touched the threshold of the second level of the Great Saint Realm and is only one step away from breaking through. Since the older generation of strong men of the Xia family passed away one after another, the Xia family has no Great Saint Realm masters in charge and has continued to decline. But just now, Su Meyer personally shattered his Daoji, completely losing the possibility of going further. Puff! Xia Qingxue spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face became even paler and her aura was extremely weak. She raised her eyes hard to look at Xia Zhentian and said unwillingly, "Dad, why did you hit me?" She is Xia Zhentian's favorite daughter. She has been pampered since she was a child and doesn't take anyone seriously. She didn't understand what she had done wrong to make her father so decisive. If it weren't for the burning pain on her face, she would have doubted whether she was dreaming. The child's father, please calm down. He wants to save the Xia family from being wiped out. Now his only hope is to rely on this girl Qingxue. At this time, Xia Qingxue's mother, Li Wanru, hugged Xia Zhentian's thigh tightly and refused to let go, pleading, "Let Qingxue beg Su Chen at all costs. Only Su Chen can save this fatal situation, otherwise wait until the news spreads throughout Donghua continent everything is over and the enemies that the Xia family has offended before will tear us into pieces alive." Hearing this, Xia Zhentian's expression changed unpredictably. His eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about something. "Qingxue, why are you still standing there? Why don't you crawl over and admit your mistake to your father?" Li Wanru's face darkened and he yelled at Xia Qingxue. At this time, Xia Qingxue was like an eggplant beaten by frost, slumped on the ground, tears streaming down her face, and her heart pounding like a knife. Why, from the moment I lost Su Chen's love, the whole world seemed to have changed. "Father, your arms?" Xia Qingxue asked with a slightly trembling voice when she realized that her father's left arm was missing. Hearing this, Xia Zhentian's expression changed slightly. "Rebellious girl, it's not because of you." Li Wanru, who was on the side, suddenly turned ugly when he heard Xia Qingxue's question. "Su Chen directly ordered someone to cut off your father's left hand in order to teach my Xia family a lesson." "Dad, I'm sorry. It's the child's fault. Just hit me. Just beat me to death. The child is not qualified to live in this world anyway." Xia Qingxue fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face, and cried out in extreme pain. She knew that everything was her own willfulness that led to today's situation, so she couldn't blame anyone. If she could choose again, she would definitely agree to Su Chen early and become his woman. But it's too late to say anything now. The enemies of the Xia family in Donghua continent will definitely come to take revenge wildly once they get the news that Su Chen and himself have terminated their engagement. Now the father, the only master in the great sage realm in the family, has had one hand disabled and his fighting power has been greatly reduced. Once the war starts, there is no need to think about what will happen to the Xia family in the end. The faces of other members of the Xia family in the hall were full of despair. Without the protection of the towering tree of the Su family, their fate would be very miserable. Oh, it's all my fault that girl Qingxue is too willful. That's right. She had her eyes raised to the sky all day long and didn't pay attention to anyone at all. Now it's better. Girl Qingxue, you have caused us great harm. Everyone sighed, shook their heads, and complained. Normally, everyone would be angry but afraid to speak out about Xia Qingxue, an unrepentant, arrogant, and domineering young lady. But at this moment, they all vented out like a flood. Listening to the accusations in her ears, Xia Qingxue's tears rolled down like broken beads. She lowered her head, not daring to face the clan members. At this time, she already understood that there was no room for herself in this family. Without Su Chen's love, she lost too many things, more than she could bear. Buzz. There was a sudden fluctuation in the void above the Xia family, and then a group of golden-armored soldiers slowly descended from the void. They held weapons, looked indifferent, and exuded a frightening aura. Seeing these golden-armored soldiers, the people who were talking about each other suddenly became quiet, with panic in their eyes. Because this group of golden-armored soldiers is the army of Donghuazhou Prefecture. Looking at this battle, it's obviously not a good thing. No one in the Xia family dared to say a word. A tall and muscular man wearing a red tassel helmet and gold armor walked up to Xia Zhentian, clasped his fists and said, "Master Xia, we are here to announce Lord Zhou's order." After saying that, he took out a piece of rice paper from his arms, threw it next to Xia Zhentian and said, "Because the Xia family is secretly mining the Spirit Stone Mine, the state government has issued an order to give the Xia family 3 days to hand over all their properties. All the people will be expelled from the country and will not be allowed to step foot into Donghua continent." As soon as the words fell, everyone looked dull. Xia Qingxue's knees softened and she knelt on the ground. The look in her eyes dimmed and her heart felt like a knife. The Xia family's property was saved bit by their ancestors. Over the years, they spent a lot of effort to accumulate their current wealth and status. But now all will be lost overnight? Let's go. General Jinjia ignored everyone in the Xia family and only glanced at Xia Qingxue, who was slumped on the ground, with contempt in his eyes. She could have reached the sky in one step and become the powerful future mistress of the Su family, but she chose to commit suicide, which made the young master unhappy, which ultimately led to today's ending. It's really your own fault. The golden-armored general withdrew his gaze, turned around and led the people away. In the hall, only a group of pale-faced members of the Xia family were left. Xia Zhentian glanced at the contents on the rice paper, his brows filled with sadness and anger. The huge Xia family was completely destroyed in his hands. "Master, please think of a way quickly. I don't want to be kicked out of Donghua continent." Li Wanru called urgently. "Yes, master, you must save us." After hearing Li Wanru's voice, others hurriedly agreed. "Daddy, Mom, kiss me." Xia Qingxue raised her head, her eyes filled with tears, full of guilt and unwillingness. "I will beg Su Chun now to save our Xia family." She understood that now in the entire Tianshan continent only Su Chun could save the Xia family. What's the use of understanding it now? Li Wanru turned around, glared at Xia Qingxue fiercely, gritted her teeth and said, "It's useless for you to beg others. It's not Su Chun who wants to deal with the Xia family now, it's the entire Donghua continent. You can only keep the Xia family by becoming his woman." Hearing this, Xia Qingxue's delicate body trembled, knowing the implication of her mother's words. However, for the future of the entire family, she gritted her teeth and got up from the ground. "Mother, I understand what should be done." Su family. "Mayor, how's your investigation into the Shao family going?" Su Chun asked. sitting on a wicker chair in the yard with his legs crossed, looking at Su Meyer who was beating her back. Young master is wise. The Xiao family seems to be in peace on the surface, but in fact there is an undercurrent. Su Meyer's mouth curled up slightly. Xiao Ruoyu, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, and Xiao Tiancheng, the second son of the Xiao family, have been fighting for the position of the next generation of the head of the family. This pair of half-siblings have already turned against each other in private. Although Xiao Tiancheng has no ability, he is ruthless and has made trouble for Xiao Ruoyu in private. If it weren't for Xiao Ruoyu's high level of cultivation, I'm afraid he would have been killed long ago. As she said, she stretched out her hand to rub Su Chen's shoulder and laughed. That Xiao Tiancheng, what a piece of shit. Actually, with his father he had an affair with a concubine of his father, secretly giving his father a big green hat. In these big families it is not surprising that there are such absurd things behind the scenes. Hearing this, Su Chun waved his hand and said, people like Xiao Tiancheng dare to kill even his own father when they are cruel, let alone communicate with his stepmother. He remembered very clearly that in the original book, in order to take over the Xiao family as soon as possible, Xiao Tiancheng killed his father in public without hesitation when his father expressed his unwillingness to give up the position of the head of the family in advance. At that moment, he did not feel any guilt or uneasiness in his heart. He felt that he was just doing it for the good of the Xiao family. But things are far from as simple as they seem on the surface. Xiao Hanshan, the head of the Xiao family, has been carefully cultivating Xiao Ruoyu and hopes that he will take over the position of the head of the Xiao family in his hands. Even when Xiao Tiancheng defeated Xiao Ruoyu and was ready to accept the position of the head of the family, the reason why Xiao Hanshan was reluctant to hand over the head of the family order was that Xiao Hanshan discovered a shocking scandal. Xiao Tiancheng turned out to be arts. Xiao Tiancheng is not his own flesh and blood, but the bastard of his brother, Xiao Ming, and Xiao Tiancheng's mother. Therefore, after Xiao Hanshan learned the truth behind this, he carefully trained his daughter and wanted Xiao Ruoyu to take over the position of the head of the Xiao family. When reading the original novel at that time, Su Chun was really shocked by this plot. I feel that Xiao Hanshan is too pitiful. He was cuckolded by Xiao Ming and Xiao Tiancheng, the father and son. The reason why Su Chun paid attention to the Xiao family was mainly because the Xiao family involved a male and female protagonist in the original novel, Yi Fan and Xiao Ruoyu. The original novel wrote that Yi Fan and Xiao Tiancheng met and became good friends during a trial in a secret realm. In the battle with Xiao Ruoyu for the position of the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Tiancheng invited Yi Fan to the Xiao family to help. In the Xiao family, Yi Fan met Xiao Ruoyu by chance and was deeply attracted to her, not only because of Xiao Ruoyu's beautiful and refined appearance, but more importantly, Yi Fan used his Tiantong eye to discover that Xiao Ruoyu was a rare divine phoenix martial soul in 1,000,000 years. Divine phoenix martial soul. That was a divine martial soul that had disappeared since the ancient war. After discovering this secret, Yi Fan secretly made up his mind to make Xiao Ruoyu his woman, become his dual cultivation partner, and use the divine phoenix martial soul to improve his strength. So he secretly planned with Xiao Tiancheng. Yi Fan helped Xiao Ruoyu fight for the position of the head of the Xiao family on the surface and secretly informed Xiao Tiancheng of Xiao Ruoyu's plan. And in the whole process, he launched a crazy pursuit of Xiao Ruoyu. When Xiao Ruoyu failed to compete for the position of the head of the family, Yi Fan came to save the beauty and took Xiao Ruoyu away from the Xiao family. In the end, Xiao Ruoyu was moved by Yi Fan's behavior and promised to marry him. In order to repay Yi Fan's help, after Xiao Tiancheng became the head of the Xiao family, he used the family resources to secretly provide Yi Fan with a lot of cultivation resources. From the perspective of the protagonist Yi Fan, this is a very cool plot. However, with the existence of Su Chun, a time traveler, he will not let Yi Fan take these opportunities away. The Xiao family and Xiao Ruiyu are destined to be his. Su Chen. Su Chen sneered, with cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Fuck your dog author. Fuck your protagonist. Young master, Xia Qingxue, the daughter of the Xia family, is visiting. Look, just as Su Chen's thoughts were flying, a guard's report suddenly sounded. Outside the courtyard. Oh, bring her in. Su Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, and a smug smile appeared on his face. It seemed that Xia Qingxue would come to him, which was already expected. After all, women will change. As long as they are faced with a force that is so strong that they cannot resist, they will choose to surrender and bow to themselves. So what if she is the heroine? Didn't Chu Yanran accept the fate of becoming his concubine? A man must have great power and a transcendent social status so that any kind of heroine will have to bow down to you. Bang. After Xia Qingxue came in, she knelt directly in front of Su Chen and said, with red eyes, Su Chen, I was wrong. Please save my Xia family? Huh. Su Chen glanced at her indifferently. Young master, as long as you save my Xia family, I am willing to do anything. Before Xia Qingxue finished speaking, she was interrupted. Su Chen said disdainfully, save your Xia family? What is your Xia family? Should this young master save it? Or do you think I am the big enemy in the past? Young master, I don't mean that. I know I am sorry for you. It was my fault. In the past. You can do whatever you want in the future. Hearing Su Chen's refusal, Xia Qingxue cried in fear. If Su Chen can't save the Xia family, then she can't go back to explain to her parents and the entire Xia family. If Su Meier hadn't been there, she would have even wanted to take off her clothes and serve Su Chen. Her tearful appearance was very pitiful, and people couldn't help but want to protect her. Unfortunately, Su Chen was not an ordinary person. He stretched out his hand to pinch Xia Qingxue's fair and delicate chin, and a hint of teasing and mockery flashed in his eyes. As long as this young master saves the Xia family, are you really willing to do anything? Xia Qingxue bit her lip and nodded gently. Yes. Su Chen smiled evilly, stretched out his hand to pat Xia Qingxue's hips, and said playfully, with such a good figure and such a plump butt, this young master really can't bear to let it disappear from this world. After that, Su Chen stood up, pulled Xia Qingxue in front of him, spread her legs, hugged her waist, and put her in his arms. Young master, what are you going to do? Xia Qingxue's delicate body trembled, and her beautiful eyes looked at Su Chen in panic. This was the first time she had such an intimate behavior with a man, and she was inevitably afraid. What to do? Of course, do what you should do. Su Chen's mouth showed a playful arc. Xia Qingxue's breathing became rapid in an instant, and her body became stiff. With her eyes closed, she seemed to have known her fate. Don't worry, I will be gentle. Su Chen breathed hot air in her ear. Xia Qingxue's heart was pounding and her body was numb. Ah! Suddenly, she cried out and was picked up by Su Chen. Xia Qingxue's feet left the ground and she opened her eyes in surprise. Su Chen held her slender waist with one hand and her hips with the other hand. Xia Qingxue's body tensed up instantly, and she began to tremble all over. Su Chen suddenly stood up, holding Xia Qingxue in his arms, and went to his room. Seeing this, Su Meier, who was standing beside him, blushed slightly, lowered her head shyly, and cursed in her heart. Young master, you are so bad. Meier, you also come up. Su Chen looked back at Su Meier and said, yeah. Su Meier responded and hurriedly followed him, her face flushed, her heartbeat accelerated. Of course, she knew what Su Chen wanted to do, but he was Su Chen's maid. Su Chen was her master, and she obeyed Su Chen's words. 2 hours later, Su Chen walked out of the room with a bright face, followed by 2 women who limped and blushed. The young master's fighting power was too strong. But when they thought of the benefits of the Yangyan body to themselves, the Two women felt a sense of happiness in their hearts, especially Xia Qingxue, whose cultivation level directly broke through two small realms from the 7th level of Dao Palace Realm to the great perfection of Dao Palace Realm. This was something she had never dared to think of before, but it would not be so fast in the future, which was related to her first offering of Yuanin. However, when Xia Qingxue thought that practicing dual cultivation with Su Chen could improve her cultivation level, she felt it was worth it. Su Chen was not as unbearable as the legend said, but on the contrary, not only was his strength higher, but his ability in that aspect was also astonishingly terrifying. Xia Qingxue raised her beautiful eyes, blushing, staring at the man in front of her with a lot of pride in her heart. His man not only had a huge family background but also was the best among the younger generation. This also made her inexplicably dependent on Su Chen. After all, everyone hopes that their man is the best in the world. Su Chen looked at Xia Qingxue with a shy face and blushing face, and couldn't help but teasing, "Qingxue, do you still need this young master to accompany you to practice?" "Don't." Xia Qingxue's face turned red with embarrassment. She shook her head slightly and lowered her head, looking like a well-behaved little daughter-in-law. "Where are you, Mayor?" Su Chen chuckled and turned his gaze to Su Meyer on the other side. Su Meyer's face turned redder. She glared at Su Chen shyly and whispered, "Thank you, young master, no need." Hearing this, Xia Qingxue secretly despised him. "No? You were clearly enjoying yourself just now. Okay? Qingxue, since you have chosen to be my young master's woman, then I will naturally help you solve the Xia family's crisis. Perhaps the Xia family's strength can be further improved." Su Chen hugged Xia Qingxue into his arms and said softly, "Thank you, young master." Hearing this, Xia Qingxue felt a warm current in her heart, becoming more and more attached to Su Chen. "Don't be too hasty to be happy. My young master hasn't finished speaking yet." Seeing Xia Qingxue's excited expression, Su Chen said calmly, "The engagement between you and me has been terminated. You can only be my young master's concubine." Speaking of this, Su Chen paused and continued, "I wonder what you think?" Hearing these words, Xia Qingxue's originally excited expression froze instantly. Although she had already made assumptions in her mind before coming, she still couldn't hide her disappointment when she actually heard it from Su Chen. But for the sake of her family, she had no second choice at the moment. She bit her red lips and was silent for a moment before looking up at Su Chen and said, "I am willing." Hearing Xia Qingxue's cheerful answer, Su Chen nodded slightly, showing a satisfied look. "That's right. She is my young master's concubine. I don't know how many aristocratic families in Donghua continent want to be her concubine, but it's a pity that this young master doesn't want to be her. A great honor for you to be my concubine." At the end of the sentence, Su Chen had an evil smile on his lips, and his eyes roamed over Xia Qingxue's delicate body unscrupulously, as if he wanted to see through every inch of her skin. "That's what the young master said." Xia Qingxue lowered her head, looking shy. Su Chen nodded with more satisfaction, stretched out his hand to lift Xia Qingxue's chin, and stared at her with burning eyes. "This young master likes smart women like you the most." A hint of sadness flashed in Xia Qingxue's beautiful eyes. Then she bit her red lips and nodded. Seeing Xia Qingxue nodding, Su Chen suddenly asked, "I heard that you are very familiar with Xiao Ruoyu from the Xiao family." Hearing this, Xia Qingxue was stunned and a little confused. Why did Su Chen suddenly become concerned about his relationship with Xiao Ruoyu? Could it be that he covets sister Ruoyu's beauty? With this thought in her mind, she nodded tentatively and said, "Well, sister, Ruoyu is my good friend." "Oh, really?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes with a thoughtful expression. "Help this young master pursue Xiao Ruoyu." "What? Pursuing sister Ruoyu? Su Chen wants to pursue sister Ruoyu?" Hearing these words, Xia Qingshua's eyes widened and she looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Su Chen's idea is too crazy. Who is Xiao Ruoyu? He is the future successor of the Xiao family, the second most powerful among the 4 major families in Donghua continent. She is one of the most proud women in the entire Donghua continent. How could such a beautiful girl fall in love with Su Chen? Although Su Chen is the young master of the largest family in Donghua continent, the outside world only knows that Su Chen is just a loser who relies on the powerful power of the family, acts arrogantly and cannot cultivate immortality. What? You don't want to? Still think that this young master is not worthy of her? Xiao Ruoyu. Seeing the hesitation on Xia Qingshua's face, Su Chen asked with cold eyes. No, the young master is handsome, graceful, and extremely powerful. He is the genius of the world. Sister Ruoyu is lucky enough to be able to meet the young master. It is her blessing. Sister Ruoyu will definitely be happy to marry the young master. Feeling the cold, murderous aura emanating from Su Chen's surroundings, Xia Qingxue shivered with fear. How dare she refuse? Besides, Su Chen was right. It was indeed an extremely happy thing for Sister Ruoyu to be able to marry someone like him. Su Chen's own strength and noble status make him a match for a genius like Xiao Ruoyu. When Su Chen heard this, he raised his eyebrows and put a charming smile on his face again. That's good. After that, he waved his hand and threw a space ring in front of Xia Qingxue. Take it, there are 100 million high-grade spiritual stones in it, which is enough to raise the level of your Xia family's elite to a higher level. 100 million high-grade spiritual stones? Xia Qingxue stared blankly at the space ring in front of her, her head buzzing, and she almost fainted with excitement. So many spiritual stones were simply wealth that she would never be able to earn in her lifetime. She was just Su Chen's concubine, and Su Chen was so kind to her, so wouldn't it be wrong if she could renew the incense of the Su family? Thinking of this, Xia Qingshua's pretty face couldn't help but turn red. She held the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands and glanced at Su Chen secretly. Thank you, young master. I will definitely help you marry Sister Ruoyu successfully. Kindness. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, Remember, this matter is absolutely not allowed to spread, including your parents. Xia Qingxue nodded heavily and assured, Don't worry, young master. I know how to do it. Seeing Xia Qingshue's obedient and sensible appearance, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Please step back first. Xia Qingshue's previously unruly character finally surrendered to him. No matter how unruly a woman is, she will turn into a good girl once she meets a man who can surrender to her. I'll take my leave. Xia Qingxue bowed and turned to leave. Wait! After taking a few steps, she suddenly heard Su Chen calling her. She stopped and turned to look at Su Chen, her eyes full of expectation and trepidation. Young master, do you have any instructions? 3 days later, the Sky Auction House will hold an auction, and there will be an item that is very important to the Xiao family. You will accompany her there. Su Chen thought for a moment and ordered, I understand. I'll arrange it right away. After that, Xia Qingxue stood up and bowed deeply to Su Chen. Yes. Seeing this, Su Chen nodded and watched Xia Qingxue leave. After Xia Qingxue walked away, Su Chen slowly sat on a chair, picked up a cup of tea, took a sip elegantly, and a meaningful smile hung on his face. Xiao Tiancheng, Yi Fan, he. The reason why he accepted Xia Qingxue was that he knew from the original book that Xia Qingxue and Xiao Ruoyu had a very good relationship, like sisters. He wanted to use this to let Xia Qingxue help him get close to Xiao Ruoyu, and then get Xiao Ruoyu and the entire Xiao family. The most fundamental purpose is because the Xiao family and Xiao Ruoyu are Yi Fan's opportunities. He wants to snatch all the opportunities that belong to Yi Fan. I want to see if you will be desperate after your opportunities, women, and power are plundered by me step by step. Su Chen showed a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. The Xiao family compound. Brother Yifan, you are finally here. Xiao Tiancheng tightly held Yifan, who came with a face full of travel, and said with great excitement, "Come into the house with me, let's have a good sha." Good. Yifan nodded in agreement and followed Xiao Tiancheng into a study room. The two sat opposite each other. Brother Yifan, I heard that you have been treated unfairly in the sect. Xiao Tiancheng asked in a solemn tone. As the eldest son of the Xiao family, he had already heard about the major events that happened in Donghuazhou continent in the past few days and knew that Yifan was in a worrying situation. Hearing this, Yifan's face suddenly darkened, and he said in a serious tone, "They are all a bunch of despicable people who only want to flatter the Su family." While speaking, a ruthless look flashed in Yifan's eyes. When his strength grows, he will definitely go to the sect to regain his place. This time, if his ring had not contained the remnant soul of the goddess of Luo as a life-saving means, he would probably have died in the heavenly prison of the immortal sword sect, let alone come to the Xiao family in the state capital. My little brother has also heard about this matter. It is true that good-for-nothing Su Chen bullied others too much. He actually dared to forcefully marry your master. He really deserves death, Xiao Tiancheng said angrily. When Brother Yifan grows in strength, my Xiao family will definitely help you. But Yifan shook his head. I appreciate Brother Zhao's kindness, but this matter is not simple. I always feel that Su Chen, that loser, is not as simple as it seems on the surface. What do you say? Hearing this, Xiao Tiancheng suddenly became interested. In his eyes, Su Chen has always been a loser who cannot cultivate immortality, and there is nothing to be afraid of. My master has the body of Tianxiang. I am the only one who knows this secret in the entire Tianxian continent. However, Su Chen suddenly appeared and wanted to take my master as his concubine. Do you think it's strange?
Yifan
Frowned and asked. He had a strange feeling in his heart, as if someone was plotting against him. Secretly, the body of heavenly fragrance? Hearing this, Xiao Tiancheng's pupils shrank, with a look of deep shock in his eyes. The body of Tianxiang is a rare top-level furnace body. It would be a complete waste to marry Su Chen, a useless person who cannot cultivate immortality. He murmured. Could it be that he really has another agenda? Yifan's eyes lit up, as if he had caught something. Well, I think he must have ulterior motives, otherwise he would never do such a thing. Xiao Tiancheng nodded and agreed with Yifan's guess. Oh, it's just a pity that your master's heavenly fragrance body. Xiao Tiancheng then shook his head and sighed heavily. Hearing this, Yifan's eyes narrowed, and his master's peerless face appeared. In his mind, no matter what, when I am strong enough, I will definitely snatch master back from Su Chen's clutches. Yifan gritted his teeth and said, What's the use of taking it back? They're all broken shoes. Xiao Tiancheng couldn't help but complained, and then realized that he had said the wrong thing, and immediately patted Yifan on the shoulder to comfort him. But there is nothing we can do, this is reality, you need to adapt. As long as you work hard to improve your strength, one day in the future you will take back your master. Su Chen is an extremely lustful person. Although he cannot cultivate immortality, his heavenly body can bring a lot of fun to his married life. If Yifan really had the strength to destroy the Su family, Chu Yanran would not even know how many sons he would have given birth to Su Chen. What he just said was just a casual comment to comfort Mark. Yifan smiled bitterly and did not refute. Indeed, Su Chen is not scary. What is scary is the terrorist power of the Su family behind Su Chen, which is called creepy. Those beings could easily destroy the entire sect and massacre countless people. He had no chance of revenge at all. Xiao Tiancheng looked at Yifan's disappointed and decadent look, and couldn't help but feel guilty in his heart. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about the purpose of inviting you to the Xiao family this time. Look. Xiao Tiancheng took out a jade tablet from his arms and handed it to Yifan. This photo jade contains the image of my sister Xiao Ruoyu. She is the daughter of a famous genius in Donghuazhou continent. I want you to take her. After taking the jade token from Xiao Tiancheng's hand, Yifan's eyes flashed. He is not stupid, and he has heard a little bit about the fight for the position of the next generation head of the Xiao family. Until this time, Xiao Tiancheng wanted to win the position of the Xiao family's young head. The biggest competitor was none other than Xiao Ruoyu, the proud daughter of Donghuazhou continent. Xiao Ruoyu is not only extremely beautiful, but her strength has reached the early stage of the great saint realm. She is considered a leader of the younger generation and is regarded as a treasure by everyone in the Xiao family. The reason why Xiao Tiancheng let him take down Xiao Ruoyu was also obvious, so that he would lose the qualification to win the position of the young head of the Xiao family. Haha, brother Yifan, don't worry. My sister has always been pure and has never had friends of the opposite sex. After you win, you don't have to worry about her falling in love with someone else. Seeing the hesitant look on Yifan's face, Xiao Tiancheng took out a space ring from his arms and handed it over, adding, "There are 1,000,000 high-grade spiritual stones in it. You can use it to practice first. After you use it, you can ask me to get it." Having said this, he paused and continued, "As long as Brother Yifan helps me. This time, after I ascend to the position of the head of the Xiao family, the resources of the entire Xiao family will be opened up for Brother Yifan to practice. When my brother takes revenge on the Su family, my Xiao family will definitely help me." The reason why Xiao Tiancheng chose Yifan was, firstly, because Yifan had double pupils and was the son of destiny. Being friends with him would only benefit him without any harm. Second, he knew that Yifan lacked cultivation resources. The Xiao family was the second largest family in Donghuazhou with a profound foundation. With the support of the Xiao family, Yifan's strength would definitely be even more powerful. Yifan must be very clear about this simple truth. Sure enough, when he saw the space ring, Yifan was somewhat tempted. 1,000,000 high-quality spirit stones for Yifan, who was now penniless, was simply a timely help. Moreover, Xiao Tiancheng also promised him that as long as Xiao Tiancheng took the position of the young master of the Xiao family, the cultivation resources of the entire Xiao family would be open to him in the future. He really couldn't refuse this. "Okay, I promise you." Yifan took the space ring without hesitation and put it in the storage bag. "Ha ha ha, Brother Yifan is really straightforward. I Xiao Tiancheng didn't misjudge you." Hearing Yifan's straightforward answer, Xiao Tiancheng was overjoyed and patted his shoulder and said, "I hope Brother Yifan will get the beauty as soon as possible and become my brother-in-law." "Haha, I will definitely get her." Yifan smiled and said. The two hit it off and discussed the next plan. What Yifan had to do was very simple, that is, to slowly get in touch with Xiao Ruoyu and let her see that she had double pupils and knew her identity as the child of destiny. Then he started to chase Xiao Ruoyu frantically until he got her. Xiao Ruoyu, who was chatting and laughing with her bestie in Xia Qingshua's boudoir, didn't know that she had been targeted by two guys with bad intentions. At this moment, Xiao Ruoyu's face was full of happiness. In Xia Qingshua's cozy little nest, she was talking and laughing with her, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. "Qingshua's sister, I heard that you became the concubine of Su Chen, the young master of the Su family." Xiao Ruoyu raised her beautiful eyes and asked doubtfully, "Didn't you always look down on others before? I heard that he forced you." Hearing this, Xia Qingxue blushed slightly and nodded shyly. "Well, I rejected him before because I didn't want to, but later, through contact with him, I found that he was not what the outside world said, and he was actually quite good. I am very happy with him." At the end, Xia Qingshua's expression was a little confused. Her eyes were slightly closed, and she seemed to be lost in memories. The joy and happiness that Su Chen's yang flame body brought to her were simply unforgettable, and she also developed a strong attachment to Su Chen. You girl! Seeing her obsessed look, Xiao Ruoyu snorted and said displeasedly, It's just a man. You look like you've turned into a nympho. After saying that, Xiao Ruoyu stretched out his jade hand and poked her head. Where is it? Xia Qingshua's pretty face turned red and she said coquettishly, Sister, you have misunderstood. I am not a nymphomaniac. This is the feeling of love. Speaking of this, she stared at Xiao Ruoyu, smiled playfully and said, Sister, you have never been in love, so naturally you don't understand this feeling. Sister, I am very happy now. As she said that, she reached out to hold Xiao Ruoyu's arm and joked, Good. Sister, we are sisters. I married Su Chen, how about you marry Su Chen too, so that we sisters never have to be separated. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu was stunned for a moment. Then a few black lines appeared on his fair forehead. Her pretty face turned red, and she scolded, Qingxue, how can you talk nonsense? You never have to separate. Although she has a cold temperament, she is not like a fool and naturally understands the meaning of Xia Qingshua's words. Oh, sister, you are shy. Seeing Xiao Ruoyu's shy look, Xia Qingxue joked, It seems, sister, you haven't been in love yet and don't understand the taste of love. But it doesn't matter, sister will teach you. I won't play with you anymore. Seeing Xia Qingshuo getting more and more angry, Xiao Ruoyu turned her head away in shame and refused to pay attention to her. Xia Qingshuo chuckled, stretched out her jade hands to hug Xiao Ruoyu's waist, and teased against her ear. Sister, if you don't want to play with me, then I will play with you, he. I don't want to listen. Don't listen. Please let go. There was an itchy feeling in her ears. Xiao Ruoyu kept dodging but still couldn't escape. In the end, she could only beg for mercy. Okay. I'm afraid of you. Seeing Xiao Ruoyu finally compromised, Xia Qingshuo stuck out her tongue proudly. Seeing her naughty look, Xiao Ruoyu shook her head helplessly and sighed. You, girl. Alas, your character really makes people love and hate me at the same time. As she spoke, she stretched out her jade fingers and pinched Xia Qingshue's nose. Xia Qingshuo was not annoyed at all. She sat next to Xiao Ruoyu and asked with a smile, Sister Ruoyu, do you know why I fell in love with Su Chen later? Xiao Ruoyu shook her head. I don't know. Sister is just worried that you will regret it in the future. Haha, sister, don't worry. After this crisis in our Xia family, I realized that Su Chen was really good to me, but I didn't cherish it before. However, Su Chen still gave me a chance, wasn't it? Xia Qingshuo said happily. Although she couldn't become Su Chen's first wife, she finally married Su Chen and became his woman. Xiao Ruoyu looked at Xia Qingshuo and shook her head gently. She didn't know how to evaluate Xia Qingshuo's blind concept of love, or in other words, she couldn't agree with Xia Qingshuo's concept of love. However, she didn't say much. She knew that with Xia Qingshuo's character, it would be difficult to change the things she believed in. What's more, there was no reason for love. The child of luck is favored by heaven. After just a few days of getting along, Yi Fan and Xiao Ruoyu became good friends. Yi Fan still followed the plot of the original work and used his double pupil eyes to discover that Xiao Ruoyu was the divine phoenix martial spirit, which surprised him. At the same time, he secretly regarded Xiao Ruoyu as his forbidden love. Of course, he knew the power of Shinfeng Wuhuan. Could be said that Xiao Ruoyu was the most desired Taoist companion among all the immortal men in the world. 3 days later, according to Su Chen's arrangement, Xia Qingshuo came to find Xiao Ruoyu and went to the sky auction house together. When she walked to the door of the courtyard where Xiao Ruoyu lived, she found that Xiao Ruoyu was discussing something with a young man. The man was wearing a monk's robe, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. He had a gentle temperament and exuded an elegant aura. The moment she saw the man, Xia Qingshuo's heart tightened suddenly, and then she showed a complicated expression. Although she had met this young man for the first time, she felt a sense of familiarity and closeness deep in her soul. This feeling was very strange. What she didn't know was that without Su Chen's early intervention, according to the original plot, she would not have been able to escape the fate of becoming the harem of the young man in front of her. Xia Qingxue shook her head gently. She was Su Chen's woman now, so of course, she would not have such thoughts about the young man in front of her. When she saw the two of them talking happily, she frowned. Who is this man? Why are you with Xiao Ruoyu? Because she knew very well that Xiao Ruoyu was arrogant and ordinary men were not in her eyes. But the young man in front of her made Xiao Ruoyu approach actively, and Xiao Ruoyu looked at him with a look full of brilliance. She knew that she was still carrying the task of helping Su Chen pursue Xiao Ruoyu, so she didn't dare to be careless. She immediately flew over and interrupted the two people who were talking happily. Sister Ruoyu. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu turned her head and found that it was Xia Qingxue who came to find her. She was immediately puzzled and asked, Qingxue, why are you here? Xia Qingxue glanced at the young man standing beside her. Her eyes turned slightly and she smiled and said, Oh, it's like this, Sister Ruoyu, at noon. Today, the Sky Auction House will hold a grand auction. I heard that many rare treasures used by cultivators will be auctioned at the auction. I want you to go with me. Sky Auction House? Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu's eyes flickered a few times, and she seemed to be a little moved. Sky Auction House is the strongest auction house in Tianxian continent. It is said that it was jointly established by many hidden sects in Dongzhou, specializing in auctioning rare treasures collected from all over Tianxian continent. The auctioned items are of various types and all-encompassing, and even some treasures that shake Tianxian continent will appear. Therefore, Tianqiong Auction House rarely holds auctions, but every auction will shake the world, and countless strong people and geniuses will come here to admire it, because the Tianqiong Auction House has a strong power and a high status. No one dares to provoke it, even the branch of Donghuazhou Prefecture. The young man on the side obviously brightened up when he heard about the Tianqiong Auction House, but he was more interested in Xia Qingxue. He looked at Xia Qingxue with burning eyes. Xia Qingxue's appearance is comparable to Xiao Ruoyu's, with a delicate and beautiful face, a fresh and refined temperament, a slim figure, fair skin, and a round waist. Xia Qingxue, wearing a white dress, looked like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. The young man admired in his heart. What a superb beauty! After he secretly activated the double pupil eye, he couldn't help but feel happy when he discovered that Xia Qingxue was the legendary body of the body of Kueishui. If he could get Xia Qingxue and practice dual cultivation with her, he would be able to quickly improve his cultivation level in a short period of time. He secretly sighed in his heart. God still favored him. Just a few days after escaping from the sect, he met two beauties with extremely good physiques in front of him. It would be exciting to think about having these two peerless beauties as Taoist companions at the same time. Xia Qingxue noticed the young man's glance and felt disgusted in her heart. However, she immediately became angry. After all, this was Xiao Ruoyu's yard. I saw the young man walking over and said politely, Girl, I am a disciple of the Immortal Sword Sect. Yifan, I wonder if I can make some friends with you. When Xia Qingxue heard this, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she frowned in disgust. She doesn't like this kind of hypocritical hypocrite. He is obviously a prostitute who likes beauty, but he still pretends to be such a gentleman. It's really disgusting. She immediately frowned and said coldly, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in getting to know you. The disciples of a small sect like the Immortal Sword Sect could not get into the eyes of the eldest lady of the Xia family. Well, the smile on Yifan's face froze, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that the ignorant woman in front of him would dare to reject him. He is a child of luck. From birth to now, he has always been sought after by others to please him. He has never suffered such humiliation. Seeing that the atmosphere at the scene was a bit awkward, Xiao Ruoyu hurriedly came out to smooth things over. Mr. Yi Qingxue has such a temper. She offends you with her words. I hope you don't mind. After Yi Fan heard this, his expression recovered, and he forced a smile on his face. Since Miss Xiao said so, then you will not care about Miss Xia anymore. He still had to give Xiao Ruoyu some face. Master Yi is indeed broad-minded and generous. Seeing this, Xia Qingxue couldn't help but mocked, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. She was not a fool, so she could naturally understand the meaning of Xiao Ruoyu's words, but she was not angry with Xiao Ruoyu. Instead, Mark's hypocritical face made her sick. Compared with Yi Fan, Su Chen is tens of millions of times better. Although he also likes beautiful women, he tells you directly and domineeringly that he likes you, so Yi Fan and Su Chen are completely incomparable. When Yi Fan heard this, his anger boiled in his heart, but he had nowhere to vent. He originally wanted to show off his gentlemanly demeanor, but who would have thought that Xia Qingxue not only refused to give him face, but also ridiculed him. He didn't know where he had offended this young lady. What are you? Xia Qingxue put her hands on her hips and stared at Yi Fan angrily, with a domineering attitude. Don't you just like Sister Ruoyu and want to pursue her? As she said that, she hugged Xiao Ruoyu's arm and said, However, my sister, Ruoyu is the daughter of a wealthy family, and it is not something that a wild boy like you who came out of nowhere can get her hands on. I'm warning you, don't use your wits on her in the future, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Her tone was firm and her expression was cold and arrogant, as if she was possessed by a queen, exuding strong majesty. Hearing this, Yi Fan's face became as pale as paper, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his whole body was shivering. What he hated most in his life was that others said that he was of low origin, and was often ostracized by his fellow disciples in the Immortal Sword sect. In the past few days he had been ridiculed and humiliated by Su Chen, the young master of the Su family. Now he is being mocked by an unknown beauty for his humble background. How could he bear this? Crunch, crunch. He clenched his fists tightly, veins popped out, and his eyes shot out a fierce and vicious look. He wanted to pounce on Xia Qingxue immediately and tear her foul mouth apart. What? You still want to hit someone? Seeing this, Xia Qingxue raised her eyebrows and glared at Yi Fan menacingly. It's not your fault that you were born low, but it's your fault that the toad wants to eat swan meat. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. His eyes were red, and his whole body was filled with murderous intent. Mr. Yi, don't be surprised. Sister Qingxue has always been like this. Don't take her to heart. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Xiao Ruoyu stood up, coughed lightly, and said to Yi Fan with a smile. At the same time, he patted Xia Qingxue's arm with his hand. Qingxue, please stop being naughty. Hearing this, Xia Qingxue took back her hand and snorted coldly. This kind of hypocrite is not worth wasting her breath on. Her purpose was to expose Yi Fan's hypocrisy and dispel Xiao Ruoyu's good impression of Yi Fan. After all, she had promised in front of Su Chen that she would help Su Chen pursue Xiao Ruoyu. Therefore, Xiao Ruoyu can only be Su Chen's woman, and other men who try to get close to Xiao Ruoyu are her enemies of Xia Qingxue. Seeing her unruly attitude, Yi Fan secretly vowed in his heart that when he became stronger, he would make Xia Qingxue kneel under him and have sex every night and make her pay a heavy price for what happened today. Sister Ruoyu, it's getting late. Let's go to the sky auction. Xia Qingxue held Xiao Ruoyu's arm and walked towards the door. When she passed Yi Fan, she gave him a cold look. When Yi Fan saw Xiao Ruoyu walking away, he quickly turned around to follow. He is also very interested in the Tianqiong auction. He now has 1 million high-grade spiritual stones given by Xiao Tiancheng in his pocket, so he can go to the auction to see if there is anything he needs. Sky Auction House. A huge tower towering into the clouds stands on the top of the mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, like a fairyland, which is daunting. The auction was held on a high platform, surrounded by countless disciples of aristocratic families and geniuses, and even some great masters in the cultivation world participated in the auction. At this moment, the person in charge of Tianqiong Auction House is in the room. Young Master Su, I wonder why you came to see me today? The president of the auction house is an old man with gray hair. He is dressed in white clothes and has an immortal demeanor. At first glance, he is not a mortal. Uncle Chen, I have a small matter today that I need your help with. Su Chen sat on the chair with his legs crossed, looking carefree. Oh! When Qin Feng heard this, he looked at him thoughtfully and said, Young Master Su, please make it clear. The Su family is the largest aristocratic family in Donghuazhou continent. As the person in charge of the Donghuazhou branch of Tianqiong Auction House, he will of course sell some face to the Su family, so his tone is quite respectful. Su Chen said slowly while drinking tea. This is what happened. No problem. It's just a small matter. After listening to Su Chen's story, Chen Feng agreed directly without thinking. When Su Chen heard this, he glanced at him with a smile, then reached out and took out a jade plaque in his arms and handed it to Chen Feng. I hope Uncle Chen will accept it if you have a little thought. Chen Feng took the jade plaque and was shocked. This is Dragon Bone Blood Jade. Young Master Su, what are you doing? Dragon Bone Blood Jade is an extremely rare jade in the entire Tianxian continent. It is said that it contains the essence and blood of ancient divine dragons, which can allow monks to suddenly realize the way of heaven and hope to enter the legendary realm of the great emperor. Even those powerful people would fight over a treasure of this level to their death. Unexpectedly, Su Chen wore one with him and gave it to himself. Chen Feng, who had seen countless big scenes, was very shocked at this moment. His breathing became a little heavy, his eyes were extremely hot, and he stared at the jade plaque in his hand for a long time without looking away. The Su family's heritage in Donghuazhou is also too strong. Seeing his scorching gaze, Su Chen smiled heartily. To be honest with Uncle Chen, this Dragon Bone Blood Jade is not of great use to my nephew, but it is of great benefit to an expert like Uncle Chen who has been practicing for many years. Please also ask Chen Uncle must accept it. Thank you, young Master Su, for your kindness. I accepted it shamelessly. Chen Feng was so moved that he also glanced at Su Chengao a few times. Su Chen is not only noble and smooth in dealing with things, but also good at winning people's hearts. Such a person will definitely not be a thing in the pool in the future. I'll leave that matter to Uncle Chen. My nephew, I'll take my leave first. Seeing that the matter was settled, Su Chen cupped his hands and turned to leave. Looking at his leaving figure, Chen Feng was filled with emotion. I didn't expect that the Su family would have such a powerful junior. If he can ascend to a big position in the future, he will definitely be able to lead the Su family to glory. At Maoshi, there was a lot of traffic outside the gate of Tianqiong Auction House, and there were many monks coming in and out, but the order was orderly. After all, an auction event that is rare in a year will be held here today. Miss Xiao, go this way. Yifan walked in front and led the way, with a kind smile on his face, gesturing to the two beauties behind him to follow him. Facing the envious looks cast by the people around him, he raised his head proudly as if to declare his sovereignty. Whether it is Xiao Ruoyu or Xia Qingxue, they both look beautiful and have an extraordinary temperament. As soon as they appeared, they immediately caused a sensation, and many people even stopped to admire them. Xiao Ruoyu did not show any disgust at Yifan's little thoughts, but smiled and nodded. Such a reaction made Yifan even more proud. Whether it is a man or a woman, the temptation of beauty is always irresistible. He believed that with his own charm, sooner or later, he would surely make this iceberg-like beauty surrender to his crotch. Thinking of this, Yi Fan's eyes turned red, and his body became hot. Involuntarily, he was eager to try that taste. However, a harsh sound soon came to my ears. It's as if you come to Sky Auction House often. Xia Qingxue on the side couldn't help showing contempt when she saw Yi Fan's arrogant face, and her voice was full of sarcasm and ridicule. She always remembers what she promised Su Chun, to help Su Chun pursue Xiao Ruoyu. Only if he succeeds can he improve his status in Su Chen's heart. Seeing that her best friend Xiao Ruoyu had been favored by Su Chun, she was heartbroken. The position of the head wife of the Su family was originally hers, but she was too mean and didn't cherish Su Chen's love for her. If she could go back in time and choose again, she would definitely cherish Su Chen. But everything will not start again. When she saw Yi Fan hovering around Xiao Ruoyu like a fly, she felt a deep sense of disgust in her heart. Listening to Xia Qingshue's fiercely hostile voice next to him, Yi Fan frowned, and his face suddenly became gloomy. He snorted coldly. I am dating Miss Xiao. Do I need to report to you? No need. I'm just reminding you that Sister Ruoyu is not something a country bumpkin like you can get involved with. If you have some sense, get away quickly. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Xia Qingxue pushed back unceremoniously. As if you dare to provoke me, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. When Yi Fan heard this, his face suddenly turned black, and he gritted his teeth and said, Are you threatening me? Yeah, what happened to the threat? Xia Qingxue straightened her proud chest and showed no signs of weakness. She is the daughter of the Xia family and the young master of the Su family. How could she be afraid of someone like Mark? She just likes to see people like this pretending to be cool, not to mention how cool it is. Qingxue, stop making trouble. Seeing the two people arguing, Xiao Ruoyu frowned slightly, patted Xia Qingxue's arm, and persuaded, Young Master Yi, you are also kindly guiding us from the front. She knew that Xia Qingxue had a hot temper, and she was the only one who could temporarily suppress it. Snort! Hearing this, Xia Qingxue glared at Mark sharply and stopped talking. Yi Fan looked at her with a gloomy expression, but finally endured it and walked in front of the two of them and continued to lead the way. Seeing Yi Fan turn around, Xia Qingxue pulled Xiao Ruoyu aside, pointed at Yi Fan's back and whispered, Sister Ruoyu, don't be deceived by him. This guy will covet your beauty at the first sight. He has no good intentions towards you at all. I advise you to stay away from him in the future. Qingxue, you have misunderstood Mr. Yi. Seeing Xia Qingshue's serious expression, Xiao Ruoyu shook her head, somewhat dumbfounded. She knew that Xia Qingxue was worried about her, but Mark had always acted like a humble gentleman in front of her. It's just a misunderstanding. You can tell that guy has bad intentions at a glance. If you get close to him again, sooner or later you will fall into his hands. Seeing Xia Qingshue's eager look, Xiao Ruoyu said speechlessly, Don't worry, sister has her own sense of proportion. While the two were talking, a fierce quarrel suddenly came from the front. Looking up, I saw that Yi Fan had walked to the door of Tianxiong Auction House at some point and had an argument with the guard. Something happened to Mr. Yi. Qingxue, let's go over and take a look. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruoyu pulled Xia Qingxue and quickly walked towards the door. Although Yi Fan is not weak, this is the Tianxiong Auction House. Once Yi Fan can't help but hurt others, he may cause trouble. After all, the forces behind Tianxiong Auction House didn't even dare to provoke her Xiao family, let alone a mere Yi Fan. Let me in. I want to participate in the auction. Yi Fan looked at the guards blocking him, his face livid. When had he, the son of destiny, been treated like this? I said, either you can prove that you have assets of more than 10 million high-grade spiritual stones, or you must be a strong person above the little saint realm to enter. The guard had a cold face and did not relent at all because of Mark's tough attitude. 10 million high-grade spiritual stones? Hearing this, Yi Fan frowned slightly. Why have I never heard of it? Just an auction. How can there be such a rule? He only has 1 million high-grade spiritual stones in his possession, which is far away from 10 million high-grade spiritual stones. Ha ha ha. I can tell at a glance that you are a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. The guard sneered. You want to participate in our auction, but you definitely can't afford anything. The president is wise and specially formulated this rule. Otherwise, all cats and dogs can enter the sky auction house. Wouldn't it be a mess? The tone of his speech was full of disdain and contempt. Whose cat and dog are you talking about? Hearing this, Yi Fan rushed up in anger, and his eyes seemed to be able to spit out flames. He had never felt that someone dared to insult him like this, not to mention a few guard dogs. It's you I'm talking about. Did we say it wrong? A poor boy like you is worthy of entering our sky auction house. Seeing Yi Fan's angry look, the doorman became even more unscrupulous. Get out of here and don't block the way of other guests. Just when Mark wanted to continue arguing, someone pushed him from behind. Get out of here. Where is this little brat blocking my way? The smell of alcohol hit his nose, and Yi Fan frowned and looked back, only to see a young man standing next to him, with a fleshy face and an arrogant look. You! Yi Fan was just about to get angry, but when he saw the young man walking in, swaggeringly, he suddenly said dissatisfied, Why didn't that fat man have his capital verified? Why did you let him in? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the guard suddenly threw his head back and laughed. Calling you a country bumpkin is not unfair at all. Young Master Lu is from Donghuazhou, the eldest son of the Lu family. The family has a powerful man in the great sage realm. He has a profound foundation and a family fortune of more than hundreds of millions. How can a poor guy like you compare to that? When Lu Gongming heard Yi Fan call him fat, he was immediately angry. He turned back, stared at Yi Fan, and snorted. You little bastard, you dare to call me a fat man. Believe it or not, I will ask someone to destroy you. He looked arrogant and didn't take Mark Yi Fan seriously at all. Although the background of his Lu family cannot be compared with those of the wealthy families in Donghua continent, it can still be ranked in the middle and upper reaches. When will it be the turn of a country bumpkin to run wild? In front of him, the movement here immediately attracted the attention of many people around, and they all cast mocking glances at Yi Fan. Just now I saw that this boy was accompanied by two peerless beauties. Thought he was the peerless genius of some big family, or at worst the chief disciple of a sect. I didn't expect him to be a country bumpkin who got really lucky. These days, pigs are taking over the cabbage. It's a pity that those two extremely beautiful girls, following this little bastard, might as well follow an old man like me. At least I can give them a prosperous life. That's right, although I can't cultivate immortality, my family has a mine. As long as I have money, what kind of bodyguard can't be hired? Isn't it delicious to accompany me in the wine pool and meat forest? If you continue to say this, I will feel that I can do it. Isn't it just money? I will use 100 million spiritual stones to smash those two beauties and lay them down. Hearing the comments from the people around him, Yi Fan felt a surge of anger in his heart, and his eyes flashed with cold light. He promised to lead the way for Xiao Ruoyu. Now he was stopped outside the Tianxiong auction house by the gate guard and was not allowed to enter. It was like being properly ridden and slapped in the face, as if someone had carefully planned this game in advance, just waiting for him to get into it. The purpose is to make myself embarrassed in front of everyone. Who is it? Don't let me find you, otherwise I will kill you, he thought to himself. Anyone who doesn't want to die, shut up. Yi Fan shouted, and a heaven-shaking force erupted from his body. The people around him immediately felt a burst of huge eyesight, and their expressions changed drastically. Some ordinary people without cultivation had their ears buzzing, and they covered their ears and looked at him in horror. When the double pupil eye on his forehead suddenly opened, the color of the world suddenly changed, and the whole world seemed to turn into darkness. And Yifan's aura was like a volcano erupting, surging crazily, sweeping across the wilderness in waves. Everyone felt like they were as small as ants, and could only look up at the existence above. This feeling was too strong, making everyone feel infinite despair. Who is this person? Could it be that he is one of those legendary geniuses from the hidden sect? How is this possible? Who is he? Why do you have the legendary eyes with double pupils? For a time, countless people stared at Yifan with blank minds and extremely complicated emotions, full of doubts in their hearts. Seeing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, Yifan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and the double-pupil eyes on his forehead slowly closed. The vision of this area of heaven and earth suddenly disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, everyone took a long breath. It was so scary just now. Even Xiao Ruoyu and Xia Qingxue, who came after hearing the news, had pale faces and beating hearts. They were obviously very frightened. They never expected Yifan to show such a strong side. Under the gaze of everyone, Yifan strode to the captain of the gate guard and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Can I go in now?" Crack. After the voice fell, Yifan took a step forward, and the stone slab under his feet shattered into powder, and cracks spread in all directions, forming a series of fine cracks and finally spread to the feet of the captain of the gate guard. He exuded a fierce, murderous aura, which shocked everyone. "You don't mess around," the captain of the gate guard said in a trembling voice. "This is the Sky Auction House. We are doing it by order. They are just ordinary guards outside the door, and their strength is only at the late stage of the other shore, and they are not Yifan's opponents at all." Although he was afraid of Yifan's terrifying aura, he stood still and blocked Yifan's way in due to his duty. Seeing that the other party still didn't let him in, Yifan suddenly felt ashamed. "Get lost." He took another step forward, clenched his right fist, and with a loud bang, he smashed the captain of the guards, knocking him dozens of meters away and falling to the ground. A stream of blood seeped out of his mouth, and his face was full of hideous pain. Obviously he was seriously injured. The people around were all stunned. Where did this madman come from? He dared to hurt the people of the Sky Auction. Isn't this courting death? They looked at Yifan as if they were looking at a dead person, going wild in front of the Sky Auction House. No matter what kind of hermit, sect or genius you are, the end is only one word: death. At this time, a majestic voice resounded over the auction house. "Bold lunatic, dare to come to my Sky Auction House to make trouble." I saw a few old men with floating immortal bones slowly descending from the sky. The leader is an old man with a kind face, fluttering clothes, and clouds under his feet. His temperament is otherworldly, like a god. This person is none other than Chen Feng, the president of Donghuazhou branch of Tianqiong Auction House. He waved his hand, and a terrifying coercion came over Yifan. "You," faced with the pressure of the powerful man at the peak of the great saint realm, Yifan bent his legs unwillingly and knelt on his knees. But even so, it still cannot stop the erosion of the opponent's coercion. "What a strong cultivation! Aunt Luo, save me," Yifan murmured in his heart, but got no response. Click. The stone slab under Yifan's knees was crushed to pieces, and his body was pressed to the ground by the terrifying pressure, with a trace of blood slowly flowing down the corner of his mouth. Can be said that it was so fun to show off before, but now it is so embarrassing. Seeing this, the people around stood by and watched, gloating about the misfortune, and some even made mockery on the spot. Tsk. This kid is ignorant. I'm afraid he won't live long today. It's a pity that he has double pupils. He can be forgiven for doing evil by God, but he can't live for doing evil by himself. Who knows that he doesn't know how to appreciate others and offends people he shouldn't offend? It's going to be a disaster. Yifan gritted his teeth and tried his best to resist the pressure Chen Feng exerted on him, with a look of unwillingness on his face. A mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth. His face became paler and his breath became weaker. President Chen, please show mercy. Seeing Yifan's appearance, Xiao Ruoyu suddenly became anxious and couldn't help but rush forward to stop him. She and Mark were considered friends, and she couldn't just watch Mark die in front of her. Seeing this, Chen Feng frowned and glanced at Xiao Ruoyu with an indifferent look. After immediately recognizing her identity, he was worried about accidentally hurting her, so he withdrew the pressure released around Yifan. Xiao Ruoyu is the eldest lady of the Xiao family, and the Xiao family is the second largest family in Donghua continent. He still has to give her this face. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yifan would not die after all. She reached out and helped him up. Yifan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was a little pale, and he forced a smile on his face and said to Xiao Ruoyu, "Ruoyu, thank you. No need to thank me." Xiao Ruoyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. At this time, Chen Feng came over with someone and looked at Yifan with a cold look. "You kid hurt someone from my Tianxiong auction house. How many lives do you have for me to kill? You really don't know how high the sky is. Humph. Do you think you can walk sideways in my sky auction house with an eye with double pupils?" He snorted coldly, with strong disdain in his tone. Hearing this, Yifan felt a burst of anger in his heart, but he knew that he was by no means a match for the other party, so he could only endure it for the time being. "It's not that I want to cause trouble, it's that he deliberately made things difficult for me and wouldn't let me in." He raised his hand and pointed at the guard captain who fell to the ground, and said angrily. Upon hearing the accusation, a guard saluted Chen Feng and said, "President, this guy said our latest rule shouldn't be in place." Hee. Hearing this, Chen Feng glanced at Yifan lightly and sneered again and again. "Shouldn't it be? Who do you think you are? When will it be your turn as an outsider to dictate the rules of my sky auction house? Where do you think our auction house is? How can a poor guy like you run wild? If the auction hadn't been held today and there would have been no bloodshed, you would have died 10,000 times." After saying that, Chen Feng looked at the guards and warned, "Continue to act according to the rules. Those poor bastards who have no money, get as far away from me as possible." "As you command." All the guards agreed in unison. "Let's go." After Chen Feng glanced at Yifan contemptuously, he flicked his sleeves and left with several old men. Everyone looked at the traces of luck surrounding a few people and knew that they were masters of the late stage of the great sage realm. They could not help but be amazed by the strength of Tianxiong auction house. Seeing this, Yifan bit his lip, feeling extremely aggrieved. "You bastard, you just want to die. You almost killed Sister Ruoyu." Seeing Chen Feng and others leaving, Xia Qingxue rushed over and raised her hand to slap Yifan. But before she could finish the fight, she was stopped by Xiao Ruoyu. "Qingxue, don't be rude. Sister Ruoyu, he almost hurt you. Why are you stopping me?" Xia Qingxue said angrily. Xiao Ruoyu smiled slightly and said, "I don't blame Mr. Yi for this matter. Why don't you blame him? He came to join in the fun even if he didn't have a spiritual stone. The guard refused to let him in and even injured him." Xia Qingxue complained with a face full of complaints. Feeling that Xiao Ruoyu was very protective of Mark, she felt more resentment towards Mark in her heart. He vowed to make the two of them break up on bad terms or preferably turn against each other. Just as the two women were arguing, Yifan suddenly burst out with a roar. "Damn! Someone must be plotting against me." He was seen gnashing his teeth, with a ferocious look on his face, and his heart was filled with strong hatred. First, he was stopped by the guard, who angered him and forced him to take action. Then he asked President Tianxiong to lead someone to come forward and teach him a lesson in front of everyone. Behind all this is a trap designed by someone behind the scenes. Who is it? How dare you go against me, Mark? I don't care who you are. Just wait. I will seek revenge on you sooner or later. After speaking, Mark took a deep breath. You coward, you just blame everyone and blame everyone else for not having the ability. Xia Qingxue crossed her arms, looked at Yi Fan with disdain, and said, sarcastically, do you really think you are awesome just because you have double pupils? Does the entire Tianxian continent have to revolve around you? This is the Sky Auction House, and the power behind it is so powerful that you will look up to it for the rest of your life. Who do you think you are? Why would they plot against you? Hearing Xia Qingshue's words, Xiao Ruoyu frowned immediately. She also felt that Yi Fan was too suspicious. In front of the boundless Sky Auction House, a small Yi Fan was really nothing. Naturally, people would not be idle and play such boring tricks with him. Thinking of this, she looked at Yi Fan and comforted him. Young Master Yi, don't mind it too much. Qingxue is just quick-witted, but she doesn't mean any harm. I also think you are worrying too much. At this moment, Yi Fan's eyes were deeply attracted by the figures of a man and a woman. The man was handsome, wearing a black robe, heroic and suave, while the woman was beautiful and moving. The two of them walked hand in hand, with happy and sweet smiles on their faces. This scene deeply hurt Yi Fan's eyes and made him feel strongly jealous, especially the man's hand on the woman's hips. He wanted to chop it off. When he saw that the woman didn't care at all and still looked like a little bird, Yi Fan couldn't help but clench his fists, and a huge rage surged in his heart. Damn bitch! Chapter 25. What are you going to do? At this moment, Yi Fan was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The pores on his body stood up, and a violent emotion spread in his heart. Damn bitch! He gritted his teeth and murmured, the muscles on his face distorted. That's right, the man and woman coming towards them were Su Chen and Chu Yanran. As the saying goes, enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Yi Fan has long hated Su Chen, an arrogant young master, and the humiliation he suffered in the sect that day was so vivid in his mind that he would never forget it for the rest of his life. His hatred for his master, Chu Yanran, was no less than that of Su Chen, and was even stronger, because not only did Chu Yanran fail to protect him that day, but faced with Su Chen's threats, he, a good master, actually chose to give in. In the end, in order to please Su Chen, he stepped on his legs with his own hands. This shame has always been engraved in Mark's mind. If he could, he would definitely use every means to make Chu Yan regret everything he had done. Xiao Ruoyu on the side saw Yi Fan's uncertain expression and angry expression, so she guessed that he must have a grudge against the man and woman walking towards him, and it was a very deep grudge. She knew Su Chen, but she didn't know Chu Yanran's identity. When Yi Fan saw himself, Su Chen also noticed Yi Fan. When he saw the gloomy look on Mark's face, he couldn't help but feel a sneer in his heart. This guy was probably still worried about the humiliation that day. The relationship between him and Yi Fan has been destined to end. Either you die or I live, since he crossed over. At present, Yi Fan's opportunities are not exhausted yet. Su Chen is still useful in keeping him. Naturally, he cannot be killed now. Otherwise, with Su Chen's ruthless character, people would kill Yi Fan that day in the immortal sword sect. This time, Su Chen also made arrangements in advance. The first step was to make Yi Fan embarrassed in front of Xiao Ruoyu. The second step was for him to bring Chu Yanran over in person to stimulate Yi Fan's emotions, let Xiao Ruoyu see clearly the face of Yi Fan's hypocrite, and make Yi Fan completely lose trust in her mind. Oh, Yanran, isn't this your good disciple Yi Fan? Su Chen pretended to have just discovered Mark, with a hint of surprise on his face and a sarcastic tone. At the same time, the hands placed on Chu Yanran's hips increased slightly. At this moment, Chu Yanran almost couldn't help but scream. After all, she was also a practitioner, so she could naturally feel the evil power transmitted by Su Chen's hand. But thinking of her traitor Yi Fan, she forced herself to endure it. Her eyes glanced at Mark, and a cold arc was drawn at the corner of her mouth. Traitor, if you don't stay in the sect properly, why are you here? Hee hee. Hearing this, Yi Fan laughed a few times, looking like a fool. Do I still need to report to you about what I do? He could clearly see the scene where Su Chen played tricks on Chu Yenran just now. Although Chu Yenran hid it well, she still couldn't escape his eyes. I didn't expect that the master who was so pure and noble before in my eyes would now be reduced to such a miserable state. Directly subverting Mark's worldview, his eyes flashed with disappointment and disgust when he looked at Chu Yenran. Crack! A slap hit Yi Fan hard on the left side of his face, knocking his entire face away and causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. The slap was loud and loud, deafening. The people around him couldn't help but gasp, their faces filled with disbelief. No one expected that such a beautiful beauty would suddenly hit someone. Traitor! How brave are you to be rude to master? Chu Yenran's pretty face was cold. Her eyes were sharp, and she gritted her teeth and said every word. Unexpectedly, after not seeing each other for a few days, Yi Fan has become so miserable and disrespectful. This was the first time she had slapped someone. In the past, she had never slapped anyone, even when dealing with some disciples who had made mistakes. But this time she couldn't help it anymore. When she thought of this traitor who coveted her body a few days ago and wanted to use drugs to rape her, she felt endless anger and humiliation in her heart. Hee hee. Mark's face was gloomy, with blood stains on the corners of his mouth. He raised his hand and touched his swollen cheek. A cold light appeared in his pupils, and a ferocious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Am I treasonous? My good master, what have you done? In order to cling to the powerful, you are willing to become the plaything of the young master of the Su family. I'm so ashamed of you. You. Listening to these sarcastic words, Chu Yenran was so angry that she almost fainted. She never expected that the disciple she had loved and grown up with would actually say such filthy words. She was extremely angry, and her chest was heaving violently, showing that her heart was under tremendous pressure. At this moment, she suddenly felt a pair of warm hands holding her soft waist, and a familiar man's breath hit her nostrils. This breath made her feel unusually safe and secure, as if she had found support. She raised her eyes and saw Su Chen's handsome face looking at her with a hint of a smile. Young master. Chu Yenran's hanging heart finally calmed down. Her heart relaxed, her body swayed, and she fell directly into Su Chen's warm arms. Seeing Su Chen hugging his master, with a happy and sweet look, Yi Fan clenched his fists tightly, his face darkened instantly, and a gloomy look flashed in his eyes. He said in his heart, Su Chen, you wait for me. One day, I will let you know what the son of luck is. And Chu Yenran, you slut, one day I will let you enjoy the pleasure under my crotch. Pa! Suddenly a big hand slapped his right cheek, so fast that he didn't even see the afterimage. Puff! This slap directly knocked out two of Yi Fan's teeth, and a stream of bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Who? Yi Fan's eyes widened suddenly, his face full of disbelief. He was a peak master of the Dao Palace realm. How could the other party hurt him without him noticing? He looked up and saw Su Chen standing in front of him with his arms around Chu Yenran, looking down at him from a high position, with a face full of teasing and ridicule. Traitor! Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Su Chen shouted coldly and winked at Su Mayor beside him. Su Mayor immediately understood that the might of the late great saint realm on her body surged out instantly, and the spiritual energy of the world seemed to encounter a terrifying attraction, gathering around her frantically, and finally all entered her body. 3 golden sun phantoms appeared behind her. What are you going to do? Yifan felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart, his face turned pale and he hurriedly wanted to escape.
Boom tilde.
Seeing this, Su Meir narrowed her eyes, raised the corners of her mouth, slightly waved her jade hand, and a powerful pressure like a tidal wave rolled towards Yifan. Yifan felt as if his body fell into the abyss, imprisoned by an invisible force and could not move at all. Bang! His legs hit the stone slab, making a heavy sound. A great late Saint Realm expert. The eyes of the crowd suddenly froze, and their faces were full of shock and disbelief. They never expected that Su Meir's cultivation would reach the late Saint Realm. One of Su Chen's subordinates is a late Saint Realm expert, so what about him? Isn't it? Thinking of this, everyone's eyes turned to Su Chun. Su Chun, you are so despicable. What kind of hero is it to hide behind a woman? If you have the guts, challenge me. Yifan, who was pressed to the ground by Su Meir's pressure, glared at Su Chun with veins popping out on his forehead and a red face, like an angry beast. Hearing this, Su Chun glanced at him lightly, his face full of disdain. Bah! Who do you think you are? You are worthy of this young master's action. After saying that, he hugged Chu Yenran and swaggered towards the sky auction house. Ah! Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Yifan's eyes were wide open. His fists were clenched, and he gritted his teeth and said, Su Chan, you bastard! Yifan will never give up with you. Looking for death. Hearing Yifan's words, Su Meir narrowed her eyes and waved her hands. Bang! Yifan's body flew hundreds of meters away like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground, splashing dust all over the floor. Blood flowed out from the corners of Yifan's mouth again. His face was flushed, and he spit out a word with difficulty and could no longer say anything else. Shua Su Meir's body disappeared from the spot, and when she appeared again, she was already in front of Yifan. She stepped on his chest. Yifan felt that his internal organs were about to shift, and he had difficulty breathing. His face was full of pain, his lips were pale, his eyes were dim, and he couldn't say a word. He could only stare at Su Meir with his eyes. His heart was full of resentment, and hatred, but more of it was fear, because the beautiful woman in front of him was a powerful person in the late stage of the Great Saint Realm. He had no power to resist at all. At this moment, a voice came over. Senior, please show mercy. Xiao Ruoyu didn't know Su Meir and thought she was much older than herself, so she used the honorific title of Senior. Su Meir looked in the direction of the voice, but saw Xiao Ruoyu with a humble expression on her face, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Su Meir retracted her gaze, looked down at Yifan, looked at him with contempt and sneered. You dare to shout at the young master with a waist like you? You are simply overestimating yourself. Yifan's face turned red, his lips trembled, and he couldn't say a word. He didn't expect that the other party was so cruel. Since the eldest lady of the Xiao family has spoken, I will spare your life. After saying that, she glanced at Yifan again, turned around with a look of disgust, and chased after Su Chun, leaving Yifan with a face full of resentment and unwillingness. Looking at the backs of Su Chun and others leaving, Yifan gnashed his teeth. In hatred, his eyes were fierce, like a trapped beast. Damn it! Just wait and see. Yifan will not give up. His eyes were extremely cold, and a murderous aura filled his eyes. But the people watching the excitement around him just regarded Yifan as a joke. Has this idiot been beaten silly? He dares to challenge the young master of the Su family without considering his own weight. Alas, this person is obviously from a small place and he never knows how insignificant he is. That's right, all kinds of people have come out these days and they really think they are the most powerful existence in Tianxian continent. A series of harsh discussions reached Yifan's ears, and his body trembled. Violently, bursts of black smoke came out of his body. His face was hideous. and terrifying, and a monstrous murderous aura burst out. This aura was too strong, and the people around him couldn't help but take a few steps back, fearing that they would be affected. Yifan stood up, and the look on his face became extremely resolute. He would not admit defeat, and would not be humiliated. He wanted to make those who mocked him regret every word they said today. He looked at Su Chen's dazzling back again. It's Su Chen. It must be Su Chen who plotted against me behind my back. Yifan's eyes became cold. He had already determined in his heart that it was Su Chen who planned everything that happened today behind his back. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Xia Qingxue couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Her body was shaking and the softness on her chest kept shaking. What do you mean? Seeing this scene, Yifan's face suddenly darkened and he looked at Xia Qingxue with cold eyes. Su Chen is the young master of the Su family. He is so noble. He plotted against you? Who do you think you are? Xia Qingxue sneered unceremoniously. Xia Qingxue's words immediately resonated with the crowd of spectators around. That's right. This guy's head was stuck in the door. Now he is suspicious. Ha ha. What kind of existence is the Su family? How could he be so bored as to plot against a small shrimp like you? I said it long ago. This guy's head was broken and he was crazy. The people around him all had a look of gloating on their faces, looking at Yifan as if he was looking at a clown. Seeing this, Yifan felt that he could not save face. His face suddenly darkened, and his whole body exuded cold murderous intent. Humph! A bunch of stupid ants. When I grow up, I will make you pay the price. He glanced at the people around him who mocked him with a ferocious face. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts and hurriedly shut up. Although they were not afraid of him, they didn't want to provoke a terrifying enemy with double pupils. Seeing that everyone shut up, Yifan said to Xiao Ruoyu, Miss Xiao, you must believe me. My intuition will not be wrong. Believe you? Why should we believe you when you can't even enter the sky auction house? Xia Qingxue hugged Xiao Ruoyu's arm and urged, Sister Ruoyu, let's go in and take a look. The auction is about to start. Okay. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu nodded slightly, and then followed Xia Qingxue to the auction house. Damn it! Yifan's fist hit the ground hard. A stone was broken, and powder splashed. Intuition told Yifan that everything was wrong, very wrong. It was like someone had carefully arranged an invisible big net in advance, waiting for him to drill into it. There was only one purpose, to make him look bad in front of Xiao Ruoyu so that Xiao Ruoyu would think that he was an unreasonable person. However, at this moment, a hand suddenly pressed on Yifan's shoulder, causing Yifan's body to stiffen suddenly. Then he slowly turned his head and looked at the familiar face with surprise and confusion. Brother Tiancheng, is that you? Yifan said with some stammering. He really didn't expect to meet Xiao Tiancheng here. It's me. Xiao Tiancheng smiled slightly, with a gentle look on his face. Brother Tiancheng, Yifan lowered his head with a face full of shame. The task Xiao Tiancheng asked him to do was to take down Xiao Ruoyu as soon as possible. Now Xiao Ruoyu was in the Sky Dome auction house, but he was blocked outside and couldn't get in. No need to be like this. I understand Brother Yifan's situation. Xiao Tiancheng reached out and patted Yifan's shoulder with a comforting smile on his face and said, I am here now for an important matter and I need Brother Yifan's help. Yifan's eyes lit up when he heard it. Just tell me. Xiao Tiancheng glanced around and found that no one noticed the two of them. He whispered in Yifan's ear, I just got the news that the Sky Auction House will auction a broken jade pendant this time. This broken jade pendant is very important to me. You must help me get it. Hearing this, Yifan showed a puzzled look on his face. After all, he couldn't enter the auction now, and Xiao Tiancheng knew that he only had 1 million high-grade spirit stones on him, so he might not be able to get the broken jade pendant. The bigger puzzle is, why didn't Xiao Tiancheng go to the sky auction himself? Wouldn't it be more convenient? My sister is inside, so it's not convenient for me to come out. Xiao Tiancheng seemed to guess the doubts in Yifan's heart and explained, "The secret of the broken jade pendant is only known to me. Once he came out to bid for the broken jade pendant, it would definitely attract the attention and suspicion of Xiao Ruoyu and some other interested people." "I understand." Yifan nodded and secretly remembered it in his heart. At this moment he was more curious about Xiao Tiancheng. Although Xiao Tiancheng's strength is not as good as Xiao Ruoyu, he is meticulous, clear-headed, good at calculating, and has a deep mind. It is not unfair for Xiao Ruoyu to lose to him in the future. "Take this." Xiao Tiancheng took out a space ring from his arms, put it in Yifan's hand, and said solemnly, "All my belongings are here. Please help me get the broken jade pendant, Brother Yifan. After the matter is done, I will definitely reward you handsomely." Yifan took the space ring, probed his consciousness into it, and immediately took a breath of cold air. There were a total of 1 billion high-grade spirit stones inside. This was an astronomical figure for him. These spirit stones were enough to buy the entire Xianjian sect and still have a surplus. But Xiao Tiancheng actually gave him so many spirit stones to keep with confidence, which showed how much Xiao Tiancheng trusted him. For a moment, Yifan was full of respect and gratitude for Xiao Tiancheng. "Brother Tiancheng, since you trust me so much, I will naturally not let you down." Yifan nodded and agreed. "That's great." Xiao Tiancheng breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. Then the two separated. After Yifan received Xiao Tiancheng's 1 billion high-grade spirit stones, he naturally passed the capital verification of the gatekeeper smoothly. He walked into the auction house with a proud face. What he didn't know was that the contact between him and Xiao Tiancheng just now was seen by a pair of eyes in the dark. Tianqiong Auction House is worthy of being the #1 auction house in Tianxian continent. Its profound foundation makes Yifan amazed. The auction house hall was decorated magnificently with antique mahogany tables and chairs, on which were placed a wide variety of delicacies and fine wines. Young maids dressed in luxurious clothes and elegant temperament shuttled between the guests, entertaining them, making the place very lively. Yifan looked around all the way, looking for Xiao Ruoyu in the crowd. He had 2 goals tonight. One was to gain Xiao Ruoyu's trust as soon as possible and take her down today, and the other was to auction the broken jade pendant. The Sky Dome auction not only had a hall, but also 22 private rooms, named from high to low, namely the 10 heavenly stems, Jia Yi Bing Ding Wu Ji, Gung, Xian, Ren, Gui, and the 12 earthly branches, Zi Chou Yin Mao, Chan Si Wu Wei Xin Yu Su Hai. The first 4 rooms, A, B, C, and D, are specially prepared for the heads of the aristocratic families and the leaders of the supersections. Even Su Chen, the young master of the Su family, is not qualified to enter. Can be seen how powerful the people who can enter the 4 rooms A, B, C, and D are. From the Donghuazhou branch of the Sky Auction House, there are so many auctions, and there are only a few people who enter the 4 rooms A, B, C, and D. At this time, in the Dingzi room, a charming woman wearing a red long skirt and a pair of slender thighs exposed was half lying lazily on the bed. Her round and perky buttocks and sexy collarbones all show her hot body and seductive curves to the outside world. She is Mu Yuqing, the leader of the Tianma sect in Baiwangzhou. She used the Tianma magic circle to calculate that the son of destiny who triggered the Eye of Heaven that day was in Donghuazhou, so she hurried to investigate and got an important clue. It is said that the center of the Eye of Heaven that day was in the Su family, so she and her apprentice Lan Xiaoyu kept wandering outside the Su family to observe. They happened to meet Su Chen taking Chu Yanran and Su Meier out, so she used the Eye of the Devil to check on Su Chen. This time she discovered that there was a mysterious power in Su Chen's body, preventing the Eye of the Devil from spying on Su Chen's inner vision, which immediately aroused her curiosity. After all, the power that can make the eye of the devil difficult to spy on is definitely not simple, so they followed quietly and hid in the crowd. In order to prevent Su Chen from discovering her master and apprentice, Mu Yuqing asked Lan Xiaoyu to take her heavenly demon order to find Chen Feng as soon as she entered the sky auction house, and directly asked him to arrange a T-shaped private room next to Su Chen's Wu private room for her. This was to facilitate the inspection of Su Chen's movements in the private room. At this time, Su Chen in the Wu-shaped private room was unaware of this. After all, Mu Yuqing was the same strength as his father, at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. It was the top combat force standing on the Tianxian continent. Su Chen sat on a chair, holding Chu Yanran, who was as delicate as a bone, in his arms. The intimate posture of the two exuded a strong sense of ambiguity. Su Chen's right arm was around Chu Yanran's slender waist, and his left hand gently stroked her fair and delicate face. His expression was very gentle, his eyes were deep, and he seemed a little infatuated, but there was a hint of cunning in his eyes, like a cat stealing fish with a slight smile on his lips. Chu Yanran lay in Su Chen's arms, feeling sweet in her heart. She finally did not follow the wrong person. Just now, outside the auction house, Su Chen was so protective of her. He regained his face in a domineering and powerful way. He was indeed the man she liked, so strong and intoxicating. Yanran, do you still mean what you said just now? Su Chen asked. Chu Yanran blushed when she heard this. Just now, Su Chen stood in front of Yi Fan like a hero to protect her, which moved her very much, so she whispered in Su Chen's ear and promised that Su Chen would do whatever he wanted to her in the future. She didn't dare to look up, afraid of seeing Su Chen's teasing smile, so she could only lower her head and hum, "Of course it counts." "Hey hey." Su Chen smiled successfully and said, "Tonight, I want to try the old man's push cart." After hearing this, Chu Yanran's pretty face turned redder and she nodded shyly. She was a little scared but also secretly looking forward to it. After all, she always remembered the difficult task her mother-in-law taught her. Seeing the two people showing off their affection as if no one was around, Su Meyer, who was standing by the side, had no trace of envy or jealousy in her. She is just Su Chen's maid, and Su Chen is her master. The relationship between the master and the maid is very clear, so she has no hostility towards Chu Yanran. However, the expressions of master and apprentice Mu Yuqing in the T-shaped private room were different. When she saw the extremely vulgar expression on Su Chen's face on the light screen, Lan Xiaoyu puffed up her cheeks, curled her lips, and coldly snorted. "You little pervert." She didn't understand why master brought her all the way from Baiwangzhou just to watch this pervert perform. Isn't this lowering his status? Moreover, this thief actually openly placed his hands on the beautiful woman's chest in his arms. It was really too much. She gritted her teeth with hatred. "Master, is this thief too presumptuous? He actually did such dirty things in the private room of the auction." Lan Xiaoyu looked at Su Chen in the light curtain angrily, with a look of disdain on his face. How could such a person be the son of destiny who caused the eye of heaven to manifest? Hearing this, Mu Yuqing shook her head, licked her pretty lips and said, "The child of destiny who attracted the eye of heaven must be a rare person in 10,000 years. Before becoming a teacher, I used the eye of the demon to investigate this person and found that he was, I can't see through this kid. Isn't this the son of destiny we are looking for?" This, Lan Xiaoyu was speechless after hearing this. A playful smile appeared on Mu Yuqing's face, and she continued, "This little thief has hidden himself deep enough. He is obviously a master at the peak of the Tao Palace realm, but he disguises himself as a mortal who cannot cultivate immortality. This city alone is not the average person can compare. In that case, master, why don't we just take him back to the sect?" Hearing This Lan Xiaoyu asked with confusion. This is the child of destiny who has attracted the eyes of the sky. As long as he brings Yi back to the sect and cultivates with him, the master will be able to break through the peak realm of Quasi-Emperor and step into the legendary realm of the Great Emperor. By then, their heavenly demon sect will become the only top sect in the entire Tianxian continent. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Catch him. Hearing this, Mu Yuqing shook her head. It's easy for you to think about it. This is the capital of Donghuazhou continent, and there are no less than 100 experts at the Quasi-Emperor level. If we capture him rashly, let alone whether we can successfully capture him, take it away, just facing the anger of the entire Su family is enough for our heavenly demon sect to drink a pot. After saying that, she looked towards the private room numbered E where Su Chen was. There was a strange sparkle in those beautiful eyes, as if they were brewing some conspiracy which made people shudder. Master, what should we do? Lan Xiaoyu asked eagerly. After all, their heavenly demon sect is now exhausted. If they cannot improve their strength as soon as possible, they will be annexed by other forces and become the slaves of others. So she couldn't wait to capture Su Chen back to the sect, and then help Mu Yuqing break through to the legendary realm of the Great Emperor. Su Chen is a huge opportunity for them. Mu Yuqing pondered for a moment and said slowly, there is no rush at this moment. Let's first observe what this little thief is doing at the sky auction house and then consider the next step. Since he is a child of luck, he will be favored by heaven. He will have many opportunities. If he can get them, he will benefit endlessly. I can afford to wait. After hearing this, Lan Xiaoyu had no choice but to nod obediently. Su Chen, who was in the woozy private room, was holding the delicate body in his arms and narrowed his eyes slightly. Chu Yanran's skin was smooth and tender, and felt very textured, like top-notch silk and satin. Felt very comfortable and even mixed with a special fragrance, which made him unable to help but indulge in it, and he did not want to wake up for a long time. After a long time, he reluctantly slowly opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Ruoyu and the others in the auction hall. Tisk tsk, Yi Fan is indeed a son of luck. He found a way to sneak in so quickly. The corners of his mouth curved into a playful arc, and his eyes looking at Xiao Ruoyu were full of evil charm and greed. However, what he didn't know was that he had already been targeted by two women and became a prey in the eyes of others. Auction hall. MS. A maid came to Xia Qingxue and said respectfully, "Thank you, President Chen." Hearing this, Xia Qingxue smiled gracefully, nodded to the maid and thanked her. Then she hugged Xiao Ruoyu's arm and followed the maid out of the auction hall and towards the private room labeled Hi. Xiao Ruoyu knew that Su Chen must have arranged this. After all, with the current strength of the Xia family, they are not qualified to enter a separate private room. Seeing this, Yi Fan had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow him. Along the way, Yi Fan suffered a lot of people's contempt and disdain. What happened outside the auction house before had long been heard by everyone. They all knew that Yi Fan was a poor boy who only knew how to cause trouble everywhere. Now seeing him appear in the auction house, it was estimated that Xiao Ruoyu must have let him in out of pity. They looked down on men who relied on women and lived off women the most. Yi Fan turned a blind eye to the ridicule of the crowd, and turned a deaf ear to the comments of these people. He still acted as he pleased, which made everyone sigh that he was thick-skinned, unprecedented in history. "Miss Xia, please come in." The maid led Xia Qingxue to the door of the high private room, bowed politely and then turned and left. Seeing this, Xia Qingxue and Xiao Ruoyu looked at each other, then raised their feet and pushed the door open. The furniture in the room was extremely luxurious, and the furnishings were even more antique. There was a scroll hanging on the wall. The woman in the painting had spring in her eyes and looked around. Her clothes were simple but gorgeous. There was also a sword on the coffee table, emitting a cold force of Daoyun. Hiss, this is the layout of the high room, then the 4 private rooms in front that can only be entered by the peak quasi-emperor are not. Xiao Ruoyu took a breath of cold air and dared not think about it. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, it was her first time to enter the private room of the sky auction house. Seeing Xiao Ruoyu's surprised expression, Yi Fan squinted his mouth and said, with disdain, "TSK, isn't it just a separate private room? What's the fuss about?" His voice was neither loud nor quiet, just enough for the 3 people in the room to hear. Oh, what a big arrogance! Xia Qingxue bit her red lips lightly, glared at him fiercely and said, "I hope you understand one thing. Without my husband you would not be able to enter this private room at all." After saying that, she didn't bother to talk to Mark anymore, but sat directly on the chair, picked up the teacup on the table and drank. Hearing Yi Fan's ignorant words, Xiao Ruoyu on the side suddenly raised her eyebrows and said displeasedly, "Master Yi, please be careful in your words. Qingxue is right. Without Su Chun we have no qualifications to enter this private room of..." At this moment she saw clearly the blind and arrogant side of Mark, and she became increasingly unhappy with him. She even felt that she and Mark were from 2 different worlds. "I used to be so blessed that I didn't know how blessed I was." Seeing the luxurious decoration in the high private room, tears welled up in Xia Qingshue's eyes, and her eyes were filled with regret. In the past, Su Chun was 10 times, 100 times better than this, but she dismissed him at that time. When Su Chun discussed arranging a private room for her, he didn't mention it at all. Can be seen that Su Chun arranged it for her on a temporary basis. Also, Su Chun sent someone to bring her 100 million high-grade spiritual stones this morning, saying it was pocket money, and told her to look at what she wanted at the auction and buy it boldly. If it was not enough, she could ask him for it. This was the 2nd time Su Chun showed true love to her. How could she let him down again? Seeing her best friend Xia Qingxue crying, Xiao Ruoyu hugged her arm and comforted her. "Qingxue, no matter what happened in the past, you and Su Chun are together now. Since he married you, prove that you still have a place in his heart." She had always been very concerned about the previous emotional dispute between Xia Qingxue and Su Chun, and now she was happy to see her good sister finally die a good death. Su Chun is her husband, and they are husband and wife? Hearing the conversation between the 2 women, Yi Fan immediately looked like he was suddenly enlightened and said angrily, "I know, no wonder you were targeting me everywhere before. It turns out that you are a couple. You're right, and you're not right either." Seeing Yi Fan's angry look, Xia Qingxue took back her thoughts and prepared to continue teasing him. "Oh? What's wrong?" Yi Fan raised his eyebrows and asked doubtfully. "I am just the young master's concubine, but I still knelt down and begged the young master to take me in. In the end, the young master saw that I was pitiful and made me her woman," Xia Qingxue said arrogantly, her tone revealing happiness. It seems that becoming Su Chen's woman is a great honor for her. She didn't notice at all that Yi Fan beside her had a gloomy face because of her words, and he wanted to strangle her to death. Crunch, crunch. After learning the truth, Yi Fan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The scene of Su Chun and Xia Qingshue's loving relationship appeared in his mind, and he was filled with anger. Why is Xia Qingxue, who has a body of sunflower water, also Su Chen's woman, still offering it voluntarily? Why? He was unwilling, very unwilling. I am a child of luck. God, why do you treat me like this? I'm not convinced. I don't believe it. I, Yi Fan, am much more powerful than him. Su Chun. Su Chun is just an ant who cannot cultivate immortality. How come he has so many opportunities and so many outstanding women? They all belong to me, the son of luck. I must snatch these back. His heart was filled with jealousy and resentment, and he wanted to kill Su Chun immediately. The whole person has fallen into a state of madness. Suddenly, the ring on his right index finger emitted a faint white light. Yifan suddenly woke up from his inner demons. He shook his head vigorously. He knew that at this moment he was not the opponent of the Su family and could not attack Su Chen for the time being. You must endure it first, and wait until you grow up and become strong enough. Then find a suitable opportunity to retaliate against Su Chen and snatch away all his power, women, and wealth. Taking a deep breath, Yifan calmed down and said slowly, "Young Master Su, you are indeed young and rich, but you also attract snobbish women like you, who like to cling to the powerful." After saying that, he turned to look at Xiao Ruoyu and continued, "A lady like Miss Xiao will definitely look down on the young master of the Su family who cannot cultivate immortality." The implication of his words was already obvious. Xiao Ruoyu is better than Xia Qingxue. Xiao Ruoyu will not choose a mortal like Su Chen who cannot cultivate immortality. Only a peerless genius like him, with double pupil eyes and extraordinary talents, is worthy of Xiao Ruoyu. His tactic of pushing and stepping on others would be effective in dealing with others. But he underestimated the sisterhood between Xia Qingxue and Xiao Ruoyu. The two of them grew up together since they were young, and they love each other like sisters. Their relationship is so deep that it is staggering. How can they be separated by just a few words from Yifan? "Yifan, what you said is a bit excessive." Hearing this, Xia Qingxue couldn't help but said in anger. Xiao Ruoyu also frowned and looked at Yifan, her expression revealing dissatisfaction. Yifan's words made her feel very unhappy. She and Yifan had only known each other for a few days. Even though they were not very familiar with each other, Yifan defined what kind of woman she was, which made her even more disgusted with Yifan. In her opinion, for someone of Su Chen's status, crushing Yifan to death was as easy as squeezing an ant to death. But his mind is not comparable to yours, Yifan. Even allowing you, Yifan, to follow him into this Wu private room is a mind that not ordinary people can have. But you, Yifan, are not only ungrateful, but also slander Su Chen everywhere, repaying kindness with hatred, which is really unbearable. Seeing that his goal was not achieved, Yifan sneered, then looked at Xia Qingxue and said sarcastically, "I am just telling the truth is what I said. Wrong? How can a mortal like Su Chen be worthy of Miss Xiao?" After saying that, he turned his eyes to Xiao Ruoyu with a look of deep affection. "Ruoyu, you are the most beautiful, holy, and kindest girl I have ever seen." As he said that, his hands touched Xiao Ruoyu's jade hands. Snap! However, as soon as his hand touched Xiao Ruoyu's wrist, he felt a sharp pain. "Yifan, please watch your words. Are you familiar with Sister Ruoyu?" Xia Qingxue had protected Xiao Ruoyu at some point, staring at Yifan coldly, and said in a cold voice, she would never let any man other than Su Chen get close to Xiao Ruoyu. Hearing this, Yifan immediately felt humiliated and his face turned pale. But he was not to be outdone. He looked up and straightened his chest, staring directly at Xia Qingxue's eyes, and asked back, "Who are you?" "I'm talking to Ruoyu. It's not your turn to interrupt, right? Well, this is the private room my husband arranged for me. Please get out of here right now." As she said this, Xia Qingxue pointed to the door. Her pretty face was cold, her eyes were sharp as a knife, and she looked directly at Yifan. In the entire private room, the atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point, and a strong smell of gunpowder could be smelled in the air. Faced with Xia Qingxue's expulsion, Yifan stood still without moving a bit. He looked at Xia Qingxue, thinking secretly in his heart that although the woman in front of him was already a married woman, she had an excellent figure, an excellent temperament, especially the pair of jade arms which were as white as condensed fat and exuded a bright luster. The key is that she is still the legendary extremely in body. Yifan's heart was filled with a strong desire for possession. How could such a wonderful woman be occupied by Su Chen? That waste. Although his temper was a bit hot, he liked this kind of tune. No. he secretly made up his mind that no matter what, he must take down the woman in front of him at any cost, thinking that, after completing Xiao Tianqing's mission and obtaining a large amount of cultivation resources, he would forcibly abduct Xia Qingxue and then flee to Dongzhou. No matter how powerful the Su family was, they would not be able to track down his whereabouts. At that time, Xia Qingxue would become his forbidden lover and let him do whatever he wanted. Stop arguing. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Xiao Ruoyu hugged Xia Qingxue's arm and changed the subject. Qingxue, this private room was arranged for you by Su Chen, but Yifan and I are still benefited by Su Chen. You take us to thank him. After that, she secretly gave Yifan a look. However, Yifan did not appreciate it at all. He stood in front of the two women, blocking their way out, and roared, "No, none of you can go."
Buzz buzz buzz.
The murderous aura on Yifan's body was released instantly, covering the entire room. For a moment, a strong wind blew, ruffling his hair and revealing the scar on his forehead. I admit that I was a little too suspicious of Su Chen before, but you guys should not go too far. My patience is limited. While speaking, Yifan's double pupil eyes opened, emitting a terrifying brilliance that made people dare not look directly at him. The world in the private room changed color, and the sun and the moon seemed dim, as if he was the master of this world. The evil spirit on his body was too terrible, as if an ancient giant mountain was lying in front of the two women. Yifan, who was only at the peak of the Dao Palace realm, could challenge ordinary mid-stage masters of the divine power realm with the blessing of the double pupil eyes. Not to mention Xia Qingxue, a weak woman who was only at the peak of the Dao Palace realm, who could only be killed instantly. Ah! Seeing Yifan's expression was a little scary. Xia Qingxue was so scared that her eyes were wide open, her face was pale, and she subconsciously leaned towards Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu, who was at the early stage of the Great Saint Realm, was naturally not afraid of Yifan's momentum. She quickly grabbed Xia Qingxue's hand and whispered to comfort her, "Qingxue, don't be afraid. I'm here." Xia Qingxue relaxed a little, but still held Xiao Ruoyu's sleeve tightly. Xiao Ruoyu glanced at Yifan and saw that his eyes were always on her and Xia Qingxue, with a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoyu stood in front of Xia Qingxue and protected her behind him. The aura of the great saint on his body was released and suppressed on Yifan. This momentum made Yifan have difficulty breathing. His face turned pale, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. So scary. Aware of the abnormality in his body, Yifan was frightened and quickly restrained his aura. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn it, how could Xiao Ruoyu be so powerful? Not only him, Xia Qingxue was also shocked by this terrifying momentum, and a look of horror appeared on her face, because he saw a phantom of a big sun. It showed that her sister Ruoyu's cultivation had really reached the early stage of the Great Saint Realm. Yifan did not expect that Xiao Ruoyu would have such a terrible power, which was completely beyond his expectations. Before, there was a rumor that Xiao Ruoyu was in the early stage of the Great Saint Realm. At that time, he sneered at this rumor. Such a young Great Saint Realm powerhouse, let alone the entire Donghua continent, even the entire Tianxian continent, is very rare. But now, seeing Xiao Ruoyu's Great Saint Realm cultivation with his own eyes, Yifan knew that the rumor was true. It seems to be because of the divine phoenix martial soul. Yifan thought of the legendary martial soul in Xiao Ruoyu's body, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Sister, so powerful. Seeing the momentum released by Xiao Ruoyu, Xia Qingxue's eyes lit up and she was full of praise. That's right. Don't you look at who your sister is. Xiao Ruoyu smiled and rubbed the hair on Xia Qingxue's forehead, her eyes full of tenderness. She has always regarded Xia Qingxue as her own sister. When she saw Yifan's murderous intent towards Xia Qingxue, she would not stand idly by. No matter what, She would not allow anyone to hurt her sister. Qingxue. Yi Fan, please don't try to bully Qingxue in the future. This is the first time, and I hope it will be the last time. She changed Yi Fan's name from Master Yi to his real name, which shows that she has completely hated Yi Fan's hypocritical and arrogant face. If it weren't for her kind heart, Yi Fan would have become a corpse lying on the ground. At this time, she didn't have a good impression of Yi Fan, although she already regarded Yi Fan as a friend, just a friend as close as water. She hated herself for thinking that Yi Fan was a modest gentleman and worthy of deep friendship before, but now it seems that everything is just his disguise. Hearing Xiao Ruoyu's warning, Yi Fan's face darkened. He had indeed wanted to find a chance to get rid of Xia Qingxue just now, but now he was not Xiao Ruoyu's opponent, and even if he had this intention, he could not act. After all, Xiao Ruoyu is in the early stage of the Great Sage realm. The gap between herself and her is too big, and she cannot compete with Xiao Ruoyu. Miss Xiao, you misunderstood. Please listen to my explanation. Okay? Yi Fan was a little unwilling to give up and wanted to fight to restore his impression in Xiao Ruoyu's heart. Although he successfully prevented the two from meeting Su Chen, he ruined the good image he had finally built up in Xiao Ruoyu's heart. After this calculation, he still lost this round of competition. And Su Chen didn't do anything, but he lost miserably. This ending was hard for him to accept. Explain what? I'm not blind. Xiao Ruoyu's eyes were cold and she stared at Yi Fan. Since the moment you had murderous intentions towards Sister Qingxue, the two of us are destined to never go back to the past. It's up to you to stay or leave. She didn't give Mark any chance to explain, and pulled Xia Qingxue to sit next to her. Yi Fan opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when the words reached his lips, nothing came out. However, he did not choose to leave the private room, but stood there and chose to stay. Looking at the beautiful backs of the two women, a complicated look appeared on his face. Originally, he might have held the two peerless beauties in front of him in his arms, but now this has become a luxury wish. A beautiful dream that may never come true. This immediately reminded him of the initiator Su Chen. Su Chen, it's all your fault. I, Yi Fan, are at odds with you. Yi Fan clenched his fists tightly. His nails dug into his flesh, and blood seeped out, staining his sleeves red. His eyes were filled with hatred, and a cold killing intent emerged from his body. In the private room with the font E, Su Chen was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed and Chu Yanran in his arms. A maid from the auction house stood respectfully in front of him. If Mark was here, he would be able to recognize this maid at a glance. Yes, she was the maid who led Xia Qingxue and the others into the high, private room before. Young Master Su, this is what you want. As she spoke, she took out a photo jade from her arms and handed it to Su Chen. Respectfully. Kindness. Su Chen nodded and took the shadow jade in his hand. His spiritual thoughts immediately penetrated into the shadow jade. Everything that happened in the high private room immediately appeared in Su Chen's mind. After looking at it for a long time, Su Chen's mouth corners involuntarily raised slightly, and an evil smile appeared on his face. Yi Fan, you really can't change your bad habit of showing off. This sounds like being aloof and proud, and refusing to admit defeat. To put it harshly, it's the Diaoxi's obscenity. This is a disease. Got a cure. The dog author and readers in the original book like to watch the protagonist Yi Fan pretending to punch the villain in the face. However, now that he has traveled through time and become a villain, of course, he will not let Yi Fan pretend to be obscene. Not only did he want to slap Yi Fan hard in the face, but he also wanted to trample on Yi Fan's dignity. Yi Fan, since you like to show off so much, I will help you today. Looking at the picture displayed in the photo jade, a cold smile appeared on Su Chen's face. You did a great job, and I am very satisfied. After withdrawing his thoughts, Su Chen raised his eyes to look at the maid, and said calmly. Hearing this, The maid quickly knelt down on the ground and said with excitement in her voice, "Thank you for the compliment, young master." Because she leaned forward, the pair of high breasts happened to touch Su Chen's raised right foot, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Su Chen felt the warm and soft touch on his feet, and was startled. His eyes fell on the maid's chest. Having seen big scenes, he narrowed his eyes slightly and raised an evil curve at the corner of his mouth. He knew exactly what the maid did. He is the young master of the Su family, with a respected position and overwhelming power. As long as he clings to him, he can be regarded as a pheasant that can fly on a branch and become a phoenix, and enjoy endless glory and wealth. That's why the maid deliberately touched her feet with her breasts in an attempt to arouse her interest. However, this woman made a wrong calculation. Ever since he saw Chu Yanran's breasts, he could no longer look down on other women. Even if this maid was tall, he wouldn't take a second look at her. He is not a casual man. No, wrong. He is not a human being when he is casual. Seeing that Su Chen didn't react at all, the maid lowered her head in panic as if she was guilty of committing a crime. She didn't dare to look at Su Chen anymore, but her heart was beating fast. There are 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones here, which are awarded to you by this young master. Su Chen reached out and threw a storage ring in front of the maid and said calmly, "Thank you, young master, for the reward." The maid tremblingly grabbed the storage ring in front of her, with excitement on her face. 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones, this is a resource that she will never be able to earn in her lifetime. As expected, he is very wealthy. He spent 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones at once. As expected of the young master of the Su family, he is very generous. She licked her delicate red lips excitedly. It's a pity that young Master Su is not interested in her, otherwise she really wants to dedicate herself to young master as a slave. Thinking about it, a look of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Stand back and continue doing what you should do. Su Chen waved his hand and motioned for her to go out. It's the young master. The maid respectfully agreed, turned around and walked out. Chu Yanran in her arms frowned, looking at the graceful back of the maid, with a look of disgust in her eyes. Yanran, what's wrong? He seemed to notice the change in the beauty's mood in his arms and asked, It's nothing. I just feel that such a lowly person is not worthy of the young master. Chu Yanran pouted and said unhappily, She kept staring at you just now and wanted to seduce you with her body. Don't you think she is despicable? Our Su family does not allow such a woman to enter. After saying that, she stretched out her slender jade arms to hug Su Chen, and said coquettishly, You are my husband. As long as I am here, these foxy girls can't even think of trying to take advantage of you. She looked domineering and had obviously classified Su Chen into her own private sphere. Ever since she married into the Su family and saw the Su family's huge power and profound heritage, she suddenly felt how small her previous vision was. With the appearance of Su Meier and Xia Qingxue, she felt a sense of uneasiness and crisis in her heart. These two women were not inferior to her in any way in terms of figure, appearance, or qualifications, and in some aspects they even far surpassed her. In particular, Su Meier's charming body was able to arouse the desires in Su Chen's body on the bed, making Su Chen addicted to it every time and unable to extricate himself. Therefore, if she wants to stay with Su Chen, she must firmly occupy Su Chen's heart and let herself occupy an important place in his heart. After all, she was the first woman to enlighten Su Chen. A man can forget everything, but he will never forget his first woman. You're right. Su Chen gently stroked Chu Yanran's hair, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said with deep and bright eyes, Husband, I belong to you both, body and heart. Hearing this, Chu Yanran's pretty face flushed instantly, but her heart was filled with sweetness, and her bright eyes were full of charm like spring water. I hate it, you're so evil. While speaking, she hit Su Chen's chest several times with her pink fist. Ha ha. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh, and climbed up the pair of majestic peaks with a stupid hand. Oh, husband, you've bullied me again. Chu Yanran was so shy that she struggled a few times, but found that her hands were tightly held by Su Chen and she could not escape at all. She had no choice but to give up, bury her head in Su Chen's arms, and let Su Chen's big hands wreak havoc. Su Chen held the peerless beauty in his arms, feeling her alluring curves, and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, it's a little bigger. When Chu Yanran heard this, her face suddenly became shy. She raised her head and rolled her eyes at Su Chen and said coquettishly, "It's all because of a bad guy like you. My skirt doesn't fit anymore. It's all your fault. So bad. Yanran, you must not accuse me unjustly." Su Chen gently pinched Chu Yanran's nose. "I am responsible for our son's future canteen." Hearing that Su Chen mentioned the child, Chu Yanran's cheeks blushed even more intensely. She lightly punched Su Chen a few times and said angrily, "Bad guy, you know nonsense." Su Chen's words reminded her of her mother-in-law Qin Xinran's words. Hoping that she could renew the incense of the Su family as soon as possible. When she thought of this, she felt her face heat up. Although she also wanted to give birth to a son for Su Chen, she couldn't rush such a thing, and it didn't mean that she would have it if she wanted to. It's not like she can do it alone. No matter how fertile her land is, it won't work if there are no seeds planted in it. Of course, it needs to be watered and nourished from time to time. Yanran, I'm not talking nonsense. Su Chen said seriously. After the son is born, he needs a lot of milk. Do you think we need to work harder? As he said this, his hands were still playing tricks on the towering. Hearing this, Chu Yanran rolled her eyes immediately. It was obvious that he wanted to take advantage of her, but he still spoke righteously. "Bad guy, you will bully others." Her pretty face was red, like a ripe apple. However, she was very happy to hear that Su Chen was willing to let her give birth to a child for him. As long as she gave birth to a child for Su Chen, her position in the Su mansion would be stable in the future, and she would not be afraid of Su Chen having more women around him in the future. At this time, the auction house suddenly fell into silence, and everyone's eyes were all cast on the high platform in the center of the hall. "Welcome to the Sky Auction House." The auctioneer was a graceful woman in a red dress. Her voice was gentle and pleasant, like a yellow aureole out of the valley, which made everyone present feel comfortable. Although her appearance was not as good as Chu Yanran and Su Meier, she was more mature and charming, and her every move was full of temptation, which made people feel excited. Many male customers were dazzled, but they were not rude. As the woman's voice fell, applause broke out. "Now I will announce the first auction item." Seeing this, the red-dressed woman who was hosting the auction smiled. "It's this Dragon King Pearl." As she finished speaking, a crystal-clear Dragon King Pearl the size of a pigeon egg, shining with white light, appeared on the auction table. It seemed to be carved from a gem. Under the light, it was white all over, emitting a dazzling brilliance, as round and shining as a pearl. Hiss! The moment they saw the East China Sea Dragon King Pearl, everyone present gasped and their eyes widened. As expected of the Sky Auction House, the first auction item was a spiritual object of heaven and earth, and it was the priceless Dragon King Pearl. Is this the Dragon King Pearl? Legend has it that the Dragon King Pearl is the most precious treasure of the dragon race. It contains a huge amount of spiritual energy, which can improve the speed of cultivation of immortal cultivators, enhance practical experience, and can cleanse the body and enhance spiritual consciousness. Is an excellent treasure that is extremely suitable for tempering the body. It is worthy of being the legendary Dragon King Pearl. The breath it exudes alone is irresistible. It is much better than any elixir. The Dragon King Pearl is not only a sacred treasure that enhances strength, but also improves the cultivation potential of infants. If it can be swallowed and refined, then the baby's qualifications will certainly be improved a lot, and it may even awaken the legendary dragon martial spirit. It's a pity that we don't have that much money.
No.
No matter how much it costs, I must get it. The guests present began to discuss, with a fiery look in their eyes. For this Dragon King Pearl, everyone is determined to get it. Seeing the fanaticism in everyone's eyes, the red-dressed woman raised a curve at the corner of her mouth, and a hint of pride flashed across her eyes. She just likes to watch customers madly scramble for it. With her eyes slightly narrowed, she smiled and said, "You don't need me to introduce it. I believe everyone already knows the use of the Dragon King Pearl, right?" Hearing this, everyone present nodded and agreed. "Of course. Well, since everyone knows it, I will continue the auction. I will tell you the reserve price of this Dragon King Pearl." She looked around at everyone and slowly said, "The reserve price of this Dragon King Pearl is 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Each bid must not be less than 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Please bid enthusiastically." As soon as the voice fell, someone immediately quoted his own price. "I'll offer 1.1 million high-grade spirit stones. I'll offer 1.2 million high-grade spirit stones. I'll offer 1.5 million high-grade spirit stones. I'll offer 3 million high-grade spirit stones." A voice came from the high private room. Yi Fan was staring at the Dragon King Pearl on the auction table with excitement. He felt that his breathing was about to stop, and his heartbeat also accelerated at this moment. He wanted to rush over and take it for himself. He never thought that he could see such a treasure. He just checked the Dragon King Pearl with his eyes, and he was surprised to find that this was not an ordinary Dragon King Pearl, but a Dragon King Pearl that was 1,000,000 years old, because it has absorbed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth for 1,000,000 years. The essence of heaven and earth contained in the pearl is extremely rich, which is a great tonic for practitioners. As long as he swallows and refines this Dragon King Pearl, he can also improve his cultivation to the middle and late stages of the supernatural realm in a short time, and can also strengthen his physical strength. Now the shocking secret hidden in this Dragon King Pearl is only known by him. This is a great opportunity for him. As long as he is careful and does not let anyone notice, then this Dragon King Pearl will be his. Because although the Dragon King Pearl is precious, the general price is less than 5 million high-grade spirit stones. He now has 10 million high-grade spirit stones in his arms, and he is very grateful to Xiao Tiancheng for this. Without Xiao Tiancheng, he would not have the capital to have 10 million high-grade spirit stones. It turned out that the time he made this rich friend in the secret realm trial was not in vain. As long as he takes this Dragon King Pearl, he will be one step closer to the day of revenge on Su Chen. Su Chen, just wait for me. One day I will make you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy, and let you watch how I play with your woman. Thinking of this, Yi Fan's eyes were scarlet. His fists clenched, and his eyes became colder. Hearing Yi Fan's quotation, the beautiful eyes of the woman in the red dress flashed with light, and then she concealed the joy in her eyes, coughed lightly and said, "Congratulations to the young man in the private room with the word high forbidding 3 million high-grade spiritual stones, and isn't there a higher bid?" As she spoke, she scanned everyone present, trying to find the one with the highest bid. But she soon became disappointed because the price of 3 million was almost close to the highest price of the Dragon Emperor Pearl. Just when she secretly sighed her disappointment, a voice suddenly sounded, 3 million and 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. A slightly gloomy voice echoed throughout the auction hall. Hearing the sound, everyone looked sideways and saw a man wearing a black robe and a hood sitting at the VIP table. Next to him stood several men holding sharp weapons, looking fierce. It makes people feel afraid when they see it. At this time, The purple-robed man sitting next to the man snorted coldly. Lao San, why are you so impulsive this time? I know you covet this dragon, Emperor Pearl, but you want it too. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the man in black robe. Second brother, please leave me alone. I have already made my decision. We'll definitely get this dragon Emperor Pearl in my pocket today. Third brother, you can't do this. You know our mission at the auction this time. After hearing what the man in black robe said, the man in purple robe immediately frowned and tried to dissuade him. But the man in black robe remained unmoved. Seeing this, the man in purple robe could only sigh, okay, you can do whatever you want anyway. I don't care about you anymore. Seeing this scene, everyone around them suddenly showed a look of realization. It turned out that the man in black came for the Dragon Emperor Pearl. I will offer 3.2 million high-grade spiritual stones. Just when the man in purple robe gave up stopping the man in black, another voice sounded. Hearing this, everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man sitting there wearing a green cloth, a bamboo hat, and a pair of eyes as deep as the vast starry sky. His aura was very ordinary, like an ordinary stone, but people dared not look directly into his eyes. He stood in front of everyone like a mountain, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. Seeing the man in the bamboo hat bid, the man in black robe was stunned. He didn't expect that someone in Donghuazhou would snatch things from him. Although he didn't know who the other party was, with his keen sense of smell, he felt that the other party was definitely not a good person. I'll offer 4 million high-grade spirit stones. The man in black robe called out a higher price again. After hearing this number, everyone present couldn't help but take a breath, and their eyes were filled with deep shock. 4 million high-grade spirit stones. Even if their family assets exceed 10 million high-grade spirit stones, they will not waste so many spirit stones. For a Dragon King Pearl, this is simply a waste of natural resources. Which big family is he from? Although the Dragon King Pearl is rare, 4 million high-grade spirit stones have exceeded its own value. Xiao Qiu, a descendant of the Xiao family, the second largest family in Donghuazhou. Although 4 million high-grade spirit stones are not a lot, they are not too much for a branch of the Xiao family. After all, the wealth of the Xiao family is not what you and I can imagine. The auction hall fell silent in an instant. Obviously, everyone thought that the Dragon King Pearl was worth only 4 million high-grade spirit stones at most. At this time, the man wearing a bamboo hat made another bid for 1,100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Hiss! In an instant, everyone was shocked and looked at the man wearing a bamboo hat, trying to guess his identity. However, because the man was well concealed, no one could see his true face, and no one knew who he was. Damn it! Hearing this number, Xiao Qiu's face changed, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and continued to shout, 5 million high-grade spirit stones. 5,100,000 high-grade spirit stones. At this time, the man wearing a bamboo hat spoke again. It was only 100,000 more high-grade spirit stones, which firmly suppressed Xiao Qiu. Hearing this price, everyone present took a breath of cold air, and their hearts were full of horror. My dear mother, who is this guy? Aren't you afraid of offending Xiao Qiu by offering such a price? Who is Xiao Qiu? He is a famous playboy in Donghuazhou. It is said that he fell in love with a good girl 3 years ago, but the girl was already married. However, Xiao Qiu still did not let her go. That night he raped the girl in front of the girl's husband and finally killed her whole family. But that guy doesn't look simple. Since he is so rich and fearless, he must have something to rely on, right? Who cares? It's none of our business anyway. Just watch the show. Hearing the discussions around him, Xiao Qiu's expression became uglier. He glared at the man in the bamboo hat and cursed in his heart. You bastard, you actually compete with me. I'll kill you later. Thinking of this, he roared, 6 million high-grade spirit stones. At this moment, the most excited person was the woman in the red skirt on the central platform. Her little face was flushed with excitement. Her hands were clenched, and her beautiful eyes were full of excitement. 6 million high-grade spirit stones have completely exceeded the value of the Dragon King Pearl. She didn't expect that someone would spend such a high price to bid for the Dragon King Pearl. It seems that both of them should come for the Dragon King Pearl, which makes her very happy. She raised her jade neck high, looked around with a smile and said, "Master, Xiao bid 6 million high-grade spirit stones. Who else can bid a higher price?" Yifan, who was in the high private room, was furious when he heard Xiao Qiu raise the price of the Dragon King Pearl to 6 million high-grade spirit stones. He only had 10 million high-grade spirit stones on him. If he raised the price again, it would be much more difficult for him to bid for the Dragon King Pearl. "No, I have to do it." Thinking of this, he stood up and shouted, 6,100,000 high-grade spirit stones. As he shouted, the entire auction hall fell silent again. Everyone's eyes were all focused on the high private room, and their faces were full of disbelief. Is this guy crazy? How dare he bid against Xiao Qiu? Another guy who doesn't know how to live or die. Hush! Keep your voice down. After all, he can sit in the high private room. I think his origin must be extraordinary. If we anger him, we will be in trouble. Listening to the whispers around him, Xiao Qiu's mouth drew a faint arc. He wanted to see who the guy inside was. He even dared to compete with him for the Dragon King Pearl. He was really tired of living. Killing one is killing, killing two is also killing. He didn't mind killing Yifan and the man wearing a bamboo hat together to establish his prestige. Yifan in the high private room grinned. He felt that he should be grateful to Su Chun, the big wronged, for allowing him to be in this separate private room to intimidate some people and save him a lot of bidding troubles. After all, people who can be in a separate private room are either rich or noble, which conceals Yifan's true identity very well. As expected, the man in the bamboo hat stiffened slightly after hearing his offer, and a trace of solemnity and fear appeared in his eyes. However, Xiao Qiu was not intimidated, and snorted coldly, 7 million high-grade spirit stones. Yifan raised his eyebrows. This guy really didn't want to be outdone. He gritted his teeth. 7.11 million high-grade spirit stones. I don't believe Xiao Qiu will continue to bid. Hearing Yifan's offer, Xiao Qiu's mouth curled up a ferocious smile. 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Boom. As soon as this was said, the entire auction hall exploded again. Too crazy. The assets of the families present here are all above 10 million high-grade spirit stones, but 10 million high-grade spirit stone assets and cash are still not equal. This is generally calculated at a discount. In other words, their family may not actually be able to take out 10 million high-grade spirit stones. And Xiao Qiu spent more than 5 million high-grade spirit stones to fight for his breath, which shows that he has gone completely crazy. This makes them even more curious. Who dares to challenge Xiao Qiu? It's simply looking for death. At this moment, Yifan's face became extremely ugly. He clenched his fists tightly. His hands were blue and veins bulged. His eyes flashed with strong anger and humiliation. He never thought that someone would snatch this Dragon Emperor Pearl from him. He flipped the table and directly showed the sky-high price of 10 million high-grade spirit stones. 10 million high-grade spirit stones. It was also the wealth he could afford. Xiao Qiu was pushing him to death, leaving him no way out. Ah! He looked up to the sky and howled, as if he was stimulated to go crazy. His eyes were red, his whole body was shaking, and his eyeballs seemed to pop out of his eye sockets. Xiao Qiu, you are going too far. Yifan roared madly. His cheeks turned liver-colored, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like he was going to bite someone. The furious Yifan immediately attracted the attention of Xia Qingxue and Xiao Ruoyu, who were in the high private room. At this moment, Yi Fan was like a rampaging beast, and the murderous aura emanating from his body made the air around him filled with a strong smell of blood. Xia Qingxue was so frightened that her face turned pale. She hugged her arms tightly with both hands and burrowed into Xiao Ruoyu's arms, fearing that she would also suffer an unexpected disaster. Before coming, Su Chun had repeatedly told her that no matter what happened, she must take her life as the most important. Xiao Ruoyu was also shocked. She had never seen such a violent and bloodthirsty Yi Fan. It seemed that she did not know Yi Fan thoroughly enough. Perhaps this is the truest side of Yi Fan. She stroked Xia Qingshue's hair and comforted her softly. Qingxue, it's okay. With your sister here, no one can hurt you. Hearing her words, Xia Qingshue's fear was relieved a lot. After she exhaled a breath of turbid air, she slowly let go of her hands that were hugging Xia Qingshue's shoulders. However, her eyes were fixed on Yi Fan. Seeing that Yi Fan in the high private room had not made another offer for a long time, Xiao Qiu thought that Yi Fan had understood the situation and showed a trace of sarcasm on his face. What do you think? Do you still dare to challenge me? Xiao Qiu asked coldly. He had already regarded Yi Fan as a lamb to be slaughtered. Now was the time for him to be proud, so he naturally took the opportunity to step on him. His words immediately attracted the echo of many people around him. Mr. Xiao is right. He is just an unknown junior. He dares to snatch things from you. He is simply courting death. Why should Mr. Xiao bother to argue with such a clown and waste time? I said that no matter how powerful that person is, he is just a strong dragon. How can he be qualified to challenge Mr. Xiao in Donghuazhou? Haha. I think that person must have been intimidated by Mr. Zhao's momentum, and dared not say a word. Listening to the praises around him, Xiao Qiu's mouth corners slightly raised, and he was happy in his heart. It seems that his reputation is still quite famous in the whole Donghuazhou. However, just when he was complacent, a low voice suddenly came from the high, private room. The voice was not loud, but everyone's hearing was excellent and could hear it clearly. 20 million high-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. They turned their heads to look at the high private room, and an inexplicable awe surged in their hearts. Being able to take out 20 million high-grade spirit stones to buy a dragon Emperor Pearl in one go, this person must have a good background. Either his family is extremely rich or he has a very big background. But no matter what, this guy is definitely not weaker than Xiao Qiu because he dares to challenge Xiao Qiu. At this moment, the auction hall fell into a brief silence, and no one dared to interrupt at this time. In the high private room, Yi Fan's eyes flashed with cold light, his fists clenched, his veins bulged, and his whole face became distorted. Xiao Qiu, you forced me to do this, he murmured in a low voice. He grinned, and his left hand touched the space ring that Xiao Tianqing gave him outside the auction house. That's right, he was going to embezzle the 1 billion high-grade spirit stones in the space ring without Xiao Tianqing's permission. Only in this way can he successfully bid for the Dragon Emperor Pearl quickly, improve his strength in a short period of time, and get the things and women he wants. Although it is a bit inappropriate to do so, he has no choice. He is not like Xiao Tianqing and Xiao Qiu, who were born with a golden key in their mouths. He does not need to worry about cultivation resources or not getting what he wants. He was born in a humble family. From childhood to adulthood, he relied on paying 10 times or 100 times more efforts than others and worked hard, step by step, to obtain today's cultivation. And now, Xiao Qiu wants to destroy this great opportunity in front of him. How can he be willing? He wants to fight and take back the opportunity that originally belonged to him. Yi Fan held the space ring tightly in his right hand. With a thought, a ray of consciousness was quietly injected into the space ring from his palm. The next second, the 1 billion high-grade spirit stones in the space ring were all displayed in his mind. He curled his lips, and his confidence suddenly swelled to the extreme. With 1 billion high-grade spirit stones as capital, he wanted to slap Xiao Qiu and all those who looked down on him. When he saw that the auction hall was silent and pin drop could be heard, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He finally had the opportunity to be proud. Auction hall. Xiao Qiu's face was gloomy and frightening. The people in the high private room were indeed ignorant ants who dared to challenge him. You are so ignorant. If that's the case, today I will let you know what the third eye of Lord Ma is. He took a deep breath and shouted to the woman in the red skirt on the auction table, 30 million high-grade spirit stones. 60 million high-grade spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan raised the bid without showing any weakness, adding 30 million high-grade spirit stones. Boom! When he heard 60 million high-grade spirit stones, the whole auction hall exploded in an instant, and everyone's eyes widened, with unbelievable expressions on their faces. Is this person crazy? He doubled Xiao Xiao's bid in an instant. A Dragon Emperor pearl worth less than 5 million high-grade spirit stones was forcibly sold for 60 million high-grade spirit stones. It is unprecedented and unparalleled. What is the origin of the kid in the high room? How can he be so rich? Isn't it because he has money but nowhere to spend it? You know nothing? You don't understand the world of rich people. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Xiao Qiu's face became more and more ugly. He originally wanted to raise the price of this Dragon King Pearl to humiliate Yi Fan, who was ignorant of the world. But no one could have expected that Yi Fan would raise the price by 30 million high-grade spirit stones without hesitation, doubling the price. Isn't this a slap in his face? He felt that his chest was about to explode. Not only that, the eyes of everyone present were focused on his face, and they were obviously waiting for him to continue to quote. Xiao Qiu gritted his teeth. His face was burning with anger, his eyes were uncertain, and he seemed to be thinking about countermeasures. Seeing this, Yi Fan showed a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't believe that Xiao Qiu would continue to quote, because this didn't waste more high-grade spirit stones just to fight for a breath. As expected, after a moment, Xiao Qiu's face was gloomy, and he wanted to make another offer, but he was pressed down on the chair by the purple-robed man beside him. At this moment, the happiest person was the woman in the red skirt on the high platform. With such a high offer, the commission of the Sky Auction House would be much higher, and her performance would naturally soar. She bowed to the direction of the high private room, smiled charmingly, then turned around and looked at everyone and said, 60 million high-grade spirit stones. Is there a higher price? If not, this Dragon King Pearl will belong to the gentleman in the high private room. She knew that no one would be willing to pay a higher price to buy this Dragon King Pearl, but she still needed to ask. Because this is the rule of the auction house. Rules are rules. Just when everyone thought that this Dragon King Pearl would fall into Yi Fan's hands, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded in the auction hall. 100 million high-grade spirit stones. This sudden sound was like thunderclapping from the blue sky, bringing the noise of the entire auction hall to an abrupt halt, leaving it unusually quiet and utterly silent. What? It's 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Where did this guy come from? It should be not simple. Those who can stay in the Wu private room must be rich or noble. We can't compare with him. This is really a case of not making a sound or making a big splash. By doing this, he not only suppressed the guy in the high private room but also raised the price of the Dragon King Pearl to an astronomical figure. 100 million high-grade spirit stones, even those big families probably don't take them out casually. But this person just opened his mouth and said 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Could he be the young master of a top family? I think it's almost certain. If he is really that powerful, then there will be a lot of fun to watch. Yes, we can't afford to offend such a big shot at all. The offer of 100 million high-grade spirit stones completely shocked everyone. For a while, everyone pointed in the direction of the Wu private room and talked about it with all kinds of speculations. However, in the auction hall, one person's reaction was the biggest, and that person was Xiao Qiu, because he recognized the owner of the quotation voice Su Chen, the young master of the Su family. Su Chen has made a move. Let's see how this little bastard can jump. This time, he stared at the direction of the high private room with resentful eyes and cursed viciously in his heart. He knew Su Chen's character very well. He would get whatever he liked, no matter how much it cost. Otherwise, he would suffer his revenge, and he would never show any mercy. Such people were the ones Xiao Qiu feared the most and feared the most. Even the person he was afraid of made a move, and he knew what kind of end Yi Fan would end up with. Wanting to snatch something from Su Chen's hands was courting death. Now there's a good show to watch. Xiao Qiu curled his lips and showed an evil smile in the direction of the high private room. Yi Fan in the high private room was also shocked. His breath was choked. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, and he forgot to continue quoting for a moment. It was like, after spending millions of dollars in betrothal gifts, he finally married a beautiful bride, and the wedding banquet was held. Just as he, the groom, was about to enter the bridal chamber and go to Wushan with his bride, a group of vicious robbers came outside, broke in directly, pressed him to the ground, and kidnapped the bride in front of him. And he could only watch helplessly. This humiliation cannot be described in words. He was stunned, his mind was buzzing, and even a blackness appeared in front of his eyes, and his eyes could not see anything. How could this be possible? He also recognized the owner of the voice,
Su Chen,
the young master of the Su family who was regarded as an ant by him, the despicable villain who snatched his master from him, the shameless person who only used the family power behind him to suppress him. Now he is actually competing with me for this Dragon King Pearl with the price of 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Yi Fan's head exploded. He really couldn't accept such a fact. Damn it. Why did he come out to compete with me? Yi Fan's face was ashen. His eyes were full of anger and resentment. Could he also see the secret of this Dragon King Pearl?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Only I, with my double pupils, can see that this Dragon King Pearl has another secret. This is my trump card. How can Su Chen see through me? This must be a coincidence. I have to stay calm. Thinking of this, he took a few deep breaths and suppressed the resentment in his heart. In the Wu private room, Su Chen hugged Chu Yanran with a proud look on his face. His eyes narrowed slightly. His face was full of a triumphant smirk. He stretched out his tongue, licked Chu Yanran's delicate white neck, and sighed. It smells so good. Feeling the warmth from her neck, Chu Yanran's pretty face flushed. She gave Su Chen a coquettish look, lowered her head, and dared not look at him. Yanran, my husband knows that you have set your eyes on this Dragon King Pearl. Do you want to keep it for our son in advance? Su Chen leaned close to Chu Yanran's ear, and his warm breath blew on Chu Yanran's ear, giving Chu Yanran a tingling feeling. The moment the Dragon King Pearl appeared on the auction table, Chu Yanran was attracted by it, and her beautiful eyes kept staring at it, almost unable to move. Su Chen naturally noticed this. In the original work, Yi Fan participated in this auction, discovered this extraordinary Dragon King Pearl, and finally bought it at a high price of 60 million spirit stones. When everyone thought Yi Fan was a big idiot who spent a lot of money to buy this Dragon King Pearl, Yi Fan was very happy, even secretly happy, because this was exactly what he wanted. Because Yi Fan used his double pupils to find that this was a million-year-old Dragon King Pearl. With the help of a Dragon King Pearl, he raised his cultivation to the middle stage of the divine power realm in a short time. Afterwards, when Yi Fan stood on the top of Tianshan continent, he couldn't help but talk about this matter every time he talked to people. However, now he met this young master. Sorry, the opportunity of this Dragon King Pearl has been snatched by him, Su Chen. Now that Chu Yenran likes this Dragon King Pearl very much, the reason for hiding it seems very logical. Hearing Su Chen's teasing, Chu Yenran's body trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes were watery. She looked up at Su Chen. Shyly, "Don't talk nonsense. Haha, if you like it, this young master will take it and give it to you." Su Chen frivolously pinched her pink jade neck, and a charming arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, smiling. "Thank you, husband." After saying that, Chu Yenran blushed and said nothing more, but her body trembled slightly, as if she was too excited. The Dragon Emperor Pearl worth 100 million top-grade spirit stones is not a small amount. Su Chen said he would give it to her. This moved Chu Yenran deeply, and her heart was filled with sweetness and happiness. She felt that marrying such a man, even as a concubine, would not be bad. Deep in her heart, she was very happy about her decision to agree to be Su Chen's concubine in the Xianjian sect. Facts have proved that her choice was completely correct. Hehe, that's good. Seeing Chu Yenran's shy look, Su Chen smiled even more. He whispered in Chu Yenran's ear, "And your husband has decided to let you continue the incense of my Su family as soon as possible. For the time being, all the seeds will be planted in your fields." As he said, his right hand gently stroked Chu Yenran's smooth hair, his eyes full of love. "After the seeds are planted for you, it depends on whether your fields are fertile. Of course, I will water your fields from time to time. Please follow me, thank you readers." Chu Yenran was ashamed when she heard this, and lowered her head, not daring to look at his fiery eyes. At this moment, she felt as if she had fallen into a wolf's den, and her heart was uneasy, but she was moved. No matter whether Su Chen was teasing her, at least he was very good to her, and that was enough. Yi Fan glanced in the direction of the Wu private room, and a gloomy, murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He said inwardly, "Su Chen, I hope you can be more sensible. 110 million high-grade spirit stones." After quoting the price, he was a little nervous. He had to get this dragon ball no matter how much it cost. But he only had 1,100 million high-grade spirit stones. In the eyes of an ordinary person or even those middle-class families, these spirit stones are a huge sum of money that cannot be earned in a lifetime. But who is Su Chen? He is the young master of the Su family, the only heir of the Su family, the largest family in Donghuazhou. This amount of spiritual stones may be just a grain of sand in front of him, not worth mentioning at all. 200 million high-grade spiritual stones. As expected, just as Yi Fan's voice fell, Su Chen's voice sounded again. 210 million high-grade spiritual stones. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. His eyes showed a resolute expression. He would not give up. "Yi Fan, you can't beat Su Chen." Xiao Ruoyu on the side finally couldn't stand it anymore, and said, "Forget it. For a Dragon Emperor Pearl, it is really unnecessary to fight with the wealthy."
Su Chen.
Xiao Ruoyu has also heard a little about Su Chen's character. In Donghuazhou, as long as it can be obtained through money, Su Chen has never lost to anyone. "Shut up. It's not your turn to care about my business." Yi Fan glared at Xiao Ruoyu fiercely and shouted angrily. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu frowned and said, "I just kindly remind you, forget it if you don't persuade me." Her mind is simple without any complicated thoughts. Although she didn't like Yi Fan, they were friends after all. Seeing him so stubborn, she couldn't help but feel a little sorry. "Sister Ruoyu, it's hard to persuade a damned ghost with good words. Just let him go." Xia Qingxue, who was standing by, hugged Xiao Ruoyu's arm and said with a cold face, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Just when Yi Fan wanted to settle accounts with Xia Qingxue, Su Chen in the Wu private room spoke again. 500 million high-grade spirit stones. At this moment, the entire auction hall fell into silence, and even Yi Fan couldn't help but take a breath. Su Chen was obviously fighting with him. His heart was beating violently, his face flushed, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He was trying hard to suppress his urge to kill. 500 million high-grade spirit stones. He almost bit his teeth off and forced himself to quote the price. His whole body was shaking violently, and it was obvious that he was on the verge of collapse. His eyes were bloodshot like a gambler who had gone crazy at the gambling table. Hee. Su Chen curled his lips and sneered. It seems that Xiao Tianqing gave quite a lot of spirit stones. His tone was somewhat teasing, as if he was mocking Yi Fan's overestimation of his own abilities. This young master is not in the mood to play with you. Let everything end. He showed a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, and waved his right hand. 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Wow. The whole auction house exploded. 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Puff. Yi Fan spit out a mouthful of blood, staggered, his face was pale, and he sat down on the ground. He never dreamed that Su Chen would be so crazy. 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. It was like a number from Su Chen's mouth, and it was effortless at all. At this moment, his heart was completely desperate. He knew that he could not beat Su Chen. This guy is simply a devil. He could no longer control his emotions. Hee. Sister Royu said that you can't beat my husband, but you don't believe. Seeing Yi Fan's miserable appearance, Xia Qingshua's eyes flashed with a hint, a pleasure. At the same time, she felt fortunate to marry a powerful man like Su Chen. Ha. Seeing that Yi Fan in the high private room had been silent for a long time, Xiao Qiu knew that he had run out of tricks and couldn't help laughing up to the sky. Waste, idiot, dare to snatch things from the young master of the Su family, it's just a foolish dream. Listening to Xiao Qiu's smug laughter, everyone's expressions froze. What? The big shot in the Wu box is the young master of the Su family in Donghuazhou. TSK. I was wondering why the mysterious man in the high box didn't dare to make an offer. Turns out that he hit a wall. With the strength of the Su family in Donghuazhou, no one can help. Hey, the young master of the Su family is too strong. He took out 1 billion high-grade spirit stones at once. It's really scary. Daddy, I heard that the position of the Su family's young master's wife is vacant. It would be great if the child could become the young lady of the Su family. The young master of the Su family is young and rich. I heard that he is very picky in choosing people. The flattery and praise of Su Chen by everyone was like a magic sound that continuously entered Yi Fan's ears. He felt like a joke, being fooled by Su Chen. I am the son of luck, and Su Chen is nothing. Just a prodigal son born in a top family. Heavenly way. Why are you so unfair? Yi Fan was born with double pupils, and my talent is far better than Su Chen's. Why do you still let me endure this humiliation and pain? He hates it. He hates the injustice of heaven. He hates his bad luck. He refuses to accept it. He refuses to give up. He clenched his fists, his nails dug into his flesh. Blood dripped down. He raised his head, stared at the Wu private room with a gloomy look, and a ray of light flashed in his eyes. Alas! Looking at Yi Fan's expression, Xiao Ruoyu shook her head and sighed, with a bit of regret on her face. Su Chen's move directly left a deep shadow in Yi Fan's heart, and it would be difficult for him to get out of it. When Yi Fan's blood flowed through the ring on his right index finger, it emitted a wisp of white light. Then, the white light flashed and penetrated into his body. His facial expression changed slightly, his lips trembled slightly, as if he was trying to restrain something, and finally calmed down. Inside the D private room, TSK. I didn't expect this little thief to be quite interesting. Mu Yuqing stretched lazily on the bed, with a few strange lights flashing in her beautiful eyes. I didn't expect that at such a young age he would be so domineering. He is my type. After saying that, she licked her tempting red lips. Her skin was as white as jade, her skin was whiter than snow, her legs were long and straight, her figure was curvy, and she was extremely hot. But her black and soft hair was a little messy, and she looked quite charming, like a woman of the dust. Especially when she licks her lips. She looks even more sexy and sultry, making people's blood flow. Master, that guy Su Chen just wants to take the opportunity to show off his strength in front of his woman. Lan Xiaoyu on the side looked at Su Chen on the light screen and curled her lips. It was obvious that she had great opinions on Su Chen in her heart. Hearing this, Mu Yuqing rolled her eyes. This also requires strength. 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones are real money. After saying that, she glanced at Su Chen on the screen again. However, this brat is much smarter than I thought. He is a very interesting little guy. She held her chin in one hand and held a wine glass in the other hand. She took a sip of the drink and squinted her eyes, seeming to be thinking about something. On the high platform of the auction hall, the woman in the red dress looked around and found that no one was bidding anymore, with a charming smile on her face. Since no one is bidding, I declare that this Dragon Emperor pearl belongs to the distinguished guest in the private room with the size E. After her voice fell, the Dragon Emperor pearl was sent into the W private room by a maid. Originally, according to the rules of Tianxiong auction house, after the auction was completed, the auctioneer had to pay the full amount before receiving the bid. But no one would doubt the strength of the Su family. It was only 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones, which was like drizzle in front of the huge Su family. She is not stupid, so of course she will go along with the situation and sell. Su Chen's face. At this moment, Yi Fan's face was full of cold killing intent. His eyes swept over everyone, and finally stopped at the private room with the name E. A cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Su Chen, please. Remember, one day, I will step on you under my feet with my own hands and crush you to pieces. That proud head of yours. Yanran, you have to keep this safe for our son. Su Chen took the Dragon Emperor pearl from the maid's hand and placed it in Chu Yanran's jade hand, with an evil smile on his lips, and said in a gentle tone, "Well, thank you, husband."
Chu Yanran nốt đét.
She looked at Su Chen with deep love and emotion in her eyes. She knew the weight of this Dragon Emperor pearl. It was a heavy gift, and it was Su Chen's love for her. Su Chen's actions let her know that although she was just Su Chen's concubine, no one else could take her place in Su Chen's heart. Don't just say thank you. Give your husband a practical reward. Su Chen pinched Chu Yanran's chin with one finger. His eyes flashed with evil luster, and the corners of his mouth were raised slightly, with a bad taste. The other hand pinched Chu Yanran's round and smooth buttocks. You hate it. Chu Yanran coquettishly slapped Su Chen's dirty hand away, her pretty face stained with a hint of blush. I'll just do it to you once. After saying that, she closed her eyes and brought her mouth close to Su Chen's face. A pair of jade hands slowly caressed Su Chen's handsome cheeks, and her small cherry mouth opened slightly. Boo! The touch of 2 soft and sweet lips made Su Chen's body tremble. This kiss made Su Chen feel comfortable all over, and the evil factor in his heart seemed to be activated. Chu Yanran, who had her beautiful eyes closed, had a happy smile on her face, and her heartbeat was racing, because Su Chen's dirty hands had already touched her before I knew it. After a long time, she slowly opened her eyes, with blurred spring waves in her eyes. Is this reward enough? You are playing with fire. The corner of Su Chen's mouth curled up, and he put one hand around Chu Yanran's slender waist, pulled her a little closer to him, and lowered his head to whisper in her ear. Chu Yanran smiled shyly. Her bright eyes like autumn water were full of strong affection. I like to play with fire. Leprechaun. Su Chen and Chu Yanran were making love to each other in the private room. But the auction feast outside was still going on, because there were no auction items that Yi Fan and himself could like. Su Chen did not take action. But sitting in the chair, he frowned slightly and murmured in a low voice, "Did I remember it wrong?" He knew the original work well and clearly remembered that the incomplete jade pendant appeared at this auction and was bought by Yi Fan. The auction time was right, Yi Fan was here, the characters were right, and the Dragon Emperor pearl also appeared, except for the incomplete jade pendant. He was a little confused and couldn't help but think, could it be the butterfly effect caused by me traveling through time? Damn it, wouldn't that be a big loss? Compared to the Dragon Emperor pearl, he cared more about the incomplete jade pendant because this incomplete jade pendant was related to the inheritance of the Shao family. Only by joining forces with the head of the Shao family can she unlock the secret realm of inheritance in the back of the Shao family. In the original book, Yi Fan got this incomplete jade pendant at this auction, and then asked Xiao Ruoyu to ask Xiao Hanshan. After getting the family head order, the two of them worked together to open the Shao family's secret realm of inheritance. Yi Fan gained the recognition of the remnant soul of the ancestor of the Shao family by virtue of his eyes with double pupils, formed a Taoist couple with Xiao Ruoyu, and obtained half of the inheritance of the ancestor of the Shao family. In the end, he awakened the legendary Fuxi martial spirit with half of his inheritance. After Yi Fan stepped into the pinnacle of Quasi-Emperor, no one in the entire Tianxian continent was his opponent, and he killed everyone in the Su family. That night, the entire Su family flowed with blood, and there were heavy casualties. The name Hell Shura came from Yi Fan standing on the pile of corpses of the Su family and killing them all the way. At that time, from the perspective of readers of the original work, this battle represented the protagonist Yi Fan's battle to become famous. It's an extremely enjoyable plot. But from the perspective of the Su family, Yi Fan is a real devil. He slaughtered hundreds of members of the Su family and piled their corpses into hills. He held a long black knife in his hand, and blood spattered with each cut. Everyone was wailing and screaming. That scene was extremely tragic. Since he traveled through time and became the young master of the Su family, he must not let the tragedy of the Su family happen again. He wants to change the plot direction of the original work and restore the Su family's past glory. He wants to make the Su family the most powerful family in Tianxian continent, and make the Su family the sword in his hand. He wants the rules of this world to be customized by Su Chun. There can only be one ruler of this world, and that is me, Su Chun. Thinking of this, Su Chen's eyes showed determination, and a glimmer of light burst out from his dark eyes. At this time, the woman in a red dress on the auction stage took out a jade plate covered with black cloth and introduced with a smile, "Dear guests, this is the end of this auction, and this is the last sale of this auction house. Lots." After saying that, she directly lifted the black cloth on the jade plate, revealing a broken jade pendant inside. In an instant, in the private rooms with the characters W and Hai, and in the seats in the hall, a total of 5 rays of light shot toward the jade plate in the hand of the woman in the red dress. A battle is about to begin. "Third brother, it's up to you this time." The purple-robed man glanced at Xiao Qiu and whispered, "Well, leave it to me." Xiao Qiu nodded gently, staring closely at the jade plate in the hand of the woman in the red dress, hiding the fanatical look on his face. He wanted to get this incomplete jade pendant at the minimum price. At the same time, Yi Fan in the high private room stared at the incomplete jade pendant without blinking. A flash of surprise flashed deep in his eyes, and he licked his lips subconsciously, because after he scanned it with his double-eyed eyes, he found that there was a trace of chaos power in this incomplete jade pendant, and it condensed into some faint characters Xiao. He immediately understood why Xiao Tiancheng asked him to take a photo of this object. It must be related to the inheritance of the Shao family. Tisk, TSK. I didn't expect to encounter such a great opportunity at Tianxiong auction house. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he was extremely excited. secretly decided to stay calm as much as possible and restrain himself so as not to reveal his flaws. Su Chen, just wait for me. As long as I get this incomplete jade pendant and inherit it from the Xiao family, no matter how rich and powerful you are, you can't stop me, Yi Fan, from rising. Yi Fan looked in the direction of the E-shaped private room with resentful eyes and his fists clenched loudly. On the high platform, this incomplete jade pendant was obtained by a peak quasi-emperor in the secret realm of chaos. There are many powerful people in our sky auction house, but no one has seen the use of this incomplete jade pendant. Having said this, the woman in the red dress on the high platform paused and continued, but since this object appears in the secret realm of chaos, it is not a mortal thing. In the end, we discussed that the base price was 10 million high-grade spiritual stones, and the price would not increase every time. There are less than 1 million high-grade spiritual stones, please bid. As soon as the woman in the red dress finished speaking, everyone pointed to the jade plate in her hand and started talking. What's the use of this incomplete jade pendant? It's actually worth 10 million high-grade spiritual stones. Only a fool would buy it. Who knows, but this kind of thing itself involves gambling on luck. If you bet correctly, the price will be doubled dozens of times. If you lose, you may not even have your underpants left. This jade pendant looks very simple, but it is a defective item. Even if it is valuable in itself, if it is a defective item, its value will be greatly reduced. Isn't there really any big enemy who really likes this thing? Because Xiao Qiu and Yi Fan had their own agendas and were afraid of attracting others' attention, they did not choose to bid immediately. Seeing that Yi Fan was not in a hurry, Su Chen was even less anxious. The woman in the red dress glanced around and found that everyone unanimously disliked the incomplete jade pendant and felt a little anxious. If no one bids again, then this incomplete jade pendant will be unsold. This was the first time in her many years as an auctioneer that she had failed to sell, so she was naturally a little unhappy. Which distinguished guest is interested in it? She looked around reluctantly, hoping to find a suitable bidder. But no one responded to him. The atmosphere in the auction house suddenly cooled down, and everyone chose to wait and see at this time. After all, even Tianxiong auction house doesn't know what it is used for. Who knows if this thing is worth the price? If you guess wrong, you will lose everything. 10 million high-grade spiritual stones. This is no joke, but it will kill people. Seeing this, the woman in the red dress shook her head helplessly and was about to give up. Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded. 11 million high-grade spiritual stones. Xiao Qiu quietly quoted the price. He concealed it very well. On the surface, it looked like a random price. When they heard someone making a quote, everyone was shocked and looked for the source of the sound. When they found out it was Xiao Qiu, they suddenly understood. Master Xiao, are you planning to spend more than 10 million high-grade spiritual stones for fun? Someone joked. The rest of the people burst into laughter when they heard this. In their opinion, Xiao Qiu's doing this is completely the happiness of the rich. Hey hey! Hearing everyone's teasing, Xiao Qiu just laughed and didn't explain anything. This made everyone conclude that Xiao Qiu was just preparing to show off his wealth in front of them. When Yi Fan saw that his rival Xiao Qiu had made a bid, he suddenly thought something bad in his heart. He frowned slightly and tried to suppress the excitement in his heart. You must be calm, you must be restrained, you must not be impatient, and you must not arouse anyone's suspicion. He took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and shouted outside, I will offer you 12 million high-grade spiritual stones. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent instantly. Even the woman in the red dress trembled and was startled. This scene happened so suddenly. She was originally prepared to sell this broken jade pendant that no one wanted, but she didn't expect it to take a turn. Happiness comes a bit suddenly. Not only were there people willing to pay for it, but when they showed up, there were two. The woman in the red dress raised her eyes and glanced at Yi Fan's private room with a faint light of interest in her beautiful eyes. It seems that the identity of the young man in the high private room is not ordinary. Seeing Yi Fan bidding, everyone turned their attention to the private room. With the word "hi," everyone was confused and didn't know what Yi Fan wanted to do. The incomplete jade pendant that no one wanted before suddenly became a hot commodity that was scrambled for. Why does it feel like something is wrong? A rich man may be just having fun. But what about two people? Could it be that there was some important secret hidden in this incomplete jade pendant that was discovered by the two of them? Thinking of this, many people began to murmur in their hearts. Hearing Yi Fan's offer, Xiao Qiu was stunned for a moment, and then a sinister and cunning sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although he didn't know what Yi Fan's purpose was, he had already decided to take it and no one could take it away. This broken jade pendant must belong to him. 50 million top-grade spirit stones. He raised the price to 50 million top-grade spirit stones without hesitation, which was 5 times the price. As soon as this price came out, everyone's face changed drastically. There were still some people who were eager to try and prepare to fish in troubled waters, but they immediately stopped. Unless they were the direct descendants of a big family with a very high status, ordinary people could not afford so much money. Moreover, Xiao Qiu had a strong background, and few people dared to provoke him in Donghuazhou just because he was ruthless. Xiao Qiu saw that his offer shocked the whole audience, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Damn it! Fight with me. You are all still a little immature. 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Yi Fan remained calm and just uttered a few numbers. Hearing this, Xiao Qiu's smile froze. This kid obviously did it on purpose and didn't give him a way out. In this case, it's not my fault. Xiao Qiu clenched his fists, his joints cracked, and his handsome face twisted into a hideous shape. Tonight, he had to humiliate Yi Fan severely to dispel the hatred in his heart. 200 million high-grade spirit stones. Xiao Qiu gritted his teeth and spoke again. Yi Fan's face was still calm, and he continued to increase the price. 500 million high-grade spirit stones. Hiss! Everyone took a breath of cold air. This is simply too crazy. Everyone looked towards the high private room, their eyes full of shock and horror. 500 million high-grade spirit stones. Who is this kid? Why does he have so much money and is so arrogant? Everyone was shocked and curious about Yi Fan's identity. Seeing this, Yi Fan was still unhurried, but a sarcastic arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are there any more bids? After saying that, he deliberately glanced at Xiao Qiu. Xiao Qiu's face was ashen. His eyes were spitting fire, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Yi Fan was deliberately slapping him in the face, sincerely making him lose face. He was furious, and he wanted to rush into the high private room to kill Yi Fan, but he didn't dare to do anything in the sky auction house. Humph, kid. Today's shame will be avenged tomorrow. Xiao Qiu roared in his heart, but with a faint smile on his face, staring at Yi Fan with a fake smile. It's not that he didn't want to continue to raise the price, but they only brought 500 million high-quality spirit stones. Yi Fan seemed to have expected this outcome, and smiled again. If you don't have money, don't pretend in front of me. Trash. At this moment, he felt very happy, as if a warm current flowed through his limbs and bones, and he felt extremely comfortable. Before, he was extremely frustrated when facing Su Chen, but now he finally got his place back on Xiao Qiu. This feeling of stepping on others is really fucking cool. His extremely arrogant words spread throughout the auction hall. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's ears. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at Yi Fan in the high private room in disbelief. He actually dared to call Xiao Qiu a waste. How bold he was. You're looking for death. Xiao Qiu's face was extremely red. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared in extreme anger. He was the core disciple of the Xiao family. Only others were afraid of him, and no one dared to talk to him like this. Bah! He slammed his fingers on the table, as if he was ready to pounce on and kill people at any time. If you don't agree, just raise the price. Yifan shrugged his shoulders in disapproval. His expression was very arrogant. Hearing this, Xiao Qiu's face turned pale and his body shook a few times. He only had 500 million spirit stones in total, and he didn't have the money to raise the price again. Why don't you continue bidding? Weren't you very crazy just now? He shouting. Yifan continued to look at Xiao Qiu provocatively. Hearing Yifan's arrogant words, the others despised him and shook their heads, and sighed. This young man is probably going to be miserable. Xiao Qiu's face changed several times, and finally he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "You are cruel, but you just wait for me. Ha ha. Coward. Waste is waste. You don't even dare to call me Xiao Xiao ba?" Yifan couldn't help but sneer. Xiao Qiu's face was uncertain, and finally he swung his sleeves fiercely and left the auction hall. This auction failed, but it didn't mean that he gave up. He had to make some arrangements to wait for Yifan outside the sky auction house and then kill people and grab treasures. In the high private room, Xia Qingxue and Xiao Ruoyu saw Yifan standing there arrogantly and complacently, and their faces showed contempt. Tisk! It's just a broken jade pendant. What's there to be proud of? Xia Qingxue curled her lips with a look of disgust. Xiao Ruoyu didn't say anything. She was gentle and elegant, and never argued with anyone. Hearing this, Yifan glanced at Xia Qingxue. A woman with big breasts and no brains. What did you say? Xia Qingxue's eyebrows were raised, and she yelled angrily. I said you have big breasts and no brains. Yifan refuted without any hesitation. Anyway, Xia Qingxue was not his woman. You! Xia Qingxue's pretty face flushed, and she was so angry that she couldn't speak. Qingxue, don't bother with such people. Seeing Yifan bullying Xia Qingxue, Xiao Ruoyu hurriedly persuaded him. Although she had a good personality, she would not tolerate others bullying her best friend. Sister Ruoyu, he is so hateful. Xia Qingxue pouted and said angrily, My husband Su Chen didn't like the broken jade pendant. Otherwise how could he be defeated?
Su Chen.
When he heard the word Su Chen, Yifan's pupils shrank suddenly and his face changed drastically. He was so proud that he ignored Su Chen, although he had more than 1 billion high-grade spirit stones that could crush Xiao Qiu to death. In front of Su Chen, these spirit stones were not enough. What he was most worried about was that Su Chen would intervene in the bidding for this broken jade pendant. The more you fear something, the more it will come. 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Su Chen's voice suddenly came from outside. His voice was very calm and domineering. Hearing this, Yifan's face changed drastically. Su Chen intervened after all. He crushed him directly with one move, and was merciless, reaching the top in one step. It seemed to be saying, Are you Yifan worthy of bidding with me? I will overturn the table at once and let you play in the mud. Xia Qingxue and Xiao Ruoyu in the private room were also shocked by Su Chen's domineering voice. Spending 1 billion high-grade spirit stones to get a crippled jade pendant is definitely an extremely arrogant act. My husband is the most domineering man in the world. Xia Qingxue glanced at Yifan and said disdainfully, You are not even as good as scum in front of my husband. She now loves Su Chen to the point of obsession and has completely fallen. You. Her words obviously stimulated Yifan, who has a strong self-esteem. Unfortunately, he has no way to refute it now because Su Chen quoted a price of 1 billion which he can't afford. And Xiao Ruoyu's beautiful eyes on the side were full of brilliance. For some reason, Xiao Ruoyu suddenly became curious about Su Chen. Although she is the eldest lady of the Xiao family, it is still impossible for her to spend 1 billion high-grade spirit stones at will. She couldn't help but glance at Yifan and compared him with Su Chen in her heart. In contrast, she was surprised to find that the selfish and petty Yifan could not compare with Su Chun at all. Su Chun is a star in the sky, born in a noble family with a strong background, powerful strength, and loved by thousands. Yifan was born in the common people, unknown, poor, lonely, and loves to pretend, thinking about counterattack. One is in the sky, the other is in the ground. There is a world of difference. No wonder Xia Qingxue finally succumbed to Su Chun. Su Chun is too manly, making her willing to put down her former arrogance and focus on Su Chun. If she had to choose between Su Chun and Yifan, she would make the same choice as Xia Qingxue without thinking. This is not to say that she is realistic, this is a wise choice that a normal woman would make. Alas, this is the gap. Looking at Yifan, who was standing there like an angry beast, Xiao Ruoyu sighed. Her thoughts flew away. At this time, Yifan's face was ashen. His fists were clenched, and his eyes were scarlet. Su Chun, you and I are irreconcilable, and I will never let you go. He could no longer control the overwhelming anger in his heart. Finally, I came across such an opportunity that could change my life, but it was snatched away by Su Chenshengxing. The opportunity for him to rise was right in front of him, but he was strangled in the cradle by Su Chun. How could he swallow this breath? Yifan hated Su Chun from the bottom of his heart, but what he didn't know was that all his movements, including the expressions on his face, were recorded by the photo jade. As soon as Su Chun sold 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones, he directly overwhelmed everyone's momentum, and the auction hall fell into silence for a long time. Seeing this, the woman in the red dress on the high platform asked 3 times if someone had offered a higher price, but received no response from anyone. She raised her neck high and said, "Congratulations to the distinguished guests in the private room numbered E for buying this incomplete jade pendant for the sky-high price of 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones." After saying that, she gently picked up the jade plate, walked with light steps, twisted her plump and seductive figure, and walked towards the private room. No one laughed at her flattery. If Su Chun gave them 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones, they would even kneel down and lick Su Chen's toes. 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones can completely change and reverse a person's destiny. Even if Su Chun wanted the woman in the red dress to give him 10 sons, the woman in the red dress probably wouldn't even have to think about it. She would just kneel down and beg Su Chun to spread thick, silky seeds all over her fertile land. After all, in front of 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones, the reserve, pride, and backbone of ordinary people will be thrown away. At this time, the woman in red dress was already standing in the private room. She stood in front of Su Chun, bowed slightly, revealing her fair and pink shoulders, and a gleam of white light on her chest. Seeing the extremely handsome, young, and rich Su Chun, her heart began to become active. She lowered her eyebrows and said in a sweet and soft voice, a little shy, "Young master, this is your bid." The sound was tingling and melodious, as if feathers were tickling the ears. It sounded extremely comfortable and made the whole body feel relaxed. Her charming eyes were seductive. As long as Su Chun nodded or hooked his little finger, she would immediately take off her clothes and serve Su Chun carefully. Although she is already a woman, it will not affect the effect of serving Su Chun at all. After all, mature women know how to serve people better. It's a pity that Su Chun didn't move at all while sitting on the chair, and even closed his eyes, as if he was asleep. This kind of behavior made the woman in the red dress secretly curse would in her heart, and she was puzzled by the amorous feelings. But she didn't dare to show it. After all, Su Chun was the young master of the Su family and had immense power, which she, a little auctioneer, could not afford to offend. "Leave your things and get out." After a long time, Su Chun opened his eyes, glanced at the woman in the red dress indifferently, and ordered coldly. Hearing this, a look of sadness flashed across the face of the woman in the red dress, but she quickly returned to normal, respectfully answered yes, and then left. After seeing the woman in the red dress leaving, Su Chen turned his gaze to Su Meyer. Meyer, come here. A moment later, Su Meyer appeared in the high private room where Xiao Ruoyu was. Young madam, the young master learned that Miss Xiao is your best friend. So, he gave this incomplete jade pendant to Miss Xiao. If Miss Xiao has any questions, she can go to the private room numbered E to find the young master. He is there, waiting for you. After saying that, Su Meyer took out the incomplete jade pendant from her arms and gently placed it in Xiao Ruoyu's hand. Feeling the cold feeling coming from the jade hand, Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face couldn't help but blush, and the depths of her beautiful eyes were filled with a bit of surprise. Su Chen just gave this incomplete jade pendant worth 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones to himself casually like this? Does he mean that to himself? As soon as this thought came up, Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face turned even redder. Her heartbeat accelerated. Her heart trembled wildly. Her beautiful eyes looked at the incomplete jade pendant in her hand, as if she was thinking about whether to thank Su Chen. That's right, when she touched the incomplete jade pendant, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, thinking that this object must have a deep connection with herself. Sister Ruoyu, congratulations on being chosen by the young master. Seeing that Xiao Ruoyu did not refuse the jade pendant, Xia Qingxue quickly came over, hugged her arm, and congratulated her with a playful smile. Girl, what are you talking about? Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu's face turned red, and she glared at her. Sister Ruoyu, the young master is handsome and powerful. Besides being young and rich, he is simply a fighting chicken among male gods. No matter which girl sees him, she will be unable to control her. Don't be ashamed. Xia Qingxue teased. Besides, sister, you are also very beautiful and you are perfect match for the young master. If you marry the young master, we sisters will never have to be separated. From now on, we will serve the young master together and reduce the pressure on my sister. As she spoke, her big eyes flickered, looking very expectant. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face became even hotter. Her beautiful eyes were watery, and she looked shyly in the direction of the private room where Su Chen was, feeling both expectant and anxious in her heart. This was the first time she felt this way. I don't know what to do. Xia Qingxue noticed her expression, raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and thought to herself, it seems that Sister Ruoyu is not so repulsive to Su Chen. There is still something going on between the two. As long as I create opportunities for the two of them, I don't believe that Su Chen can't take Xiao Ruoyu. Sister Ruoyu, you should go to see the young master as soon as possible. She continued to instigate. Su Meyer stood quietly in place, silently watching this scene. She found that Xiao Ruoyu's skin was whiter than snow, crystal clear, and her facial features were delicate. Her skin was as soft as a baby's, especially her cherry mouth, which was moist and shiny, and she was simply a peerless beauty. Her personality was calm and elegant, just like the women in ancient ladies' paintings, which made people feel pity. No wonder the young master is planning to take advantage of Miss Xiao. Looking at Xiao Ruoyu's beauty, even Su Meyer couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, an idea came to her mind that Xiao Ruoyu and the young master were a perfect match. After a brief thought, Xiao Ruoyu couldn't resist the temptation of this broken jade pendant after all, and prepared to go to the Wu private room with Xia Qingxue to thank Su Chen. Qingxue, take me to Su Chen's private room. Xiao Ruoyu stood up, straightened her messy hair, took Xia Qingxue's arm, and slowly walked towards the door. But they didn't take a few steps before they found that the way out was blocked by Yifan. No one of you is allowed to go. Yifan blocked the way of the two girls, staring at them coldly, his tone unquestionable. The murderous aura spread all over his body. His eyes were fierce, like an angry beast. Add one more chapter. Thank you for your support. He was completely enraged. Whether the Dragon Emperor pearl was snatched away by Su Chen or the incomplete jade pendant was snatched away, it was because his strength was not as good as Su Chen's. He could still find a reason to convince himself. But the incomplete jade pendant that he did not auction, Su Chen bought it at a high price and then sent someone to give it to Xiao Ruoyu in front of everyone. What does this mean? A slap in the face? A second humiliation? What are you doing, you bastard? Get out of the way. Seeing Yi Fan so despicable and shameless, Xia Qingxue frowned and scolded. She was completely disgusted with Yi Fan's helpless character. However, when she was about to push Yi Fan away, she found that Yi Fan did not move at all, as if he was blocking their way like a boulder. How did this guy's power become so strong? Seeing this, Xia Qingxue's face changed. Get out!
Yi Fan shouted.
Sister Ruoyu, this bastard dared to scold me. Hearing Yi Fan's threat, Xia Qingxue said angrily, Get out of the way. Seeing Xia Qingxue being bullied, Xiao Ruoyu's eyebrows were raised, and there was a hint of coldness in her voice. A huge momentum suddenly burst out and enveloped Yi Fan like a whistling wind. Bang! Although Yi Fan tried his best to resist, he was still knocked back several meters. The blood in his body surged, his face flushed, and he almost vomited. Blood. Bastard, you are lucky today. If I meet you next time, I will beat you to the ground. Xia Qingxue waved her pink fist, made faces at Yi Fan, and left with Xiao Ruoyu in her arms. Yi Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stared at Xiao Ruoyu. His eyes were scarlet like a mad wild dog. Unfortunately, Xiao Ruoyu didn't bother to pay attention to him at this moment, and left directly. Looking at Xiao Ruoyu's graceful back, Yi Fan's face became even gloomier, and he clenched his fists. He felt a heart-wrenching pain in his heart, and he was filled with hatred. Trash will always be trash. Su Meier, who was standing aside, looked at Yi Fan's miserable appearance and sneered, You still want to change your fate? It's just wishful thinking. Then, she took lotus steps to catch up with Xiao Ruoyu and the others. Yi Fan was left alone, standing there in a daze. His fists were clenched tighter and tighter, his joints were pale, his nails pierced into the flesh, and the bright red blood dripped down his palms. Ah! Yi Fan suddenly roared to the sky. His forehead was bulging with blue veins, and his whole body exuded a strong murderous intent. At this time he was like a bloodthirsty demon who chose people to eat, which was terrifying. In the Wu private room, Chu Yanran, Xia Qingxue, and Su Meier left the room at some point, leaving only Su Chen and Xiao Ruoyu in the room. Miss Xiao, please sit down. Seeing Xiao Ruoyu standing in front of him, looking a little uneasy, Su Chen invited her with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu's expression was a little complicated. Her eyes focused on the broken jade pendant in her hand, as if she was hesitating about something. After a long time, she gritted her teeth, hesitated for a moment, and finally sat down, with a blush on her beautiful face. Thank you. She opened her red lips and said softly. She found that she couldn't understand Su Chen. He looked only about 20 years old, much younger than herself, but he was mature and stable beyond his age. Especially his domineering and tough attitude, which seemed to not take anyone seriously, was even more puzzling. While she was looking at Su Chen was also looking at her. The beautiful face and delicate features are perfect. The skin is whiter than snow, the black and soft hair is scattered on the shoulders, and the eyes are smart and cunning like a fairy. She is wearing a light yellow long skirt, which sets off her exquisite curves. Her slender and well-proportioned legs are exposed, white and round, full of vitality. Especially her slender and straight legs, the root style is enough to arouse every man's deepest reverie. She has a slender figure, slender and weak, but her chest is full and her buttocks are upturned, which is perfect and makes men salivate. The special temperament on her is not possessed by other girls. Even without makeup, it is difficult to hide her stunning appearance. At this moment, Xiao Ruoyu is full of charm, enough to make all men crazy. Su Chen, who has lived 2 lives, also swallowed his saliva secretly, and the desire in his heart was ready to move. Miss Xiao, you are too polite. It's my duty.
Su Chen grinned.
Master Su, why did you give me such a precious jade pendant? Xiao Ruoyu asked, pursing her lips. She was very curious. Su Chen and her had no intersection at all. The two had never even said a word before, let alone giving her a jade pendant worth 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Su Chen was slightly startled, and his smile gradually faded. After a while, he looked up at Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face and said sincerely, "Because I like you." Xiao Ruoyu opened her watery eyes slightly and looked at Su Chen in surprise. Is this the so-called confession? Xiao Ruoyu muttered in her heart, and then shook her head, thinking it was ridiculous. Before, Su Chen didn't know her, how could he like her? Anyway, thank you for your kindness, but I'm sorry, I can't accept it. She refused politely. After that, she handed the broken jade pendant in her hand to Su Chen with determination written on her pretty face. Although she was a little reluctant, she couldn't accept such a valuable gift from Su Chen for no reason. Hearing this, Su Chen looked calm and not surprised. He had expected such a result. He didn't take the jade pendant from Xiao Ruoyu, but waved his hand and said lightly, "Miss Xiao, don't rush to reject me." Seeing this, Xiao Ruoyu frowned slightly, with a hint of displeasure. In her opinion, Su Chen was teasing her. After all, she and Su Chen had no relatives, and it was too absurd and hard to believe that he fell in love with her inexplicably just because of a few encounters. Su Chen seemed to have guessed her thoughts and spoke again. "Miss Xiao, please listen to me first. I have heard some rumors about the internal affairs of your Xiao family. You and your brother Xiao Tiancheng are competing for the position of the young master of the Xiao family, although your father secretly supports you behind the scenes. Most of your Xiao family's branches are optimistic about Xiao Tiancheng. Miss Xiao, am I right?" Su Chen's words surprised Xiao Ruoyu. She didn't expect Su Chen to know so much about the Xiao family. However, she still didn't agree to Su Chen's pursuit. Su Chen didn't mind her reaction, and continued with a smile, "Miss Xiao should understand that the Xiao family is very dangerous now, and Xiao Tiancheng wants to kill you as soon as possible. As the young master of the Su family, I should have married a woman from a top family of the same level as my principal wife. The two of us are just unmarried, and we are not married. Isn't this a match made in heaven?" As he said, Su Chen stood up from the chair and stared down at Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face. Feeling Su Chen's gaze, Xiao Ruoyu's face suddenly turned red. She never expected Su Chen to say such a thing. She bit her lips tightly with her pearly teeth, lowered her head, and remained silent. She did not deny Su Chen's words. As Su Chen said, Xiao Tiancheng has always wanted to get the position of the young master of the Xiao family. She knows the current situation of the Xiao family better than anyone else. If there is any mistake, she will be doomed. As the young master of the Su family and the only heir of the Su family, Su Chen has a noble status and is more than enough for her in every aspect. Once she marries Su Chen and becomes Su Chen's legal wife, the young lady of the Su family, her position in the Xiao family will be solid and will not be shaken by others. But the problem is, Su Chen seemed to have noticed Xiao Ruoyu's emotional fluctuations and continued, "Miss Xiao, if you don't believe it, I can reveal another piece of news to you." He pointed to the direction of the high private room. "Yifan is the spy that your brother Xiao Tiancheng planted beside you." Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu suddenly raised her head. Her pupils shrank suddenly, and a huge wave of waves rose in her heart. She had a good impression of Yifan before, but she didn't expect that Yifan and Xiao Tiancheng were actually in the same group. "Do you have evidence?" After a brief loss of composure, Xiao Ruoyu regained her composure. "Looked directly at Su Chen and asked in a deep voice. Of course. Su Chen nodded, took out a jade from his arms, and gently placed it in Xiao Ruoyu's jade hand. Taking the jade from Su Chen, Xiao Ruoyu couldn't wait to probe her consciousness into it and watch the picture inside the jade. After a moment, her face was uncertain, and her beautiful eyes were wide open. The jade showed the scene of Yifan and Xiao Tiancheng secretly contacting outside the sky auction house. Finally, Xiao Ruoyu raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Su Chen with a complicated look in her eyes. She knew that Su Chen did not lie to her. At this moment, her head was in a mess, with a lot of thoughts, and she didn't know what choice to make for a while. Seeing this, Su Chen took advantage of the situation and continued to bewitch. Miss Xiao, as long as you marry me, I can tell you a secret about the broken jade pendant in your hand. You should also be able to feel that you are related to this jade pendant. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu's delicate body trembled suddenly, and her face became excited. She did have a special feeling about this jade pendant, but she was not sure. Now after Su Chen's reminder, she became more and more sure. Xiao Ruoyu took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, looked at Su Chen, and asked, "Is this jade pendant really related to me?" "Yes." Su Chen smiled and nodded. "What conditions do you need?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Ruoyu raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Su Chen. She now feels that this jade pendant will be very important to her, so she is willing to pay some price. "I said there is only one condition: you become my woman, and become the young lady of the Su family." Su Chen pinched Xiao Ruoyu's delicate chin and smiled evilly. "Young Master Su, please let me calm down first." Xiao Ruoyu resisted the urge to push Su Chen away and spoke in a calm tone. But Su Chen did not intend to let her calm down, but smiled and said, "Miss Xiao, although we are not familiar with each other, as Qingshua's close friend, you should know my character. Although I am very domineering, I act openly and honestly, and I am even more caring for my woman." Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu nodded, indicating that she agreed with his statement. At the beginning, Su Chen could obviously get Xia Qingxue by tough means, but he did not, but pursued her legitimately, and did not use any shameful and dirty means behind it. Just like Su Chen could obviously get me by force now, but he did not, but stood in front of me and frankly stated the conditions so that I could think clearly before deciding. "I need you to control the rear of the Su family for me, and you need me to win the position of the young master of the Xiao family for you. We can benefit each other and win-win. What do you think?" Su Chen said with a smile. After hearing what he said, Xiao Ruoyu fell into silence and did not answer. For a long time, Su Chen was very patient. He sat back in his chair and drank tea. He was not impatient and seemed to have already won. About half a minute later, Xiao Ruoyu slowly raised his head and said, "I promise you, but the premise is that you have to help me defeat the enemies within the Xiao family." Hearing this, Su Chen raised his eyebrows and was slightly surprised, but then nodded and said, "No problem. You are not in love with me, are you?" Xiao Ruoyu suddenly asked, looking at Su Chen with burning eyes. Su Chen shrugged and said frankly, "You are very beautiful and your figure is even better. I like beautiful things, especially beautiful girls. Can I understand this as a compliment?" Xiao Ruoyu blinked her smart eyes and said playfully. Su Chen smiled calmly and said, "You can understand it this way." Xiao Ruoyu pursed her lips and chuckled. "Thank you for the compliment." She originally thought that she had no attraction to Su Chen, but she didn't expect that he would express appreciation for her. This made her feel sweet in her heart. After a pause, Su Chen continued, "Since the cooperation has been agreed, please pay the deposit in advance, Miss Xiao." "What?" Xiao Ruoyu was slightly stunned, and she couldn't react for a while, not understanding what the deposit was. But soon she understood what Su Chen meant. Su Chen stood up, walked to her, stretched out his hand to hook her slender neck, lowered his head, and kissed her soft and rosy lips. Xiao Ruoyu was stunned there, letting Su Chen kiss her. Su Chen's kissing skills are excellent. His tongue pried open Xiao Ruoyu's teeth like a steel whip, invaded her fragrant and soft mouth, and ravaged every inch of her territory, giving Xiao Ruoyu a wonderful and exciting experience. Xiao Ruoyu couldn't help but moan, and her whole body was soft. After a long time, the two separated their lips. Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face was as red as clouds, her pearly teeth bit her thin lips tightly, and her chest rose and fell violently. I will accept this deposit first, and we will slowly settle the remaining bill later, Su Chen said with a smile. You, Xiao Ruoyu glared at Su Chen. I hope you can do what you say. If I find out that you dare to deceive me or let me find any clues, don't blame me for being ruthless. After that, she turned and left the private room. Seeing Xiao Ruoyu's back disappear outside the door, Su Chen's mouth curled. It seems that I haven't completely conquered this iceberg beauty, but just now it was really sweet and fragrant. Su Chen touched his chin and muttered to himself. He did have a strong interest in Xiao Ruoyu. After all, it was rare for a top-notch beauty like Xiao Ruoyu to have the divine phoenix martial spirit in her body, and he didn't mind spending more time on her. He was even more certain that, with his own means, he would be able to deal with this icy beauty sooner or later. Pa pa pa. Su Chen clapped his hands 3 times, and after a few breaths, Chu Yanran walked in. Just now, Su Chen could only look at the beautiful Xiao Ruoyu, but not eat her, which made him greedy. Now he can finally enjoy it to his heart's content. Yanran, help your husband undress. Su Chen showed a domineering and lustful look, and waved to Chu Yanran. Chu Yanran immediately did as she was told, helped Su Chen take off his clothes, and then gently massaged him. Comfortable. Su Chen turned his eyes away. Chu Yanran said with a charming look in her eyes and extremely gentle. She slowly stood up, and her curvy and graceful body showed a thrilling curve, which was simply extremely tempting. Su Chen's throat rolled, and he couldn't wait to say, Yanran. Chu Yanran smiled, wrapped her slender arms around Su Chen's neck, leaned over, and whispered in his ear, Husband, are you satisfied? Yes. Su Chen swallowed his saliva, hugged her slender waist, and nodded heavily. The following is some scenes that are not suitable for children. Damn rascal. Lan Xiaoyu in the D private room looked at the unbearable scene on the screen, glanced to one side. Her pretty face was covered with blush, and she couldn't help cursing inwardly. Although she looked lively and unrestrained, she was still a blank sheet of paper when it came to matters between men and women, pure as a lily. Although she was very angry and contemptuous of Su Chen and Chu Yanran's behavior and wanted to beat them up, she couldn't resist the curiosity deep in her heart, and couldn't help but peek at them with the corner of her eyes. When she saw the intoxicated and ecstatic expressions on Su Chen and Chu Yanran's faces, her pretty face became redder, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, her breathing became rapid. Her heart was like a deer bumping, and she was extremely shy. The translucent stone was also full of doubts in her heart. Are all men in the world so rude and wild? No, this scene must not be watched any longer. Otherwise, I will definitely fall. Lan Xiaoyu shook her head, suppressed the messy thoughts in her mind, and decided not to peek at the screen. Unlike the shy Lan Xiaoyu, Mu Yuqing watched with great interest. TSK, I didn't expect this little thief to be so brave. What will happen if he practices with me? Watching Su Chen attacking the city and killing Chu Yanran on the screen, she not only did not feel disgusted or repulsive, but on the contrary, she had a hint of expectation. Her pretty face was flushed, her beautiful eyes were shining, her heart was pounding, her mouth was dry, and a hint of reverie was revealed on her pretty face. She was tall and hot, and a black gauze skirt just outlined her devilishly enchanting and sexy curves. The two proud peaks on her chest even broke through the fabric, showing her charm. Her legs were straight and slender. Her skin was as white as mutton fat jade, crystal clear, emitting a faint glow. Her temperament was cold and noble, like a fairy from the ninth heaven descending to the mortal world, awe-inspiring, and yet also making people unable to help but daydream and desire to possess. What should I do? Mu Yuqing bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. Her pretty face was unpredictable, and she looked worried about gains and losses. The heavenly demon sect was now facing a huge crisis since its establishment. Tens of millions of years ago, hostile sects joined forces to destroy her heavenly demon sect. She had to find a way to save the sect, and this stinky boy in front of her was the only possible way. If she missed it, then her heavenly demon sect would be destroyed. However, she was a little entangled in her heart, because the way to save the heavenly demon sect was to practice with the Son of Destiny, absorb the heavenly Tao luck in his body, and help herself break through to the legendary Great Emperor realm. This would not only protect the sect from the invasion of these forces, but also promote the sect to the first sect in the Tianshan continent. However, she, like Lan Xiaoyu, was a virgin. Once she really practiced dual cultivation with Su Chen, her reputation would be completely tarnished and could never be redeemed. This question made her very entangled and distressed. Forget it. Even if it's a bargain for this little thief. Mu Yuqing gritted her teeth and made a difficult decision. Her pretty face flushed, her heartbeat quickened, her breathing became disordered, and she was obviously extremely nervous. Su Chen was handsome, had a strong background, and was the son of destiny who attracted the eye of heaven. He had unlimited potential, although he was too young compared to her age. But being young has its advantages, and it has great momentum. I think his ability to cultivate the land must be very strong. Xiaoyu, come to your master. She waved to Lan Xiaoyu, motioning her to come to her. Master. Hearing this, Lan Xiaoyu was stunned, not knowing what the master was up to. You are like this. Mu Yuqing whispered a few words in her ear. Master, this. After hearing this, Lan Xiaoyu's face instantly turned pink, and she was excited and worried. What excited her was that master finally came to his senses. Not only would the sect be saved, but it would also return to its former glory. What worried her was that master would have to practice dual cultivation with that stinky hooligan to have the opportunity to break through to the Great Emperor realm. In this way, the two of them would have a relationship of love. However, thinking that master was saving the entire Tianma sect and sacrificing himself for the safety of the sect, Lan Xiaoyu was relieved. Master, don't worry, I understand. She gritted her teeth, mustered up her courage, and prepared to leave the private room. She had to arrange a foothold in the capital of Donghuazhou in advance so that master could hide and do big things after capturing Su Chen. Well, go ahead. Remember to keep everything secret. After the task is completed, we will return to the sect as soon as possible. Mu Yuqing said earnestly. Yes. Lan Xiaoyu nodded, then turned and walked out. Seeing this, Mu Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief, her mouth slightly raised, revealing a hint of evil arc. Little thief, I hope you won't let me down when the time comes. With an uneasy mood, she turned her eyes to the light curtain again. On the other side, under Su Chen's full attack, Chu Yanran couldn't resist at all, sweating all over, exhausted. Su Chen did not pursue the victory, but stopped and stared at her quietly. At this moment, Chu Yanran was motionless, her clothes were messy, and her delicate body was covered with purple marks, as if she had just been severely ravaged, tempting to commit a crime. Seeing this, Su Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a playful expression, and teased with a smile. Chu Yanran's pretty face was shy, her eyes were rippling, and her charm was everywhere. Her watery eyes stared at him with infinite temptation. Hearing this, Su Chen grinned, His whole body was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Finally, Chu Yanran's request was met as he wished. Afterwards, Su Chen hugged Chu Yanran, kissed her forehead gently, and asked, lovingly, "Well?" Chu Yanran snorted. Her pretty face flushed, her eyes blurred, her head resting on Su Chen's shoulder, panting, her eyes full of happiness. What Su Chen didn't know was that he had been targeted and was about to face a catastrophe. "Sister Ruoyu, has your husband bullied you?" On the street, when she saw Xiao Ruoyu looking unhappy after coming out of the private room, Xia Qingxue held her arm and shook her gently, asking with concern.
No, no.
Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face turned red with embarrassment. Her beautiful eyes evaded, and she hesitated. Su Chen did forcefully kiss her in the private room. This could be considered bullying, and she also promised that as long as Su Chen helped her clear up the civil strife in the Xiao family, she would marry Su Chen. When she thought that in the future, she might have to share the same husband with her best friend, Xiao Ruoyu felt strange in her heart, and she always felt that something was wrong. "Kiki, your husband must have bullied you, otherwise you wouldn't be so shy." Xia Qingxue covered Cherry's little mouth and smiled. "What are you talking about?" Xiao Ruoyu reached out and pinched her waist. "Sister Ruoyu, I don't care, you have to seize the opportunity and marry your husband as soon as possible." Xia Qingxue laughed, took Xiao Ruoyu's hand, and continued, "If you are embarrassed, I will go and talk to my husband. How can this be done?" Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face was hot. She was flustered, and she hurriedly waved her hand in refusal. This thing is so ridiculous. Although she promised Su Chen she would discuss the future matters later, but she still couldn't accept it for a while. "Why not? Your husband is so outstanding and he is deeply devoted to you. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss him?" Xia Qingxue blinked her big eyes and said, "Hey, let's talk about this later. Let's go back first." After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ruoyu responded with a sigh. "All right." Although Xia Qingxue felt something was wrong, she was too lazy to think about. The two of them walked towards Xia's house. Xiao family, Xiao Tianqing study room. Bang! After learning that the incomplete jade pendant had been bought away by Su Chen for 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones, Xiao Tianqing was furious and smashed the desk into pieces, his face extremely cold. The atmosphere in the entire study suddenly became quite depressing. "Su Chen, you deserve to die." He blew his beard angrily, stared, and gritted his teeth. In order to get the incomplete jade pendant, he paid a lot of price. Originally, he wanted to use the incomplete jade pendant to obtain the family inheritance so that his strength would skyrocket and he would win the position of the young head of the family. Unexpectedly, Su Chen interfered and was robbed. How willing this made him. "Brother Amaji, calm down." Yi Fan on the side comforted him. "This matter is not as simple as it seems." "Oh? Brother Yi Fan, what do you mean by this?" Hearing this, Xiao Tianqing frowned and looked at Mark in confusion. "Brother Amaji, do you know what I saw later?" Having said this, Yi Fan paused and continued. "Su Chen actually sent someone to give the incomplete jade pendant to Miss Xiao." "Miss Xiao?" Xiao Tianqing was stunned for a moment, then suddenly thought of something. His pupils shrank sharply and he said in shock, "It can't be that bitch Xiao Ruoyu, right?" Hearing Xiao Tianqing's words, Yi Fan nodded. "Yes, she is brother Tianqing's sister." "What?" Xiao Tianqing was stunned for a moment and could not calm down for a long time. He had no idea that Xiao Ruoyu would be related to Su Chen, and that he would directly give away a jade pendant worth 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones. He immediately smelled a strong smell of conspiracy. Yi Fan looked at Xiao Tianqing's angry look and sneered in his heart. He wanted to pull Xiao Tianqing into the camp to deal with Su Chen. He narrowed his eyes and said in a low tone, "Brother Tianqing, in my opinion, there is an ulterior secret between Su Chen and your sister, Xiao Ruoyu was the woman he fancied. But now, because of Su Chen's interference, he was losing everything, which made him very angry. Xiao Ruoyu, it seems that I underestimated you. I didn't expect that there is actually a connection between you and Su Chen. After a long time, Xiao Tianqing sighed. His fists were clenching. His eyes were fierce. His murderous intent was fierce, and his hatred was overwhelming. If it weren't for Xiao Ruoyu, he would have achieved his wish long ago and obtained the position of the young master of the Xiao family. Now that I saw Xiao Ruoyu actually seducing Su Chen and leading the Su family to intervene, my resentment towards Xiao Ruoyu became even deeper. Brother Tianqing, since we all understand the adultery between Su Chen and Xiao Ruoyu, why should we just sit back and wait for death? Yi Fan suggested with murderous intent in his eyes. Xiao Tianqing rolled his eyes several times and asked, "What do you want to do? We can reveal the news to the top management of the Xiao family. How do you think they will react after learning that Xiao Ruoyu led the Su family to intervene in the Xiao family's internal affairs?" Yi Fan said with a gloomy look. Hearing this, Xiao Tianqing's eyes lit up and he praised, "What a good idea. Just do what you say. When the time comes, the guy surnamed Su and that bitch Xiao Ruoyu will be left with nothing to eat. After all, it is taboo in a top family like the Xiao family to invite external forces to interfere in the internal fights within the family. At the least, he will be expelled from the Xiao family by abolishing his cultivation, and at the most serious case, he will be executed. As long as it is confirmed that Xiao Ruoyu violated this family rule, no matter how much Xiao Hanshan supports her, it will be useless, and the position of the young master of the Xiao family will definitely fall into his hands. Not only that, we can also spread rumors that Xiao Ruoyu has made peace with Su Chen, slandering her image, discrediting her, and losing many other external suitors." Yi Fan's lips curved into a cold arc, and he continued to add, "Wonderful, ha ha ha." After hearing this, Xiao Tianqing couldn't help laughing and seemed very excited. He seemed to have seen Xiao Ruoyu's miserable end, and the image of the entire Tianxian continent's cultivators despising Xiao Ruoyu. "I'll send people to spread the news right away." With that said, Xiao Tianqing immediately arranged manpower to carry out this task. Seeing Xiao Tianqing's leaving figure, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. "No one can get what I can't get. Su Chen, I want to see how you can save your beloved woman this time." There was a cold light in his eyes, and he murmured to himself, "And Xiao Ruoyu, you bitch, since you dare to leave me and choose Su Chen, then I will destroy you and make you infamy for thousands of years. You will never be able to hold your head up. Be a human being." After saying that, his face became twisted and ferocious, with a ruthless look in his eyes. After finishing the sewing, Su Chen felt refreshed. He put his arms around Chu Yanran and walked towards the gate of Tianqiong auction house with the steps of not recognizing his relatives. "Welcome Master Su to visit us next time." The woman in the red dress had been waiting at the door for a long time. When she saw Su Chen coming out, she quickly showed a charming smile and went to greet her. Su Chen glanced at the proud, erect and full breasts of the woman, nodded lightly and said, "If there is something good, I will definitely come to support it." "Thank you, young master, please go slowly." The woman in the red dress had a smile as bright as a flower and said, "Respectfully, my name is Hong Ling, and I am the gold medal auctioneer of Tianqiong Auction House. If you need anything in the future, just ask me. I will be here at your call." After saying that, she stared at Su Chen with a very seductive gaze, as if she wanted to confuse Su Chen. "Well, I understand, you can go back first." But Su Chen waved his hand as if he didn't see her charming gesture. Immediately, he put his arms around the slender waist of the beautiful lady in his arms and walked out of the auction house. Seeing this, Hong Ling's pretty face froze slightly, and there was a hint of shame and resentment in her beautiful eyes which quickly disappeared and returned to normal. She looked at Su Chen's retreating figure and licked her seductive red lips. This guy's determination is so good that he won't take the bait. The street outside the auction house was very lively, with hustle and bustle. Everywhere, Su Chen and Chu Yanran came out and immediately attracted most people's attention. Su Chen, you really made it easy for me to find you. Before Su Chen raised his eyes, he heard a familiar voice coming from his ears. There are 3 more chapters today. Su Chen then raised his eyes and looked around, and found a beautiful woman in her 30s, glaring at him, with strong anger on her pretty and delicate face. This woman has exquisite facial features, smooth skin, and a heroic air. Between her eyebrows, although she is in her 30s, her figure is plump and graceful, and her charm is still there. She can definitely be called a rose with thorns. She was wearing a white tights, which covered her plump body. Her curves were curvy and thought-provoking, especially her pair of snowy legs, which were even more sexy and sultry. Seeing this familiar face, Su Chen raised his eyebrows and joked with a smile. It turns out to be my sister-in-law. What a coincidence! Standing in front of him was Su Chen's sister-in-law Su Yueru. Su Yueru, the biological sister of Su Chen's father Su Hao, is a quasi-emperor. In the early stages of cultivation, she is very powerful and is one of the core members of the Su family. However, Su Chen's aunt had always been close to the late Su Jian, Su Yong's father, but she had a very ordinary relationship with Su Chen's father, Su Hao. Even so, after Su Hao destroyed Su Jian's power, he did not attack Su Yueru, who had always been close to his eldest brother. Presumably it was for the sake of family ties, and because Su Yueru was a woman, the harm was not great. Please don't call me sister-in-law. I don't have a cold-blooded nephew like you. Su Yueru frowned in a Sichuan shape, stared at Su Chen with gritted teeth, and said angrily, "Do you still have family affection in your eyes? Since Su Jian left, your family has been suppressing Su Yong all the time, depriving him of his training resources and lowering his sense of presence in the family. Even if he no longer poses any threat to your position, you have no intention of letting him go. You humiliate him in public and make his heart collapse. How vicious is your heart?" When Su Yong was mentioned, Su Yueru, this day was destined to make everyone sleepless and restless. In a remote house in the capital of Donghuazhou. "Master, did you really tie him back?" Looking at Su Chen lying on the bed in a coma, Lan Xiaoyou's pretty face was full of shock. "Originally, I thought that what Master said at the Sky Auction House was just a joke, but I didn't expect that Master actually played it seriously." Although Su Chen was more handsome and younger than he had seen on the light screen before, she couldn't help but murmur in her heart when she thought that Su Chen would practice dual cultivation with Master later. "Xiaoyu, why are you still standing there? Give this to him to eat. There are people from the Su family everywhere outside now. We don't have much time left." As she said, she took out a jade bottle from her arms and threw it to Lan Xiaoyu. She began to arrange a soundproof formation, thinking of buying herself more time. "Yes, Master." Lan Xiaoyu took the jade bottle, looked at Mu Yuqing's back, her pretty face, flushed and quickly responded. She clenched the jade bottle, pinched Su Chen's chin, and carefully stuffed the liquid in the jade bottle into his mouth. Soon, the drug took effect, and Su Chen woke up slowly. "Where is this?" As soon as he woke up, Su Chen found that his whole body was sore and weak as if he had been drained, and his head was also dizzy. But the third leg was straight up to the sky. "Don't move, or I'll kill you." A cold voice sounded in his ears. Hearing this, Su Chen was startled, and then he realized that a dagger was against his neck, emitting a sharp cold light. Looking up again, what came into view was a beautiful face with a veil. Although the lower half was covered, Su Chen could be 100% sure that there was definitely a great beauty under the veil. From the strong aura emitted by the other party, Su Chen has already concluded that the other party is a strong man, and it is absolutely impossible for him to escape from her. There is also a woman in a red dress standing beside the bed, with a veil on. Her face and her true appearance is still unclear. Who are you? Why do you want to arrest me? Su Chen asked coldly, while looking around vigilantly. It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is that as long as you cooperate obediently, we will not harm you. Mu Yuqing licked her tempting lips and said lightly. The voice was like pearls falling on a jade plate. Hearing this, Su Chen frowned. I am the young master of the Su family. Do you want money or something? He guessed that the other party must be here for money. After all, he showed off his shocking wealth at the sky auction. I think this person saw that he showed off his wealth at the auction, so he had evil intentions and wanted to kidnap him to extort money from the family. Money? We are not short of money. Mu Yuqing shook her head. So what do you want? Su Chen became more and more confused. If it's not for money, then what is it for? Little thief, stop pretending. In addition to being the young master of the Su family, you have another identity. Seeing Su Chen pretending to be stupid, Mu Yuqing snorted coldly. Another identity? What other identity do I have? Su Chen was surprised. He had never heard of any other identity he had. Hearing this, Mu Yuqing narrowed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Little thief, stop pretending. You are the son of destiny favored. By heaven! Let me go quickly. I'm not a son of destiny. Sister, you found the wrong person. After hearing this, Su Chen's hair exploded instantly. Damn it! He finally understood what these people wanted to do. They dared to treat him as the son of destiny and wanted to tie him up and then take over his destiny so as to impact the legendary emperor realm. He saw a lot of such things in the original book. At that time, as a reader, he envied those sons of luck whose luck was seized. Although after the luck was seized, the luck in these sons of luck would dissipate and they would be no different from other people. But in the process of seizing the luck, you can enjoy it well because this process requires the other party to practice dual cultivation. And the other party's female cultivator must be a virgin. But now that it has fallen to him, Su Chen is not happy anymore. There is always a feeling that he is a fish on the chopping board, letting the other party take advantage of him. He is the young master of the first family in Donghuazhou. When did he fall to this point? Little thief, you are not honest. I will let you know the price of deceiving me later. Mu Yuqing obviously did not believe Su Chen's lies. She stretched out her hand.
Topul Su Chenes clothes.
Sister, don't be anxious. Let me finish what I have to say. He tried to move his body into the bed, but his strength was too weak and he could not use any strength in his whole body. Stop struggling. The more you struggle, the faster the poison will spread. In the end, you will fester and die. Mu Yuqing's voice sounded faintly, with a gentle tone, but it contained a threat, making Su Chen dare not move at all. Moreover, this poison was extremely strong. Su Chen could even feel a burning sensation coming, which made him sweat on his forehead and his body tremble slightly. Seeing this, Mu Yuqing immediately showed joy. Little thief, you won't suffer if you obey me, Without waiting for him to continue asking, Mu Yuqing suddenly stretched out her slender white 5 fingers and placed them on Su Chen's chest. Suddenly, a warm touch spread throughout his body, causing Su Chen to moan involuntarily. Then, his face suddenly changed because he felt a tingling sensation flowing into his body along Mu Yuqing's slender 5 fingers. It was as if hot electric currents were flowing through his body. Su Chen's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip, and his heart began to pound. This situation was too strange. What the hell is this thing? His expression became solemn, and he wanted to use his power to expel it. But he was shocked to find that there was no fluctuation of vitality in his dantian, and the whole person became extremely weak in an instant. Don't struggle. The poison you are now infected with is called charming. Poison. It is a strange poison produced by taking yin to replenish yang. Only, by having fun with women can it be resolved, otherwise you will die. At this time, Mu Yuqing's voice sounded again, with a playful tone. After hearing this, Su Chun was completely confused. Oh my god! I am the young master of the Su family, but I have fallen to the point where I have to be taken by others to replenish my yin and yang to dissolve the strange poison. This is too tragic. Fuck! This is too bad taste. He was so sad that he wanted to cry without tears and cursed immediately. Don't worry, what you and I will do later is very simple. I just borrow your luck to help me reach the realm of the Emperor. I will never hurt you, let alone do anything bad to you. Mu Yuqing seemed to see Su Chen's thoughts and spoke to comfort him. After all, in the matter of dual cultivation, the more the son of luck cooperates, the more luck he will absorb. Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Su Chun was suspicious. He didn't think that what Mu Yuqing said was true. Believe it or not. Mu Yuqing rolled her eyes charmingly and said unhappily, but you must remember that this is your last chance. If you refuse, you will die of the poison immediately. You can't blame anyone else then. Holy shit. Su Chun felt hot inside his body, as if 10,000 ants were biting him. It seemed that the girl in front of her had indeed poisoned herself. Okay. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chun agreed. Anyway, I can't run away, so I might as well take a gamble. Anyway, I am not a child of luck, so dual cultivation should have no impact on me. Little thief, you are so sensible. I promise to let you know what the ecstasy is. Seeing Su Chen's agreement, Mu Yuqing's beautiful eyes flashed with light. Her branches trembled with laughter, and she stretched out her pink lips and kissed Su Chen. Hiss! Mu Yuqing was worthy of being a person who had gone through many storms, and this move was extremely skillful. In an instant, Su Chen felt dizzy and almost lost the ability to think. Moreover, with Mu Yuqing's teasing, his body temperature soared rapidly. The blood all over his body was as hot as lava, and every part of his body seemed to be on fire. No, I can't bear it anymore. Su Chun secretly shouted in his heart, and the next second he opened his arms to hold Mu Yuqing in his arms. Mu Yuqing did not stop him, but showed a look of joy. Little thief, love me. This was the first time she had been in contact with a man. Mu Yuqing was obviously a little nervous. A blush appeared on her pretty face. She closed her eyes shyly and her eyelashes trembled violently. Su Chen directly pulled the veil off her face. In an instant, Mu Yuqing's beautiful face appeared in front of Su Chun. Her skin is as beautiful as snow, and she is as unforgettable as the mysterious lady of the 9 heavens, especially her watery eyes, which are overflowing with aura, and when she looks forward, she sees this alluring magic. This peerless and alluring face was enough to captivate all living beings. Even he could not help but be stunned in place, unable to recover for a long time. I have to admit that the woman in front of me has an appearance that could bring disaster to the country and the people. Unfortunately, there seemed to be a trace of sadness between her eyebrows. Su Chen's breathing couldn't help but become heavy, and his eyes were full of surprise. Mu Yuqing seemed to notice Su Chen's fiery gaze, opened her eyes, and hummed softly, "Little thief, what are you looking at?" Tu Dou. Hearing this, Su Chen swallowed hard. After swallowing, he suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart and shook his head. "Sister, I didn't expect you to be so beautiful." Hearing this, the corners of Mu Yuqing's lips curled up slightly. "Little thief, stop talking nonsense and practice cultivation with me quickly. TCH, just keep your mouth strong. You will beg for mercy later." Seeing this, Su Chen curled his lips. Immediately, he took a deep breath, slowly raised his right hand, and pressed it towards Mu Yuqing. "Little thief, what are you doing?" Mu Yuqing frowned and subconsciously stepped back, but it was already too late. Su Chun pressed his palm on her plump and round jade peak. "Ah, The next moment, she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Her cheeks turned red, her teeth bit her red lips fiercely, and her beautiful eyes stared at Chen. Su family meeting hall. Su Yueru, do you know your guilt? Qin Shinran, who was sitting above, looked at Su Yueru, who was kneeling on the ground with cold eyes, and shouted angrily. Her phoenix eyes were bitingly cold, and the aura surrounding her was suffocating. Now that the son has been kidnapped and his life or death is uncertain, and the husband is away from home, the huge Su family, she was the only woman left to support her. The culprit behind her son's abduction was Su Yueru below, her sister-in-law. If it weren't for Su Yueru, how could anything happen to her son? She can touch anyone, but not her son. Su Chen is her enemy and will die if she touches him. Sister-in-law, what's my crime? Although facing Qin Shinran's majesty, Su Yueru still held her head high and said without fear, I don't understand what you are talking about at all. In fact, the reason why she went to see Su Chen today was just to stop Su Chen from staring at Su Yong and suppressing him. But she didn't expect that a master with the power of a quasi-emperor would suddenly appear and kidnap Su Chen in front of her. How presumptuous! You do something worse than a pig or a dog and you still dare to quibble. Qin Shinran's eyes became colder and colder, and he shouted, Today I will clean up the house for the head of the family. After saying this, she stood up suddenly, rushed to Su Yueru's side in a flash, raised her palm and hit her. Snap! The next moment there was a crisp sound, and 5 fingerprints suddenly appeared on the left side of Su Yueru's pretty face. However, she remained extremely determined, without any fear, and even had a mocking smile on her lips. Ha ha! Keep fighting! Keep fighting! I tell you, you are not from my Su family, you have no right to control me. Here's the order from the head of the family. Do you think I have no control over you? Qin Shinran smiled coldly and took out a token from his arms. The word master was engraved on the front and the word Su was engraved on the back. Order from the head of the Su family represents the existence of the rights of the head of the family. Seeing this token, Su Yueru's face suddenly turned pale, as if she had been struck by lightning. She finally understood that Qin Shinran had already been prepared. Qin Shinran, expressionless, looked down at Su Yueru and said coldly, Su Yueru, I'll give you another chance. Who encouraged you to help them kidnap Chener? Are those old subordinates of Su Jian intending to rebel and seize the position of the head of the Su family while the head of the family is away? Qin Shinran, you are slandering me. What evidence do you have? You are framing me and want to kill me, you vicious woman. Su Yueru gnashed her teeth and glared at Qin Shinran angrily, as if she was determined to fight to the death. With Qin Shinran, snap! Since you are so stubborn, you can't blame me. Qin Shinran waved his hand again and slapped the other half of Su Yueru's pretty face, saying coldly, What are you still hesitating about? Arrest her. For me? Yes. The 2 inner guards respectfully accepted the order and immediately walked to Su Yueru and held her arms. Su Yueru struggled desperately and shouted, Qin Shinran, you can't do this to me. My brother will never let you go when he comes back. Really? Do you have more weight than his son in the eyes of the master? Hearing this, Qin Shinran showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth, and then ordered, Anji, hang this bitch outside the martial arts arena and roast her with the scorching sun. Make sure she tells everything. Over the years I have been too kind to them. Those old bones probably have forgotten my Qin Shinran's methods. Yes, miss. As soon as the voice fell, a black figure suddenly appeared, holding the struggling Su Yueru with one hand, and walked straight out. She is Ji, the top assassin of Tianshan continent and also the maid, brought by Qin Shinran from her mother's home. So she is always called Qin Shinran Miss. Seeing this scene, the other core members of the Su family in the hall were all shocked, and then they remembered Qin Shinran's thunderous methods in the past. I'm afraid the Su family will not be peaceful. Everyone looked at each other, and they could see the fear in each other's eyes. Back then, Qin Shinran married into the Su family and became Su House first wife. She brought many top players from her natal family. The most famous among them is the Shadow Guard led by Nji. These people are best at assassination and spying. According to rumors, Su Jian took his men to the secret realm for training and was assassinated by a group of shadow guards in the secret realm. However, no evidence was left. The head of the Su family, Su Chen's grandfather, had sent many people to investigate, but no clues were found, so he had to give up. But the core members of the Su family all know that Qin Shinran is not simple, and is definitely a ruthless person. Soon, calm returned to the main hall. Everyone, our Su family is able to achieve everything we have today thanks to your support. At this time, Qin Shinran glanced at everyone and said with a faint smile, "But I also hope that you will abide by the family rules, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless." Don't worry, mistress. Since our Su family was established, rewards and punishments have always been clear, and we will never engage in malpractice. For personal gain, everyone clapped their chests and promised. Shao family, meeting hall. The place was crowded and the atmosphere was solemn. Hundreds of senior members of the Shao family gathered here. This time, the young master of the Su family, Su Chen, wanted to interfere in the internal fighting of the Shao family. Sitting on the first seat was a man with silver hair and piercing eyes. He was Shao Hanshan, the head of the Shao family. After Shao Tiancheng leaked the news to the senior executives of the Shao family, the senior executives of the Shao family became furious after confirming the news. The majesty of the Shao family is beyond doubt, and no one will be allowed to provoke or violate the bottom line. So, that afternoon at this time, the senior leaders of the Shao family convened the core members of the Shao family for discussion. Father, the Su family is too brave and dares to interfere in the internal affairs of our Shao family. Seeing Shao Hanshan's silence, Shao Tiancheng stood up, looking filled with righteous indignation, and continued to add insult to injury. Moreover, the 4 major divine camps of the Su family's Chenquan Lizhen all mobilized to surround the exits of the entire state capital. There is no such thing as take my Shao family seriously. Yes, master, we must punish them severely this time. The Su family's involvement this time has seriously violated the rules. We must not let it go. When everyone in the Shao family heard this, they all agreed and shouted angrily, "They are all heroes who followed the Shao family to conquer the country. Can be said that they are involved in the fate of the Shao family. Now the Su family is openly violating the rules and intervening in their internal struggle for the position of the young master of the Shao family. This does not take them seriously at all. If they just let it go, how will they lose face? Enough!" Shao Hanshan opened his eyes suddenly, raised his head and looked at the people below and asked, "How much do you know about Su Chun, the young master of the Su family?" Everyone in the Shao family was stunned when they heard this. "Master, why do you suddenly ask us this question?" Someone couldn't help but ask. The rest of the people also looked at Shao Hanshan with doubts. Shao Tiancheng frowned even more. Could it be that my father noticed something unusual? Impossible. It must be an illusion. His thoughts passed by like lightning. Shao Tiancheng shook his head, suppressing the worries in his heart. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Father, my sister should know more about Su Chun than anyone here. He just wanted to draw everyone's attention to Shao Ruoyu. After all, it was Shao Ruoyu who provoked Su Chun. As long as everyone in the family hates Shao Ruoyu, then the position of young master of the Shao family belongs to him." "Oh, really? Ruoyu?" Shao Hanshan glanced at Shao Ruoyu next to him. Hearing this, Shao Ruoyu's pretty face changed slightly, and she nodded immediately. "Although I can't say we are very familiar with the young master of the Su family, I probably know him somewhat." She knew she was on pins and needles now, but she was even more worried about Su Chen. She had heard before that Su Chen was kidnapped at the entrance of Tianxiong auction house by a powerful person at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor level. Life or death is currently uncertain. Su Chen is now her important helper in the fight for the young master of the Shao family, and the two of them have interests connected. If Su Chen encounters something unexpected because of this, the more I thought about Xiao Ruoyu, the more I became afraid. In that case, then tell everyone about Su Chen, Xiao Hanshan said slowly. Although his tone was gentle, it contained dignity. Feeling that strong attitude, everyone in the hall was silent, not even daring to take a breath, and all their eyes were cast on Xiao Ruoyu. Good. Xiao Ruoyu hesitated slightly, and then spoke loudly. As far as I know, Su Chen is the only son of Su Hao, the head of the Su family. He seems to be a playboy who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun. In fact, he is not. He is a very intelligent person. Ha ha ha. Before Xiao Ruoyu could speak, Xiao Tiancheng had already taken the lead in sarcastic remarks. Sister, you really know how to joke. In Donghua continent, no one knows that the young master of the Su family is a loser who only knows how to play with women. You. Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face turned red and she stared at Xiao Tiancheng with gritted teeth. She did not expect that Xiao Tiancheng would humiliate Su Chen in public. Not only her, but everyone else in the hall was also stunned. Apparently they had also heard about Su Chen's reputation. But it's not a slap in the face. The Su family and the Shao family are both top aristocratic families in Donghua continent. There are many intermarriages between the two families. Xiao Tiancheng is completely embarrassed. Xiao Tiancheng met Xiao Ruoyu's gaze without any sign of weakness and snorted coldly, "What sister am I wrong? Or have you completely fallen in love with that good-for-nothing Su Chen?" After that, he added with a sneer, "I heard that today at the sky auction Su Chen, that waste, spent 1 billion high-grade spirit stones to buy a broken jade pendant as a token of love in order to win your heart, and gave it to you." When these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone's face was stunned, and then a strange look appeared. 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Even if it is a first-class family's direct young master, it is difficult to come up with it with all his strength. And that Su Chen, a playboy who only knows how to spend money, squandered 1 billion high-grade spirit stones to pick up girls. This is simply a waste of resources. Xiao Ruoyu's beautiful face flushed instantly, and her chest rose and fell. Violently, obviously very angry. "What nonsense are you talking about? Su Chen and I are just ordinary friends," Xiao Ruoyu scolded. Although she agreed to Su Chen's conditions, for now the two of them are still ordinary friends. "Sister, don't worry. I didn't say you two have a close relationship. Why are you so excited?" Xiao Tiancheng sneered. "However, the rumors outside say that's not the case. It says that sister has already made peace with Su Chen." Pa! A loud slap suddenly exploded, echoing throughout the hall. This slap directly sent Xiao Tiancheng flying, knocking down a wooden table. He had blood at the corner of his mouth, his face was extremely pale, and he looked at the person who made the move with horror. "Father, what are you doing?" Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. They didn't understand why Xiao Hanshan suddenly got angry. Only Xiao Tiancheng felt a deep sense of crisis in his heart. Father definitely knows something. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so angry. Thinking of this, Xiao Tiancheng suddenly panicked and hurriedly explained, "Father, I didn't know those rumors were false." "Shut up. Do you really think I'm old and useless?" Xiao Hanshan asked, sternly, his face ashen. There was a strong murderous intent in his eyes, which made people shudder. Hearing this, the expression on Xiao Tiancheng's face froze instantly. He didn't expect that his father, who looked exhausted both physically and mentally, had such tricks behind his back. Seeing this scene, the senior officials of the Shao family present finally reacted, and looked at each other in shock. Only then did they realize that these were all carefully arranged by Xiao Tiancheng behind the scenes. The purpose is to kick Xiao Ruoyu out of the competition for the position of young master of the Xiao family. But isn't this method too despicable? At this thought, everyone's eyes couldn't help but flash a bit of disappointment and contempt. Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face was extremely gloomy. She never expected that her brother would be so despicable and set a trap to harm her. It seems that he should agree to Su Chen earlier, and there is no need to be clinging to the family ties of this sibling. Amaji, your ambition is so obvious. Do you really think I don't know about? Let me tell you, I have warned you a long time ago and asked you to restrain yourself, but you just refused to listen and even did a lot of dirty things secretly. Today, I will let you improve your memory. Xiao Hanshan's voice was cold and he looked around. Everyone, I know that. Many of you support Tiancheng to become the young master, but I am using family rules, so please don't interfere. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but fell silent. Hearing this, Xiao Tiancheng's face twisted violently. A trace of resentment appeared in his eyes and he said bitterly, "That good-for-nothing Su Chen must have told you, father, I am your most beloved son. You should give me the power of the family." At this moment, he finally couldn't hold it any longer. Tiancheng, no matter how jealous you are, this matter has nothing to do with Su Chen or the Su family. Xiao Hanshan looked at Xiao Tiancheng coldly and said word by word, "Come here. Drag him out and serve him according to the family law." Yes, head of the family. Two burly guards came in, lifted Xiao Tiancheng up and dragged him out of the door. "Father, you can't do this." Seeing that Xiao Hanshan was serious with him, Xiao Tiancheng suddenly panicked and struggled wildly, but two guards took him away by force and quickly disappeared at the entrance of the hall. Xiao Hanshan turned around, looked at Xiao Ruoyu, and said apologetically, "Ruoyu, I didn't expect that your brother Tiancheng would turn out like this. It's my father who is sorry for you." Xiao Ruoyu shook her head and said bitterly, "Father, this matter has nothing to do with you." Xiao Hanshan sighed, and then said seriously, "Ruoyu, father hopes that you can grow up. The Xiao family needs you to lead in the future. You must not let down father's expectations." After saying that, he slowly left the hall, leaving Xiao Ruoyu standing there, blankly. The battle on Su Chen's side has reached a fever pitch. Mu Yuqing began to use the dual cultivation technique to draw away the luck from Su Chen's body. But a strange scene happened. Mu Yuqing absorbed it for half a quarter of an hour, but could not draw any luck from Su Chen's body. Huh? No, my strength is obviously at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. Why can't I even defeat a boy at the Dao Palace realm? Mu Yuqing's face was full of shock and puzzled. Are you not charming enough to let this kid open his heart? No matter what, let's try it first. What if it works? After a long time, she gritted her teeth and made a difficult decision. Then, slowly took off her clothes and came into Su Chen's sight. This body is so perfect. Every inch of skin seems to have been carved, shining, with crystal luster, especially the pair of slender, straight, round, and tender legs, which bring endless room for imagination. This body is enough to confuse all sentient beings. Looking at Mu Yuqing, who had a delicate face and perfect body, Su Chen felt a strong wave of heat gushing out of her nose. Gudong. After swallowing, Su Chen stared at Mu Yuqing with greedy and blazing eyes, wishing to tear her into pieces and devour her. "Little thief, am I beautiful?" Mu Qi asked with a smile, charming and seductive. Su Chen swallowed hard, and his Adam's apple rolled. "Beautiful! So beautiful. How do you like it?" Su Chen nodded, his eyes burning. At this moment, his body was no longer under his control, and he was completely attracted by Mu Yuqing's beauty. "Then give me your luck. Are you willing?" Mu Yuqing bit her red lips and blinked her watery eyes charmingly. Su Chen nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay. Take it." Lan Xiaoyu on the side looked at the scene in front of her. Her pretty face turned red. She never expected that the master would use the magic of heaven on Su Chen. However, this feeling is so exciting that it is almost impossible to stop. Moreover, she did not expect that Su Chen would be directly charmed and agree to any request from the master. This made her feel that none of the men in the world were good, and they couldn't move when they saw beauty. Lan Xiaoyu gritted her silver teeth slightly and glared at Su Chen fiercely. Little thief, I like you more and more. When I break through to the great Emperor realm, I will keep you captive. This time, Su Chen did not stop him as usual, because he was completely intoxicated. Mu Yuqing's eyes were blurred and her breathing became rapid. She had noticed Su Chen's changes, and a charming arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. She knew that Su Chen could no longer resist her charm. However, just as she continued to perform the heavenly charm, suddenly, sharp pain spread throughout her body, making her scream. Ah! How is this possible? Mu Yuqing's face was pale, covering her dantian, and her whole pretty face became extremely pale. Master, what's wrong with you? Seeing the abnormal state, Lan Xiaoyu's face changed, and she hurried to Mu Yuqing's side, holding her delicate body, and asked with concern. The primordial spiritual energy in my dantian keeps flowing into the little thief's body. This kid's body seems to contain something special. Mu Yuqing said with gritted teeth, looking angry. Stealing a chicken but losing the rice. She never expected that her wishful thinking would be wrong and she would also capsize in the gutter. Hearing this, Lan Xiaoyu's face changed drastically. Master, what should we do? The primordial spiritual energy is the foundation of their cultivation. If it is lost, the consequences will be disastrous. In the case of light, the cultivation level will decline, and in the case of heavy, it will directly become a cripple. Mu Yuqing gritted her teeth, pondered for a moment and said, the only way now is to separate from his body. When she felt the primordial spiritual energy in her body flowing into Su Chen's body at a speed visible to the naked eye, she began to get anxious. The peak of the quasi-emperor realm. The 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm. The 8th level of the quasi-emperor realm. Her cultivation level was also declining rapidly. At this moment, Mu Yuqing's heart was filled with despair. Not only was she unable to absorb Su Chen's luck, but the primary spiritual energy in her body was losing bit by bit. She can't forcefully interrupt the dual cultivation now, otherwise she and Su Chen will both die. No, I'm not willing to do it. Mu Yuqing gritted her teeth, tried to stay calm, and began to think of countermeasures. Boom! No! This kid is going to break through to the Dao Palace realm and the eye of heaven is going to manifest again. Seeing this, Mu Yuqing's expression changed suddenly and she immediately looked up. Sure enough, I saw dark clouds gathering high in the sky, lightning and thunder. A scene of doomsday. Obviously, this is a precursor to the manifestation of the eye of heaven. Damn it! The Su family will definitely find it based on the eye of heaven. Mu Yuqing's face turned pale. Her heart almost stopped beating, and her cultivation level continued to decline. If not remedied in time, she will soon become a disabled person. I kill you! Lan Xiaoyu saw Mu Yuqing's fearful look and knew that her situation was not good, so she had murderous intentions towards Su Chen, the culprit. While speaking, Lan Xiaoyu clapped out a palm, her 5 fingers like hooks, with a sharp edge, and grabbed Su Chen's eyebrows. Don't! We still have hope. Seeing this, Mu Yuqing suddenly panicked and shouted to stop. Master! He has harmed you like this. Why are you still protecting him? Lan Xiaoyu's face was full of confusion. Little thief, you! At this moment, Mu Yuqing suddenly felt something moving inside her body. And her whole body was shaking with anger. She was actually raped. Then, she and Su Chen were completely separated. Rumble. Just when she was about to get angry, there was a loud noise in the void above her head. A golden beam of light shot from the sky towards Su Chun, shrouding him in it. The eye of heaven appears. Xiao Yu, let's go quickly. Seeing this, Mu Yuqing hurriedly grabbed the clothes on the bed, put them on, and urged. Lan Xiaoyu originally wanted to kill Su Chun, but she also understood that the current situation no longer allowed her to stay any longer. Mu Yuqing immediately pulled Lan Xiaoyu, fled out of the room, and flew away into the distance. Su Chun was wrapped in the golden light beam, feeling warm and comfortable all over. Then he slowly opened his eyes. A bright golden light appeared in his pupils, as if he possessed some inexplicable power. Aha! Su Chun stood up suddenly and walked towards the door, but stopped as soon as he took a step. Where are the people? Looking around, Su Chun frowned and found that Mu Yuqing and the two girls were missing. In the huge room, only the faint scent of rouge and gouache and a pool of blood on the bed were left, as if the two women had left in a hurry just now. Weird. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? I'm not a man-eating tiger. Su Chun muttered secretly, then turned back to the bed to tidy up his clothes. That girl is so exciting. Su Chun licked his lips, recalling the scene of lingering with Mu Yuqing in his mind, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of reminiscence. He had no idea why Mu Yuqing left suddenly in a hurry, maybe because of the eye of heaven. Although Mu Yuqing didn't tell him why, he vaguely guessed it. He believed that one day he would meet Mu Yuqing again and figure out all this. A crunch. At this moment the door was pushed open. Su Chun turned around and saw the pretty figures of Chu Yanran and Su Meyer standing at the door. Husband! Young master! After the two girls saw him, their pretty faces were filled with joy, especially Chu Yanran's beautiful eyes, which never moved even a moment. She ran directly to Su Chun, hugged his waist, and looked up and down Su Chen's body. Yanran Meyer, why are you here? Su Chun asked with a smile when he saw the two girls. Hearing this, Chu Yanran pouted her sexy and red mouth and said angrily, You were suddenly kidnapped by thieves, which made us all worried to death. Hearing this, Su Chun couldn't help but look startled and a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that this incident would make the two women worried. He immediately apologized and said, It's my fault for making you worry too much. After all, he was living happily with Mu Yuqing here, which made the women at home worry about him. Su family martial arts arena. Su Yueru's body was tied to a huge iron pillar with iron chains, and underneath was a ball of scorching sun fire. Ah! She screamed in agony. Her body was covered with scars, and her skin and flesh were scorched. Tell me, who is it? Qin Shinran stood in front of Su Yueru and said condescendingly, If you don't do anything, don't blame me for continuing the torture. Su Yueru endured the severe pain and said bitterly, Qin Shinran, you will not die a good death. Ha! You don't want to say it? Qin Shinran's mouth curved into a cruel arc. Then he turned to look at Nji and ordered, Bring the salt water. Yes. Nji responded and quickly brought a bucket of salt water and slowly moved it towards Su Yueru. What do you want to do? Seeing the salt water in Nji's hand, Su Yueru was horrified and struggled, and shouted. Her voice was shrill and harsh, like a ghost crying, making people's hair stand on end. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being cruel. Qin Shinran was extremely indifferent. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a murderous intent, and he shouted in a cold voice, Spill it on me! Poof! 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 As Qin Shinran finished speaking, Nji poured salt water on Su Yueru's delicate body without mercy. Jilla! Jilla!
Fila.
Suddenly, a pungent burning smell filled the air, making people's hair stand on end. Ah! Help! I was wrong. Please let me go. Su Yueru struggled wildly, but was unable to break free from the chains. After the salt water entered her body, it spread instantly and burned, causing her to endure inhuman torture. Su Yueru howled repeatedly. Her voice was so shrill that it broke through the sky. But unfortunately, no one sympathizes with her plight. After a while, the salt water was completely consumed, and Su Yueru turned into a piece of black coal and passed out. Looking at Su Yueru, who had fainted, and Ji took back the salt water bucket in her hand and reminded Qin Shinran. Miss! She fainted. Well, that's almost it. Qin Shinran nodded and signaled to stop the burning torture on Su Yueru. Bitch! I'll spare your life this time. If you dare to provoke me again, I will definitely kill you, Qin Shinran said coldly and then ordered. And Ji, lock this bitch up for me. And don't let anyone visit her. Yes. And Ji took the order and dragged Su Yueru into the nearby prison. Snort. After locking up Su Yueru, Qin Shinran snorted, resentment flashing in his beautiful eyes. I hope her chunner is okay. Otherwise she will make those old things pay the price with blood. A few days later, by Wangzhou, Tianma sect. After several days of fleeing, Mu Yuqing and Lan Xiaoyu finally returned to the demon sect. Only then did Lan Xiaoyu remember what happened that day. She hurriedly held Mu Yuqing's arm and reminded her, Master, quickly force those things out of your body. What? Mu Yuqing asked, a little confused. She wasn't poisoned, so where did it come from? Seeing her expression, Lan Xiaoyu felt embarrassed and annoyed and said, Oh, it was just a few days ago in Donghua continent that you were raped by that lewd thief. Oops. Hearing this, Mu Yuqing finally reacted. Her jade cheeks suddenly turned red. She quickly closed her eyes and concentrated, and began to exercise and adjust her breath. That day, the thief finally forced those obscene things into her body. At that time, in order to escape the siege of the Su family, she and Lan Xiaoyu just escaped along the way. So much so that I forgot such an important thing. I hope it can be repaired without causing any loss of life. A quarter of an hour later, Mu Yuqing opened her beautiful eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, her eyebrows stood up, and her pretty face looked unusually ugly. Seeing this, Lan Xiaoyu said nervously, Master, how is it? Well, with a sigh, Mu Yuqing said quietly, It was too late, all those obscene things were absorbed into my body. Hearing this, Lan Xiaoyu suddenly changed her mind and asked hurriedly, Master, what should I do? Are you pregnant with the child of that adulterer? If this was really the result, it was really hard for her to accept it. The master was a virgin before, the master of the heavenly demon sect, and the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. If she was pregnant with that adulterer's child, wouldn't it bring disgrace to their heavenly demon sect if word spread about it? Hearing this, Mu Yuqing's face became even paler. Her teeth bit her pink lips, her head lowered, and she remained silent. At this moment, she seemed to have lost all strength and slumped on the chair, dumbfounded, because she just suddenly remembered that the day of double cultivation with Su Chen happened to be the best day for her to conceive. What does that mean? She is most likely pregnant with Su Chen's child. This is simply a ridiculous joke. She was a powerful person at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. In order to reach the legendary great emperor realm, she not only lost her innocence, but her cultivation also dropped to only the first level of the quasi-emperor realm. What's even more tragic is that it is very likely that he is pregnant with that guy's evil seed. She had never dreamed of such a thing. Well, looking at the devastated Mu Yuqing, Lan Xiaoyu sighed softly, stepped forward and comforted. Master, don't think too much about it. Maybe it's not that easy to get pregnant. Although she felt that this possibility was very slim, she still tried to calm
Mu Yuqing's emotions.
Hearing Lan Xiaoyu's comfort, Mu Yuqing slowly raised her head. There was a trace of worry on her peerless and charming face. However, in order to prevent her disciple from worrying, she still forced a smile and said, Xiaoyu, you are right. That little thief can't be that powerful, and who does he think He is with one shot. After that, she took a deep breath and suppressed the worries in her heart. The most difficult thing now is the problem of her cultivation falling to the first level of quasi-emperor realm. She must quickly regain her strength, otherwise not only the Hahuan sect and the hostile sects of the blood refining hall will take the opportunity to attack the heavenly demon sect in advance. Even those subordinates within Tianma sect who opposed her might take the opportunity to rebel and push her down from the position of sect leader. Over the years, she has been monopolizing power with a shallow foundation. Without strong enough strength to support her, the position of the sect leader would have existed in name only. Thinking of this, Mu Yuqing felt anxious and couldn't help but feel a little irritated. Suddenly, at this moment, Mu Yuqing felt a tearing pain in her dantian, and she couldn't help but scream. Sweat dripped from her forehead, her delicate body trembled, and her face was full of pain. Seeing this scene, Lan Xiaoyou's heart twitched slightly, and she asked with concern, "Master, what's wrong with you?" Mu Yuqing shook her head gently, squeezed out a faint smile and said, "Xiaoyu, it's okay. Master is not that fragile." As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yuqing's eyes suddenly widened, and a touch of pain appeared on her delicate features. 2 crystal lines slid down. Her smooth face, her beautiful eyebrows were frowned, and her little cherry mouth opened several times, but she couldn't speak. Seeing this, Lan Xiaoyu suddenly panicked and hurriedly supported her, tears streaming down her face, and she choked with sobs. "Master, how are you? How are you?" She kept crying, never expecting that the always optimistic and strong master would be unable to bear the blow. Ahem! At this time, Mu Yuqing coughed violently several times, covered her abdomen, and said weakly, "Xiaoyu, don't cry. Master, if you have nothing to do, rest for a while and you will recover." "Kindness." Lan Xiaoyu nodded vigorously and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Mu Yuqing breathed a long sigh of relief, stretched out her hand to hold her disciple's soft wrist, and said softly, "Xiaoyu, Master needs to rest. These days you should discuss matters within the sect with the first elder and others first. I obey my master's orders."
Lang Seu nốt đét obedini.
Mu Yuqing didn't know that the reason why she was like this now was because the seeds in her belly had penetrated into the fertile soil in her body. It is now sprouting and needs a lot of nutrients, and will naturally absorb the primary spiritual power in the mother's body. Mu Yuqing will definitely find out later that her primary spiritual power will continue to drain away, and the speed will become faster and faster, but by then it will be too late for her to stop it. On the Wuming Mountain in Dongzhou. "Demon, it seems that your sect's disciples are pregnant with that kid's seed." The old man in white counted his fingers, looked at the old man in black across from him with a smile and said, "That boy has the same demeanor as you did back then. How ruthless he is when he pulls out the stick. Humph, he dares." Hearing this, the black-clothed old man's face turned cold, and then his eyes flashed with ferocity, and he said coldly, "If that kid dares to betray Yuqing, I will go to settle accounts with him even if I die." "Ha ha ha. You are still the same, with such a hot temper." Seeing that his old friend was really angry, the white-clothed old man smiled lightly. "Don't worry, I just read the fortune for the two of them, and their marriage in this life is destined to be inseparable from each other. Your Tianma sect will encounter a huge crisis of extinction this time, so you don't have to worry about it." "Oh!" Hearing this, the black-clothed old man was stunned and asked in confusion, "Has there been any turning point?" The white-clothed old man stroked his beard and laughed. "The secret of heaven cannot be leaked. You old man." The black-clothed old man curled his lips and was too lazy to talk nonsense with this mysterious guy. This old friend of his is the most calculating and powerful person in the entire Tianshan continent, and he is nicknamed the Old Man of Tianji. Since he said that the crisis of his sect would be solved by Su Chen, he was relieved. Su family. In Su Chen's room. Husband. Give me the seed. Chu Yenran was charming. Her pretty face was rosy. Her arms were hooked around Su Chen's neck, and she kept blowing hot air beside his ears. Su Chen smiled gently, and gently held the round snowball with his right hand, and slowly squeezed it. The husband is dead. Soon, Chu Yenran was gasping for breath. Her whole body was numb and she collapsed in Su Chen's arms. Su Chen gently patted her buttocks. After a while, Su Chen lowered his head to look at Chu Yenran and said softly, Madam, Chu Yenran's beautiful eyes were blurred, and Rulin exhaled and said, Husband, you seem to have become stronger. Of course, it doesn't matter who your husband is? Hearing this, Su Chen chuckled. Of course he knew the reason. On that day he not only did not lose money with the woman in the black gauze skirt but also made a lot of money. His strength went directly from the peak of Dao Palace realm to the 6th level of Divine Power realm in one fell swoop. However, he could clearly feel that the other party had suffered a great loss. He didn't understand why the woman chose to escape from him when she clearly knew that she was the young master of the Su family. Isn't it delicious to be your own woman? Hearing this, Chu Yenran stroked Su Chen's chest with her jade palm and murmured, No wonder I, practicing with you these days, always feel a warm breath in my body. Turns out it's because your strength has really improved. Hearing this, Su Chen was startled, then smiled evilly. Ha! Couldn't I be more obvious? I hate it. My husband is so bad. After saying that, Chu Yenran licked her lower lip with her pink tongue, gently bent her noble and sexy head, and took the initiative to kiss Su Chen's lips. Su Chen put his arms around Chu Yenran's slender waist and turned his body. Suddenly, Husband! Chu Yenran groaned softly, her cheeks flushed, and her beautiful, almond-shaped eyes were filled with autumn waves. She has always kept in mind the mission Qin Shinran gave her, and at the same time, she also hopes to give birth to an heir for Su Chen as soon as possible. What follows are some indescribable situations. Note: 10,000 words are omitted here. 2 hours later. 3 poles in the sun. Su Chen reluctantly got up. Opening the door and walking to the door, he found Su Meyer guarding the door for him, so he casually asked, Meyer, has Mark done anything unusual in the past few days? I'm telling you, young master, Yi Fan hasn't stepped out of Shao Tianqing's courtyard in the past few days, but... Su Mei hesitated for a moment and stopped talking. Su Chen frowned. But what? Su Meyer hesitated for a while and said, Su Yong has been going to Shao Tianqing's yard very diligently these days. Meyer thinks that the three of them are planning something. Su Yong. Su Chen muttered softly, thought for a moment, and said calmly, Send someone to keep an eye on this guy. If there is any unusual behavior, notify me immediately. Yes, young master. Su Meyer bowed respectfully and then retreated. Looking at Su Meyer's retreating back, Su Chen frowned slightly, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. My cousin is really restless. I don't know what he is doing. You are worthy of being the son of luck. Although I have taken your luck several times, I never thought that you would absorb Su Yong. TSK Yi Fan, what can I say to you? Wouldn't it be nice for him to be a salted fish for a lifetime? But he started causing trouble again, trying to change his fate against the will of heaven. Well, times have changed, but if you still play the same old tricks, aren't you a fool? Su Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about Mark. He turned around and hugged Chu Yenran to see his mother. In the capital of Donghuazhou, a restaurant called Zuexiang Restaurant, Shao Tianqing, Yi Fan, and Su Yong gathered in a private room to drink and chat. However, when some comments came from outside, they all turned their attention. Have you heard that a lot of things happened at Tianqiong auction house in the past few days? There was a blind second-in-command who challenged the young master of the Su family. What do you think the result was? There's no point in guessing. The result must be a slap in the face by the young master of the Su family. How can the strength of the Su family be comparable? Don't you know? I heard that that boy was born in a small sect in our Donghuazhou continent. The enmity between him and the young master of the Su family is because the young master of the Su family forcibly took his master as his concubine. This guy strongly opposed. I've also heard that this kid is a lustful person. I heard that he has long coveted his beautiful master's body. He is a complete rebel against his master and his disciples. I also found out that that boy was originally planning to attack the eldest daughter of the Shao family, but in the end he was slapped in the face by the young master of the Su family in public. Tsk. These days the toad dreams of eating swan meat, but he is still fantasizing about snatching a woman from the young master of the Su family. Bah! Is he worthy? Ha ha ha, that's right. In the restaurant, many people were laughing. This is called lighting a lantern in the toilet, seeking death. The young master of the Su family used a knife to cut the boy's buttocks to open his eyes. The guests in the hall below were drinking and laughing, using the events of that day as topics for drunken conversation. In the past few days, the sensational incident that happened at Tianqiong auction house caused unimaginable waves almost within a few days. In the private room on the second floor, hearing the discussion coming from downstairs, Yifan's brows twisted into knots and a cold look flashed in his eyes. Then he touched his chest, which was still aching with coldness and hatred, flashing in his eyes, and murmured to himself, Chu Yanran, you are such a bitch. You follow others' influence. In order to cultivate resources, you are willing to worship Su Chen and act as a bitch for him. And Xiao Ruoyu, you gold digger, sold yourself to Su Chen as a plaything for 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. You are so shameless. Su Chen Yifan will pay you back 1,000 times for all the humiliation you have suffered these days. Yifan clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with madness, as if he had regarded Chu Yanran, Xiao Ruoyu, and Su Chen as his mortal enemies. Brother Yifan, don't be sad. My experience is not worse than yours. Su Chen is my cousin. I used to get along well with him over the years, but this guy turned against me a few days ago. He slapped me in the face in public and humiliated me. At this time, Su Yong suddenly stood up, walked towards Yifan, patted his shoulder and said earnestly, he is bullying too much, but don't worry, I will never sit and wait for death. I will definitely find a way to retaliate against him. Yes, we can't sit and wait for death. We must take the initiative first. Xiao Tiancheng on the side also echoed. Hearing this, Yifan's eyes rolled around, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Have you found the biggest weakness of Su Chen? What weakness? Su Yong and Xiao Tiancheng looked at each other and then looked at Yifan. Su Chen is a lustful man. Doesn't he want to get Xiao Ruoyu? Then we will use Xiao Ruoyu to set an ambush for him. First, we can help Brother Tiancheng get rid of the trouble, and second, we can help Brother Su Yong solve a strong enemy. It's a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. This is a good plan. Xiao Tiancheng touched his chin, his eyes sparkling. Follow. Su Yong frowned slightly, obviously feeling something was wrong about this. He pondered for a moment and said, no, this strategy is too dangerous. Let's think of other ways. Su Yong was still very afraid of the power behind Su Chen. People like Su Chen could only kill him completely at once, otherwise he would be the one who died. When he reacted, hearing this, Yifan and Xiao Tiancheng looked at each other, obviously not thinking there was anything wrong with this strategy. Seeing this, Su Yong explained, you don't understand. On the surface, Su Chen is a playboy, but in fact, the power behind him is very powerful. His mother has a force independent of the Su family, the Shadow Guard. Once Su Chen is harmed, this force will find us and kill us all in a very short period of time. Although he hates Su Chen and Qin Shinran, he is not stupid and knows that in this world, only by surviving can he have a chance to avenge his parents. Moreover, he also saw Su Chen's changes and ambitions. Now he is accumulating his own power, and the Su family is the largest family in East China. He can't take action now, otherwise he may not even know how he died. Shadow Guard. Yi Fan and Xiao Tianqing frowned at the same time, feeling wary of the forces behind Su Chen. Looking at it this way, this matter is really a bit tricky. Yi Fan sighed. Well, it's really not easy to do. Xiao Tianqing nodded, then looked at Su Yong and asked, Brother Su Yong, what do you have to say? I think that since we can't deal with Su Chen, we can use Xiao Ruoyu to divert the trouble eastward. Speaking of this, Su Yong's eyes showed strong murderous intent. Diverting trouble to the east? What does Brother Su Yong mean? Both Yi Fan and Xiao Tianqing had doubts in their eyes. Su Yong snorted coldly and said, We can't deal with Su Chen, then we will find someone who can deal with Su Chen, and then create an opportunity for him to meet Xiao Ruoyu by chance. I think Xiao Ruoyu's alluring beauty will definitely attract. Please pay attention to the other party. When the time comes, we will secretly reveal to him that Xiao Ruoyu is unmarried. Hey, I won't need to say more later. Su Yong laughed sinisterly, and the expression on his face became more and more sinister. What a vicious strategy. As long as the two sides fight, we can just sit by and watch the fight between tigers and tigers. Xiao Tianqing was amazed. Yi Fan's eyes lit up and he quickly echoed, Brother Su Yong, this method is really good. It is indeed a great wisdom. I admire it. I admire it. Brothers, you are so polite. This is out of necessity. After all, this Su Chen is not an ordinary person. If we act rashly, we may cause trouble. We can only rely on the help of outsiders. Su Yong said modestly. Which force does Brother Su Yong think can compete with the Su family? Xiao Tianqing asked. Hearing this, Su Yong narrowed his eyes. Tiandao sect. Tiandao sect, the hidden sect of Donghua continent. Don't they care about worldly affairs? Where can we find them? Xiao Tianqing touched his nose and asked doubtfully. As the eldest son of the Xiao family, he naturally heard about some things about the hidden sect from his fathers. Although they don't care about world affairs, they have always been in contact with the outside world. Yesterday, a Taoist disciple of his Tiandao sect came down the mountain to practice and just arrived at our Donghuazhou capital. I think he is still in the state capital. Having said this, Su Yong paused, looked at Xiao Tianqing and continued. Tianqing, find a way to get Xiao Ruoyu out so that they can meet by chance. In front of this restaurant. Leave the Taoist disciple to me. Hurry up, go back to your hometown to make arrangements. Okay. Without further ado, Brother Yi Fan and I will go back now. Xiao Tianqing didn't hesitate, nodded immediately and agreed, then said goodbye to Su Yong and left the restaurant with Mark. An hour later. Sister Ruoyu, why did you bring me here? Xia Qingxue held Xiao Ruoyu's arm and asked curiously as she walked on the streets of the state capital. Xiao Ruoyu pursed her red and sexy lips and whispered, You will know later. Oh, Xia Qingxue responded gently. She looked forward, eyes filled with anticipation. Not long after, they came to the downstairs of the Zuixiang restaurant, and Xia Qingxue understood instantly. This close friend wants to treat me to dinner. Qingxue, what are you doing standing still? Come in quickly. Xiao Ruoyu took Xia Qingxue's arm and was about to walk inside. At this moment, a young Taoist priest wearing white robes stopped in front of the two women. You two girls, please stay. There is a sign of good luck for you two in the small Taoist temple. The young Taoist priest smiled, an elegant face full of kindness. We have nothing to say to you. Xiao Ruoyu glanced at him coldly and prepared to take Xia Qingxue away from him. She was very disgusted with this kind of approach. Two girls, don't worry. Xiao Dao is the direct disciple of Xuanzhen Taoist.
Tiandao sect, Chuyang.
This time, under the order of the headmaster, I went down the mountain to practice. When passing by Donghuazhou prefecture, I happened to bump into the two of them. It seems that Xiaodao has a fate with the two girls. As he spoke, he took out 2 red greeting cards from his arms. Tiandao sect, a disciple of Xuanzhen Daozi? Xia Qingxue took the invitation and her eyes widened in disbelief. Tiandao sect is one of the major hidden sects in Donghua continent, with tens of thousands of disciples and countless geniuses and masters. She had heard these things from her parents since she was a child. She only knew that the people in Tiandao sect were very powerful. She never thought that she would actually see a living person one day. Are you really from Tiandao sect? Xia Qingxue let go of Xiao Ruoyu's arm and looked around Chu Yang. This young Taoist priest had a well-proportioned figure and handsome appearance. Although he looked only 25 or 26 years old, he had a graceful and immortal style, giving people a feeling of not being in touch with the world. She was simple-minded and did not see Chu Yang's intention. Of course it's true. Chu Yang proudly straightened his chest, looking arrogant, and then looked at Xiao Ruoyu and said, "Ladies, if you don't mind, I would like to invite you two to taste a vegetarian meal together. How about it?" "Okay." Xia Qingxue, who was very curious, nodded and agreed without hesitation. Seeing this, Chu Yang smiled at the corner of his mouth and was secretly proud in his heart. "Thank you for your kindness, Taoist priest, Qingxue. Let's go." Xiao Ruoyu seemed to see through Chu Yang's mind and refused coldly. Then he quickly pulled Xia Qingxue's arm and left without looking back. Looking at the two women's backs, Chu Yang's face showed a sinister look, muttering to himself, "Since you don't want to drink the wine, don't blame me for being cruel. No woman I like has ever escaped from my hands." After saying that, he licked his lips, and a lustful light appeared in his eyes. Being an old man, he naturally saw that Xia Qingxue was no longer a virgin, and Xia Qingxue's beauty was still quite attractive. As an LSP, of course he doesn't mind mature women. Only when the developed fields are cultivated can he feel a sense of accomplishment. Not to mention Xiao Ruoyu, who is as tall as a king and has the personality of an iceberg beauty. If he becomes the first man to break through her, this sense of accomplishment will immediately make him ready to take action. Hey, the corner of his mouth raised an evil arc. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded in his ears. "Fellow Taoist Chu Yang, I'm so excited." Chu Yang's expression changed and he turned to look at the speaker. I saw a man standing behind him, wearing a green cloth and a bamboo hat on his head, with a pair of eyes as deep as the vast starry sky. His aura was very ordinary, like an ordinary stone, but it made people dare not look directly into his eyes. He was like a mountain standing in front of him, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. When he saw this man wearing a bamboo hat, Chu Yang couldn't help but froze, because he doesn't know this person. "Who is your special girl?" Chu Yang frowned and yelled at the other party. The man in the bamboo hat slowly raised his head, his dark pupils filled with a cold color, as if he could see into people's hearts. "Fellow Taoist Chu Yang, don't you recognize me?" His voice was hoarse like the roar of a wild animal, giving people a creepy feeling. Seeing this, Chu Yang's face suddenly changed. His eyes flashed with fear, and he said tremblingly, "You are a trickster. How did you find yourself here? What do you think?" The ghost teller said with a sarcastic arc at the corner of his mouth. "What do you want?" Chu Yang gritted his teeth and stared at him with an ominous premonition in his heart. "What do I want?" The ghost teller's lips curled up and he said, "I just want to remind you, for the sake of getting to know each other, not to have any ideas about those two women, otherwise no one can save you." After saying that, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared before, leaving Chu Yang alone and stunned. After a long time, Chu Yang suddenly stamped his foot and cursed, "Damn guy! What a devil!" He looked at where the ghost teller was standing just now and felt a palpitation in his heart. However, he didn't take the ghost teller's words seriously at all. He only thought that the other party was trying to scare him, because in his eyes, these aristocratic families in this world are nothing more than clowns in front of his Tiandao sect. As long as you are willing, you can lead someone to deal with the other party. At any time. Humph, they are just a bunch of clowns, they really think they are big shots. Chu Yang sneered, turned around and chased Xiao Ruoyu and Xia Qingxue in the direction where they disappeared. These two beauties, even if the King of Heaven comes, he will definitely eat them. On the tower in the distance, the ghost teller had a clear view of Chu Yang's reaction. A trace of amusement flashed in his eyes, and then returned to his original indifferent expression. "Ha ha! It seems you are looking for death," he murmured to himself. Immediately, his body swayed and disappeared. "Qingxue, let's go quickly. That guy is following us." Xiao Ruoyu glanced back and found Chu Yang chasing after him, with a different expression on his face to remind Xia Qingxue. "Ah, he caught up so quickly?" Hearing this, Xia Qingxue was shocked. Her eyes widened, and she asked in surprise. Xiao Ruoyu had just told him that the guy looked young and looked harmless, but his strength had already reached the middle stage of the great sage realm. "My own cultivation is simply not good enough in front of others." "Well, don't look back." Xiao Ruoyu nodded and said, "Let's leave quickly, we must not let that guy catch up." As soon as the words fell, the two women tapped their toes and turned into an afterimage, disappearing in an instant. A ferocious sneer appeared on Chu Yang's face, and the corner of his mouth turned into a cruel arc. "Don't even think about running away. I will let you know what life is worse than death." He sped up and ran forward very fast. "Hey, is this too fast? Is this the so-called immortal cultivator?" Along the way, many pedestrians exclaimed and looked at Chu Yang, full of envy and shock. Although the strength of the two women was not as good as that of Chu Yang, their speed was absolutely top-notch. They took advantage of their familiarity with the terrain of the state capital and rushed towards the nearest Su mansion, because they all knew that only Su Chen could save them when faced with masters from the mid-level great sage realm. "Humph! Do you want to get rid of me? There is no way." Seeing this, Chu Yang shouted coldly, used the sect's flying thunder footwork, and moved quickly. "Damn it!" Xiao Ruoyu's face changed drastically and she said anxiously, "Not only is he catching up, but he is getting closer and closer." Looking at Chu Yang getting closer and closer, Xia Qingshue's pretty face was as pale as paper, and her whole body was trembling. Why is this madman so difficult to deal with? Her heart was filled with despair, and she hated Chu Yang. "Hee. I want to see where you two are running to?" Chu Yang chased the smile on his lips getting brighter and brighter. He was extremely fast and appeared behind Xia Qingxue in an instant, punching her waist. In the midst of lightning and flint, Xiao Ruoyu turned around and waved her hand, connecting with Chu Yang's palm. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and two violent forces collided together, making a violent roar. Chu Yang stepped back 1 meter, his face reddened, his eyes gloomy and terrifying. After Xiao Ruoyu fell back 10 meters, he managed to stabilize his figure and covered his right arm. His face was pale and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. See the difference with one palm. It was obvious that Xiao Ruoyu lost. "Sister Ruoyu, how are you?" Xia Qingxue held Xiao Ruoyu's arm and asked worriedly. "It's nothing. Just a little flesh wound. It's not a problem." Xiao Ruoyu shook her head, with a bitter smile on her charming face. The power of Chu Yang's palm far exceeded her imagination. Although she is also in the Great Saint realm, the gap between the early stage and the middle stage seems to be nothing on the surface, but in fact it is not. "Humph! You can't escape. Just be my plaything." Chu Yang licked his lips and showed a bloodthirsty sneer. "When I get tired of playing with you, I will train you all into puppets and serve me forever." He looked at the two of them with a hint of evil in his eyes. Madman. Simply a complete madman. Xia Qingshua's pretty face turned pale, and she looked at Chu Yang with fear in her eyes. Chu Yang looked at Xia Qingxue and felt the extreme fear deep in her heart. The fear a person has when facing death. For a weak woman like Xia Qingxue, who is particularly childish, the fear is naturally even stronger, even reaching an unbearable level. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Chu Yang's lips, and his figure disappeared from the spot again. No one of you can run away today. Just stay here for me. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang sneered again and pounced on the two women again. At the same time, he let out a strange and arrogant laugh, like a hungry wolf. He jumped up and rushed over directly. Qingxue, run away quickly and find Su Chun. Otherwise we will all die here. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoyu pushed Xia Qingxue back and urged. There was a trace of hesitation in Xia Qingshue's eyes, but in the end she gritted her teeth and said, Sister Ruoyu, wait until I come back to save you, and turned around and ran away. She knew that staying here was just a burden, so she might as well go to the Su family and ask Su Chen for help. Snort! There was a trace of ridicule on the corner of Chu Yang's mouth, and he raised his hand and slapped Xiao Ruoyu on the chest. Not good. Xiao Ruoyu's pupils shrank, and her delicate body kept dodging, but to no avail. She simply couldn't avoid Chu Yang's attack. Xiao Ruoyu flew backwards and hit the ground several hundred meters away. Her delicate body shook and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The violent fighting immediately attracted many passers-by to watch. That's not the eldest sister of the Xiao family. I heard that she is the woman that the young master of the Su family is interested in. Yes, this Taoist priest who came out of nowhere dared to attack the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. He is so audacious that he is tired of living. If you dare to attack the woman that the young master of the Su family likes, you are simply seeking death. Many onlookers murmured. Watching the excitement was not a big deal. They cast disdain and disgust at Chu Yang, and they all had a bad impression of this young Taoist priest. After all, if a man bullies a woman for no reason, it is unworthy of a man and makes people feel shameless. But intimidated by Chu Yang's powerful cultivation, no one dared to act rashly. Everyone, get out of here. Upon seeing this, Chu Yang shouted coldly. His eyes glanced around sharply, and his skills burst out with a strong murderous aura. Immediately, everyone fled as if struck by lightning, fearing that they would get into trouble. Bah! A bunch of rats. Looking at the people leaving, Chu Yang spat hard, cursed disdainfully, and then his eyes fell on Xiao Ruoyu again. Seeing Xiao Ruoyu being seriously injured by his own blow, Chu Yang smiled coldly and walked over step by step with a ferocious look on his face. Since you only want to die, I will help you. Looking at Chu Yang approaching, Xiao Ruoyu's heart was filled with endless despair. Am I going to die here like this? Am I going to die in the hands of this devil like this? She was unwilling to give in. Chu Yang, who was approaching, looked at Xiao Ruoyu's beautiful eyes that were slowly closing, and there were still undried tears in the corners of his eyes, and he suddenly felt very relaxed. Suddenly, the alarm bells rang loudly in his mind, and a strong omen of danger surged into his heart. Oops! He secretly thought that something was wrong, and he quickly retreated. With a swish sound, a golden fire phoenix flashed past. Stab! The golden fire phoenix wiped the surface of his chest. A wisp of green smoke drifted away in the wind. Hiss! A burning pain came from his chest. When he looked down, he saw that the clothes on his chest had been burned away, and the surface muscles on his chest turned into blackened barbecue. If he hadn't reacted quickly and dodged quickly, his entire chest would have been pierced by the golden fire phoenix. Damn it! You bitch is looking for death. Chu Yang's eyes were sinister and terrifying, and he directly lifted her up. With one hand, with a cruel smile on his lips, If you dare to hurt me, I will definitely make your life worse than death. He never imagined that Xiao Ruoyu was the legendary divine phoenix martial spirit. The flaming phoenix's martial arts move just now was Xiao Ruoyu's most powerful move. Even he didn't dare to resist it. Moreover, it almost capsized in the gutter. What are you going to do? Xiao Ruoyu looked at the hideous and ugly face in front of him, and a chill rose in his heart. Don't you know very well what I want to do? An evil smile appeared at the corner of Chu Yang's mouth. Seeing this, he smiled, gritted his teeth, and threatened bravely. I tell you, my fiancé is the young master of the Su family. If you touch me, you can't bear the consequences. Now she wanted to raise Su Chen's banner to scare the devil in front of her. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Chu Yang looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, extremely, arrogantly. Who do you think I am? Just a young master from a worldly family. Who can scare me? Let me tell you that your fiancé's little weight is not enough for me to fill my teeth. Son, little beauty, it's your blessing that this Taoist has taken a liking to you. If you surrender obediently, I can spare your life. Otherwise, hey, I'll capture you later and use him as a furnace. After speaking, his face became distorted, and two fierce rays of light shot out from his eyes, like a wild beast that chose people to eat. Ahem, please kill me. Xiao Ruoyu squeezed out a few words with difficulty. Her eyes had been closed tightly, as if she was looking forward to death. Kill you? Chu Yang smiled coldly. Do you think that if you want to die, I will let you? I will let you be ridden by thousands of people and then become a puppet. Xiao Ruoyu opened her eyes, filled with anger, sorrow, and hatred. Do you hate me very much? In fact, it's no wonder. My charm is really amazing. Even gods can't resist it, let alone a woman. He gently caressed Xiao Ruoyu's delicate and fair face with his left hand, showing a hint of intoxication. Of course, before being ridden by thousands of people, I will definitely make you ecstasy. Sister Ruoyu. At this time, an anxious cry sounded. Xia Qingxue flew over and hit Chu Yang with one palm. Heh! A mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating one's own strength. Looking at Xia Qingxue rushing over, Chu Yang raised the corner of his mouth, with a look of sarcasm on his face. Bang! A muffled sound came, and Xia Qingxue's delicate body flew out and fell into the ground. She didn't go far just now, but was hiding in the distance, secretly observing. This side, seeing Xiao Ruoyu being caught by this demon and wanting to die, she became anxious. So she turned back and wanted to sneak attack this demon, but she was not strong enough and failed. Qingxue, you shouldn't have come back. When Xiao Ruoyu saw this scene, a trace of despair appeared in her eyes. She knew that she would die today. She couldn't help but sigh, her eyes red. Sister, I'm sorry. I couldn't help you. No, Sister Ruoyu, don't think like that. As long as you are safe, I will be satisfied. Xia Qingxue hurriedly crawled over here and asked with concern. Sister Ruoyu, how are you? Are you injured? I'm fine. Run away. No. You were caught by this demon. How can I live alone? Xia Qingxue shook her head with determination in her eyes. Sister Ruoyu, don't talk anymore. I believe my husband will come to save us. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu shed 2 lines of tears in her eyes. Qingxue, you are just a child who never grows up. She suddenly remembered the strong and domineering man at the sky auction house. In front of him, it seems that she can feel endless security. Ha! They are really a pair of good sisters. Looking at the sisterhood between the two women, Chu Yang couldn't help but sneer. If that's the case, then I will fulfill your wish today. I will let you sisters serve me well later. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu and Xia Qingxue's pretty faces turned pale instantly, and fear flashed in their eyes. Ha! Looking at their panic, Chu Yang became more and more excited, and a lustful look flashed in his eyes. Tsk, it's really a top-notch Seeing this, Chu Yang licked his lips. His eyes were like a hungry wolf, greedily staring at the two plump jade peaks in front of him, wishing to pounce on them immediately. You bastard! Let go of Sister Ruoyu. Seeing this scene in front of her, Xia Qingshua's pretty face was covered with bloodshot eyes, and she clenched her fists tightly, wishing she could pounce on him and bite his throat. You want me to let her go? After that, he carried Xiao Ruoyu to Xia Qingxue and lifted her up with his left hand. Xia Qingxue struggled, but she couldn't get rid of his left hand. She said, angrily, Devil, let go of my sister or I will fight with you. Noisy! Hearing this, Chu Yang snorted coldly and knocked Xia Qingxue and Xiao Ruoyu unconscious with one palm. Looking at the unconscious appearance of the two women, Chu Yang showed a cruel smile, then waved his hand, and a strong wind swept up the two women and rushed straight to the valley outside the state capital. There, he would use the sky as his tent and the earth as his bed so that the two women could enjoy eternity and enjoy the most wonderful taste of life. He has been in the sect for more than a month and has not been out. It is really uncomfortable for him to hold back. This time he cannot let these two top beauties go. Galloping all the way, Chu Yang was extremely fast. In just one stick of incense, he arrived at a corner of the city wall of the state capital. It was still early in the day, and there were many patrolling soldiers on the tower. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he directly used the flying thunder step and left the city wall in an instant. He came to a valley on the outskirts of the state capital and stopped. It's finally here. He took a deep breath of cool air, and then with a move of his right hand he threw the two women to the grass. The two of them were asleep, but they were still so beautiful. His eyes fell on the two women, with a burning look in his eyes. TSK. These two women are both top-notch, especially one who is a virgin. She is simply a beauty in the world. She is even more beautiful than the senior sisters in the sect. She deserves to be a woman from a big family in the world, but she is different. Chu Yang's eyes flashed lustfully, and he couldn't help but stretched out his hands and grabbed the two women's chests. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. At this moment, he felt a strong wind rising around him, and something seemed to be attacking him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He kicked the ground hard with his right foot, and his whole body rose into the air, dodging an attack. Who is Xiao Xiao? How dare you plot against me? Chu Yang roared angrily and turned around to launch a counterattack. His eyes looked toward the treetops ahead. I saw a young man in his 20s standing there. He was dressed in black clothes and had a stern face. He exuded a cold, murderous intention. A pair of dark eyes were staring at him coldly. After seeing the other party's attire, Chu Yang's pupils shrank. Who are you? How dare you interfere in my Taoist affairs? Are you looking for death? He roared angrily, and murderous aura burst out from his body. He was careless just now and almost got injured by an ant-like figure. This was simply a shame and a great humiliation. Want to kill me? After hearing Chu Yang's words, the young man in black opened the folding fan in his hand, glanced at him lightly, and said contemptuously, Just you? You're not qualified. Boy, I will send you on your way now to give you a taste of my power. Chu Yang sneered, jumped up, and slapped forward with a palm. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the big tree in front was blown to pieces, and tree debris flew into the air. Well, where are the people? He raised his eyes and saw that the young man in black had disappeared. He frowned and felt a little confused. He looked like an ordinary person just now. How could he disappear in the blink of an eye? Just as he took a few breaths to think, a gloomy cold air suddenly enveloped his whole body. Alarm bells were buzzing in his head. Not good. Press secretly to move the flying thunder steps and prepare to escape. Want to escape? At this moment, a cold voice filled with endless murderous intent sounded in his ears. Chu Yang turned his head and looked around. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he saw the figure shooting towards him quickly. Whoosh! A ray of silver sword light cut through the sky, like a meteor chasing the moon. It was extremely fast and was in front of him in the blink of an eye. Feeling the strong, dangerous aura, Chu Yang was shocked. I didn't expect that the cultivation level of the visitor was so high, and the power of one move was so terrifying. Just when Chu Yang was about to dodge, there was a sound of a sharp weapon entering his flesh, and blood quickly overflowed down his chest. After a few breaths, the clothes on his chest were dyed blood red. He was hit hard by the opponent with just one move. Plop! Chu Yang's legs went weak, his face turned pale, and he knelt directly on the ground with severe pain in his chest. The opponent's speed was too fast, and he didn't even have room to resist. Who are you? Ignoring the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, he raised his head with difficulty and asked. What caught the eye was a beautiful woman with a graceful figure. She wore a black tights that outlined her beautiful curves. She had a slim figure, fair skin, as delicate as milk, a delicate melon-seed face, and a pair of deep black eyes. His eyes were shining with dark flames, and his black hair was tied up, showing a heroic appearance. Hearing this, she glanced at Chu Yang, who was kneeling on the ground with serious injuries, and snorted disdainfully. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that you must die today. After saying that, a sharp and long dagger appeared in her hand. This is a sharp dagger with a cold light flashing and a strong murderous aura. That makes people shudder. Seeing that the man standing in front of him was not the young man in black, who was on the tree before, Chu Yang knew that he had fallen into the opponent's treacherous plan of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Otherwise, he would not have lost so badly and had no chance to escape. Although the woman was at the peak of the Great Saint realm, he could still get away if he wanted to run away in advance. I want to see your master. Looking at the dagger, Chu Yang trembled all over, his teeth chattered, and his eyes were full of despair. He did not expect that he had played with countless women, but in the end he fell into the hands of the woman in front of him. This retribution result was really ironic. Hee. Hearing Chu Yang's words, a trace of mockery flashed in the eyes of the woman in black. Want to see my master? Are you worthy? After saying that, she directly put the dagger on Chu Yang's neck. Seeing this, Chu Yang was very anxious, and cold sweat flowed down from his forehead. He was 100% sure that as long as the woman in black in front of him wanted to kill him, he would have to lose his head if she gently pulled her little hand. But he didn't want to die. He was in his secret cave. He also hid a lot of puppets made of beautiful women, and he hadn't enjoyed them enough. I am the direct disciple of Xuanzhen Daozi of Tiandao sect. You can't kill me. With a turn of his eyes, he immediately remembered his noble identity and tried to bluff the other party. Hee. Just a Tiandao sect. Hearing Chu Yang's introduction, the young man in black finally walked out of the darkness. A black robe was dancing in the wind, and his long black hair was flying, revealing a handsome face and a pair of dark eyes. He walked up to Chu Yang, looked down from a high position and stared at Chu Yang with a pair of sharp eyes. Chu Yang's heart beat wildly. He felt as if he was the prey being stared at by the other party. His whole body was stiff and tense involuntarily, and even breathing became difficult. Seeing Chu Yang's appearance, the man in black couldn't help but sneered and said with a sneer, "What kind of big shot do I think I am? Turns out I'm just a direct disciple of a Taoist disciple of Tiandao sect. I can step on trash like you as much as I want." After saying that, he raised his right foot and stepped on Chu Yang's calf. Seeing this, Chu Yang turned pale with fright and shouted, "No!" But he couldn't move. He had been seriously injured and had no strength to escape. Kacha. Chu Yang's legs were stepped on and broken by the man in black one after another. Severe pain surged into his brain instantly. Chu Yang's whole body was shaking, His mind went blank, and his eyes were rounded. Looking at the scene in front of him, the man in black had a bloodthirsty smile on his face. "Who are you? Why do you want to kill me?" Looking at the man in black in front of him, Chu Yang's face showed a trace of pain and anger, and he roared and asked, "Haha, you are just an ant. You dare to touch my young master's woman. You really don't know whether to live or die." The young man in black said every word, with a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "What you mean? They are all your women?" Hearing this, Chu Yang's pupils shrank and he was horrified. He looked at the young man in black in shock. "Are you the young master of the Su family?" At this moment, he finally remembered who the young man in black in front of him was. It was obvious that this person was the young master of the Su family, the largest aristocratic family in Donghuazhou continent, as passed down by word of mouth from passers-by on the street. "Yes, you just realized it now. It's too late." Su Chen nodded with a cold smile on his face. "Now your mission is to go to the underworld to meet your Tiandao sect members. Young master of the Su family, you can't kill me like this. I am a direct disciple of Xuanzhen Taozi. This is a misunderstanding. Please let me explain." Chu Yang interrupted Su Chen and struggled to survive. But Su Chen wouldn't give him a chance, so he winked at Su Meyer. Su Meyer waved her palm slightly, and the sharp dagger directly cut Chu Yang's throat. Blood flowed out and dyed the ground red. "No, please." Chu Yang covered his neck with both hands, feeling that all his vitality was gone. His face turned gray and his eyes widened, full of fear and unwillingness. "Humph! How can our Su family be offended by your Tiandao sect?" Su Chen glanced indifferently at Chu Yang, who was lying in a pool of blood, with no mercy on his face. Su family, Su family." Chu Yang's eyes widened, his face turned pale, and he murmured in his mouth. Final plop sound was heard, and his body fell limply to the ground, and he took his last breath. At the same time, Tiandao sect was 100,000 miles away. An elder who was guarding his disciple's soul lamp was practicing with his eyes closed. Suddenly he felt the soul lamp in front of him flicker. He sat up. Suddenly, a look of solemnity flashed on his face. Because the soul lamps stored here are all the elite disciples of Tiandao sect. Since the soul lamp is extinguished, it means that an elite disciple of their Tiandao sect has died. "How so?" Looking at Chu Yang's extinguished soul lamp, he frowned deeply and his eyes were full of solemnity. Could it be? Suddenly, a flash of light flashed through his mind. Could it be that Chu Yang provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked outside, and was killed by others? After all, Chu Yang is the first direct disciple of Xuanzhen Daozi, and his strength has reached the middle stage of the Great Sage Realm. Even under the masters at the peak of the Great Sage Realm, he can escape without falling. He must have met a master in the Quasi-Emperor realm. Masters in the Quasi-Emperor realm are all-powerful. How can they kill a junior so easily? Such speculation shocked him. No, I must tell the sect leader about this as soon as possible. As soon as he thought about this, he quickly stood up and ran outside. Tiandazong, Taiching Hall. A woman wearing a black robe sat cross-legged. Her eyes slightly narrowed, and her palms slowly closed. She is Ji Yueyao, the leader of Tiandao sect. She is an extremely talented woman, not only beautiful in appearance, but also extremely talented in cultivation. In just 30 years, she has become a master at the pinnacle of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Just take one more step forward to reach the legendary realm of the Great Emperor. Such a genius sect leader has extremely high prestige in Tiandao sect. No matter who it is, as long as they see her face, they must pay 3 respects. Even the elders are no exception. At this time, she was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and the spiritual energy around her was pouring into her body crazily. These spiritual energy turned into liquid and blended into her body, making her skin more delicate and fairer. In her dantian, a huge spiritual platform was suspended with a bright, spiritual light emitting from it. Inside the spiritual platform, a colorful lotus bloomed, exuding mysterious fluctuations. The lotus petals are crystal clear, as if they were carved from the most perfect mutton fat jade. Wisps of mysterious and unpredictable laws escape from above, covering the entire lotus platform. Suddenly, the colorful lotus trembled, and then burst out a majestic attraction, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy into the body and turning it into a pure law. With the appearance of this attraction, the spiritual energy on the lotus platform kept surging, turning into milky white liquid spiritual energy, injected into Ji Yuiao's body, and continuously strengthened her cultivation. Ha! She was practicing with her eyes closed, and suddenly felt someone outside, rushing over here, and she suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. A figure appeared in her sight. It was the deacon elder Zhao Hanshan, her senior brother. Seeing Zhao Hanshan, Ji Yuiao immediately asked, "Senior brother Hanshan, what's wrong? What happened?" Hearing this, Zhao Hanshan's face changed, and he said anxiously, "Master, just now the soul lamp of Chu Yang, the first disciple of Xuanzhen Daozi, went out." As soon as Zhao Hanshan finished speaking, Ji Yuiao's face changed slightly. How could this happen? She frowned. Although she didn't know Chu Yang very well, she only knew that he was the first disciple of Xuanzhen Daozi, and his cultivation reached the middle stage of the great saint realm, so he would not die easily. Could it be them? Ji Yuiao's face changed, and she said coldly, "Brother Hanshan, you should immediately find out how Chu Yang died. I can't let our Tiandao sect be looked down upon by others." "Yes, sect master." Zhao Hanshan clasped his fists in response and turned to leave. Looking at Zhao Hanshan's back, Ji Yuiao's eyes were complicated, and she fell into deep thought, and she was vaguely worried in her heart. "Ah, where am I?" Xia Qingxue woke up slowly, opened her beautiful eyes, and found herself in a valley. Qingxue. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu also woke up. She covered her head and her face was pale. It was obvious that she was seriously injured. "Sister Ruoyu, are you okay?" Xia Qingxue helped Xiao Ruoyu up and asked. "I'm fine, but..." Xiao Ruoyu shook her head and said with a bitter smile, "Cough, cough." Seeing that the two women ignored him directly, Su Chun couldn't help coughing a few times and interrupted the conversation between the two women. Hearing this familiar cough, the two women turned their heads and looked at a handsome face, and immediately shouted in surprise, "Husband! Su Chun!" "Yeah." Su Chun nodded and smiled and said, "I'm glad you two are okay." Hearing Su Chen's familiar tone, Xiao Ruoyu felt relieved. It was obvious that the devil Chu Yang should have been killed by Su Chen's people. She secretly felt lucky that Su Chun arrived in time, otherwise she and Xia Qingxue would be in danger. "Husband, did you save me and Sister Ruoyu just now?" Xia Qingxue looked at Su Chun, her beautiful eyes full of tenderness. This man always brings surprises to her and gives her an infinite sense of security. This feeling makes her obsessed. "Yes." Su Chun smiled and touched Xia Qingxue's nose. "Husband is really amazing. He was able to find us so quickly," Xia Qingxue said with admiration. Su Chun smiled slightly and said, "Of course I have to protect my woman." Xia Qingxue felt sweet in her heart when she heard this. She smiled at the corners of her mouth, stuck out her tongue playfully, looked at Su Chun, and her eyes flashed with a blurred light. However, when Xiao Ruoyu heard this, her heart ached. She bit her red lips lightly and forced herself not to think too much, but a little sourness still rose in her heart. The woman in Su Chen's mouth definitely does not include her. Thinking about her best friend being guarded by such a powerful man, she felt a sense of loss in her heart. This feeling was very strange. She clearly hoped that Xia Qingxue would be Good, but after seeing that Xia Qingxue occupied such an important position in Su Chen's heart, she had an indescribable feeling in her heart. My husband, thank you. Xia Qingxue raised her head and said with deep gratitude in her beautiful eyes. After speaking, she went directly into Su Chen's arms and took the initiative to offer a sweet kiss. If Su Chen hadn't taken action, she and Xiao Ruoyu would probably be in danger. She had secretly vowed in her heart that in the future, she must cherish Su Chen more and repay him well. Damn, I was kissed by a little girl. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he took the initiative to hold Xia Qingxue in his arms and kissed her gently. A pair of salty pig hands quietly climbed up the pair of towering. After a long time, the two reluctantly separated, looking at each other, breathlessly with deep love in their eyes. If Xiao Ruoyu hadn't been there, the two would have been like dry wood meeting. A raging fire, and the two would have been out of control. Xia Qingxue's pretty face flushed, and after looking at Su Chen with her watery eyes for a few glances, she shyly lowered her head and dared not look at him. Silly. Seeing this, Su Chen reached out and ruffled her black and beautiful 3,000 black hair and smiled. He could feel that Xia Qingxue's heart was filled with a deep love for him. Xiao Ruoyu looked at Su Chen and Xia Qingxue flirting, and felt very uncomfortable. She pursed her delicate and charming lips and whispered, "You continue, I won't disturb you." After that, she stood up and prepared to leave. She just stood up because of the serious injury. She lost her strength and fell forward. Be careful. At the critical moment, Su Chen was quick to grab Xiao Ruoyu and pull her into his arms. Thank you. Smelling the masculine scent emanating from Su Chen, Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face flushed, and her beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude and shyness. She struggled slightly twice, trying to get out of Su Chen's arms. But Su Chen's arms were like iron pliers, locking her tightly, and she couldn't break free at all. Please let me go. I'll go back by myself. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoyu whispered with shame and anger in her beautiful eyes. Don't move. Su Chen frowned and said. He clearly felt that the delicate body in his arms was trembling. What are you going to do? Xiao Ruoyu noticed Su Chen's abnormality, and her heart jumped, and she exclaimed, Be good, open your mouth. Su Chen didn't know when a black pill appeared in his hand, and gently stuck it on Xiao Ruoyu's pink lips. This is. Xiao Ruoyu was stunned, but she did not refuse, opened her mouth and swallowed the pill in Su Chen's hand. After a while, she felt a warm current in her body flowing into her limbs, slowly recovering her severely injured body. She raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Su Chen in confusion. You gave me the Tianling pill. Yes. Su Chen nodded slightly and smiled softly. This is a healing medicine, which has an excellent repair effect on your injuries. The Tianling pill can be said to be Su Chen's bottom treasure, and he is reluctant to use it on weekdays. But today, in order to save Xiao Ruoyu, he can't care. This, Xiao Ruoyu was filled with emotion. She had never thought that Su Chen would give her this precious elixir to heal her wounds. Tianling pill is an ancient wonder medicine that can help cultivators quickly replenish their spiritual power and repair their bodies. It is said that this pill was made by the ancient Emperor Shennong. The Tianling pill is priceless. In this era, when the emperor does not appear and the quasi-emperor dominates, a Tianling pill is one less. But in front of Su Chen, he gave her a Tianling pill without hesitation, which shows how much he cares about her. Thank you. Xiao Ruoyu bit her rosy lips lightly, with gratitude in her beautiful eyes, and said softly, You're welcome. Su Chen waved his hand. As long as you remember the agreement between us. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu couldn't help blushing and her heartbeat became rapid. She gave Su Chen a coquettish look. Who told you about any agreement? After that, she broke free from Su Chen's arms and walked forward. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled evilly. Hehe. No one has ever dared to deny the agreement made by this young master. He moved, holding Xia Qingxue in his arms with one hand, grabbing Xiao Ruoyu with the other hand, and flew to the Su mansion with the two women. "Ah, you rogue!" Feeling her body being picked up by Su Chen, Xiao Ruoyu shouted with a red face. But how could she be Su Chen's opponent? "Sister Ruoyu, don't move around." Seeing this, Xia Qingxue couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Sister Ruoyu, I'm curious. What agreement do you have with your husband?" "Little girl, why do you care so much?" Xiao Ruoyu pretended to be an older sister and glared at Xia Qingxue. "Hee. I know it even if you don't say it." Xia Qingxue stuck out her tongue and smiled playfully. "I know even if you don't tell me, you just want to marry my husband." Although she is not old, she has already matured, and she cannot see the meaning in Xiao Ruoyu's eyes. Seeing that the agreement between herself and Su Chen was guessed, Xiao Ruoyu's cheeks were hot, and she couldn't help but give Su Chen a complaining look. She thought it was Su Chen who told Xia Qingxue the agreement in private. Giggle. I believe you can't help but laugh when you see her shy look. Seeing the two women in his arms bickering, Su Chen showed a shameless expression with an expression of enjoyment on his face. "Hold me tight. I want to speed up my journey home," he chuckled. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu and Xia Qingxue immediately reacted and quickly wrapped their hands around Su Chen's waist, hanging on him like an octopus. Looking at the backs of the three people walking away. Standing on a big tree, the man in cloth wearing a bamboo hat slowly opened his half-closed eyes and murmured in a low voice, "That's all I can help you. If we are destined, we will meet again." After saying that, there was a swish sound. He disappeared into the big tree. If it weren't for the slight fluttering of the leaves next to him, it would be almost difficult to find that he had ever been there. In full view of everyone, Su Chen hugged the two women and flew directly towards the Su mansion. Along the way, the people along the way were envious. "Ah, isn't that the young master of the Su family? He actually holds the daughter of the Xia family in his arms." "No, the eldest lady of the Xiao family is also in his arms. As expected of the young master of the Su family, I also want to have this kind of life that embraces everyone." The passers-by onlookers talked a lot, all with envious expressions. As for Su Chen, the entire audience remained silent, as if he didn't hear the discussions of those below. Soon, the three of them arrived at Su mansion. Su Chen took the two women directly back to his yard. Qin Xinran felt happy when she learned that her son had brought Xiao Ruoyu home. She had also heard about Su Chen's generous investment of 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones for Xiao Ruoyu at Tianqiong auction house. As the saying goes, there is no better person to know than a mother. Of course she knew that her son was attracted to Xiao Ruoyu. As a mother, of course she had to help her son win Xiao Ruoyu as soon as possible. So, she took Ji to Su Chen's courtyard immediately. When Xiao Ruoyu and Xia Qingxue learned that Su Chen's mother was visiting, they immediately panicked. After all, the relationship between them and Su Chen has not been established, and it will always be a bit embarrassing to meet their elders rashly. "Don't be nervous, you two. My mother is very nice." Su Chen noticed the strange looks on the two women's faces, comforted them, and then led them out to greet them. "Mother, why are you here?" As soon as he took a step out of the courtyard, he saw Qin Xinran appearing at the door. Cough, cough. Qin Xinran coughed twice and glanced behind Su Chen. "You brat. I'm here to see the girls from the Xiao family and the Xia family. Who is so ignorant as you? You brought other girls to your home and didn't even know to tell your mother. If it weren't for your Aunt Ji, I wouldn't even know about it." Hearing this, Su Chen's head was filled with black lines. It seems that nothing can be hidden from his mother's eyes. Qin Xinran walked into the yard, glanced at the two girls, and said with a smile, "Girls from the Xiao family, girls from the Xia family, Ruoyu has met my aunt. Qingxue has met my aunt." Xiao Ruoyu and Xia Qingxue quickly bowed respectfully. They had a very good impression of Qin Shinran because the first impression Qin Shinran gave them was very good, gentle and elegant, a typical virtuous type. This made the two women's originally anxious mood relax a little. Yes, she is indeed the girl Su Chen has fallen in love with. She really has a refined temperament. Qin Shinran nodded secretly in his heart. She looked at the expressions of the two girls, and the more she looked at them, the more she liked them. This made Xiao Ruoyu and Xia Qingxue even more nervous. Now that you're at home, let's stay a little longer. Let's heal our injuries. Do you have any objections? Qin Shinran looked at the two women and asked with a smile. She couldn't bear to send the two girls away. After all, they were both beautiful girls who could conquer the country, especially Xiao Ruoyu, who was one of the most beautiful women in a million. Moreover, although Xiao Ruoyu has a cold personality, she is actually a kind girl at heart. She has investigated these two women in private and she is very satisfied with the results. Upon hearing this, the two women exchanged glances with each other and immediately responded in unison, "Thank you, Auntie." As the first aristocratic family in Donghua continent, the Su family should be the safest and most suitable place to recuperate. Since Qin Shinran was the first to invite him, they couldn't refuse his kindness. That's good, that's good. Seeing the two women agreeing, Qin Shinran smiled with satisfaction. Then she turned to Su Chen and said, "You brat, what are you still doing? Go and ask the servants to clean up the guest rooms in the yard." "Oh, I'll make arrangements right away." Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. As a mother, I forget my daughter-in-law when I see her. Ruoyu, Qingxue, you guys. Watching Su Chen's leaving figure, Qin Shinran took the two women's hands and started chatting passionately. This scene looked so harmonious. On the other side, Su Chen had arranged for his servants to sort out the wing room where Xiao Ruoyu and Xia Qingxue lived temporarily. After settling the two girls down, Qin Shinran and Su Chen came to Su Chen's study room one after the other, and Ji closed the door gently and retreated to the door. "Mom, do you recognize this thing and the handwriting?" Su Chen took out a flying sword and a piece of rice paper from his arms and handed them to Qin Shinran. These were two things that a mysterious person left on the door of his Su family after Xiao Ruoyu and Xia Qingxue got into trouble today. This piece of rice paper was tied to this flying sword. He followed the method on the rice paper and searched for the traces left by the mysterious person along the way, and then he found Chuyang in the suburbs. Finally, the two women were rescued in time. Su Chen was very curious about the identity of the mysterious person. After all, he helped him, so he had to show his appreciation. Qin Shinran observed carefully for a long time, and his brows gradually frowned. After a moment, she shook her head and said, "Chenner, I don't know whose handwriting this is." "Oh." Su Chen nodded slightly, not disappointed, but calm. After all, the handwriting on the rice paper is very ordinary, nothing special, and it is a fantasy to lock the identity of the mysterious person through the handwriting. Putting down the rice paper, Qin Shinran picked up the flying sword and studied carefully. This flying sword is bronze in color, with strange patterns carved on it, glowing with black light, as if it contains extremely mysterious power. The most important thing is that the pattern on this flying sword is very complicated, not like an ordinary flying sword at all. Ha! Suddenly, Qin Shinran's face became a little more solemn. His eyes flickered, as if he had discovered something. After a long while, Qin Shinran slowly opened his mouth and said shockingly, "Chenner, this flying sword is a spiritual weapon, and its owner is the ghost calculator." Hiss! Su Chen couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when he heard this. He never expected that the mysterious man was the legendary ghost calculator. In the original book, it is rumored that the ghost calculator learned from the old man Tianji, was proficient in deducing numbers and was good at divination. His cultivation method was called Tianjiu, and each method contained the truth of heaven and earth. He used this set of skills to kill many enemies, and even many quasi-emperor. Peak strongmen died in his hands. He has a lonely personality, is not good at socializing, has no fixed place to live, and appears and disappears. Except for his master, the old man Tianji, no one knows his true identity. The only battle that appeared in the original book was the life and death battle between him and Yi Fan, after Yi Fan stepped into the peak realm of the quasi-emperor and slaughtered the Su family. The ghost calculator miraculously appeared in front of the world and assassinated Yi Fan. Because Yi Fan had 10 female protagonists at that time, 11 people joined forces to deal with Gue Xuanzi, and finally Gue Xuanzi was defeated and was besieged to death. Yi Fan even cut off his head and hung it on the tower of Donghuazhou to serve as a warning to others. No wonder this flying sword is so sharp and can cut through the void with unparalleled power. Su Chen took a deep breath and calmed down his excited heart. Combining the plot of the original work, it can be seen that Gue Xuanzi has no hostility towards his Su family, or to him personally. On the contrary, he helped himself this time. He was very curious about who Gue Xuanzi was. Su Chen's eyes were shining, and a crazy idea emerged in his mind. He planned to worship Gue Xuanzi as his teacher and practice Tiandao Emperor. But he also knew that this matter was too crazy and must be treated with caution. After all, it was clearly stated in the original work that Gue Xuanzi had a weird personality and was not good at interacting with people. Shao family, Shao Tiancheng study room. Bang! After learning that Su Chen had rescued Shao Ruoyu and Xia Qingxue back to the Su family, Shao Tiancheng crushed the teacup in his hand and gritted his teeth. Damn it! How could this waste Su Chen have such incredible luck? He ruined my good deeds time and time again. He was furious, his heart was filled with resentment, and he wanted to skin Su Chen alive. Just because Su Chen's repeated help to Shao Ruoyu had almost completely cut off his hope of becoming the young master of the Shao family. The current situation has completely developed in a direction that is beneficial to Shao Ruoyu. It was all because of Su Chen's interference that all his efforts came to nothing. This made Shao Tiancheng hate Su Chen. Brother Tiancheng, don't be angry. Su Chen is just a piece of trash. He can't stop you from taking the position of the head of the family. Su Yong next to him smiled and comforted him. Yes, Brother Tiancheng will definitely take the position of the young master of the Shao family. Yi Fan also echoed. Hearing this, Shao Tiancheng gradually calmed down, looked at the two of them, and asked, Brother Su Yong, Brother Yi Fan, what should we do? Why don't we wait until Shao Ruoyu comes back, and then we'll do it once and for all, and take advantage of the opportunity to do this. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. A sinister arc was drawn at the corner of his mouth, and his right hand made a gesture of wiping his neck. The woman that Yi Fan couldn't get, then it would be ruined, and Su Chen couldn't get it either. Great. Brother Yi Fan is really wise. Hearing this, Shao Tiancheng's eyes suddenly lit up. This plan is indeed vicious enough, but at the same time it is very simple. Even if his father Shao Hanshan knew about it afterwards, it would be useless. After all, once Shao Ruoyu died, the only heir to the position of the young master of the Shao family was Shao Tiancheng. After understanding this, Shao Tiancheng's face showed a trace of joy of conspiracy success. Ha ha ha, Su Chen, when I become the young master of the Shao family, I will definitely make you pay the price for your stupid choice. Shao Tiancheng laughed up to the sky. His voice was filled with strong hostility, which made people shudder, as if a beast was brewing some terrible conspiracy. Right here, Su Yong's men came in a panic and whispered a few words in his ear. Swish! In an instant, Su Yong's face changed suddenly. He quickly stood up and looked at Shao Tiancheng and said, Brother Tiancheng, there is something going on at home. I will go back first. Hearing this, Shao Tiancheng raised his eyebrows slightly and asked puzzledly, Brother Su Yong, what happened? Su Yong hesitated for a moment, then pondered, There is a problem with the engagement between me and Jiang Ruoyun of the Jiang family. What? Xiao Tianqing's face was slightly gloomy, and he shouted coldly, Brother Su Yong, tell me who did it? I will deal with him for you. It was the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Huai.
Su Yong sighed.
Boom! Hearing this, Xiao Tianqing felt like a bolt from the blue, and the whole person was stunned. Immediately, he said with a shocked face, Isn't Jiang Huai your father's best friend? How could he suddenly regret the engagement? Su Yong said bitterly, I don't know either. I need to go back and investigate this matter. After a pause, he suggested, Brother Tianqing, Brother Yifan, let's talk about this today and see you another day. Well, I'll take you there. Xiao Tianqing came back to his senses, nodded in agreement, and sent him away. Brother Tianqing, do you think what Brother Su Yong said just now is true or false? Looking at Su Yong's back, Yifan frowned and looked at Xiao Tianqing. It should be true. After all, he has no reason to lie to us. Xiao Tianqing's eyes flickered, and after thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, I just didn't expect that the head of the Jiang family would dare to break off the engagement. Aren't they afraid of the revenge of the Su family? There must be something else going on. Yifan touched his chin. Although the Jiang family is considered a first-class family in Donghuazhou, there is still a big gap compared to the first-class family, the Su family. Well, you are right. Xiao Tianqing nodded in approval. Brother Su Yong's father, Su Jian, was a close friend of Jiang Huai, the head of the Jiang family, for many years, and he would never turn against him easily. On the other side, after Su Yong hurriedly left the Xiao family, he rushed to the Jiang family as soon as possible. But he couldn't even enter the gate of the Jiang family. Our head said that he doesn't want to have any contact with you, and don't show up in front of my Jiang family again. The guards of the Jiang family refused to let Su Yong in. This result was something Su Yong never expected. He clenched his fists and his face was ashen. He felt extremely aggrieved. He originally wanted to marry his childhood sweetheart Jiang Ruoyun, and then secretly use the power of the Jiang family and the Xiao family to take back his position as the head of the Su family. But who would have thought that before his plan could be implemented, the Jiang family actually regretted it. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to him, making him unbearable. No, I have to come up with a solution as soon as possible, otherwise my dream will be shattered. Su Yong's eyes were red and he gritted his teeth. He suddenly thought of the little girl who had always followed him and called him Brother Su Yong. So he shouted to the Jiang family, Sister Ruoyun. However, he shouted for a quarter of an hour without any response. The guards looked at Su Yong as if he was a fool, and mocked him, Hey, it's useless for you to shout. Our Lady will never come out to see you. Ah, why? Su Yong roared like crazy. He really couldn't accept this reality. The noise at the door of the Jiang family soon attracted a lot of onlookers. Hey, isn't this the young master Su Yong of the Su family? TSK. It seems that the rumors are true. The eldest lady of the Jiang family has ruthlessly regretted the engagement. It's pitiful. A good marriage just flew away like this. It's not anyone's fault. People go up and water flows down. If you want to blame it, you can only blame Su Yong for not being worthy of the eldest lady of the Jiang family. If she marries Su Yong, it would be really terrible. How could a fairy-like figure like the eldest lady of the Jiang family fall in love with such a waste? The surrounding discussions resounded, and all kinds of vicious and sarcastic words came one after another. Su Yong, who was originally in a furious state, heard the words and became even more angry. Fuck you. Shut up, all of you. Get out, all get out of here. He yelled wildly, pointing his fingers at the passers-by around him, as if he wanted to kill them. Unfortunately, no one was afraid at all because he was no longer the high-spirited young master of the Su family. His reputation had long been ruined. No one would be afraid of him, and even the eyes looking at him were full of contempt. At this moment, Su Yong felt that the sky had fallen. Ha ha! You deserve it. That's right. You have come to this day. Su Yong, you are a waste, a coward. In the streets and alleys, in every corner, I don't know how many people spit and curse at Su Yong, and they want to rush up and beat him up. Su Yong's face was as pale as paper, and his body was shaking violently. A tiger in the plain is bullied by a dog. At this moment, he finally realized how helpless he was after the Su family lost power. I am not willing. I am not willing. Su Yong's eyes were bloodshot, and he howled to the sky. Ha ha! Su Yong, what if you are not willing? You are destined to be a dog. Without a home. Just when Su Yong was heartbroken, a cold sneer suddenly sounded. A woman in her 20s slowly walked in from the gate of Zhang's house, with a strong mockery on her pretty face. She was Su Yong's childhood sweetheart, Zhang Ruoyun. She was wearing a light green dress, her black hair was tied into a simple bun, and hung on her shoulders, and her slender neck and white earlobes were visible. She had delicate features, a slender waist, skin as white as snow, bright eyes and white teeth, and was extremely beautiful. Sister Ruoyun, it's you. Seeing the beautiful woman in front of him, Su Yong raised his head suddenly, showing a hint of joy. No matter what, Zhang Ruoyun was his childhood sweetheart, and he still had some expectations, looking forward to the two of them getting back together. However, what greeted him was Zhang Ruoyun's cold and ruthless face, and the undisguised sarcasm. Facing Zhang Ruoyun's ridicule, Su Yong asked with a puzzled look, Sister Ruoyun, why do you do this? Why? Zhang Ruoyun snorted coldly and sneered. Have you forgotten that the reason I made an engagement with you was entirely because of your father? Now your father has passed away for many years, so there is naturally no need for our engagement to exist. Are you attracted to that waste Su Chun? Su Yong asked with gritted teeth. Yes. Zhang Ruoyun nodded without hesitation and admitted. Su Chun, the young master of the Su family, is not a waste. His potential is far beyond your expectations. If you can get close to him and become his concubine, it will be the best for our Zhang family. Although the Zhang family is not weak in strength, it is still far behind the giant Su family. Zhang Ruoyun is clear about this. As a smart woman, Zhang Ruoyun knows how to choose the wisest way. After all, Su Chun is the future heir of the Su family. If she can really become his woman, it will be of infinite benefit to the Zhang family. After hearing these words, Su Yong seemed to be struck by a bolt from the blue. He was instantly in a state of dismay. He staggered back a few steps and almost fell to the ground. My sister Ruoyun, you have changed, he muttered to himself after a long while. Many past scenes flashed through his mind, some of which were happy, some were regretful but not sad. His heart was full of loss and pain. It turned out that in Zhang Ruoyun's heart, he had never taken himself into his heart, and he was just a tool for her to exchange interests. Over the years, his wishful thinking was nothing but a flower in the mirror, and a moon in the water, just his wishful thinking. Su Yong, all this is your own fault. Zhang Ruoyun looked at him coldly. She was right. Since ancient times, beauties have loved heroes. Since he was a man, he had to make himself strong. Only the strong can rewrite their own destiny. Zhang Ruoyun believed that with her excellent appearance and figure, she was enough to make Su Chen fall at her feet. Su Yong, you can leave now. Remember, never set foot in the Zhang family again. Otherwise don't blame me for turning against you. Zhang Ruoyun glanced at Su Yong coldly and turned back to the Zhang mansion. It was not until this moment that Su Yong suddenly realized that from the beginning he and she were destined to be two parallel lines, and there was no ending. Ha! Zhang family, very good. He straightened his body, took a deep breath, and tried to suppress the sadness in his heart. Then he dragged his empty steps and walked forward. Slowly, his back looked particularly lonely and desolate. The crowds of spectators in the streets and alleys sighed as they watched Su Yong gradually disappear. The eldest son of the Su family, who was once so glorious and powerful, has now fallen to such a miserable state after his father died. It is really sad. Su Yong has no goals, no motivation, just aimless, like a puppet. Unconsciously, he has arrived at the gate of a house. The house has high walls and green tiles, and the vermilion door is closed, which vaguely reveals a majestic momentum. Young Master Su, you are finally here. At this moment, a middle-aged man hurried over, and his rapid breathing showed his excitement at this time. He quickly looked at Su Yong's embarrassed appearance, and a touch of surprise appeared on his face. As usual, every time Su Yong came here, he would always be energetic, arrogant, and exude a confident aura. But why is he like a defeated rooster this time? Su Yong did not respond to the middle-aged man's words, but was silent for a moment, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Is everyone here?" "Everyone is here. Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. Please, follow me in." The middle-aged man looked at the streets on both sides, and seeing that no one was paying attention to this side, he led Su Yong straight to the depths of the house. The house covers a very large area, with pavilions, rockery, and pools, carved railings and jade bricks, magnificent and luxurious. Passing through the courtyard with layers of mountains, the two walked into a luxuriously decorated and magnificent house. As soon as they entered the hall, noisy sounds came immediately. There were some dead men sitting inside, gathering in groups of 3 or 5, to talk about something. But when they saw the middle-aged man leading Su Yong in, they immediately stopped talking and looked over. Young Master Su. Everyone stood up and bowed to him, with a respectful look on their faces. Su Yong nodded slightly, and then sat in the main seat. Seeing this scene, the others were silent and stood quietly aside, looking at the more than 100 dead warriors in the hall. Their cultivation was at least at the peak of the Lesser Saint Realm, and at least half of them were masters above the Great Saint Realm, and there were also some quasi-emperor realm masters. These were the foundations that his father secretly left for him. This lineup was extremely terrifying. "Su Chun, you forced me to do this. You deserve to die." Seeing so many dead warriors, Su Yong regained his confidence again. His eyes suddenly shot out a trace of cruelty, and he gritted his teeth. At the same time, his fists were clenched and cracked, wishing to tear Su Chun into pieces. These dead soldiers were all hired by his father at a large cost. Each of them had the strength to take on challenges at critical moments. He believed that, with the help of these experts and the Shao family's support, for Shao Tiancheng, he would be able to help Shao Tiancheng win the position of head of the Shao family in one fell swoop. Then he immediately took all the forces of the Shao family and pounced on the Su family, taking advantage of the absence of Su Hao and other core figures in Donghuazhou continent to completely overthrow the Su family. Kill Qin Shinran and Su Chun, a cruel mother and son, to avenge his parents. "Everyone, please take a seat." Looking at the respectful eyes of everyone in the hall, Su Yong's heart surged, and he couldn't help but cough a few words and said slowly, "Thank you, Mr. Su." The group bowed their hands again and sat down again. "Everyone, Su Yong, don't talk nonsense. I am here to tell you that we are about to take action and take back everything that belongs to us." Su Yong's tone was sonorous and powerful, and he looked around everyone and continued, "This is my decision, and I hope you will support me. Once it is done, Su Yong, will be very grateful." His words undoubtedly gave the more than 100 dead soldiers present a shot of blood, and they all expressed their opinions. "Young Master Su, we will follow you to the death. Young Master Su, as long as you say a word, we will go through fire and water, without hesitation. Young Master Su, we are all your loyal servants, and we swear to be loyal to you to the death." For a time, the crowd in the hall was excited. "Okay, very good." Hearing what they said, Su Yong nodded happily, with a sneer hanging from the corner of his mouth, and whispered, "Su Chun, let me see how you can fight. With me. After my Shao family swallows it, it will be you the day of death. Ha ha ha." Thinking of the scene where his great revenge was avenged, Su Yong couldn't help laughing wildly. His eyes were deep and cold, full of cruel killing. "Su Chun, just wait for me. I want to see you kneeling at my feet, trembling and begging for mercy. And I want to play with your woman in front of you." At night, the moon and stars are sparse and the sky is clear. This is a good season for planting. Su family. In Su Chen's bedroom, a woman was lying on the bed, her eyes as charming as silk. She is extremely beautiful, with crystal clear skin that can be broken by a blow, picturesque eyebrows, a beautiful nose and cherry lips, and a seductive red lip under the small Yao nose, exuding a light and elegant fragrance. She has a slim and graceful figure, tall breasts, and a waist that is less than a handful wide. Her skin is fair and delicate, as smooth and soft as mutton fat jade, and her delicate body is covered with purple bruises. Oh! At this moment, the woman on the bed suddenly opened her eyes and said, "Husband, you are so strong. Hee, haven't you been clamoring to give me a son? Are you unable to bear this?" Seeing this, Su Chan showed a smirk on his lips. Hearing this, the pretty face of the woman on the bed turned red, and she was extremely shy. Since Xia Qingxue was injured, the burden of serving Su Chun naturally fell on her alone. Unexpectedly, he encountered such bad luck. She is really dumb and eats Coptis chinensis. She can't express her suffering. Husband, concubine. Chu Yenran bit her red lips tightly. Her pretty face was as red as drunkenness. Her beauty was dripping with beauty, and her eyes were blurred. "Ha ha! Then call me husband." Su Chun smiled evilly, looking like he was worried that the world would not be in chaos. "Husband." Hearing this, Chu Yenran dared not agree, so she had no choice but to scream obediently, "Well, it sounds comfortable." Hearing Chu Yenran's gentle voice, Su Chun felt his body heat up. "Husband, I was wrong." Soon after, Chu Yenran's voice came from the room. "Hey, why is this Saint Chu screaming so miserably? Is this Su Chen a violent maniac? Does he have a habit of beating women?" Xiao Ruoyu, who was lying on the bed recuperating in the next room, suddenly heard Chu Yenran scream and immediately opened her beautiful eyes with a look of shock and suspicion. Although she was seriously injured by Chu Yang, she did not fall asleep. At this moment, she vaguely heard Chu Yenran crying and begging, which made her feel a little strange. He couldn't help but think bad things about Su Chun. Humph! Men are indeed unreliable, and they abuse women secretly. How come such a scumbag is not worthy of being my husband? Xiao Ruoyu. After a moment, Xiao Ruoyu withdrew his gaze, his face turned cold, and he complained viciously. Immediately, she couldn't care so much, turned over, closed her eyes, and stopped thinking about these messy things. Her mother had died since she was a child, and she knew nothing about things between men and women. When she was 12 years old, she had her first period, which scared her half to death. At that time, she thought she was going to die. After an old woman at home saw her and told her the reason, she realized why she was bleeding. But at this time, Xia Qingxue, who was in another room, was not as calm as Xiao Ruoyu. Listening to the sounds Chu Yenran made, her whole head was buzzing and her face turned red, as if she was drunk and dizzy. She shook her head as hard as she could, trying to stay calm, but the sound still couldn't stop coming into her ears. After experiencing an affair between a man and a woman, she is no longer the ignorant little girl. He clearly knew what the two people next door were doing. As the saying goes, you can know the taste by eating the marrow. The voice that Chu Yenran made was like a spell that could not be dispelled in her mind, making her whole body feel hot and her heart pounding. Like a catalyst, it instantly ignited the most primitive in her heart. Finally, She couldn't stand the torment anymore. She put one hand down, making a slight sound in her throat, and covered her lips with the other hand, fearing that Chen next door would hear it. At this moment, she felt her lower abdomen suddenly swell, as if a ball of fire was burning her internal organs, blood and bones, making it difficult for her to bear. She kept panting, her body twisting uncontrollably, like a water snake dancing wildly, and her mouth was dry. Woo woo woo. Xia Qingxue swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva with difficulty. She was extremely eager. It's so uncomfortable. So hot. Who can help me? Finally, after hearing the heartbreaking shouts from the next door, she slowly raised her head and looked towards the door, her beautiful eyes flashing with hope, muttering to herself. The next moment, she rushed to the door like a drowning person grabbing a piece of driftwood, trying to find the life-saving straw. Oh! Su Chen and Chu Yanran's human relations were finally completed, and the room finally became quiet. Chu Yanran lay on her side, with a strong flush on her face and sweat dripping, as if she had just taken a bath, extremely tempting. Moreover, her delicate body was trembling violently, obviously because of the great stimulation. She was exhausted and wanted to fall asleep. But Su Chen behind her was leisurely, with no trace of fatigue in his eyes, and a hint of teasing at the corner of his mouth. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, accompanied by an anxious voice. Husband, help me. Hearing this, Su Chen and Chu Yanran looked at each other. It's Qingxue. So Su Chen hurriedly got up and went to open the door. Creak. As soon as he pulled the bolt, an intoxicating fragrance came to his face, and a delicate body slipped into his arms. Xia Qingxue hung on his neck like a sloth, rubbing constantly, sucking the air, greedily like a hungry fish. Qingxue, what's wrong with you? Feeling the delicate body in his arms, it was very hot. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, Husband, I. Hearing Su Chen's question, Xia Qingxue's face became even redder, and she stammered, I can't stand the heat. Su Chen looked down and was stunned. I saw Xia Qingxue's slender and straight legs, tightly pressed against him, outlining a graceful curve, and her skin was as delicate and smooth as milk. Her body was getting hotter and hotter, and her arms were wrapped around her neck, like hugging a piece of charcoal. Su Chen immediately showed a look of realization, which seemed to be caused by the exercise just now. He did not push Xia Qingxue away, but let her hang on his chest with one hand, around her slender waist. Qingxue, you go into the house first. Then, Su Chen embraced her willow waist and entered the house, closing the door. At this time, Chu Yanran was lying on the bed, one arm on the pillow, the other hand on her chest. Her cheeks were very red, and her forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat. Her beautiful face was wearing a blurred smile, her figure was very enchanting, and she was full of infinite charm. Sister Qingxue is here. Chu Yanran's eyes flashed, and a lazy voice came out of her cherry mouth, as moving and pleasant as the cry of a spring oriole. Xia Qingxue glanced at Chu Yanran and was stunned. Chu Yanran is really beautiful, with snow-white and crystal skin, as white and flawless as ivory, and exquisite facial features, just like a fairy in a painting, especially her high chest, proud and upright, plump and soft, making people salivate, coupled with her graceful body, charming and pure, stirring the heartstrings. She is indeed a saint, not only beautiful during the day, but also more beautiful at night, simply beautiful. The strange husband was fascinated by Chu Yanran, making her, as a woman, feel a little jealous.
Sister Yanran.
She replied politely with a blushing face. Chu Yanran smiled charmingly. Oh, look at how embarrassed our sister Qingxue is. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Xia Qingxue lowered her head shyly. How dare she look at Chu Yanran again? She could only bury her head in Su Chen's arms obediently. He, Sister Qingxue. I'm a little tired, so I'll have to trouble you to serve your husband later. Speaking of this, Chu Yen ran through a coquettish look at the two of them, then lifted the quilt to cover her body, and the sound of heavy breathing came from inside. Obviously she fell asleep. Sister, you? Seeing this, Xia Qingxue widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Chu Yenran with surprise. She knew how powerful her husband was, and she couldn't handle it alone. Originally, I came here to help her share the burden, but now the main force has directly abandoned the stall, and I am about to become the main force. This. Xia Qingxue wanted to cry but had no tears. Chu Yenran was really cruel. Su Chun was also quite helpless, and could only cough lightly to remind. Ahem. Xia Qingxue reacted immediately, and quickly changed the subject. Husband. I feel so uncomfortable. She now just wanted to end this nightmare quickly. I feel uncomfortable too. Please help me, Su Chun said with a smirk. If it is delivered to your door, it would be a waste if you don't eat it. Yes. Xia Qingxue nodded shyly. The next second, she kissed Su Chun gently on the lips. Soon, a strange sound rang out in the room again. This time, Xiao Ruoyu in the next room was in trouble. She just thought she could sleep peacefully, but she didn't expect the sound to come again. She couldn't help but listen. This listening lasted all night. The next day, the sun was bright and the sky was clear. When he woke up, Su Chun was full of energy and comfortable all over. Last night was simply his peak journey through time. Not only that, his cultivation broke through the 7th level of the supernatural realm and officially entered the late stage of the supernatural realm. Others worked hard for months or even years to obtain the cultivation, but he easily obtained it in one night. It has always been said that the road to cultivation is a hard journey, but he thinks this way of cultivation is the most comfortable thing. The combination of Yenyang body and Shenlong Wuhuan is simply too cool. It feels so good to be able to improve your strength by doing it every day. He walked towards the study. Mayor came over and said that she had something important to report to him in person. As the villain of destiny, it was not easy for him. He had to keep an eye on the movements of the chosen ones. When the opportunity of the chosen ones came, he had to plunder them as soon as possible. Xia Qingxue had a faint dark blue under her eyes because she had been tossing and turning last night. Her bright eyes were full of fatigue. She limped up from the bed and just walked into the yard when she was pulled into her room by Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu stood at the door and looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, she closed the door. Sister Ruoyu, what's the matter? Seeing her mysterious look, Xia Qingxue sat on the chair, kneading her sore legs, and asked in confusion. Xiao Ruoyu glanced at her and said teasingly, Qingxue, please get away from this pervert Su Chun as soon as possible. Abnormal. Hearing this, Xia Qingxue's pretty face changed slightly, and she stared at Xiao Ruoyu with suspicion. Sister Ruoyu, how can you describe your husband like this? He is a good person. Are you okay? Xiao Ruoyu curled her red lips and continued. Last night, he bullied you. I could hear your screams clearly from the next door. He not only beat you, but also Chu Yenran. Chu Yenran screamed more miserable than you last night. Su Chun is simply a big pervert. After hearing Xiao Ruoyu's words, Xia Qingxue was stunned for a moment, and her pretty face immediately turned red. It turned out that last night, Sister Ruoyu had heard all about the marital life between her and her husband. This made her extremely embarrassed, and she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Sister Ruoyu, actually you wrongly blamed your husband. Xia Qingxue blushed and explained hesitantly. Actually, my husband is not beating us, but hey! Seeing this, Xiao Ruoyu shook her head helplessly, thinking that Xia Qingxue was kind and pure to defend Su Chun. It was a pity that such a good girl was ruined by Su Chun. Knowing that Xiao Ruoyu had misunderstood her, Xia Qingxue had no choice but to pull her face down and said directly, "Sister Ruoyu, my scream was not because I was in pain, but because I was very comfortable at the time." Seeing Xiao Ruoyu's stunned expression, she continued in a seductive tone, "When you marry your husband in the future, you will know what it's like. I guarantee you will still want it. Brothers and sisters who see this, if you have a monthly pass, please give me a monthly pass or give a reward of $1 to add to the list of book friends. Click subscribe to join the group later. Thank you." Xiao Ruoyu's face instantly turned red. This little girl actually made trouble. With me. Bah! You stinky girl. What are you talking nonsense about? Xiao Ruoyu blushed and raised her hand to hit Xia Qingxue. Xia Qingxue had already taken precautions and hurriedly avoided her, saying, with a smile, "Sister Ruoyu, don't be shy. A man loves a woman, what's the point? Besides, my husband is so powerful." "Okay. Stop talking," Xiao Ruoyu shouted with her chest rising and falling violently. "Haha, I won't say it anymore." Seeing Xiao Ruoyu's embarrassment, Xia Qingxue's branches trembled with laughter. This feeling had not happened in a long time, making her feel fresh and exciting. One day later, Xiao family meeting hall. The place was crowded and the atmosphere was solemn. Hundreds of senior members of the Xiao family gathered here. This is a discussion about Xiao Ruoyu recuperating at the Su family. "Father, my sister took advantage of the opportunity of recuperating in the Su family to hook up with Su Chen, the young master of the Su family. Why don't you believe it?" Xiao Tianqing sat down, his brows furrowed and somewhat unhappy. The senior officials of the Xiao family who supported Xiao Tianqing also agreed, thinking that Xiao Ruoyu was simply embarrassing the Xiao family. "Enough!" Xiao Hanshan slapped the armrest fiercely, shouted angrily, interrupted everyone's words, and said in a deep voice, "I believe in Ruoyu." Hearing this, Xiao Tianqing frowned and became more anxious. This discussion was originally intended to make his father change his mind and make him the young master of the Xiao family. But looking at Xiao Hanshan's reaction, it was obvious that he firmly supported Xiao Ruoyu. "Father, you are confused." Xiao Tianqing hurriedly dissuaded him and said with a stern expression, "My Xiao family has been suppressed by the Su family, and now it is in turmoil. We should not place our hopes on Su Chen. Moreover, the Su family is now powerful. If our Xiao family doesn't respond, then what awaits us will be the ruthless butcher knife of the Su family." Xiao Tianqing persuaded him earnestly. It's a pity that the more he persuaded Xiao Hanshan, the more irritable he became. Hearing this, he angrily yelled, "Humph! My Xiao family has never been afraid of his Su family." Seeing his father's excited expression, Xiao Tianqing felt a pain in his head. He didn't know his true identity. If he knew, his reaction to Xiao Hanshan would not be so strange. After all, he is not Xiao Hanshan's descendant, and Xiao Hanshan will not pass on the position of young master of the Xiao family to him even if he dies. Xiao Tianqing felt a pain in his heart. Thinking of what Su Yong said to him that morning, he immediately calmed down and winked at the more than 30 people at the table. Bang! He stood up, grabbed his chair, and slammed it on the wooden table, causing sawdust to fly everywhere. "Guizi, what are you doing?" Xiao Hanshan's expression changed drastically. He looked at Xiao Tianqing and shouted angrily, "Old guy, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Why do you always have a crush on that bitch Xiao Ruoyu when I'm obviously the eldest son of the Xiao family?" Xiao Tianqing looked ferocious. His eyes were red, and he roared hysterically. Ever since he was little, he has been suppressed by Xiao Ruoyu everywhere. No matter how good he is, in Xiao Hanshan's eyes, he just can't compare to Xiao Ruoyu. Now, he couldn't hold it back any longer and directly tore off the disguise, revealing his ferocious fangs. Just like Su Yong said, since they won't give it to you, then use your own way to get back everything that belongs to you. Gizi, are you crazy? Seeing Xiao Tiancheng actually contradicting him in front of him, Xiao Hanshan became furious and yelled at the guards around him. Why are you still standing there? Tie up this traitor quickly. Swish, swish, swish. When the Xiao family guards heard this, they quickly flew over and tried to control Xiao Tiancheng. Humph! I want to see who dares to touch me. Xiao Tiancheng waved his sleeves, and more than 30 senior members of the Xiao family stood around him. Boom! In an instant, a powerful aura erupted and swept through the entire hall, causing all the Xiao family guards present to collapse and tremble. The auras of more than 20 great sage realm masters and 3 quasi-emperor realm experts condensed into one body, forming a huge wave of pressure that distorted the space of the entire meeting hall. Seeing this scene in front of them, the other senior members of the Xiao family present, including Xiao Hanshan, were all stunned and showed extremely shocked expressions. You are rebelling. After half a while, an old man opened his mouth with difficulty and stammered out these words. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. Everyone looked horrified, looking at Xiao Tiancheng with a hint of fear in their eyes. Before this, no one thought that Xiao Tiancheng could bribe such a core member in private. Moreover, looking at the posture in front of him, he is completely seeking power and position. Thinking of this, everyone's heart beat wildly, as if they had been hit by a huge impact, and their breathing became rapid. Old man, I have already said that I am the most suitable candidate to be the young master. Only I can lead the Xiao family to glory. Seeing everyone's shocked look, Xiao Tiancheng had a look of pride on his face, and said arrogantly, Old man, please hand over the family head's order. Obediently. I don't want to embarrass you too much for the sake of the relationship between father and son. Having said this, he paused and said in a solemn tone, Otherwise don't blame me for being cruel. At this moment he was very excited. As long as he gets the patriarch's token, he has the absolute qualification to control the overall situation and even directly ascend to the position of patriarch. When the time comes, he will crush Su Chun to death like an ant and replace him as the #1 family in Donghua continent. Hearing this, Xiao Hanshan's face was uncertain. After a moment he sighed and said slowly, Since you insist on fighting, then it's up to you. As soon as these words came out, the whole hall fell into silence. Everyone stared at him in a daze. Did Xiao Hanshan agree that Xiao Tiancheng would succeed him as the head of the family? For a moment, countless pairs of eyes stared at Xiao Hanshan, as if they wanted to see what he meant. Old man, what did you say? Xiao Tiancheng was stunned. He thought Xiao Hanshan would fight back immediately, but he never expected that he would just say a few words. What did he mean? Xiao Hanshan looked at him with contempt and said indifferently, The family master's order is in my body. If you want to take it, come and take it. Old thing, you are looking for death. Seeing Xiao Hanshan playing tricks on him, Xiao Tiancheng finally couldn't help it and said with a ferocious face, Don't worry, I will definitely help. You take good care of Yonyang. Yonyang is Xiao Hanshan's youngest concubine and Xiao Tiancheng's affair. Object. Beast. Evil, I will kill you. Xiao Hanshan was completely enraged, and suddenly raised his palm and blasted towards Xiao Tiancheng. The momentum of the peak realm of the quasi-emperor burst out, and Xiao Hanshan's palm carried a destructive force. He just wanted to kill Xiao Tiancheng. The bastard. Bang! A black shadow blocked Xiao Tiancheng and collided with Xiao Hanshan's palm, and then the two retreated dozens of meters each. Xiao Ming, what are you doing? Seeing his brother Xiao Ming take action, Xiao Hanshan frowned and asked with a livid face, Brother, calm down. Xiao Ming stopped in front of Xiao Tiancheng and said with a complex expression, Tiancheng is more suitable to be the young master of the Xiao family than Ruoyu. You should not fulfill his wish to avoid a big fight and internal consumption of the family's strength. seeing his fellow brother pretending to be a good person in front of him at this time. Xiao Hanshan became very angry. Strong hatred welled up in his heart, and he roared angrily, "Xiao Mingdu, you really think that no one knows about the sneaky things you did back then?" Hearing this, Xiao Ming's pupils shrank, and a hint of panic flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was silent for a while, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, what do you mean?" "Ha ha, what do you mean?" Seeing him pretending to be stupid, Xiao Hanshan showed a trace of ridicule on his face. "More than 20 years ago, when I was away from the Xiao family, for more than a month, what good things did you do to Wanner? How did you know that?" Hearing this, Xiao Ming was completely shocked and looked at Xiao Hanshan with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief. Except for him and Wanner, no one else knew about that matter. Wanner has been dead for more than 10 years. How did Xiao Hanshan know about this? If you don't want others to know, you have to do nothing yourself. Xiao Hanshan shook his head and smiled. Immediately afterwards, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he glanced at Xiao Ming and Xiao Tiancheng with an extremely cold voice, and shouted in a deep voice, "It's been 23 years. It's time for me to settle this debt with you and my son." "What?" Hearing this, everyone's jaws almost dropped in surprise. "What does this mean? Xiao Tiancheng is not the son of the family head, but the bastard child, secretly born between Xiao Ming and Xiao Tiancheng's mother Weiner? This is incredible. I guess even those novels would not dare to write such a bloody plot. I have raised a son for more than 20 years, but he is not my biological son. This feeling can only be understood by being there." It simply refreshed everyone's outlook. After learning the truth about his identity, Xiao Tiancheng's face turned extremely pale, his lips trembled, and he said with difficulty, "This is not true at all." For a while, he still couldn't accept the fact that Xiao Ming was his biological father. Ha ha ha. Seeing that the matter was exposed, Xiao Ming was slightly shocked at first, and then laughed crazily to the sky, as if he was crazy. "Brother, it turns out that you have known about it for a long time. No wonder you have not given the position of young master to my son Tiancheng all these years." Now that Xiao Hanshan knew it, he simply stopped pretending and showed his cards. Anyway, he has secretly done a lot of bad things over the years, and he is not afraid of adding one more. "Xiao Ming, why don't you show some respect? You have defiled my sister-in-law, and now you are shamelessly coveting the position of the head of the family. You deserve to die." Xiao Hanshan pointed at Xiao Ming. Trembling with anger, his old face turned red, his chest kept rising and falling. He was obviously extremely angry. When Xiao Ming heard this, he was not afraid and sneered, "So what? No matter how unbearable I am still better than you. You can't even protect your own daughter. Why should you take the position of the head of the family?" After saying that, he turned around and patted the stunned Xiao Tiancheng on the shoulder, comforting him. "Tiancheng, don't worry. When our father and son succeed in taking power, you can play with this old woman as much as you want. If not, we, father and son, will play together." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Tiancheng's eyes suddenly lit up, and the gloom in his heart was swept away, as if he had found his backbone. He clenched his fists excitedly and said, "Dad, I obey your orders in everything. Let's kill this old guy now. Ha ha ha. Good boy. Dad really didn't spare you for nothing." Xiao Ming patted his son on the shoulder, with admiration in his eyes. "Xiao Ming and that scoundrel, there are only 30 masters on your side, but there are more than 60 masters on my side." Xiao Hanshan laughed angrily. "Today I will show you what despair means." "Oh really?" After hearing this, Xiao Ming turned around, straightened his robe and said with a faint smile, "Why? Do you still have a trump card?" Xiao Hanshan asked with a frown. "Hey, he's not really a trump card, he's just my confidant." After speaking, Xiao Ming clapped his hands and shouted behind Xiao Hanshan, "Elders, come here." The more than 60 people who were originally standing next to Xiao Hanshan suddenly lost half of them and went to Xiao Ming's side. Originally more than 30 versus more than 60, in the blink of an eye it became more than 60 versus more than 30. From 1 to 2 to 2 to 1. Xiao Hanshan originally had an absolute advantage, but now the situation has been reversed. Xiao Hanshan is at an absolute disadvantage. Master, what should I do? Seeing this, an elder beside Xiao Hanshan couldn't help but asked in a low voice. None of them expected that the opponent actually had these trump cards, and they were caught off guard. Why panic? A cold light surged between Xiao Hanshan's brows, and his face was calm and composed. He is the head of the Xiao family, and he cannot be allowed to see his panic expression at this time. Son, do you see that this is the power that my father has secretly given you? Over the years. Xiao Ming glanced triumphantly at the livid-faced Xiao Hanshan, and then waved to his subordinates around him. Take it! Master, I'm sorry. Hula. In an instant, more than 60 senior members of the Xiao family rushed towards Xiao Hanshan, their auras extremely ferocious. The pressure from so many masters directly distorted the space. In just a blink of an eye, Xiao Hanshan was surrounded. Not far away, Xiao Ming and his son stood quietly by and watched the excitement. Facing so many masters, Xiao Hanshan's face changed several times and finally turned into a long sigh. What a sin! The atmosphere at the scene reached an extremely depressing level. Especially the Xiao family executives standing next to Xiao Hanshan. Their faces flushed, and cold sweat continued to seep from their foreheads. Is this the end? Su family. Su Chen's study. The scene that happened at the Xiao family was all displayed in front of Su Chen and Xiao Ruoyu by Lianjiu. Seeing the helpless look of her father in the light curtain, Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face turned pale, her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and she knelt in front of Su Chen and begged, Young master, I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life as long as you are willing to send someone to save my father and save my Xiao family. She gritted her teeth and stared at Su Chen with a pleading look, anxious, wishing she could take her father's place to suffer. After hearing this, Su Chen still crossed his legs and stared at the screen, with a calm face, as if he had not heard Xiao Ruoyu's request at all. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoyu immediately understood what Su Chen meant.
No rabbit, no yagle.
He wanted to see sincerity. So she bit her red lips, made up her mind, and touched the belt on her white dress with her jade hand. When she was about to untie her belt, Su Chen suddenly raised his right hand and pressed her slender limbs. Young master. Feeling her delicate hand being held by Su Chen, Xiao Ruoyu's delicate body trembled, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and her beautiful eyes looked at Su Chen with trembling. Su Chen did not answer, but stared at Xiao Ruoyu's delicate face with burning eyes and remained silent. He could feel that Xiao Ruoyu was very entangled in her heart, but also determined, as if she had made up her mind. Xiao Ruoyu took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and 2 lines of crystal clear tears slid down her cheeks. She slowly opened her big watery eyes, stared at Su Chen's face seriously, and said with all her life's strength, Young master, I am willing to be your woman now. Please pity me, young master. After saying that, she closed her beautiful eyes. After hearing her request, a faint arc appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. So what if she is an iceberg beauty? Isn't it still up to me to control her? This world is an era of the weak and the strong, and only strong men are worthy of having absolute right to speak and spouse rights. Xiao Ruoyu is such a top-notch product that Yifan, a local dog, can't even lick one of her toes, but he can play with her at will. Thinking of this, Su Chen stretched out his right hand and stroked Xiao Ruoyu's snow-white neck. Since you choose to be my woman, you must abide by my rules. Remember, from now on you must be loyal to me. Su Chen's eyes were sharp and overbearing. I understand. Xiao Ruoyu nodded slightly to show that she understood. She knew that there was no other way to go now. If she refused, she was afraid that her father would be killed by Xiao Ming, and Xiao Tiancheng, the father and son, and the entire Xiao family would fall into the hands of them. Therefore, she would rather sacrifice her dignity to protect her father and the Xiao family from being unharmed. In that case, let's get started. Seeing this, Su Chen nodded, and a trace of evil arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He enjoyed the feeling of controlling the fate of others. He also wanted to see what kind of face Xiao Ruoyu, an iceberg beauty, would have after his mask was torn off. A forced melon is not sweet, but it quenches thirst. Moreover, he believed that with his ability he would soon be able to completely conquer Xiao Ruoyu and make Xiao Ruoyu willing. Because this is a smart woman. Yeah. Xiao Ruoyu nodded gently, opened her pearly teeth, and slowly took off her long skirt, revealing her white and slender neck. Then her movements became more gentle, like a fluttering butterfly, stripping off her clothes piece by piece. Soon, Xiao Ruoyu was left with only her underwear. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Ruoyu has a very hot figure. Her skin is as white as jade, and her round breasts are very tall, which makes her look particularly attractive and more charming. Especially her figure is well proportioned, and her buttocks are plump and full, which is simply a perfect beauty. Seeing Su Chen's eyes, Xiao Ruoyu was relieved, took off her shoes and socks, again, revealing a pair of crystal jade feet, and slowly climbed into Su Chen's arms. Haha, you can't help it? However, the sooner you surrender to me, the more tolerant I will be to you. Su Chen glanced at Xiao Ruoyu lying in his arms with a faint smile, and a teasing arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face flushed, and she was overwhelmed with shame. Su Chen shook his head disdainfully, and then put his hand into Xiao Ruoyu's clothes. In an instant, Xiao Ruoyu's body tensed, her pretty face turned pale, and a strong humiliation flashed in her eyes. But she did not resist because she knew very well that she was destined to be the loser in this transaction from the beginning. She could only take out her most precious thing, hoping to keep her father safe and the Xiao family safe. Even if she was asked to ride on a pig now, she would not hesitate. What's more, Su Chen is not a pig, but a young man who is much younger than herself. She slowly opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Su Chen, her eyes full of complexity and struggle. Relax a little, this young master is saving your father and your Xiao family. Su Chen frowned and reminded Xiao Ruoyu when he noticed her strangeness. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu finally sighed and slowly closed her beautiful eyes. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled smugly. Humph, so what if you are unwilling? I hold your father's life and the fate of the family in my hands, so what if I eat you hard? Ha ha ha, this feeling of being a villain is really fucking cool. Then he suddenly lowered his head, kissed Xiao Ruoyu's cherry mouth, and began to ask for it crazily. Feeling Su Chen's rough movements, Xiao Ruoyu's delicate body trembled violently, and tears could not stop falling. Although she knew that she was like a lamb to be slaughtered and was destined to fall into the other party's hands tonight, it was her first time and she was still a little nervous and uncomfortable. Drops of crystal tears rolled down her eyes, and Xiao Ruoyu closed her beautiful eyes in pain, letting the other party take it as if she had accepted her fate. I don't know how long it took, and the two of them were breathing rapidly. Ah, what are you going to do? Suddenly, she felt that she was picked up by Su Chen, and Xiao Ruoyu was startled and shouted subconsciously. She felt that Su Chen was going to do something shameful to her. What? Hee, of course we should do what we should do. Su Chen smiled mischievously and carried Xiao Ruoyu into the big bed in the small bedroom in the study. Then, he fell on Xiao Ruoyu's delicate skin and ravaged her. Woo! Xiao Ruoyu tried desperately to push, but there was no room for resistance at all. She could only grit her teeth and endure it, with crystal clear tears flowing from her eyes. Close your eyes, it won't hurt. Su Chen stretched out his fingers to hook Xiao Ruoyu's pointed chin, and his warm breath sprayed on Xiao Ruoyu's white skin. Dong dong dong. Just when Su Chen was about to take Xiao Ruoyu's first blood, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Who? Hearing this sound, Su Chen's face sank, and he shouted angrily, his tone extremely cold. He had finally found an opportunity to take Xiao Ruoyu, but he was interrupted. This made him full of anger. Young master, it's Mayan Ji. A woman's voice came from outside the door, full of respect. Hearing this, Su Chen frowned and thought for a few seconds and finally chose to pause the action. And Ji came to see him at night. It must be that his mother wanted to see him for something. Although he wanted to take Xiao Ruoyu's first blood right now, after all, his mother's business was more important, so he could only endure it for a while. He put on the robe and turned to walk outside. Remember, wait here for this young master to come back obediently. You must be this young master's woman tonight. When he was near the door, Su Chen turned his head and said to Xiao Ruoyu. His tone was extremely domineering. Xiao Ruoyu didn't dare to say anything, lowered her head, and watched Su Chen leave the study. She was not stupid, and naturally knew the current situation. If she dared to disobey Su Chen, her end would be extremely miserable. Moreover, in this situation, she was powerless to resist and could only obey.
Su Chen.
Her father's life and death and the fate of the entire Xiao family now all depended on a weak woman. If there was any mistake, there would be no recovery. Alas, forget it. Since you can't hide, just obey. After a long time, Xiao Ruoyu sighed and muttered to herself. At this moment, her pretty face was slightly red, and the things that Xia Qingxue told her emerged in her mind, and her heartbeat accelerated and her heart was beating wildly. Xia Qingxue repeatedly emphasized Su Chen's strength. In addition, after listening to the war song all night, she began to have a deep fear of Su Chen's ability. The picture in the light curtain continued. Looking at Xiao Hanshan on the light curtain, he was surrounded by the subordinates of Xiao Ming and Xiao Tianqing. Her expression was extremely anxious, and her eyes were full of worry and regret. If her father really met with an accident, she would never forgive herself in her life. It was all her fault. She was too weak and couldn't even protect her father. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruoyu felt deep regret in her heart. She should have taken the initiative to offer her body to Su Chen so that her father might not have to face the siege of so many people now. Just when Xiao Ruoyu was worried about whether to go to Su Chen, the picture on the light curtain suddenly turned. Bang! At this moment, more than 50 people rushed in from outside. They all protected Xiao Hanshan in the middle. These are the elite forces of the foreign families attached to the Xiao family. In order to prevent Xiao Ming and Xiao Tianqing from jumping off the wall one day, Xiao Hanshan has been planning for so many years. They were just waiting for this father and son to come out and then clean up all the family scums who were bribed by the father and son. Master Xiao, we are late. The group of people bowed to Xiao Hanshan in unison, with extremely respectful expressions. It's not too late, you have worked hard. Xiao Hanshan nodded, and then sarcastically said to Xiao Ming and his son, Do you have any other tricks? He spoke with sarcasm, with a completely sure-win attitude. The senior officials around Xiao Hanshan sneered at this. Although the appearance of more than 50 warriors just now surprised them, it was only a little surprise. After all, it is not easy for anyone to be the head of the family. Now there are more masters here, and they can completely defeat the opponent. The situation on the field suddenly changed 180 degrees, developing in favor of Xiao Hanshan. Seeing this scene on the light screen, Xiao Ruoyu's heart, which had been hanging before, finally settled down a little. As long as her father was fine, she didn't need to compromise with Su Chen. It seemed that she had underestimated her father's skills. This scene happened too suddenly, and Xiao Ming was shocked. What on earth is going on? His face was pale, his whole body was trembling, his forehead was sweating, and his face was full of panic. He really couldn't believe that he had spent most of his life secretly, instigating so many high-level members of the Xiao family. But in the end, it turned out to be like this. Humph. Do you think that I, the head of the family, am just a decoration? Xiao Han snorted coldly, his eyes narrowed, emitting a sharp cold light and murderous intent. I warn you and your son, it's not too late to give up resistance now. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. He stared coldly at Xiao Ming and Xiao Tianqing, father and son, with a threatening tone in his words. Xiao Han knew very well that this was the critical moment to close the net, and there must not be any mistakes. His strength and cruelty made the Xiao family's senior officials standing on the side of Xiao Ming and his son silent. Ha ha ha! Hearing Xiao Hanshan's words, Xiao Tianqing laughed up to the sky as if he had heard the best joke in the world. I say, old man, are you scared silly? Relying on these few guard dogs, you want to stop us, it's just a foolish dream. Do you think we are afraid of this? Everyone, come on, kill him together. He had a fierce look in his eyes, and waved his hand to give an order. However, before his order was issued, his laughter stopped abruptly, because no one obeyed his order and attacked Xiao Han. After all, everyone is willing to fight a favorable battle. In this unfavorable situation, only the head will be caught in the door and then bumped up. These people looked at each other, but no one was willing to take the first step forward. You! Xiao Tianqing pointed at the crowd. His mouth was open and he was speechless, looking extremely angry. Seeing this, Xiao Ming hurriedly urged Xiao Tianqing. Tianqing, leave. Quickly. Dad will stop these people for you. Dad. I won't leave. I want to stay and help you. Xiao Tianqing said calmly. Get lost. Hearing this, Xiao Ming suddenly shouted. His eyes moistened, and said, What can you do if you stay? You will only drag us down. Leave quickly, remember. Avenge me and your mother in the future. No, Dad. Don't worry. They can't do anything to me. Xiao Tianqing was full of confidence and had no intention of leaving. Tianqing, you don't understand. Xiao Ming shook his head and advised. Xiao Han is an old man, he is very cunning. Dad has suffered a lot from him before. He would not put all his eggs in one basket. Let Xiao Tianqing leave first, at least he still has a seed in this world. Dad, don't you believe me? Xiao Tianqing stared at his father with burning eyes and slowly raised his head after a moment of silence. Hearing this, Xiao Ming was slightly startled, and then laughed. Dad doesn't trust you? Who else can I trust? Xiao Tianqing's words made ripples in his heart. At this moment, he seemed to see his own shadow of being suave and unrestrained when he was young. Ha ha ha! What a deep father-son relationship! Seeing this scene, Xiao Han sneered. Evil seed, since you don't leave, today I will just cut the grass and root it out. The depths of his eyes were filled with murderous intent, and a fierce, murderous intent burst out from his body, covering the entire room like a substance. He had already decided that he must kill them all today. Otherwise, when these people grow up, the father and daughter may be in big trouble. Haha! Cut the grass and root it out? Xiao Han, do you think you have won? Seeing this, Xiao Ming suddenly raised his head and laughed. Old man, I tell you, don't be too proud too early. My trump card is far beyond your expectations. The words were extremely arrogant. Oh, then you use it and see. Xiao Han did not show any weakness. Seeing this scene on the light screen, Xiao Ruoyu's eyebrows were raised, because he knew that with Xiao Tianqing's sinister and cunning character, he would never surrender like this. He must have some tricks, so he was fearless. Thinking of this, she suddenly became nervous, and her beautiful eyes looked at the light curtain. However, the next scene made her pretty face full of surprise. Old thing, let me tell you, do you think you can control the overall situation? How naive. Xiao Tianqing's face was full of ferocious expressions, and he laughed coldly. We, father and son, have been planning for so long under your nose. Do you think I really have no preparation at all? Hearing this, Xiao Hanshan's face suddenly became solemn, and he suddenly felt that he seemed to have really overlooked something. This made Xiao Hanshan's heart beat wildly, and a bad feeling arose. Spontaneously, sure enough, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Xiao Tiancheng pointed to the door with a playful look on his lips, and said, "Come out, brother Su Yong." Boom! Suddenly, a violent and fierce breath suddenly attacked from the door, and the tyrannical and overbearing air wave blew the entire table and chairs rolling endlessly. At the same time, accompanied by a steady sound of footsteps, more than 100 tall and majestic figures entered the meeting hall in a line. These more than 100 people all walked like dragons and tigers with extraordinary temperaments, and they were all strong men who had reached the peak of the lesser saint realm. Seeing the figure in front, Xiao Hanshan frowned and his eyes flashed coldly, because he knew the person coming. It was Su Yong from the Su family. These more than 100 masters followed Su Yong's lead and followed Su Yong to stand behind Xiao Tiancheng. "Nephew Su Yong, what do you mean?" Xiao Hanshan narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Yong in a low voice. "No meaning." Hearing this, Su Yong put his hands behind his back and looked around with a cold look. "I just came to help Brother Tiancheng to calm down the situation." As he said that, he walked straight to Xiao Tiancheng and stood still. Su Yong's actions immediately made Xiao Hanshan's pupils shrink suddenly. He never expected that Su Yong would actually interfere in the internal affairs of his Xiao family at this time. He said with a fake smile, "Haha, nephew Su Yong, is this your idea or the Su family's?" "Of course it's my own idea," Su Yong said calmly. Hearing this, Xiao Hanshan's eyelids trembled violently for a few times, and he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Do you know what you are doing? No, if you dare to destroy my Xiao family's big things, you will be in big trouble in the future." After that, he stared at Su Yong with an extremely cold look, and said word by word, "I don't care what you are thinking. Now please leave immediately. It's not your turn to interfere in my Xiao family's affairs." He was completely angry. After all, he was the head of the second largest family in Donghuazhou. When did he fall to being ridden on the neck by a brat? He absolutely couldn't stand it. Xiao Hanshan stopped talking nonsense, hand over the head of the family order. "To Brother Tiancheng, we still have something to talk about," Su Yong said, impatiently. Hearing this, Xiao Hanshan's eyes narrowed suddenly. "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Sure." Su Yong glanced at Xiao Tiancheng and said calmly, "Okay, very good." Xiao Hanshan's eyes flickered twice. Seeing this, Xiao Tiancheng stood up and said in an aggressive manner, "Old man, don't be shameless. The head of the family ordered you to hand it over or not." "Humph. What if I don't?" Xiao Hanshan looked at him coldly. Hearing his words, Xiao Tiancheng raised a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth. "That's not up to you. Shua." He waved his hand, and more than 160 masters around him rushed out instantly. The aura exuded by each person was extremely powerful, like a tsunami in the ocean, sweeping out and suffocating.
Van Pahualala.
In an instant, a loud noise sounded in the meeting hall. All kinds of utensils flew, and broken porcelain utensils were smashed to pieces. All this happened so fast that Xiao Hanshan didn't even have time to dodge. More than 200 people were mixed together in an instant. Xiao Tiancheng had an advantage in both the number of people in the quasi-emperor realm and the total number of participants. So, Xiao Hanshan was defeated soon. The Xiao family's senior officials who supported him and other family elites who came to support him were killed or injured. Even he himself was attacked and seriously injured in a confrontation. Puff! Blood splattered. Xiao Hanshan's chest was torn, his ribs were broken, and he retreated 100 meters away, falling heavily on the wall. His whole body was covered in blood, shocking, and his breath was extremely weak. He was seriously injured, but he did not die, but he lost his ability to fight. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. No one expected that the head of the Shao family would be defeated so easily, which was simply unbelievable. Head of the family. Seeing this, an elder who supported Shao Hanshan hurried forward to support him. I'm fine. Shao Hanshan shook his head, signaling that the other party didn't need to worry, and stared at Su Yong with resentful eyes. If Su Yong hadn't brought so many people to support Shao Tianqing, he would definitely have won today. Ha. Brother Su Yong has good tricks. I admire you. I admire you. Shao Tianqing laughed, looked at Su Yong with admiration, and then turned his eyes to Shao Hanshan. Old man, take out the family master's order. I will leave you with a whole body. Ahem. Ha. Do you think you will win? It's hard to predict who will win or lose tonight, let alone kill me. Shao Hanshan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a ferocious look in his eyes, Little beast, do you really think that no one in this world can cure you? Hee. Shao Tianqing smiled contemptuously and said, Old man, I don't care what tricks you play, but I advise you'd better do as I say, otherwise today. Next year will be your death anniversary. After saying that, he stamped his foot on the ground. Click. The hard stone slabs were trampled into powder. When he saw those people, he immediately surrounded Shao Hanshan and the few remaining Shao family elders around him. A chilling air spread across the entire place, making the few remaining people tremble. What are you going to do to the head of the family? An elder asked in a trembling voice, his tone extremely frightened. Ha. You will know what we are going to do soon. Shao Tianqing smiled conspiratorially, and then he raised his arm and pointed at a quasi-emperor realm expert beside him. He walked up to the elder and raised his hand to slap him. Bang! The elder couldn't resist at all, and his whole body exploded and turned into a mist of blood. You guys! Seeing this, the expressions of the 5 remaining elders around Shao Hanshan changed drastically with deep fear in their eyes. They never expected that Shao Tianqing would order someone to suddenly take action and kill an elder who had been seriously injured with one blow. Beast! How dare you kill the elders of the Shao family? Seeing this, Shao Hanshan's eyes were split open and he roared with great anger. Old guy, I told you, you'd better hand over the family head's order, otherwise he will be your fate. Follow. Shao Tianqing looked at Shao Hanshan with a cold face and said, You should understand how to choose. You. Hearing this, Shao Hanshan gritted his teeth and was furious. But there was nothing he could do. Beast, you will not die well. Snort. Seeing this, Shao Tianqing's lips turned sarcastic. Immediately he raised his right foot, stepped on Shao Hanshan's shoulder and said, Old man, kneel down, and kowtow to me now, and hand over the family head's order. Otherwise I will let you die now. Bah! Shao Hanshan spit out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. You're looking for death. Being so humiliated, Shao Tianqing became furious. Immediately he raised his foot and kicked out, hitting Shao Hanshan's right calf. There was a click. Ah! The leg bones were shattered. Shao Hanshan screamed. His face was twisted. His head was dripping with cold sweat. He looked miserable and miserable. Master! The remaining Shao family elders all looked sad and angry. Beast, is this all you have? Shao Hanshan raised his head and said as if he were dead. Old man, you are so shameless. Shao Tianqing was completely angry. He raised his foot again, this time stepping towards Shao Hanshan's left foot. Click! The dull sound sounded again. Shao Hanshan's left leg exploded, and the white bone stubble pierced the flesh and was exposed in the air. Ah! Seeing this scene on the light screen, Xiao Ruoyu was so frightened that she screamed and covered her mouth. Her beautiful eyes widened. Her pretty face turned pale, and 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Seeing her father's miserable experience, She wished she could rush into the light curtain and bear the severe pain on her father's behalf. Dad, just wait for the baby. The baby will definitely bring someone back to save you. Xiao Ruoyu bit her red lips tightly, her delicate body trembling, and she secretly swore in her heart. She decided to wait for Su Chen to come back later. She would offer her body without hesitation and try to take people back to rescue her father and the seriously injured Xiao family members as soon as possible.
Dongzhou, Qian mo sect.
Master, is this what you are doing? Lan Xiaoyu had a look of horror on her face when she felt that Mu Yuqing's cultivation was about to fall below the quasi-emperor level. After these days of rest, not only did Master's cultivation not recover, but it developed in an extremely unfavorable direction. Xiaoyu, Master doesn't know what's going on. Hearing this, Mu Yuqing shook her head and said that there was nothing she could do. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes lit up, as if she thought of something. Could it be related to that little thief? I clearly remember that when I tried to suck the luck out of his body through the method of dual cultivation, my original spiritual power was backfired. Moreover, she was raped mercilessly by the little thief in the end. Could it be that she is pregnant? Thinking about it, she touched her lower abdomen with her beautiful hand. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Winning the lottery in one go. This other side. Chen, what are you going to do with this person? My mother wants to hear your opinion. Qin Xinran asked Su Chen while pointing at a middle-aged man who was tied up with the immortal binding rope. Su Chen glanced at this middle-aged man. I saw that he was wearing a green Taoist robe. He was about 50 years old. He had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were very sharp. At a glance he knew that he was not a mortal. Mother, let me ask the child first, Su Chen said with a smile. Yes. Qin Xinran nodded and replied. Then Su Chen came to the middle-aged man, looked down at him and said, Old guy, are you from the Tiandao sect? Maybe you can say that you are here for Chu Yang. How do you know Chu Yang? Did you kill him? Zhao Hanshan's face muscles twitched. His eyes were filled with overwhelming hatred and he gritted his teeth. Following Ji Yueyao's order, he went down the mountain to investigate the cause of Chu Yang's death. Soon, based on Chu Yang's whereabouts, it was discovered that Chu Yang had appeared in Donghuazhou prefecture, and that he had taken a liking to Miss Xiao family and Miss Xia family, and forcibly abducted the two girls. But later, the two girls were rescued by Su Chen, the young master of the Su family, and Chu Yang's clues were interrupted. So he followed the traces left by Chu Yang and searched for the deserted valley on the outskirts of the city. When he tried to find Chu Yang's body, 6 quasi-emperor realm experts appeared in front of him, surrounding him. He was defeated in the end and was seriously injured by the opponent before being captured and brought here alive. I think this group of people belongs to the Su family, and the young man in front of me should be Su Chen, the young master of the Su family. Yes, Chu Yang was indeed killed by me. I even fed his body to the dogs. Du, you want revenge? Hearing this, Su Chen smiled lightly and said lightly. He didn't feel that it was a big deal that he killed a direct disciple of
Tiandao sect.
You are looking for death. Although Chu Yang made a mistake first, it is not your turn to kill him. He is a direct disciple of our Tiandao sect, the proud son of our Tianxian continent and the hope of our human race. You are simply helping the evil. Seeing Su Chen admitting, Zhao Hanshan's eyes were red. His whole body was trembling and he roared angrily. Ha ha! What can the proud man of heaven do? He was killed by my young masters, men, and not even the scum was left.
Su Chen es nered.
To cultivate immortality, you must first cultivate virtue and then martial arts. Scumbags like Chu Yang who rob civilian girls will be punished by everyone. What's wrong with the direct disciples of Tiandao? Can they be superior to others? What I hate most in my life is people like you, who rely on their talents to bully and oppress the good. You are nothing. Su Chen's eyes were full of disgust. You, Zhao Hanshan was choked. What do you mean by me? What do you mean by me? Tell me who you are and who sent you.
Su Chen rasped.
His eyebrows slightly, his eyes shining. Humph! I won't tell you unless you kill me. Zhao Hanshan said arrogantly. Hee, since you don't want to say it, I can only let you try the taste of being bitten by thousands of ants. Su Chen looked at Zhao Hanshan jokingly and walked towards him slowly. Swoosh, a sharp dagger suddenly appeared in his right hand. At this moment, the dagger was emitting a cold green light, obviously quenched, with an extremely terrifying poison. What are you going to do? Feeling the sharp poisoned dagger approaching him, Zhao Hanshan's pupils shrank suddenly and his voice trembled. Hee, guess what? Thank you all readers for your continued support, and thank you to the editor of Qidian, Xinghe. This article is a bit refreshing, the logic is somewhat not rigorous, and the words used in the description are somewhat exaggerated, but Qidian is a large platform that can accommodate all kinds of authors. This book has many female protagonists in the beginning, and they will appear one after another later. The main character of this book is the opportunity, women, and power to snatch. The son of luck. In a word, fuck the son of luck. Take it all. Finally, thank you again for your readers who have always supported me. The minimum daily word count is 6,000 in the early stage, and try to write 10,000 words a day. I just hope that everyone will read it every day. Don't keep the book, thank you. After hearing this, Zhao Hanshan's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, I don't know Ji Yueyao. You are thinking too much. Humph. Don't tell me it doesn't matter. I have thousands of ways to pry your mouth open. Su Chen grinned and pulled out the dagger inserted into the inner side of Zhao Hanshan's thigh again. Ah! Zhao Hanshan screamed again and almost fainted. His face was distorted and his whole body was dripping with sweat. Old guy, are you recruiting or not? Su Chen asked coldly. Zhao Hanshan gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, I don't know. Anything. Very good. It seems that you have chosen the third path. In that case the young master will help you. Su Chen laughed evilly, then turned to Ji and said, Aunt Ji, please bring me a female dog. Remember to ask for a large dog, otherwise I'm afraid it won't be able to withstand it. Hearing this, Ji frowned slightly, obviously not understanding what Su Chen wanted the bitch to do, but Qin Shinran nodded to her. So she didn't ask any more questions and did as Su Chen wanted. After a while, Angie brought back a female dog that was nearly 2 meters long. This female dog has black patterns all over her body, thick limbs, and is extremely fierce. Su Chen took the dog leash from Anji and led the bitch to Zhao Hanshan. Immediately as he turned his palm, a brown pill suddenly appeared in his hand. What do you want to do? Zhao Hanshan said with a horrified look on his face. He saw the pills in Su Chen's hand and his heart was beating wildly. Hey, this pill is the immortal Hahuan pill that I spent a lot of money to buy. As long as you take it, even a powerful person in the quasi-emperor realm can't withstand its effect. The effect can only be relieved by having sex with the opposite sex. Say, if this young master lets you swallow this immortal Hahuan pill, then I will use the photo jade to record the happy scene between you and this bitch, and spread it throughout the entire Tianxian continent. At that time, your Tiandao sect will definitely be famous, Su Chen said with a smile, his eyes twinkling with amusement. If you have something to say, please say it. Don't make fun of this kind of thing. Hearing this, Zhao Hanshan's face turned green with fright, and he immediately begged for mercy. At his level, death is nothing, but he cherishes feathers very much.
Su Chen's
move will completely ruin his reputation, which he cannot accept. Think about it, if he really took this immortal Hahuan pill and the scene of having sex with this bitch spread out, then he would be too embarrassed to be seen in Tiandao sect and even in the entire Tianxian continent. This was worse than killing him. He never expected that the young master of the Su family in front of him could be so vicious at such a young age. This was something he never expected. Hearing Zhao Hanshan's pleading, Su Chen's mouth curved into a cruel arc, and then without warning he struck out like lightning and instantly strangled his throat. My young master has no time to joke with you, Su Chen said coldly and ruthlessly. Tell me, who are you? Did Ji Yueyao send you here? Ahem. In an instant, Zhao Hanshan felt as if his neck was about to break. The violent suffocation made it difficult for him to breathe. His eyes bulged and veins protruded, as if he was about to die. My name is Zhao Hanshan. I was sent here by the sect leader. Took all his strength to get the words out. Are you Zhao Hanshan? Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes narrowed and he didn't know what he was thinking. In the original work, Zhao Hanshan is just a deacon elder of Tiandao sect. But he is Ji Yueyao's senior brother. He is fair in dealing with people and is
trusted by Yao.
He looked around Zhao Hanshan twice, and after finding nothing unusual, he released the palm on his neck. As soon as he escaped from the tiger's mouth, Zhao Hanshan immediately bent over and panted violently, almost fainting. Elder Zhao, I will give you one last chance to make an oath of inner demons. To heaven and be loyal to me, or you will die. Su Chen stared at Zhao Hanshan with cold eyes and said in a cold voice. The tone is full of majesty and domineering, making people dare not disobey. Zhao Hanshan's face turned pale, and he could already feel the strong, murderous intent permeating Su Chen's body. Although he didn't understand what Su Chen wanted to do, if he refused, he would definitely die. He endured the churning blood and pain in his body, raised 3 trembling fingers, gritted his teeth and swore the demonic oath, saying, I, Zhao Hanshan, am willing to be loyal to the young master for the rest of my life. Boom! Immediately there was a sound of thunder from the sky. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light shot out from the void, covering Su Chen and Zhao Hanshan. Su Chen suddenly felt a mysterious imprint in his mind, knowing that Zhao Hanshan had indeed made the heart demon oath. As long as he shows the slightest intention to kill himself, he will be destroyed by heaven. Young master, don't worry. Your subordinates will do their best to serve you. After the demonic oath ended, Zhao Hanshan knelt on the ground respectfully and expressed his loyalty to Su Chen. Haha, very good. Holding the respectful Zhao Hanshan in his arms, Su Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said calmly, You go down to heal your injuries first. I will arrange for you to do something later. Yes, young master, Zhao Hanshan responded. He was soon taken down by several guards for treatment. Looking at Zhao Hanshan's retreating back, Su Chen's eyes flashed slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Qin Xinran and Enji on the side looked at the whole process of Su Chen subduing Zhao Hanshan, and they all secretly sighed. Their methods were extremely cruel and sophisticated, and their mentality was even more cunning than those old foxes. It seems that her son has grown up, and there are some things that she, as a mother, doesn't need to worry about. Not only that, Su Chen's strength has also increased terribly. Seeing him idle all day long, he has never practiced at all, but his cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds. This speed of strength improvement is amazing. Thinking of this, Qin Xinran's beautiful eyes flowed, looking at Su Chen and asked, Chener, how did you practice? How can your cultivation progress so rapidly? Mom, it's nothing. I must be gifted in cultivation. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. He didn't want others to know his secrets now, including Qin Xinran. He couldn't say that he upgraded every day. Oh, then how do you plan to deal with Zhao Hanshan? Seeing that his son was unwilling to say, Qin Xinran didn't ask, but threw out another topic. Hearing this, Su Chen pondered for a moment. Then he raised his head and smiled at Qin Xinran. Since you have accepted him, then keep him. I will have great use for him later. Great use? Qin Shinran asked with some doubt. Yes. Seeing her doubt, Su Chen nodded and explained. This person is deeply trusted by the leader of Tiandao sect. I plan to place him in Tiandao sect to monitor every move of Tiandao sect. Tiandao sect and other major hidden sects have always regarded themselves as immortal sects that control the world. They claim to be high above and think that ordinary people are ants. But I always feel that if this goes on for a long time, my Su family will definitely conflict with their interests. Instead of passively being beaten, it is better to take the initiative and destroy one of them first. Su Chen's eyes revealed a trace of fierceness. These so-called super forces are usually too high above, and he has long been unhappy with them. If his Su family wants to dominate Donghuazhou, those hidden sects must either disband or be conquered by his Su family. Of course, the most important reason is that there are several sons of destiny in these hidden sects. Once these people grow up, they will pose a great threat to him. So Su Chen will not let them have an easy time. His plan is not only to dominate Donghuazhou, but also to dominate Tianxian continent. This is his ultimate ambition. After listening to Su Chen's explanation, Qin Shinran couldn't help but smile. You like to play tricks at such a young age, aren't you afraid of tiring your brain? Hee hee. Su Chen touched his nose and laughed twice, without saying much. Okay. Since you have made a decision, Mother will definitely support you. Qin Shinran looked at Su Chen with a smile on her face, and reminded. But, remember, everything should be based on your own safety first, and you must not take risks easily. Looking at his son, who has grown up completely independently, Qin Shinran is satisfied but also more worried about him. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The Eye of Heaven has been triggered by Su Chen twice. Some people should have noticed Su Chen, the son of destiny who caused the Eye of Heaven to manifest, which can arouse the evil thoughts of many people. Although the Su family is the largest family in Donghuazhou, in the face of absolute interests, some people will definitely risk the world's disapproval. Mother, I know.
Su Chen nodded.
By the way, there is one more thing. Your Aunt Ji said that you are going to transfer all the 8 camps back. What big move are you going to make? Qin Shinran suddenly asked. Su Chen pondered for a moment, and then said, Recently, some guys have started to make trouble while my father is not at home, but the child has made arrangements. We can close the net, just waiting for those jumping clowns to jump out. I see. Qin Shinran did not show too much surprise. After all, she also controls the actions of the Su family and other families in the state. She is not worried about Su Chen's ability. On the contrary, she thinks that she should let Su Chen play well. After all, the future world belongs to them young people. Mother, don't worry. These people are just a bunch of clowns.
Su Chen
shrugged his shoulders with a look of disdain. He had read the original book. Of course he knew that Su Jian had privately trained a group of death warriors for Su Yong, and he also knew where they were hiding. But he had not touched them, just waiting for Su Yong to be unable to hold back, and took them to join forces with the Shao Tiancheng forces of the Shao family to jump out and besiege him. In this way he could stand on the side of justice, kill Su Yong in a logical way, shut up those old guys, and establish his prestige in the family. It laid the groundwork for him to completely control the Su family in the future. It also weakened the power of the Shao family, leaving Shao Han speechless and grateful to him. Finally, he helped Shao Ruoyu control the Shao family, making her willing to become his woman and completely dependent on him. More importantly, after he got Shao Ruoyu, the Shao family would eventually be controlled by him. This is the big chess game he has carefully laid out in recent days. Now he is waiting to close the net. The seeds planted, now it's time to harvest. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, making a wicked smile. When Su Chen returned to the study, it was already midnight. The sky was full of stars, and the bright moon was hanging in the sky, which seemed particularly quiet and peaceful. Ha! As soon as he opened the door of the study, a warm and delicate body came into his arms. Looking down, he saw a pretty face that was unparalleled. There are still undried tears in the corners of his eyes. Xiao Ruoyu. She hasn't slept yet. Su Chen couldn't help but swallow as he felt the body fragrance of the beautiful lady in his arms. This girl is so tempting. At this moment, she was wearing a thin gauze skirt, which perfectly outlined her curves, and her exquisite body was looming. 3,000 soft and smooth blue hairs are draped over her shoulders, and a purple gold necklace hangs on her jade neck, making her snow-white neck even more slender and charming. In particular, her figure is graceful and concave and convex, and her proud curves cannot be concealed, and the roundness of her chest is ready to be revealed. Su Chen couldn't help but move his eyes downwards, and saw Xiao Ruoyu's eyebrows tightly closed, her pink lips pursed, murmuring like a nightmare. "Young master, please have mercy on me." Her cheeks were flushed and her forehead was sweating. She was obviously in extreme pain and entanglement. A wicked smile appeared on Su Chen's lips, and he gently picked up Xiao Ruoyu. Then he closed the door and slowly walked towards the bed. After gently placing Xiao Ruoyu on the bed, Su Chen leaned close to her. Suddenly, an elegant orchid fragrance spread into Su Chen's nose, making him startled. "She is indeed the best, an iceberg beauty." "Yeah." Xiao Ruoyu's eyelashes fluttered, and then she slowly opened her eyes. What caught his eye was Su Chen's slightly handsome face. She was startled, and blinked her eyes a few times as if unsure. Didn't Su Chen want himself before? How could he become so gentle? "What's wrong?" Su Chen stroked her soft hair and smiled lightly. "I." Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face turned red. She quickly glanced over her face and said, "I'm fine, you can continue." To be honest, she was very panicked at this time. She clearly agreed to him and wanted to devote herself to him, but when the matter came, she was extremely nervous and scared. Even she herself couldn't figure out why. "Don't be afraid. I will be very gentle."
Su Chen genti sıraçer.
Delicate and straight nose. Xiao Ruoyu bit her silver teeth slightly. Although she was full of shyness, she still raised her pretty face, looked into Su Chen's eyes, and said slowly, "Young master." Feeling the man's strong embrace, Xiao Ruoyu couldn't help but moan, and her heart beat violently. Her mind felt dizzy, and her body gradually became limp, allowing Su Chen to take it. After a long time, when Xiao Ruoyu gradually calmed down, her pretty face was as red as a ripe apple, dazzlingly beautiful. A deep smile appeared on Su Chen's face, and he hugged her tightly. "Ruoyu, you will be my young master's first wife in this life." Hearing Su Chen's words, Xiao Ruoyu's delicate body trembled visibly, and deep happiness appeared in her beautiful eyes, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. This is Su Chen's promise to her. She knew very well what it meant to be the principal wife of the young master of the Su family. This also means that Su Chen has always cared about her very much. At least, she is extremely important in Su Chen's heart. This made her feel that becoming Su Chen's woman was not an unacceptable thing. Her mentality changed quietly and subtly. The woman who was very resistant to becoming Su Chen before now actually has a trace of expectation in her heart. "Thank you, young master. I am willing to pledge my body to you." Xiao Ruoyu stuck out her tongue playfully, looked at Su Chen with a pair of bright, beautiful eyes and said, "Hee, this is what you said. Don't blame me for being ruthless later." When Su Chen heard this, he grinned, revealing a row of white and neat teeth, smiled evilly, lowered his head again and blocked her mouth. Xiao Ruoyu's love words were like a catalyst injected into Su Chen's body, instantly igniting a raging fire in his body that urgently needed to be released. Ugh! Feeling Su Chen's roughness, Xiao Ruoyu immediately let out a sigh and her beautiful eyes widened. She finally understood what Su Chen meant by ruthless.
Su Chen suddenly
Became extremely domineering tonight. Moreover, Every time, it brought her inexplicable excitement and made her heart beat loudly. I don't know how long it took, but Xiao Ruoyu seemed to be exhausted. But Su Chun was still in high spirits, as if he had never been tired at all. Is this still a human being? Xiao Ruoyu looked at Su Chun with even more confusion. She had never met such a terrifying man. What are you thinking about? Looking at the expression of the beautiful woman in his arms, Su Chun joked. Casually, the only one. Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face turned red. She curled her lips shyly, and said, I don't have a body. Seeing Xiao Ruoyu's shy look, Su Chun raised a smirk on his lips and suddenly asked, Are you worried about your father and the Xiao family? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face suddenly turned pale, recalling the previous scene where her father's legs were stepped on by that beast Xiao Tianqing. Her pretty face instantly turned pale again. Her eyes were moist and tears were rolling. Seeing her rosy look, Su Chun rubbed her long silky hair and said, comfortingly, Leave your father's affairs to me. After all, he is now my father-in-law. Young master, is it true? Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu's eyes filled with mist. She raised her head and looked at Su Chun. Su Chun gently pinched her charming nose and said with a smile, Fool of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Look, since I can show you everything that happened in the Xiao family, do you think I have no plan? Besides, Xiao Tianqing will not kill your father before he gets the order from the head of the family. Although he said this, he secretly thought, I'm sorry, my father-in-law has to wrong you for the sake of his plan. He is so ruthless that he even cheats his father-in-law, because he does not plan to take people to the Xiao family to rescue Xiao Hanshan now. First, if he rescues him now, Xiao Hanshan will think that he is not very merciful and will not shed tears of gratitude by rescuing him. It is better to let him suffer a little first. This is called Dou Mi's kindness and Mi's hatred. If he fails a great favor, for a long time he will become an enemy, so his kindness must be a little sharp. Secondly, he wanted to use the hands of Xiao Tianqing and Su Yong to accelerate the internal strife of the Xiao family, thereby weakening the overall strength of the Xiao family. It will be convenient to control the Xiao family in the future. I thank you, young master. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face was filled with joy and she hugged Su Chun tightly. Tonight, she was worried and tormented about her father and family affairs, and had trouble sleeping and eating. But now Su Chun gave her a promise, which completely reassured her. Hey, Su Chun raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, If you really want to thank me, you might as well do something practical. Kindness. Xiao Ruoyu still didn't understand the meaning of his words. Her pretty face turned red and she responded softly. Then, she put her pink lips to Su Chen's ear and called softly, Husband. Hearing her seductive words, Su Chun swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and couldn't control it anymore. Madam, my husband will teach you a new way of watering flowers. Ah! The night is sultry, and cheerful laughter comes from the room, accompanied by the rhythm of a spring night worth $1,000. Ah, husband, you! Xiao Ruoyu was a little helpless. Su Chun actually raped her again. The next day, Su family hall. Head of the Jiang family, I wonder what important matters you have come to our Su mansion with your precious daughter to discuss today. Qin Xinran, who was sitting on the main seat, glanced at Zhang Huai and Zhang Ruoyun on the left and asked straight to the point. Mother of the Su family, let me tell you the truth. The dog girl has admired your young master for a long time. Today she came here specially to visit to discuss the marriage contract. Zhang Huai touched his chin and squinted his eyes with an enigmatic attitude. After hearing what he said, Qin Xinran was a little stunned and asked in confusion, Didn't your daughter have an engagement with Su Yong, the head of the Zhang family? Isn't he planning to marry two girls to one? Oh, actually it was just a misunderstanding. My Ruoyun didn't like Su Yong at all before. It was because I didn't understand that I made an engagement with the two babies early on with brother Sujian. Zhang Huai sighed and said with a distressed expression. However, the misunderstanding has been resolved now. My Ruoyun is not engaged now. You see, it is inconvenient now, so please settle the matter of the two children first. What? Head of the Zhang family, how could you do this? What would Su Dou? Seeing Zhang Huai unilaterally terminate the engagement, an elder from the Su family who was close to Su Yong suddenly said angrily. Hearing this, Zhang Huai had an indifferent expression and said calmly, marriage is always between you and me. The person Ruoyun likes in my family is the young master of the Su family. Do I, a father, want to force my daughter to marry to someone you don't like? Hearing this, the elder Su's beard trembled wildly, but he couldn't find any words to refute. Indeed, marriage is related to the happiness of children. If you don't respect the opinions of your children and force them blindly, it is unwise. Seeing this scene, Su Yong's fists creaked and he stared at Zhang Huai with an ugly face. However, he is too powerless in the Su family now and has no right to attack. In front of Zhang Huai, Channer, what do you think? Hearing this, Qin Shinran handed the decision to Su Chen. After all, Su Chen has grown up and he should be involved in the marriage. Mother, don't worry. I'll go out and talk with the eldest lady of the Zhang family first. Speaking, he walked to Zhang Ruoyun, stretched out a palm, held the other's delicate hand and walked out of the house. Seeing this, Zhang Huai's face twitched, but he didn't say anything. Zhang Ruoyun lowered her head and let Su Chen hold her hand and walk out of the house. Su Chen took Zhang Ruoyun to an open space in the backyard, stopped, and turned around. Su Chen, is there something wrong? Noticing Su Chen's strange look, Zhang Ruoyun felt a little uneasy and asked, tentatively. Su Chen directly hugged Zhang Ruoyun's waist and held her in his arms, with a smile on his lips. Do you admire this young master? He is not a good person. Good women should be cherished, but bad women should not be let go. Play with them first, not to mention that this woman originally belonged to Su Yong. His salty hands climbed up the pair of towering jade rabbits silently. At this moment, a brilliant light burst out from the corner of the dark and shot towards the two people. Hearing this, Zhang Ruoyun was stunned for a moment, and then her pretty face turned as red as a ripe apple. She never imagined that Su Chen would say these words as soon as he came up. Moreover, Su Chen's hands were already dishonest, and he began to knead her through his clothes and gradually became violent. This made her delicate body tremble violently, and she felt shy in her heart, as if she was about to melt into his arms. However, she was still smart, so she endured the numbness, gritted her teeth, and allowed Su Chen to do whatever he wanted. She felt proud in her heart, naively thinking that Su Chen was attracted by her beauty, so he treated her like this. Snort. Are you very domineering? You still fall under my skirt. Zhang Ruoyun narrowed her eyes slightly, seeming very satisfied with Su Chen's performance. Just when she was immersed in her self-fantasy, Su Chen suddenly pulled her whole body into his arms with a strong tug, and then her thin lips pressed against hers. This made Zhang Ruoyun's delicate body stiffen suddenly, and her beautiful eyes widened. She never expected that Su Chen would dare to do this to her in the yard. She smelled the strong masculine scent coming from Su Chen's body, and at this moment, a big hand stretched out silently. Hiss! Feeling the burning pain in her chest, Zhang Ruoyun woke up, opened her teeth, and glared at Su Chen with a resentful look. Hey, I'm sorry. Su Chen sneered and loosened his fingers, but his hands still had no intention of taking them back, covering the pair of towering ones. Since Zhang Ruoyun was originally Su Yong's woman, the evil feeling in his heart took over his body, and his movements were indeed a bit rough. He didn't feel guilty at all about his cousin's woman, but instead found it very exciting. After all, this is cuckolding Su Yong. Hey, Let me see if you can still bear it. Su Chen glanced at the dark corner. Ah! Stop it, you beast! Suddenly, a burst of shouting came from the corner. At the same time, a black shadow rushed towards Su Chen from the darkness. Oh! Isn't this my good cousin? Su Chen showed a joking expression. He had known for a long time that Su Yong was hiding in the dark and peeping, so he had already taken precautions. With a cold smile, he hugged Zhang Ruoyun and dodged Su Yong's attack. His movement skills were weird and his speed was extremely fast. Su Yong jumped directly into the air and almost fell to the ground and was eaten by a dog. Su Chen, how dare you insult Sister Ruoyun? I will destroy you today. After Su Yong stood firm, he looked up at Su Chen and roared ferociously. Originally, he thought that he had given up on Zhang Ruoyun since those ruthless words Zhang Ruoyun said that day at the door of Zhang Mansion. But he was wrong after all. When he saw Zhang Ruoyun being held in Su Chen's arms in a wanton, frivolous, and humiliating way, he still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. At this moment, he realized that he might not be able to let go of his relationship for more than 20 years in this life. Oh! Su Chen raised his eyebrows and said, since you like her, take her back to be your wife. Why do you come to me to force her? Hearing this, Su Yong trembled all over. He and Zhang Ruoyun have been childhood sweethearts since childhood. Just now I saw Zhang Ruoyun, who had never even touched her little hands, leaning in Su Chen's arms, letting Su Chen be frivolous. He wanted to kiss those pair of extremely beautiful red lips all the time. But, unfortunately, Zhang Ruoyun's first kiss was snatched away by Su Chen. There was also the pair of towering beautiful rabbits. He had been coveting them for a long time and wanted to touch them, but just now Su Chen was able to play with them without any hindrance. This made Su Yong almost crazy and wanted to cut Su Chen into pieces. Sister Ruoyun, have you seen this guy's ugly face? Su Yong pointed at Su Chen and cursed. He started bullying you unscrupulously, even before he entered into a marriage contract with you. People like him have no intention of being responsible for you. You have to understand one thing. A playboy like Su Chen who cannot cultivate immortality is not worth entrusting him with for life. If you marry him, you will definitely regret it. Su Yong was filled with indignation and spoke impassionedly, spitting. You should understand that only by marrying an immortal cultivator like me can I accompany you for the rest of my life. After he finished speaking, he looked at Su Chen again, his tone full of contempt. As for you, if you have any sense, get out of here, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Hee hee. Hearing this, Su Chen shook his head and looked scornful. My young master, what I hate the most is a weakling like you. Apart from using your words, you have no ability at all. Pooh! After saying that, Su Chen deliberately used force on his hands. Oh tilde. Suddenly, Zhang Ruoyun's delicate body trembled and she groaned. Seeing this, Su Yong's face turned as red as blood, and dense beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he roared, Ah! You are looking for death! He was completely furious and could no longer care about the face of the cultivator. He stomped the ground with his saws and his whole body was like an arrow off the line, rushing towards Su Chen. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to Su Chen and punched him hard with his right fist. However, his fist did not fall after all, because Zhang Ruoyun protected Su Chen behind her. Seeing this, Su Chen was stunned. Immediately, his eyes turned into sadness and loss, and he murmured to himself, Sister Ruoyun, he is a loser who only knows how to bully you. Why do you still protect him? Pa. In response, Zhang Ruoyun slapped him. Enough! Her pretty face was cold. Her beautiful eyes were full of evil, and she said, word by word, I just like the young master. If you want to hurt him, you are my enemy, Zhang Ruoyun. After that, she took the initiative to kiss Su Chen. Su Chen was stunned for a moment by Zhang Ruoyun's initiative, and then showed a smug smile. Killing people and destroying their hearts, that's all. It really makes him feel very good to make two lovers who once loved each other become enemies now. Especially in front of Su Yong, it adds a bit of evil. Sister Ruoyun, why are you doing this? He doesn't deserve you. Su Yong's cheeks twitched slightly, and he felt very uncomfortable as if thousands of ants were biting his chest. But in order to maintain the last bit of dignity of a man, he didn't say too much. But the killing intention towards Su Chun in his heart became stronger, and it had reached its peak, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. Why, you already have so many women, but you still want to snatch my only woman. Ah, Su Chun, you deserve to die. Humph. Jiang Ruoyun glanced at him coldly and said indifferently, I just like the young master, and I want to give birth to a bunch of big fat boys for him. Poof. You. Hearing this, Su Yong spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper, and he stepped back a few steps with a listless look. The goddess in my heart actually became Su Chen's licking dog, and she also wanted to give Su Chen children and continue her legacy. His breathing was rapid and disordered. His chest was heaving violently, and his eyes were wide open. He wanted to cut Su Chun into pieces immediately to relieve the hatred in his heart. Huh? What, are you jealous? Seeing that Su Yong was about to get angry, Su Chun curled his lips and smiled with a bit of fun. If this is really the case, you have to work hard. After all, girls like Ruoyun are very popular. After saying that, he kissed Jiang Ruoyun hard on the red lips. It smells so good. After the kiss, he stretched out his tongue intoxicatedly and licked the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, Cousin, I'm afraid you will never even think about the things that this young master can easily get. Young master, how good are you? Jiang Ruoyun's pretty face turned red, and she gave Su Chun a blank look, pretending to be angry. However, she didn't blame Su Chun at all in her heart. On the contrary, she hoped that Su Chun would always treat her like this so that she would have the opportunity to become Su Chen's concubine. Once she embraces the towering tree of the Su family, the strength of her Jiang family will be further improved in Donghua continent. Seeing this scene, Su Yongyong's body trembled. His fists clenched. He bit his lip and said angrily, Su Chun, you are just a useless person who cannot cultivate immortality, and you are not worthy of Sister Ruoyun. In his heart, he still blamed Su Chun for everything, not Jiang Ruoyun's despicability, because in his heart, Jiang Ruoyun is as holy and noble as the 9 heavens. Mysterious lady. This is his belief. And the culprit who ruined it all was the useless Su Chun in front of him, who said that if you can't cultivate immortality, you can't marry a beautiful woman. Su Chun glanced at him lightly, with a trace of sarcasm on his lips. Cousin, after your uncle passed away, you should understand your status in the Su family. You are no longer the glorious young man of the Su family. What do you think you are doing to compete with me for women now? Only when a man is strong can he have absolute power and the right to espouse, otherwise no one will look down on you. After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed Jiang Ruoyun and said with a smile, Beauty, is this young master right? Kindness. Jiang Ruoyun agreed shyly, her eyes misty. You. Seeing this, Su Yong almost vomited 3 liters of blood. This loser actually did such a thing in front of him. He couldn't wait to rush forward and separate the two of them. Hee. Suddenly, he glanced around and found that there was no one here. Su Yong gave out a sinister smile and said, Su Chun, you loser, you took my woman away. We'll destroy you today because you are still arrogant. Until when? His eyes were scarlet, with cold murderous intent flowing in them. He stared at Su Chun and shouted in a gloomy voice, Go to hell!
Boom tilde.
He violently raised his fist and hit Su Chun on the head. At this time, he gathered all the spiritual power in his body on his arms, which was enough to destroy mountains and crack rocks. So many years of grievance and forbearance finally broke out at this moment. Seeing that Su Chen had no intention of evading, Su Yong's lips curved into a smile of success. He believed that as long as Su Chen died, the Su family would fall under his control, and Jiang Ruoyun, Chu Yanran, Xiao Ruoxue, and Xiao Ruoyu would all become his women. At this moment, he had already seen the miserable scene of Su Chen's head being blown open by his own punch. Hee. Seeing this, Su Chen curled up the corner of his mouth and sneered. Without any fear, he raised his arm and slapped it casually.
Boom tilde.
The violent spiritual power surged and hit Su Yong's fist directly. Bang! Su Yong was unable to withstand Su Chen's casual blow, and was sent flying dozens of meters away. He hit the wall hard and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. This sudden scene made Su Yong's smile freeze and his pupils shrink suddenly. Click! The sound of bones breaking on Su Yong's wrist was heard. How could this happen? He looked like he had seen a ghost. He knew the secret that Su Chen couldn't become an immortal, but he didn't expect that the secret was false. With just one casual blow, his fist was easily broken. It's like a dream. Su Chen hugged Jiang Ruoyun and appeared in front of Su Yong in a flash, with a mocking arc on his lips. Cousin, you disappoint me so much. You are so unresisting. You can't cultivate immortality, can't you? Su Yong swallowed hard and asked in shock. Hearing this, Su Chen shrugged and said calmly, Who told you that this young master cannot cultivate as an immortal? This? Su Yong was stunned for a moment, and then his face suddenly turned extremely pale. Su Chen's words completely overturned his cognition. He had never thought that. He had never really understood Su Chen, and he didn't even know whether he could practice. He wanted to question Su Chen, but as soon as he said a word, he felt a heartbreaking pain in his whole right hand. He spit out a large mouthful of blood again, and his figure was shaky. He knew that he had been defeated, lost to Su Chen. He never thought that the once useless person could now crush him. The cultivation level that I was once proud of, thinking that I was the proud son of the Su family and even the entire Donghua continent, now seems so ridiculous. Boo! Young master. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Jiang Ruoyun in her arms saw that Su Chen was also a cultivator, and that he had seriously injured Su Yong with a casual blow, and she happily took the initiative to kiss Su Chen on the face. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a strange light, and her small mouth moved slightly. Before, when the whole Donghuazhou was rumored that Su Chen could not cultivate immortals and was a waste, she was a little worried in her heart, afraid that Su Chen could not accompany her through this life. After all, the lifespan of mortals and cultivators is many times different. But she never thought that Su Chen was also a cultivator, which made her extremely happy and admired her vision very much. How could the man that Jiang Ruoyun liked be a waste? Hearing this, Su Chen pinched her delicate chin, put his mouth in front of her and whispered, I am also very good in that aspect. Do you want to try? Hearing this, Jiang Ruoyun's pretty face immediately turned red. Although she has a lively personality, she is still a conservative girl at heart. If it were someone else, she would definitely slap him. However, she really loves Su Chen, so even if she is shy in her heart, she will not be angry. Besides, if her man is strong in that aspect, it will be her sexual happiness. In the future, she burrowed into Su Chen's arms, lowered her eyebrows and said shyly, Young master, you are annoying. Watching these two people showing their affection without paying attention to others, Su Yong's heart was torn, and his eyes were full of resentment. Suddenly, he slowly stood up, looked up at the sky and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha! Su Chen, do you really think you won? Today's 10,000 words are completed. These days I try my best to work hard. 10,000 words a day, and a minimum of 6,000 words. I hope brothers will support me every day. Thank you. Su Yong's laughter was desolate, full of madness and hatred. So what if you are an immortal cultivator? You are just a late-stage supernatural power realm, slightly higher than me. I will kill you today. His eyes were red, like a mad beast. Rumble. Su Yong's whole body was rolling with spiritual power, exuding fierce power, as if he had transformed into an unparalleled god of war. Seeing this, Jiang Ruoyun's pretty face showed a nervous look, and she hurriedly reminded Su Chen, "Young master, be careful." She knows Su Yong's character very well. Once he is ready to take action, he will go all out. He is a madman who will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. She was afraid that Su Chen would be hurt because of this. After all, it was her unilateral regret of the marriage that led to this conflict. If the Su family investigates the matter afterwards, she will still be blamed. Take it easy. Seeing this, Su Chen pinched Jiang Ruoyun's somewhat flustered pretty face and comforted her. Then he turned his gaze to Su Yong, with a calm look on his face. "Cousin Du, you have any backup plan?" Today, all he did was to force Su Yong into a corner and force out all his forces so that when the net was finally closed, no one could escape. Cutting the grass and eradicating the roots, he knew this principle well. "Of course, let me show you." Hearing this, Su Yong smiled gloomily, and immediately formed seals with his hands. In an instant the void trembled. I saw waves of fluctuations coming from the distance, and powerful auras came, one after another. Kindness. Sensing these terrifying auras, even Su Chen frowned. There is a strong evil aura in these auras, and they obviously do not belong to the good category. Moreover, the most important thing is that this aura does not seem to be directed only at him but at the entire Su family. Soon, Qin Xinran, Jiang Huai, and the elders of the Su family who stayed behind came to the yard one after another. When they saw the scene where Su Yong was confronting Su Chen, they all frowned slightly and were a little confused. Jiang Huai, on the other hand, saw his daughter leaning in Su Chen's arms, and saw Su Chen's dirty hands actually placed on his daughter's buttocks. And his face suddenly turned ugly. This scoundrel actually took advantage of his own daughter in broad daylight. If he didn't give him an explanation in the future, he would definitely not be able to spare Su Chen. "Su Yong, how brave are you to go against the young master?" Su Meyer looked at Su Yong, her face extremely cold. He was Su Chen's personal maid, and he didn't want to see Su Chen being bullied, so after he finished speaking, he flew over to Su Yong, raised his hand and slapped her. Bang! A man in black suddenly appeared in front of Su Yong, and suddenly slapped his palm and collided with Su Meyer's palm. Dang dang! Caught off guard, Su Meyer took several steps back before she stabilized her figure. The person's cultivation level is the same as hers, the peak cultivation level of the great sage. Immediately afterwards, more than 100 men in black appeared around Su Yong, and they protected Su Yong in the middle. At the head were several old men in black, with strong aura and exuding the powerful aura of quasi-emperor realm. "Master Su, we are late." The leader of the men in black cupped his fists and bowed. This man is an old man, his old face is full of wrinkles, but the expression he looks at Su Yong at this moment is full of excitement and even a hint of respect. "Mr. Wang, you are not late." Su Yong shook his head in a calm tone, then stared at Qin Xinran and Su Chen with fierce eyes and said angrily, "You two vicious mother and son, today I will take back everything that originally belonged to me." After speaking, he waved his hand, indicating that the man in black was ready to take down Qin Xinran and Su Chen. The group of men in black looked at each other and immediately took action and surrounded Su Chen. Court death. Qin Xinran narrowed his eyes, protected Su Chen behind him, and shouted sweetly, "Where is the shadow guard?"
Boom tilde.
The space shook, and soon more than 30 men in black appeared, but they all had the word shadow embroidered on their chests. These are the forces that Qin Xinran brought over from his family. Although they only number about 30, they are fierce in combat and cooperate with each other tacitly. Many quasi-emperor realm experts who despised them fell into their hands. Seeing this scene, Su Yong nodded slightly, not surprised by Qin Shinran's strength. The name of the shadow guards was well known, and of course he knew it, so when he saw them appearing, there was no trace of panic on his face. Su Yong, you actually utter such arrogant words and want to subvert the Su family. You are really wishful thinking. Qin Shinran snorted coldly, then glanced around with her beautiful eyes, and said in a deep voice, "The shadow guard obeys the order, kill the enemy, and protect the young master, as you command." The shadow guards all roared, and immediately took out the poison-tempered daggers from their waists, preparing to fight those dead men in black. "Auntie, you are so impatient. The fun has just begun." Seeing this, Su Yong's lips curled up with sarcasm, and then he winked at the old man in black beside him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. 3 loud sounds of arrows shot straight into the sky. Watching the sounding arrow take off, Su Yong smiled with a smile on his face. For more than 20 years of careful planning, more than 20 years of forbearance and humiliation, he wanted to get back from Qin Shinran and Su Chen, mother and son, today.
Boom 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 tilde.
Immediately afterwards, a flying boat slowly rose from the Shao family over the Donghuazhou prefecture and flew towards the Su family. On board the flying boat were all the elites of the Shao family. The leaders were Xiao Tiancheng and Yi Fan. At this time, Xiao Tiancheng was full of vigor and vitality. Although he had not yet forced Xiao Hanshan to reveal the patriarch order, he had actually controlled the power of the entire Shao family. Now he would take these Shao family forces to help Su Yong regain the position of the patriarch of the Su family. "Brother Tiancheng, why do I always feel that Su Chen is not so easy to deal with?" Yi Fan heard the sound transmission of Luoshin in the ring. After a little hesitation, he couldn't help but remind him, because according to the several matches he had with Su Chen during this period, he could be sure that Su Chen was definitely not that simple. Xiao Tiancheng smiled faintly when he heard this. "It doesn't matter. With so many elite members of the Shao family to help brother Su Yong, no matter how cunning Su Chen is, he will definitely lose in the face of absolute power." The movements of the Su family and the Shao family alarmed everyone in the Donghuazhou prefecture. They walked out of the mansion and looked up at the void. "Are we really going to fight? How dare the Shao family go to the Su family? That's the first family in our Donghuazhou. How dare the Shao family? Shoo! Keep your voice down. If those people from the Shao family hear you, you might not even know how you died." Alas, it looks like Donghuazhou is going to be in chaos. At this moment, countless strong men looked at the Shao family's flying boat in the sky and talked about it. The oppressive atmosphere before a war enveloped the entire state capital. They all know that the Shao family and the Su family, as the oldest families in Donghua continent, have a deep heritage. This confrontation between the two families will probably determine the future direction of the two families, as well as the direction of the entire Donghua continent for many years to come. After all, the Shao family and the Su family are both top big families. If they fight, it will definitely cause an earthquake in the entire East China continent. Rumble. Soon, the Shao family's flying boat appeared in the Su family's void. Seeing this, Qin Shinran and all the elders of the Su family were shocked. They never expected that at this time, the Shao family would jump out to help Su Yong subvert the entire Su family. Some restless elders of the Su family began to exchange glances with each other, thinking about how to deal with this sudden change. When Xiao Ruiyu saw the Shao family's flying boat and Xiao Tiancheng on the flying boat, her pretty face suddenly darkened. This damn Xiao Tiancheng is going to drag the entire Shao family into hell. His father had been running the Shao family for so many years and had worked so hard to accumulate some strength. Now he was about to be defeated by this bastard Xiao Tiancheng. Soon, Xiao Tiancheng and Yi Fan led a group of Shao family elites to surround the entire Su family. "Brother Tiancheng and brother Yi Fan, thank you for coming to help me." Su Yong stood up and thanked the two of them. "Brother Su Yong, don't be polite. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to control the entire Shao family. Hearing this, Xiao Tianqing waved his hand modestly. What he said was true. Without Su Yong's secret help, he would not have become the head of the Xiao family so smoothly. Xiao Tianqing, what do you mean? Seeing how many people were collaborating together, Qin Xinran frowned slightly, her tone filled with anger, and she scolded. Do you, the Xiao family, want to have a hand in my Su family's affairs? Ha, Mrs. Su, don't worry. I'm just here to help brother Su Yong get back what belongs to him. Xiao Tianqing chuckled, and immediately turned to look at Su Yong, asking, with open eyes, Brother Su Yong, what do you think? Seeing this, Su Yong had an evil smile on his lips. Yes, I want to take back the position of head of the Su family, because it was originally mine. After saying that, he turned to look at Su Chun with strong resentment, flashing in his eyes, and gritted his teeth and said, Of course, including the woman who originally belonged to me. Seeing Jiang Ruiyun still in Su Chen's arms, looking like a little bird, clinging to her, he felt heartbroken. It was as if something he had treasured for many years was ruthlessly taken away by Su Chen. Listening to Su Yong's threatening words, Su Chen still looked calm and unafraid. TSK. Su Yong, I really look down on you. I'm useless. I even found a bunch of friends to help me. Trash. You are looking for death. Su Chen's words made Su Yong's face instantly become twisted and ferocious. He clenched his fists tightly and veins popped out on his forehead. TSK. Are you so anxious after saying just a few words? Su Chen smiled contemptuously and continued. Humans, sometimes you have to accept your fate. Why do you mess around with nothing? Wouldn't it be nice to lie flat on his back? Bah! Su Chen, stop pretending. Today is the day you die, and before you die, I will play with all your women in front of you, ha. Su Yong seemed to be crazy, laughing maniacally, and there was a hint of obscenity in his eyes. Su Chen's sarcastic attitude completely angered him. Since the other party was shameless, he simply broke up with him. Elder Su Wang, why haven't you come over yet? What are you waiting for? Su Yong glanced at the elders behind Su Chen indifferently, and then looked at Su Chen coldly with an expression of a sure victory. Trash, I told you that. You can't fight me. Today I will show you what it's called despair. Following Su Yong's words, 9 elders from the Su family standing behind Su Chen walked out and stood behind Su Yong. Is there any more? If so, hurry up and get there. Not only was Su Chen not angry, he turned around to look at the people behind him and asked with a smile. However, no one came forward again. Master, crawl over here on your knees and be my slave girl. I will protect you from death. The moment he saw Chu Yanran, Yifan's eyes lit up and he immediately began to threaten her. It seemed like he didn't take Su Chen seriously at all. Chu Yanran has a Tianshang body. He doesn't want to waste this top-notch physique. Although it is already worn out, it can still be used for fun. Su Chen, aren't you very crazy and arrogant? I want to see how you survive this disaster today. Thinking of this, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Chu Yanran's face turned pale with anger. She never thought that Mark would be involved in this matter. He, a traitor, is so shameless, humiliating himself in front of so many people. How dare he let herself be his female slave? Traitor, you are so shameless. Even if you die as a master, you are still the young master's servant. Chu Yanran was so angry that she would rather commit suicide than give in. Ha, damn bitch, when you become my slave girl, I will definitely take good care of you. Yifan laughed wildly, as if he was sure of Chu Yanran. Yifan, are you crazy? Do you even dare to think about my young master's woman? Seeing his woman being humiliated, Su Chen's eyes burst with murderous intent. What's wrong with me? Hearing this, Yifan said jokingly, if you hadn't used the power of your family to take my master as your concubine, I would have gotten my master's body long ago. Trash. Today is your day of death. Let me see how long you can continue to be arrogant. By then, Your woman will not belong to our brothers. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, brother Yi Fan is right. But aunt has to leave it to me. Su Yong stared at Qin Shinran with a playful look on his face. A lustful look, deep in his eyes. Over the years, he has been thinking about Qin Shinran for a long time, but he just suffered from lack of opportunities. Today, he finally exposed the evil thoughts deep in his heart. Although Qin Shinran is a little older, she is a cultivator of immortality. Her appearance is eternal, and her beauty is as good as any woman present. If she can get her, she will surely satisfy all the evil desires of men. Su Yong felt excited at the thought that he would be able to play with Qin Shinran wantonly in a short time. He couldn't wait. Brute! Hearing this, Qin Shinran trembled with anger. Her pretty face turned pale, and her nails dug into her palms without even realizing it. Seeing the ugly and shameless looks of Su Yong and others, Su Chen's eyes flashed with a strong cold light. I want you all to die today. As he spoke, he stepped forward, held up the family master's order and the young master's order in his hands, and shouted into the void. The 8th camp of the Su family listened to the order. Kill all the invading enemies, leaving no one behind. The family master's order and the young master's order in his hands simultaneously shot 2 golden rays of light into the void.
Boom tilde boom tilde boom.
Soon, the sound of drumsticks hitting the drum surface came from the void. This voice was like a life-threatening song, lingering in the hearts of Su Yong and others. I'll upload 2 chapters first. There are still more today. I'm coding now. Rumble. The next moment, the sky in the distance suddenly surged, and balls of flames burned, turning half of the sky reflected in red. And then, an even more horrifying scene appeared. I saw clouds and mist rolling in the sky, a huge roar, followed by dazzling lightning. In the doubtful eyes of everyone, 8 huge flying boats came crashing down from the sky, and the space they pressed vibrated and buzzed, just like Mount Tai weighing down the top. On top of each flying boat, a tall old man stood at the front. Their feet were like spikes nailed to the deck of the airship, firmly rooted in place. Their faces were all dark gray, and their bodies were filled with the aura of ancient vicissitudes, as if they had experienced the baptism of countless years. Behind them stood 10,000 armored soldiers. These Jianghu are fully armed, and the armors they wear are made of special materials. Their defensive power is extremely terrifying. Even masters in the early stage of the Great Saint Realm will not be able to break through their armor easily. They are the guardians of the Su family, the Yanlong Guards. Every Flame Dragon Guard is an elite among the elites with extremely powerful
Combat capability.
Even those who are in the early stages of Quasi-Emperor realm are in danger of falling when faced with the siege of the Flame Dragon Guards. The old man standing in front of the flying boat is the foundation of the Su family. The cultivation level of each person is a powerful person at the pinnacle of the Quasi-Emperor realm. It's Long Yen Wei from Su family's Chenkuan Liz Hen Yashin camp. A big shot. Shouted. Looking at Long Yen Wei on the flying boat, the crowds around the street were excited with a look of awe on their faces. It is rumored that the Su family has 8 divine camps which cannot be mobilized unless it is a matter of life and death and annihilation of the clan. Ah! What happened in the capital of Donghua continent? Now the Shao family is finished. The crowd below was talking a lot, and their eyes were full of shock. This formation was really shocking. At this moment, the old man on the Chen flying boat opened his eyes and shouted downwards, "Kill all the invading enemies! Kill!" As his voice resounded throughout the airspace, all the noise suddenly stopped, and the silence was terrifying. "Kill!" The 80,000 Dragon Flame Guards roared in unison, and then turned into a torrent of steel, running towards the elites of the Shao family below, blocking all passages. How is this possible? Seeing this, Su Yong fell to the ground in horror and murmured, "Didn't the 8 great divine camps be taken away by the family masters? How come they are here? He almost felt like he was dreaming. You must know that the 8 great divine camps are the core strength of the Su family, and they were even ordered to be transferred away from Donghuazhou continent a few days ago. Now that it suddenly came, he couldn't believe it was true. Brother Su Yong, didn't you say that all the 8 major camps of the Su family were transferred out of the state capital? Seeing the elite members of the Shao family fall one by one under Long Yanwei's butcher's knife, Xiao Tiancheng immediately became anxious and rushed to Su Yong and asked, "Did you discuss this with Su Chen and make a cage for me?" Although he felt that it was impossible for Su Yong to betray him, things had evolved to the point where he had to doubt it. Su Yong shook his head with a pale face. His lips were trembling and he couldn't speak. He never expected that the 8 divine camps would appear again and appear here. This was beyond his cognition. This is all so weird. Could it be that Su Chen knew that he was going to make trouble before, so he deliberately put on such a show in front of him? In an instant, countless questions came to mind, making him feel that this matter was even more strange. No matter what he thought, he would never guess that Su Chen was a time traveler and knew all their information. Brother Su Yong, Brother Tiancheng, let's run away quickly. The 8 divine camps of the Su family have appeared, and we will definitely be doomed if we don't run away. Seeing that both of them were frightened by the strength of the Su families, Long Yanwei Yifan on the side suddenly became anxious and pulled their sleeves to persuade them. If he had known this, he would have listened to Luoshan and not taken a trip into this muddy water. After hearing Yifan's reminder, Su Yong finally reacted, nodded with a pale face and led everyone to rush outside. Although he felt extremely unwilling to do so, he also knew that as long as he escaped and saved his life, one day he would have the opportunity to avenge his parents. Want to escape? However, at this moment, an indifferent and cold voice suddenly sounded, and Su Chen was seen hovering above everyone's heads at some unknown moment. He looked at the 3 men with gloomy eyes, a trace of sarcasm and contempt revealed in the depths of his eyes, like a superior king looking down at ants. The crimes committed by the 3 of you are enough to implicate the 9 tribes. How could I let you escape? After saying that, his Taoist robe surged, and all the spiritual energy in his body gathered in his dantian. Ouch! A golden dragon shadow slowly lit up behind him, and the dragon roared in the sky. Ah, that's the legendary dragon spirit. Seeing this, all the powerful men took a deep breath and stared at Su Chen. Above in fear. Buzz buzz. Everyone present felt their eardrums sting and almost fainted on the spot. At that moment, a majestic and vast coercion swept out, suppressing everything, like a mountain collapsing. There was a loud bang, and Su Yong, Xiao Tiancheng, and Yifan fell to their knees on the ground. Their faces were extremely red, veins were bulging, sweat was rolling down, they were in great pain, and blood spilled from their teeth. They felt as if they were carrying a heavy weight, as if they were about to explode at any moment, and their internal organs were about to turn over. The pain was excruciating, and they wished they could pass out immediately. Puff, puff, puff. The 3 people vomited blood and fell to the ground, their cheeks twisted to the extreme, obviously enduring severe pain. The suppressive force of the divine dragon spirit on the spirits in their bodies was too strong, just like a sheep in front of the tiger, the king of the forest. Those who are oppressed have no power to fight back. Young master, spare your life. Finally, Su Yong and Xiao Tiancheng couldn't bear it any longer, so they lay on the ground and kowtowed. The 8 great god camps obey the order, do their best to eradicate evil, and kill all enemies. Su Chen ignored him and just said indifferently, "Follow the young master's orders." Hearing Su Chen's words, the 8 major camps of the Su family shouted in unison with overwhelming murderous intent, "Aha! Aha! Aha!" In an instant, A sharp long knife appeared on Long Yanwei's waist. In the flash of cold light, it ruthlessly harvested lives one after another. In less than a quarter of an hour, the huge Su family could no longer find a single enemy alive. Seeing this scene, Su Yong and Xiao Tiancheng's faces were filled with death, and their bodies were trembling. They finally understood their mistake. It's okay to provoke anyone, but you shouldn't provoke Su Chun, the god of plague. Young master, please, let me go. Young master, I am willing to surrender to you, be a cow or a horse and be loyal to you forever. Su Yong and Xiao Tiancheng immediately climbed under Su Chun, crying and wailing. They just want to live humbly. Humph! You are not worthy to be the slaves of the Su family. Hearing this, Su Chun snorted coldly. He raised his right hand and pressed it down, and a mysterious law shot towards the two of them. Click! Click! The sound of broken bones resounded throughout the Su family, and then their bodies turned into a ball of blood mist and dissipated. After getting rid of Su Yong and Xiao Tiancheng, Su Chun then looked at the
Lonely Yefan.
His forehead was covered with dense sweat, and his breathing was slightly
Rapid.
It was obvious that the fight just now had also caused a huge shock to him. However, he still stood up with his chest and head held high, without showing any fear, let alone words such as surrender. Su Chun raised his eyebrows and chuckled. You are very ambitious. It seems that you are indeed a person. Speaking of this, he changed the topic and said solemnly, however, you must Tu Dou. Originally, when I was in the Immortal Sword sect, I could have ordered someone to kill you, but I didn't do that. Do you know why? Su Chun stared at Yifan and asked lightly. Hearing Su Chen's words, Yifan's pupils shrank suddenly, and there was a chill in his heart. Because you are a child of luck and have great opportunities, so this young master has raised you like a dog until now. Seeing this, Su Chun raised the corner of his mouth slightly and continued. In my eyes, killing you is as easy as trampling on an ant. Cannot arouse my interest at all. I originally wanted to keep you for a while. Seize all opportunities before killing them. Su Chen's voice became colder and colder, and finally turned completely into frost. How do you know my identity? Yifan's pupils instantly dilated to the extreme.
No wonder Su Chen paid
special attention to him. It turned out that his secret had been discovered by this guy a long time ago. There was a storm in his heart, and countless cold sweats broke out on his back. Turns out that all my previous intuitions were right. Su Chun has been plotting against him behind his back. Really want to know? Hearing this, Su Chun looked at Yifan playfully and said with a half-smile, Tell me.
Yifan nodded vigorously.
Go to the west and ask Buddha. Su Chun shouted coldly, raised a palm and clapped it over. Suddenly a golden palm print appeared out of thin air, attacking Yifan with terrifying power. Boom! The golden palm print was as fast as thunder and arrived in front of Yifan. Almost in an instant. He couldn't dodge it at all, so he could only use all his strength to hit the golden palm print with his fist. Bang! The fists and claws collided, like a meteorite hitting the earth, creating a
De l'explosion.
The violent wind swept around, ruffling their clothes. Deng Deng stared. Yifan was directly blasted hundreds of meters away and hit the wall hard. He spat out a large amount of red blood from his mouth and obviously lost his fighting ability. TSK. You are indeed a child of luck. You won't die even if you do this. Su Chun shook his head and said with some regret. The addition of good luck means that the owner has the opportunity to change his destiny against the will of heaven. It is not easy to kill them easily. But Su Chun didn't care. Anyway, to him, Mark was just an ant. If you can't kill it once, just do it twice. If twice doesn't work, do it 3 times. Immediately, he took steps towards Yifan. Aunt Luo, help me.